Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 100 to 99 Getaway. Second update, _1 Chapter 100, Chapter 99 Getaway. Second update, _1 Zhou Xiaozhou come out. He Shankun's voice in the hallway was loud, and Zhou Ning shrank his neck as Su Dayuan grinned and poked at Zhou Ning's arm. Here comes the man, aren't you going to show your face? Zhou Ning gave him a cold look, pushed the door open, and waved at He Shansuan. At that moment, He Shansuan was carrying a medical kit with a male doctor following behind. Zhou Ning quickly waved his hand, placing a finger on his lips to signal He Shansuan not to shout. Hurry over, let's talk inside. He Shansuan swaggered over to Zhou Ning with the male doctor in tow. Zhou Ning pulled them into the room, where Su Dayuan was sitting without getting up and just waved as the men were pulled in. I didn't say anything. Zhou Ning dragged the two men in front of the one-way mirror and pointed at the interrogation room inside. This person is Cui Guanglin. He Shansuan was taken aback and raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Is this your would-be brother-in-law? Tui, what would-be brother-in-law? Zhou Ning lowered his voice and talked about the events of the past 2 days. He also hinted that this person might be the killer in the red dress serial murder case, which left He Shansuan in shock, with his mouth agape for a long while. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Of course, as for multiple personalities, Zhou Ning didn't elaborate much, as this was still speculation and required further observation to determine. No wonder you asked us to come over, but the DNA tests are all done. Is there still a need for a physical examination? It's not a physical examination, it's a medical checkup, breaking down his psychological defenses. Without his clothes to hide behind, his biggest secret is laid bare for all to see, which can trigger his emotions. We need to wait a little, though. His mother will be arriving shortly. The junior officer had already brought in chairs for the two to sit down and thoughtfully served them 2 cups of tea. Although used to witnessing life and death at the hospital, this was the first time He Shansuan had encountered such a situation. His prior anger vanished, and he chatted with Su Dayuan with great interest. Although he didn't pry needlessly, there was a strong element of enjoying the drama of it all. It wasn't long before He Chunyang arrived. The Cui parents are here, Chief. Do you want to see them alone? Su Dayuan stood up and walked straight out. He Shansuan leaned close to Zhou Ning's ear. He's been away from his parents since he was young, and in their eyes, he's a different person. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think he has never told his parents about his physical issues. After all, he got into a prestigious university on his own and later, on his own merit. He got a job at First Middle School and even became the head of the chemistry teaching group, along with being a class advisor. That's the child of someone else's family in the eyes of ordinary people. I got it. You're aiming to provoke him, then have us come in for the examination. That way, even the calmest person would have a hard time staying composed. Falling into the hands of the police after committing a crime, there's no good end to it. He Shansuan kept on lamenting and then continued to speak. It's also fortunate that Xiaoyu is your sister. If it were someone else, they'd be harmed without even realizing it. Truly frightening. Zhou Ning nodded. That was exactly how he felt at the moment. Just then, the door to the next-door interrogation room opened, and the police officer who had taken over for He Chunyang stopped talking. Su Dayuan walked in with Mr. and Mrs. Cui Guanglin, who was handcuffed to a chair, had been staring indifferently at the floor by the door, but when he saw the newcomers, he tensed up, struggled forcefully for a moment, and glared viciously at Su Dayuan. Is this how you cops handle a case? Can't find any evidence and you start bringing in my parents. What are you trying to do? With a slap, Su Dayuan hit the table, his voice resoundingly loud. Already nervous, Mr. and Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Cui were startled and nearly fell. They looked at Cui Guanglin tremblingly. Big brother, what on earth did you do? The police haven't done anything to us. They just brought us here to ask when we last saw you, what time you came back for dinner, and when you left. Just tell the truth. If we clarify things, we can go home." Mrs. Cui's last few words were tinged with a sob. Although they had worked in a remote area, they were educated people and knew what place this was and who could come in. So towards the end, they could no longer control their emotions. Mr. Cui, supporting Mrs. Cui, looked at Cui Guanglin and sighed. "It's our fault for not disciplining you properly, but whenever it happened, we are your parents. Try to get lenient treatment. We will wait for you to get out, and we'll help you find a lawyer." Cui Guanglin's mouth twitched, followed by a loud, mocking laugh. "How ridiculous, I'm arrested by the police, and without an interrogation, nothing's been revealed. What's the meaning of your implication, huh? Oh, think I'm no longer the high school teacher who brings honor to you? Now you feel shamed, thinking you can't lift your head high anymore? When have we ever been a family? Aren't you and Cui Guangxiu a family?" With just one sentence, Mrs. Cui's legs went weak, and Mr. Cui had to support her. Mr. Cui's eyes bulged with anger as he pointed at Cui Guanglin, trembling as he said, How could you turn out like this? Guangxiu is your brother. Don't talk like that, we're not close, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, you didn't go to Ing City to accompany Cui Guangxiu, you were just waiting for the demolition compensation. As for retiring and arranging my wedding, those are all excuses. I bought the wedding house with the money I made from stocks and tutoring fees, and I earned the car myself. I'm afraid that once the demolition money comes through, you'll find some excuse to take the money and go to Ing City. You've never taught me, you've never raised me, you have no right to blame me. Relatives visit each other at least once over the new year, but in the first 31 years of my life, we've met no more than 10 times, so don't act like you're so disappointed in me. Get out." The last 3 words, Cui Guanglin roared out, the veins in his neck popping, his anger palpable. Su Doyuan waved his hand. "Let's go. Take Cui Guanglin's parents to the room opposite to make a statement. Call the doctor over to give him a full body examination. Mr. Liu, unlock one of the suspect's handcuffs so he can help the doctor undress him later." Su Doyuan didn't even give Cui Guanglin a glance as he spoke and began to leave. Mr. and Mrs. Cui had already reached the door, their figures looking extremely hunched. Today's meeting had clearly hit them hard, with disappointment greatly outweighing their worry. At this moment, Cui Guanglin had lost his previous composure. Seeing the police approach him, he kept shaking his arms and even tried to kick them, but his ankles were restrained. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, what are you doing? What do you want to do? This is a violation of human rights. I'm just a suspect now. You don't have any evidence to prove I've committed any crime. Back off. Back off. Cui Guanglin screamed hoarsely. Mrs. Cui turned back for a glance, but Su Doyuan quickly pushed her out the door and then turned to look at Cui Guanglin. We'll start with the medical examination. As for the evidence, you'll see it later. Struggling is pointless. We won't force a confession out of you in a society governed by law. If we're doing a medical examination, it's for good reason. This room is soundproofed, so you can scream all you want. Zhou Ning stood up and patted He Shankun's arm. It's your turn now. Su De will go in with you. If I go in later for an examination or to take photos, it will give him an excuse to get out of it in court, especially with Xiaoyu's connection. Everything else, I'm counting on you. He Shansuan stood up, no longer dissatisfied, and put down the report, but his words were still sharp. So much nonsense, just get on with the job. By the way, have them bring in the stretcher from the ambulance. It's inconvenient to perform an examination while standing or in a chair, and the stretcher can accommodate handcuffs too. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning laughed outright. You have to say, those who save lives are indeed more experienced than oneself. He Shansuan makes a good point. Mr. Liu, quickly ask someone to bring over the stretcher from the ambulance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but how did you guys bring an ambulance here? He Shansuan curled his mouth. Suda called and said there was a suspect here needing an examination. Mr. Chow was very vague when he told me, and I thought someone might be dying, so I requested to come with an ambulance. If something happened to the person, we could still save them in time, right? Zhou Ning hit He Shansuan with a punch. This guy might look disdainful, but he's reliable in his work. Having a friend like you is really not bad at all. Don't flatter me. Having a friend like you, I've had nothing but trouble, working more and getting scared all the time. The doctor who came with He Shansuan covered their mouth and chuckled at the side. The two had a friendship that seemed almost teasing, but it was clear there was mutual admiration. It must be cool to be a forensic doctor. Why didn't I think of applying for that? He Shansuan glanced at the person. Forget it. Their job is even harder than ours when it comes to finding a partner. Many people find the profession interesting, full of mystery, but for settling down in life, who would choose that? I certainly wouldn't agree if I had a daughter. All right, Mr. He, you're still single, someone interjected. Cut it out, don't bring me into this. Am I the same? I'm all alone, I don't have anything, my head's worked to the bone in the emergency department, and I don't have time to worry about papers or assessments, let alone think about these things. Zhou Ning was stunned. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Shansuan was 7 years his senior, so having the ability to be the head of the emergency department was no surprise, but Zhou hadn't expected that he would still be single. It seemed he was a man with a story. As he pondered this, the door to the next interrogation room was pushed open. The driver from the ambulance pushed the stretcher in, and Mr. Zhao accompanied him. Seeing this, Su Dayuan paused for a moment, looking at Mr. Zhao with a puzzled expression. Mr. Zhao hurriedly pointed at the glass window. Zhou Xiao said it would be more convenient to examine on this. Zhou Ning was surprised, not knowing why Mr. Zhao had come back. There was no need to ask, as Mr. Zhao had already rushed over, drunk a large glass of water, and explained, Mr. Liu and the others have gone to the scene. Dr. Liu had taken some people over just a while ago, told me there's no need for me to follow, took plenty of people, and then sent me a text message with just 4 words, people from the city bureau, /p break time equals 300 ms, / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 101 to 100, s are you policemen or devils? Third update, _1 chapter 101, 100 chapters are you policemen or devils? Third update, _1 Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. Since Dr. Liu had gone to address the matter, that was naturally even better. He patted He Shankun's arm. Buddy, it's your turn. Remember to wear your mask. Someone will help you strip him. Just let Mr. Zhao take care of the photography. There's no need to hurry, just carefully check against the medical records I gave you. Don't worry, I've got experience. Zhou Ning grabbed the headset, focusing on the interrogation room through the one-way glass. He Shansuan and his colleagues entered the interrogation room, with Mr. Zhao and He Chunyang flanking Cui Guanglin, who was handcuffed to the stretcher. Thus restrained, Cui Guanglin struggled incessantly, glaring at the several people, shouting continuously. What are you doing? What are you doing? Su Dayuan walked over to the side, lifting a thick stack of reports. This is the DNA result from the scab on your finger compared with the DNA found inside the victim of the March 10th case. See the conclusion here? The 2 DNAs are completely identical, meaning they come from the same person, which means your blood was found inside the victim. However, what surprised us wasn't that, but that your DNA test revealed an XXY chromosome abnormality. We also found your medical record from the provincial hospital, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p indeed, this record has a screenshot of you, but it's not your real name, so we need to verify. Don't worry, we won't draw blood, just a quick check, understand? Just relax. Such explanations did not calm Cui Guanglin down. On the contrary, he twisted like a madman, legs intertwined like hemp ropes, even clamping his pants tightly, preventing the officers named Wang from proceeding. He Shansuan stepped closer, taking a look, and patted his colleague. The two fully lowered the back of the stretcher bed, which, given Cui Guanglin's height, stretched him out with his legs completely spread apart. The officer named Wang, filled with frustration, undid Cui Guanglin's belt and button with one hand, and with a forceful tug, pulled his trousers right off. He Shansuan stepped forward, giving the officer named Wang a thumbs up. With one move, Cui Guanglin's shirt was also lifted up, bearing the parts that needed to be exposed. Mr. Zhao moved in and quickly took pictures, following the direction of He Shankun's fingers. Naturally, Cui Guanglin's private parts were seized by He Shansuan, and with a pull, a ball and a seam were plainly visible underneath. Zhou Ning saw clearly. Cui Guanglin had a small scar on the lower right abdomen, which by position and size was undoubtedly the result of an appendectomy, revealing that he must have been diagnosed with his differences during the surgery. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. No beard, sparse pubic hair, underdeveloped genitals, no prominent Adam's apple, unilateral cryptorchidism, incomplete development of external female genitalia. I don't have a speculum to examine the inside, and a detailed check would need an ultrasound. However, his previous medical file indicates a lack of internal reproductive organs, uterus, and other structures. After saying all this, He Shansuan released his grip, peeled off his gloves, and while the Wang officer was more humane in pulling Cui Guanglin's trousers back up, the belt was yanked off directly. Considering the urgency of the arrest, the report had probably not been received at the time. Now the situation was different. Mr. Zhao was quick to act, grabbing the luminol reagent and spraying it on the belt, resulting in a glowing fluorescent color. Mr. Zhao grinned, propping open an evidence bag. Here, put the belt in this. We found many belt marks on the victim's body. This needs to be sent for testing. He Shansuan wrote up an examination form, even thoughtfully signing his name, and handed it to Su Dayuan. Su Da, that concludes the preliminary examination. We'll take our leave now. Su Dayuan nodded towards He Shansuan. Thanks. No need to be polite, but we need our stretcher back. It comes with the vehicle. If we don't get it back, we can't report in and certainly can't send out another ambulance. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and both Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao, and the officer named Wang stepped forward, unlocking the handcuffs from Cui Guanglin's hands before cuffing him once again to the interrogation chair. By this time, Cui Guanglin had lost his previous defiance, seemingly deflated and submissive to manipulation. As He Shansuan and his team left, Zhou Ning merely waved at him, saying nothing more, then quickly grabbed the headset again. Inside the interrogation room, Su Dayuan stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the table, silently staring at Cui Guanglin, who didn't look up but fixated on the handcuffs on his hands. Quiet. The interrogation room was incredibly quiet, devoid of the previous narration and even the screaming when He Shansuan examined Cui Guanglin. Yet, this quietness seemed to make the air in the room free solid. Although Cui Guanglin didn't lift his head, the heaving of his chest was quite noticeable, indicating that his heart was not as calm as his outward appearance suggested. Mr. Zhao had already moved to Zhou Ning's side, casting an anxious glance into the interrogation room. This guy is too composed. I think he doesn't care at all whether his parents know or whether he will be disgraced. As for having his clothes removed for examination, he didn't seem too bothered by it either. What should we do? Zhou Ning shook his head, leaving Mr. Zhao somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? You don't agree with me? Just wait, Cui Guanglin will speak up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. To have murdered someone, and then successfully evaded police capture, such a great achievement accomplished alone. How regrettable it must be not to share it with anyone. The recent provocation by Mrs. Cui and He Shansuan was meant to unsettle him. As a teacher, as someone with a pleasing personality, Cui Guanglin has reached his limit. Perhaps it won't be long before he releases that other personality he's been hiding. Mr. Zhao blinked, his face a picture of disbelief. Are you shooting a movie here? What's with this multiple personality thing? I've only seen it in movies, that one called Identity, right? I've never heard of it in real life, let alone seen it. Are you suggesting that when he committed the murder, it was another personality that did it, and he himself doesn't know? Zhou Ning shook his head. I don't know how to explain it, but a person can only hide their true nature for so long. When I first met Cui Guanglin, his gentleness was not an act. But the moment his aunt mentioned the physical examination, that look in his eyes, I can't forget it even now. In that instant, I realized this person was no longer the gentle Cui Guanglin from before. Now look at him in the interrogation room. He's been questioned for a day and a night. A normal person would have long been exhausted. But look at him, staring at the ground as if all the interrogation has nothing to do with him. Yet, if you look closely at last night's interrogation, you'll notice their expressions differ. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think he's using different aspects of himself to face the interrogation. It's like shifts, they take turns resting, so he's not that tired. I didn't elaborate earlier to Suda and the others, because all of this is just speculation. We're just waiting to see if these provocations work. After all, in Cui Guanglin's eyes, no matter whether it's the good teacher Cui Guanglin, the sadistic murderer, or the gentleman in front of Xiaoyu, their relationships are so delicate, it's competitive, yet it's also a system of mutual support. Mr. Zhao stared blankly. The things Zhou Ning said sounded shocking at first, but thinking about them carefully, they seemed to make a lot of sense. It sounds reasonable. We've done all we can, so now all that's left is to wait. Zhou Ning nodded. Right, we've done what we can, all we can do now is wait. Zhou Ning stopped talking and turned to look into the interrogation room. Su Dayuan wasn't being overly relaxed or completely dismissive, but merely crossed his arms and lit a cigarette, watching Cui Guanglin before him. Were your grandparents good to you? Cui Guanglin didn't speak, but Su Dayuan didn't get discouraged. He didn't mind and simply sat opposite Cui Guanglin. It seems they were just average. Your parents gave birth to you and left you with your grandparents. I guess a big reason was your health, wasn't it? So you blame them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You blame your parents for not being with you as you grew up, for not taking you to get medical care earlier, or maybe for letting you grow up at all. I remember Dr. Zhou saying that if you had had the surgery when you were younger, to maintain one gender, even if the genetic defect still showed up, your life wouldn't have been like this, at least not as it is now, right? Cui Guanglin lowered his head, trying hard to bite his teeth and purse his lips. This action stirred something in Zhou Ning, a good sign that the earlier efforts had not been in vain. Thinking about the scar from the appendicitis surgery, Zhou Ning picked up the microphone and pressed the talk button. Suda, during their physical examination earlier, I noticed a surgical scar on Cui Guanglin's abdomen. It seems to be from an appendectomy. I think his medical checkup in the provincial city in August 2004 was also for this reason. Maybe you can ask him from this angle. Su Dayuan didn't cover his ears. After listening closely to Zhou Ning's words, he simply lit another cigarette and blew a cloud of smoke towards Cui Guanglin, who closed his eyes and wafted away the smoke. Why don't you tell me, why did you go to the provincial city for a medical examination? Looking at the scar on your abdomen, it seems to be several years old. It's from an appendectomy, isn't it? Is it because of that surgery you discovered something was wrong with your body? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Cui Guanglin's body trembled, and the handcuffs on his wrists clanked with his movement. He lifted his head, and the previous composure was gone from his face, replaced with fearful eyes staring at Su Dayuan. Are you really police, or are you devils? Is there no privacy at all before you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 102 to 101. He's here, I've let him out. Fourth update, please subscribe. _1 Chapter 102, Chapter 101. He's here, I've let him out. Fourth update, please subscribe. _1 Su Dayuan shook his head. He was unfazed by Cui Guanglin's fury and continued to stare calmly into Cui Guanglin's eyes. We are police officers, and it's pointless to hide anything in front of us. It has come to this. Is there any point in concealing the truth? Cui Guanglin sighed, his gaze fixed on the cigarette in Su Dayuan's hand. Could you give me one? Su Dayuan handed Cui Guanglin a cigarette and considerately lit it for him. Cui Guanglin took several deep drags and then began to cough wildly. It was clear that he didn't know how to smoke and was merely trying to use it as a way to soothe his emotions. As his coughing subsided, the cigarette dwindled to an end. Su Dayuan handed him a paper cup to discard the butt, and only then did Cui Guanglin speak. I know there is a mirror behind this glass, and Zhou Ning is watching from the next room. All these questions you're asking, they're all from him. Let him come over, and I'll confess everything. I really admire him. Su Dayuan crossed his arms and nodded slightly. He is our forensic doctor here, not a criminal investigator. I can ask about his intentions, but if he doesn't want to come over, I can't force him. Cui Guanglin shook his head. If he doesn't come, I won't talk. I know without him, you can't find me in this case. Mr. Zhao grabbed Zhou Ning's hand, clearly worried. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning shook his head. He had stayed out of sight earlier and had let He Shansun handle things to avoid any suspicion. Since Cui Guanglin wanted to see him, he had nothing to worry about. After all, this man would never be released, posing no threat to Xiaoyu. Whether it be the 3.10 case or the red dress serial murders, it was just a matter of scale. Don't worry. If he can make a confession, that would be ideal, saving us a lot of trouble. I know, but still be careful. After all, Dr. Liu hasn't given us the final test results, and this guy is extremely dangerous, especially given his exceptional knowledge in chemistry. If he has something up his sleeve that we don't know about. Zhou Ning patted his arm, touched by Mr. Zhao's concern. Don't worry. The day we rescued Xiaoyu, we disrupted his plans. He won't have time to do anything. With that, Zhou Ning quickly left the room and knocked on the door of the interrogation room, then straightened his police uniform. The door opened, and Su Dayuan nodded to Zhou Ning, who followed him inside. Instead of sitting in the interrogator's seat, he went straight up to Cui Guanglin. You wanted to see me? Cui Guanglin nodded. I want to know how you suspected me. Is it just because I didn't agree to Xiaoyu's mother's request for a physical examination? Or did you suspect me after checking the records from the provincial hospital? Zhou Ning stared at Cui Guanglin, smiling faintly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Before I answer your question, I want to ask, which Cui Guanglin are you right now? Are you the one who seeks parental approval, the people pleaser? Or the responsible one who likes research, the gentle and ambitious one who also likes Xiaoyu? Perhaps you're the one who's extremely insecure, with a propensity for cruelty? Of course, there might be more personalities I haven't discovered, or perhaps they have other names. Cui Guanglin was stunned, his facial expressions changing dramatically between surprise and panic, and he finally threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He shook with laughter until tears streamed down his face. Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning did not interrupt his emotional outburst. After what seemed like a long time, he finally stopped, wiped the tears from his face with a sleeve, and looked up. I never expected that the one who understands me best would be a forensic doctor, and one who almost became my uncle by marriage. I've never thought about this classification of mine, but I do know that there are many people living inside my heart. During my childhood, whenever I mentioned wanting to see my parents, my grandparents would say that they were busy with work, and then they'd offer a pile of reasons, all similar, about how hard it was to raise two children, that they had to struggle and earn money wasn't easy, telling me that I had to become someone accomplished and honor them when I grew up. At that time, I believed them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Hence, I excelled in my studies and strived to be the best in everything, if only to earn a moment's concern from them. But even this didn't bring their attention. Even during the spring festival, which I'd get to meet once every 2 or 3 years, they were as polite as distant relatives. No one ever asked if my small stature compared to my peers was due to poor nutrition, nor did anyone explain why I looked different from others, and no one ever took me to the hospital. As for the peculiarities of my body, I discovered them when I saw a neighbor's child taking a sea bath in the summer. I didn't dare to explore further, for I had seen those pictures in biology class. It seemed if I just ignored it, didn't let anyone find out, I could evade the reality. That obedient Chui Guanglin, that's when he emerged. He was studious and likable, a favorite among the neighbors. Yet he was still a failure. His appearance did not earn him a bit more attention from our grandparents or parents, so I isolated him, only letting him out when needed. Zhou Ning asked the clerk for a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and handed it to Chui Guanglin. Chui Guanglin took it and drank half the bottle in one go. He was truly thirsty after all. The day and night of fatigue tactics had taken the most out of him. Afterward, was it when you were hospitalized for appendicitis surgery that you discovered how you were different? Chui Guanglin nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In the spring festival of 2004, they didn't come back for the holidays, so I went to Ningzhou for fun. On New Year's Eve, I suddenly had a stomachache. The hotel staff called 120 for me, and I signed the papers myself and underwent emergency surgery. Afterward, the doctor told me to get a thorough checkup and mention the difference in my body. They said I could undergo surgery to remove the female reproductive organs, but that it's a major operation that required a family member's signature. When I saw that diagnosis, all my childhood experiences suddenly made sense to me. It wasn't that being excellent would earn their esteem. In their eyes, I was just a freak, someone they wanted to abandon. They and Chui Guangxu were the real family. Being left with my grandparents was simply leaving me to fend for myself, but I survived. Although I didn't receive their education, I inherited their profession and became a teacher at a decent school. I was angry, confused, and resentful, but I didn't know how to vent these feelings. That's when another person came into my mind. I always tried my best to lock him up deep inside, using morals and all the conventions of society to keep him chained up in my heart. Until the winter break of 2006, I met a girl wearing a red woolen dress. That's when everything was shattered. He came out, you know? He was released from the depths of my heart, and no shackles could control him. Zhou Ning exhaled, understanding what he was hearing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This was the first case of the red dress serial murders. Su Dayuan interjected from the side. Winter break, don't you remember the date? Chui Guanglin frowned and waved Su Dayuan off. Shut up, don't interrupt me. Su Dayuan flinched, took a step back, and raised his hands. Zhou Ning quickly stepped forward. It's okay, keep going. I understand. He came out and you couldn't control him. Chui Guanglin nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed on Zhou Ning. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable, as if even mentioning that person terrified him, and his voice dropped a notch. Right, he came out and I couldn't control him. But I remember that day clearly, February 24th, 2006, because it was my birthday. I wanted to go to Wenquan Town. When passing through Shifu Town, I felt hungry and decided to look for a place to eat. It was getting dark, the road was difficult and very congested. I had no choice but to turn into a small lane after being boxed in by the car in front, and then I was stopped by that girl. She said she was a student and asked if I could give her a lift. I knew she was lying. Despite her young age, the cheap perfume she wore, her poor Qidong accent, I knew what her profession was, especially her brownish-red curly hair and petite figure, which reminded me of my mom. What happened after that is a blur because I was locked up. You get me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was placed in a small dark room by the Chui Guanglin who had been let out, while he tied up that woman and drove her to a run-down yard, where he tortured and killed her. All I could hear were the girl's screams. When he threw me back out, the girl was dead. I was terrified, quickly put on my pants, washed my hands and her body with windshield cleaner. Then I checked the navigation. This place was at the edge of the city and the countryside. I threw the body into a ditch by the road and covered it with dry grass. Then I drove off, stayed in Wenquan town for 5 days, and didn't drive back home until then. It wasn't until mid-March that I heard the news from Qidong Daily News that they had found an unidentifiable corpse. The only distinguishable feature was a red woolen dress. I cried, knowing I could no longer contain him. Cui Guanglin wept, his tears and snot running freely, completely losing the indifference and detachment he had shown earlier, as if he had become a different person. Zhou Ning watched Cui Guanglin, feeling certain that he wasn't just putting on a show. This person had compartmentalized all the different aspects of himself, forming different personalities, describing the violent Cui Guanglin as him to lessen his own sense of guilt. And then? Why choose February and August? I'm sure it's not because of the school breaks. Since February 24th is your birthday, tell me, is August someone else's important day? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 103 to 102 tells Xiaoyu, I love her 5th update. Please subscribe. _1 Chapter 103. Chapter 102 tells Xiaoyu, I love her 5th update. Please subscribe. _1 Cui Guanglin laughed, his face smeared with snot and tears, which he wiped away with his sleeve before slowly raising his head, a strange smile on his face. You truly surprise me, to ask such a critical question, the day the bodies were found. That was uncontrollable, but the day of the killings in February is always my birthday, of course. It's also his birthday. As for August, take a guess? If you guess right, it'll tell you how many people I've killed. If you don't, then you'll have to investigate slowly. I won't say anything more. How about it, do you dare? Zhou Ning smiled. Once he had asked the question, Zhou Ning had the answer in his heart. He had seen Cui Guanglin's household registration and had also checked his parents' registration, and he had noted this detail at that time. August 2nd is Cui Guangxi's birthday. Cui Guanglin nodded, still smiling, but his lips were trembling. Zhou Ning sighed, not out of pity for him, but rather because he felt that his parents really lacked responsibility towards Cui Guanglin. If they had shown a little more care, many people would not have died because of him. I am 2 years older than Cui Guangxiu, to be precise, 18 months older. They immediately wanted a healthy child after giving birth to such a freak like me. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's as if I never existed in their lives, so this day is very important to me. Having said that, Cui Guanglin paused and looked at Zhou Ning. You haven't told me yet. How did you come to suspect me? There are many reasons. The length of the fingers, control over tides and terrains, the DNA remains inside the victims, and, of course, the look in your eyes when you left after the banquet that day. Your gaze was completely different from before. When I saw your file retrieved from the provincial city, naturally you became a key subject of investigation. Finger length? The scratches inside the victims' bodies. Cui Guanglin realized, seeming to have found the answer, easing the confusion in his heart. I didn't expect that. You really surprised me. However, I didn't want to hurt Xiaoyu. It was he who wanted to control Xiaoyu, but I stopped him. Zhou Ning believed this statement. After all, he had the ability to harm Xiaoyu, but he spent 3 hours in his dormitory and had even knocked over a bottle of sulfuric acid, obviously struggling with himself, with multiple personalities vying for control. If he had been in charge all along, the whole school would have suffered. I know, and I believe it. If he were to be let loose, I dare not think of the consequences. All right, I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to talk about the 12 victims, isn't it? Cui Guanglin nodded. I kept souvenirs from them. Do you know what souvenirs? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. If you guess right, it'll continue confessing. How about that? Zhou Ning paused, noting that no part of the victims was missing. There was also no mention of any losses in the previous Redcoat serial killings. Could it be hair? Zhou Ning immediately dismissed the idea. The personality Cui Guanglin had released, was the most evil one he possessed, and hair didn't fit his perverted behavior. Pushing up his glasses, the transparent screen in front of Zhou Ning lit up, displaying the skeletons and faces of the 12 victims. All the damage seemed to have no link, except for the fact that their fingerprints had been cut out. Zhou Ning's movement paused. The fingertips were cut off and preserved. This was not easy, but for him, fingerprints were the easiest to obtain and could serve as a memento. As a teacher, a notebook was something he always carried around, so could it be a notebook with blood-stained fingerprints? Blood fingerprints. Before the victims died, you dipped their blood and took their fingerprints. Then you cut off their fingertips. As for preservation, I think it's kept in a notebook, right? Su Dayuan crossed his arms, his knuckles white with tension. He could feel his own nervousness, for Cui Guanglin had said that if you guessed correctly, he would confess proactively. The temptation was too strong. Seeing Zhou Ning finish, he quickly looked at Cui Guanglin too. Cui Guanglin nodded, letting out a long sigh. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p he, you really guessed right, I really didn't expect that. You've researched me so thoroughly. There's a file bag under the spare tire in my car. Inside is a notebook with detailed information about these girls and, of course, their blood fingerprints. Then, Cui Guanglin began to recount, this time without any tricks. Zhou Ning composed a text message and sent it to Liu Yangxin. After all, they were searching Cui Guanglin's vehicle and had focused on the old car that had been sold. At this moment, finding the notebook Cui Guanglin mentioned in the car was most crucial. Clicking to send the message, Zhou Ning then listened intently to Cui Guanglin's narrative. Starting with the first victim, Su Li, to the 12th, Cheng Chunen. Time, place, method, what they said, how they begged for mercy, how they admitted to seducing him, only Cheng Chunyan's was missing from his story. After the narrative ended, Su Daiwan's crossed arms relaxed, and his excitement was palpable. Zhou Ning, however, was puzzled, because Cheng Chunyan was different from the previous ones, and the date was also not the regular February 24th. Why did you choose Cheng Chunen, and why kill her on March 9th? Before, weren't the victims randomly selected? Why is this one different? Cui Guanglin fell silent for so long that Zhou Ning thought he wouldn't give a reason. It wasn't until then that Cui Guanglin finally looked up. I thought I had him under control. Cui Guanglin began. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. On February 24th, after having dinner with Xiaoyu and seeing her home, I got back close to midnight. But when they returned, they said they wanted to arrange a marriage for me and even proposed meeting with Xiaoyu's parents for dinner. Despite his best effort to hide it, I knew what they were really after. Before the Spring Festival, I had received a call from the demolition office. That's why I couldn't hold back that day and went out to look for someone again. On March 2nd, I went to the old house for what was said to be the final measurement before demolition. Hilarious, isn't it? All for this money. They actually came back from Ing City to care about me, to care. They brought me chocolate, the first and only time they ever bought me sweets. So he came back out again. I looked for days until I saw that woman. When I saw her alone, I lay down by the side of the road, cut my finger, smeared blood on my face, and when she stopped to call 120 for help, I bound her hands with a belt and dragged her to the seaside. What happened next, you already know. I beat her, I tortured her, I asked her if I was a man. Watching her tremble until she stopped moving, I stabbed her lower body with a knife. I thought the high tide would wash her away. I didn't expect you to find her so quickly. Zhou Ning sighed deeply and turned to look at Su Dayuan, who was already gesturing to the police officer responsible for recording. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The officer had been typing frantically, but they had finished and printed out the confession. Su Dayuan read it over and handed the confession to Zhou Ning. He knew that Cui Guanglin was so forthcoming because Zhou Ning was there. With anyone else, he wouldn't have been as willing. Zhou Ning placed the confession in front of Cui Guanglin. Take a look to see if it has been recorded correctly. If there's no problem, you can sign it. Cui Guanglin didn't bother to read it, just signed his name and pressed his fingerprint onto the document. Then, holding the pen, he looked up. Can I see Xiaoyu? Zhou Ning shook his head. Before the trial, aside from your appointed lawyer, you can't see anyone. As for after the trial, it's up to Xiaoyu's wishes. I will convey your message. Cui Guanglin nodded, let go of the confession, and watched as Zhou Ning turned to leave. Cui Guanglin called out to Zhou Ning. Tell Zhou Xiaoyu that I love her and never meant to hurt her. Zhou Ning's steps didn't falter. He continued straight out the door. Such emotions from people like him were too terrifying. Even if it was true love, what did it matter? Zhou Ning didn't go to the interrogation room next door, but instead punched in a code to exit the building, stepping outside into the cold wind, looking up at the evening sky. He breathed heavily and then crouched down. Mr. Zhao came running out and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. You all right, buddy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning shook his head and took out his phone to call Lu Yongxin. Master, did you find anything there? We found it. It's been recorded in great detail. This has to go to forensics later. We're on our way to the criminal police team now and we'll be there in 10 minutes. Also, Dr. Liu went back to the city first. We've got the liquid from those bottles analyzed. It's perfluoroisopyl alcohol, complicated stuff. But you can think of it as some kind of drug he invented himself, fast to recover from, and leaves no trace. Really impressive stuff. To use Dr. Liu's words, it's patentable, more powerful than those breathing anesthetics. Did Cui Guanglin confess? Zhou Ning gave a brief account. Solving the red dress serial murder case from case 3.10 was a stroke of luck for them. Lu Yongxin also let out a sigh of relief after hearing it. All right, I've got to go. I'll be there soon. We'll talk when we meet. After hanging up, Zhou Ning accepted a cigarette from Mr. Zhao. The two stood in the yard, quietly smoking. Just as the cigarette stubs were extinguished, a police car roared up, and Lu Yongxin quickly got out, followed by Lu Changhai and the others. Everyone's faces were marked with excitement. After all, the case was close to being cracked. Lu Yongxin approached Zhou Ning, stared at him for a while, and patted his arm. Don't look so grim. You should be relieved. Xiaoyu's not in too deep. This is the notebook Cui Guanglin was talking about. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Saying that, Lu Yongxin handed him a notebook. Zhou Ning, with gloved hands, flipped through it to find blood fingerprints spaced a few pages apart, with names, ages, weights, and heights carefully noted beside them. Let's send this to forensics, Master. But what reaction can we expect from the city bureau? Just then, a voice rang in Zhou Ning's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the selective mission. Would you like to submit it now? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Chapter 104 to 103 report details. 1 update. _1 Chapter 104. Chapter 103 report details. 1 update. _1 Zhou Ning was taken aback by the system's reaction speed, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. He quickly clicked to submit later. Since the system could verify it, it was evident that the blood fingerprints in this notebook were the best evidence, given that the DNA of all the victims was in the case file. This time there was no need to wait for the comparison results. Seeing Zhou Ning suddenly freeze, Mr. Zhao came over, steadied him with a hand, and looked deeply concerned. Zhou Xiao had been following the interrogation. That Cui Guanglin insisted on making him answer questions and would only reveal the murder process if he was personally present. I listened next door and it was terrifying. Even a slightly wrong answer and he would clam up. After the explanation, Lu Yongxin quickly waved his hand. You take Zhou Ning home to rest. The pressure is too great on him. After all, The man almost became his brother-in-law. As for his home, don't mention anything yet. Let's wait until the test results come out. Zhou Ning nodded, not refusing his master's kindness. He truly felt exhausted. Once his tense nerves relaxed, he now found his head spinning. Don't I need to go for the evidence submission? Buddy, forget it. Dr. Liu said so. I'll take you home. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao dragged Zhou Ning to the car, drove him home, and even considerately bought him a bowl of wontons on the way since it was almost 6 o'clock, and he had only eaten something in the morning. Carrying the wontons home, Zhou Ning hurried into the bathroom. After the shower, he felt a bit stuffy in the nose. It's like this with people. When you're tense, you don't feel anything, but once you relax, all the discomfort seems to emerge. After a simple meal of wontons, Zhou Ning threw himself onto the small sofa in front of the computer. Rubbing his hair, he clicked to submit the task. Immediately, there were ding-dong sounds in his ears, which were very different from the usual drip-drop notification sounds, like hitting the jackpot on a slot machine. The ringing went on for a while, and then a line of text appeared on the transparent screen. The binding person's submitted task details are as follows. 1. Cause of the victim's death, exsanguination shock, remaining time 60 minutes. 2. Identity of the victim, Chung Chun-en, female, 22 years old. Warehouse manager at Wanhua International Logistics Company, Limited, task remaining time 10-22 hours. 3. Optional task completion, the murderer Cui Guanglin. Blood sample of the murderer collected at the scene of the 3.10 case, the medical records from the hospital, the murderer's notebook found in the carriage, and the fingerprints stained with the blood of 12 victims on it. Evidence complete. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Congratulations to the binding person for completing this task beyond their current level. The system will raise the forensic level of the binding person to level 1 and award the X-ray automatic scanning feature, which will be loaded after 20 hours. Binding person, would you like to receive the regular reward for this task, or wait and upgrade together next time? Zhou Ning blinked. Seems like completing this extra task beyond one's level offers rich rewards. What's this X-ray feature about? Can I just get anyone's X-ray images, or does it mean I can get the films in the system without the X-ray equipment? As he was spacing out, the system already shifted the screen. The binding person did not make a selection within the allotted time, so the reward obtained this time will be issued together next time. Damn. Zhou Ning jumped to his feet. Regret was futile now. He turned around twice in place and sighed helplessly. Getting angry was pointless. It's fine not to select the upgrade. Maybe saving up for a combined reward exchange might yield more. Zhou Ning clicked to view the information. This time, he wasn't stingy. His current information appeared directly. Binding person. Zhou Ning age, 26 forensic level, 1 comprehensive evaluation, learning ability is decent reward utilization, 35% upgrade accumulation value, 60. 500 accumulation points are required for an upgrade. Seeing his forensic level finally in the positive, he couldn't help being stirred. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The last item was somewhat surprising to Zhou Ning. Previously, he had received rewards twice for rapid task submissions, each time just 5 accumulation points. Could this 50 be the reward for enduring the night's ordeal? Zhou Ning thought about it, shook his head, and dismissed it. As far as he remembered, the points were deducted almost immediately. It probably had something to do with this task. It wasn't worth obsessing over. After drying his hair, he threw himself onto the bed, but shortly, he was drawn back in front of the dissecting table. Ding! Case number 2467867's cadaver is about to arrive. Please have the binding person ready for the preparation. Countdown starts. March 21st, 2011. Waking up early in the morning, Zhou Ning quickly went to the office. All the related evidence had been sent to the city bureau the previous night. Even if Lu Yongxin personally arranged it, it was still a bombshell because if the DNA of those 11 victims gets matched successfully, it means the 5-year-long red dress serial murder case would be cracked. The case had already been touched by both the Provincial Department and the Ministry of Public Security. The review process would be incredibly cumbersome, and there might even be a dedicated investigation team coming to supervise. Ostensibly a feather in Kindeo's cap for cracking the case, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, insiders all knew that through one case, the branch office had cracked the serial killings, and the municipal bureau had also arrived first thing to sift through the evidence, only to leave after dismissing it as not the 12th incident and handing over a single piece of paper. What was this? Was the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division this perfunctory? Did the Forensic Department bear no responsibility? Would there be any follow-up accountability? Zhou Ning hadn't thought it through before yesterday, but after a night's reflection, everything had changed. After booting up the computer, Zhou Ning logged straight into his email and saw a pile of unread messages, the sheer number leaving him somewhat taken aback. Had the testing center's entire staff been working overtime? Given the quantity of samples submitted for testing was not large, but each required DNA examination and comparison, a single sample would ordinarily take 10 to 18 hours to process. Before he could react, the door opened and Lu Yongxin, alongside Su Dayuan, walked in. Huh, Zhou Xiao, you're here so early? Did you get the email? Zhou Ning nodded. I've just logged in. There are more than a dozen unread emails. I'm about to open them now. While speaking, Zhou Ning's hands didn't stop moving, swiftly opening the attachments and printing them out one by one. The two men were already standing in front of the printer, continuously reviewing the contents, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning printed 2 copies. He couldn't jostle with the two men, who were as frantic as if they had chicken blood pumped into them. He could only scroll through them on his computer. In fact, there was no need to look at the detailed comparisons. Just the results were enough. Indeed, the bloodstains extracted from the 12 bloody fingerprints found on the notebook matched all 12 victims of the red dress serial killer. Su Dayuan rubbed his hair and bumped Lu Yongxin with his shoulder. Mr. Lu, serving up a big one before retirement. What are your feelings? Lu Yongxin gave him a sideways glance, raised his thumb, and wiggled it at Zhou Ning behind him, full of pride and with the airy demeanor of a grandmaster retreating to the mountains. My greatest work before retirement is right here. You can't envy this. Although the case is significant and adds luster to our record, you'll certainly have plenty of trouble ahead. I suggest you get in touch with Mr. Sun right now. The Municipal Bureau's request for assistance is still hot off the press. You won't be able to avoid some uncomfortable situations. Su Dayuan, with a look of unconcern, waved his hand and laughed. Darn it, there you go being snippy with me again. I'm just a cop. If there's a case, I'll handle it. Wherever I'm needed, that's where I'll go. I've never had other concerns, so I'm unaffected. Lu Yongxin laughed as well. All right, I guess I can retire honorably now. Hurry up and sign off on it for me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. My apprentice has already found me a place. I can't just keep loafing around here. Yesterday was officially my retirement date. Su Dayuan paused, then squinted his eyes slightly. Going to Qidong University to work on the software project? Lu Yongxin cursed under his breath. Sharp as a tack, nothing gets by you criminal investigators, always on the nose. Su Dayuan nodded, placing his hand on Lu Yongxin's shoulder. I think this arrangement is excellent. We could benefit from your light. Dr. Lu's Software Development Center has set up a trial spot here, after all. I'll pry a little out of Mr. Sun, invest some into the new building, and then there'll be nothing to criticize about the technology here. Lu Yongxin clucked his tongue, shaking his head and waving his hand. You're playing too smart. That's not free labor. Qidong University is making a genuine investment. When cases with experimental significance arise, they can naturally cooperate as part of their trials, but you can't expect to use them as free labor, can you? Su Dayuan sighed, acknowledging he might have been too presumptuous. I was just thinking out loud. All right, let's not quibble. I need to go see Mr. Sun right away. I must report this immediately, though it might already be a little late. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the forensic room was pushed open again. Mr. Sun entered, his face darkened, striding quickly in. You realize it's late, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Why didn't you notify me in advance when sending the samples yesterday, leaving me so unprepared? Just on the way to work, the Bureau's leadership was already on the phone with me. I was clueless, but I should have known it was because you all stirred up trouble here. Tell me, how far has this progressed? Is the evidence solid? Appearing embarrassed, Su Dayuan remembered he had sent Lu Yongxin to the testing center, using Mr. Sun's name incidentally. Yesterday was just for submitting the test. Of course, although the killer confessed, without test results for support, any claims would be unsubstantiated. But now, the evidence is irrefutable. Please look, leader. With that, Su Dayuan handed the stack of reports to Mr. Sunday. Without wasting words, Mr. Sun quickly flipped through them. Su Dayuan explained alongside, pairing them with photos from the notebook, and recounted yesterday's interrogation process. After hearing all this, Mr. Sun's face cleared. Flipping his cap off, his excitement was evident. Fine, you've done me proud. Let's see who dares to mess with you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 105 to 104 Unexpected Factors. Second update. _1 Chapter 105. Chapter 104 Unexpected Factors. Second update. _1 Mr. Sun left, and he did so cheerfully. The urgency he exhibited upon arrival was replaced by pride as he departed, his stride especially jaunty. Mr. Zhao glanced out the window and, seeing that everyone was busy, didn't dare to make small talk and joined in the work. The office quieted down, and Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin went through their related parts of the case again, packing the autopsy video and relevant reports into the file. Zhou Ning didn't ask Mr. Zhao for help but urged him to study, as the exam in just a few days was more important. It was only after a morning spent looking at the neatly packed files that Lu Yongxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's go have lunch. Mr. Zhao came over with a mischievous grin and said, What, is Dr. Lu going to bleed and treat us? Cut it out, we are just eating at the cafeteria. Quick battle, quick decision, we need to hurry back. Zhou Ning paused for a moment, a flash of confusion crossing his mind, but he understood almost immediately. Master, you think someone will come this afternoon? Lu Yongxin nodded, nodding with satisfaction. It's good that my apprentice can see through some things. Let's eat at the cafeteria and then hurry back. At least we can't drop the ball on our end, or the pressure on Su Da's side will be even greater. If people do come, there might be a second autopsy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We need to be fully prepared. The trio quickly went downstairs to the backyard cafeteria, ate their meal quickly, and before they could even make it back upstairs, Lu Yongxin's phone started to ring. Glancing at the number, Lu Yongxin gestured for them to stop. What's up with Su Da? Where are you guys? Hurry back to the office. People from the provincial department and the city are here. Mr. Zhao burped and stared wide-eyed at Lu Yongxin. Darn, Dr. Lu, your bad premonitions come true? We just came out with the report this morning, and now they're here? No more nonsense, hurry upstairs, and keep your mouth shut. Zhou Xiao and I will handle the answers. Mr. Zhao nodded hastily, like he was pounding garlic, knowing that while he was good at chit-chat, his expertise faltered when it came to professional matters. Got it, I'll keep quiet. The three walked briskly back to the small second-floor office and immediately saw many people standing in the hallway. Mr. Feng gave them a look and then motioned towards the meeting room. Lu Yongxin nodded. Zhou Xiao, get the dossier. Bring the camera and that laptop too, as we might need to review the process here. Zhou Ning hurried to the office, gathered up the prepared items, and headed towards the meeting room. Upon entering and looking up, he saw Mr. Cui, the director of the city's forensic department, whose face was ashen. Although he was talking to the person next to him, his gaze towards Zhou Ning was frighteningly cold. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning didn't mind. He had met the man twice, and neither time was particularly pleasant. As Lu Yongxin had said, with such a slap to their face, how could they show goodwill? After placing everything in front of Su Dayuan, Zhou Ning turned towards the corner. After all, this room was filled with either high-ranking officers or experts, and he didn't have the standing to join the front ranks. But just then, Mr. Cui Haibin spoke up. "This is Dr. Zhou, Elder Bai. You asked me about the software on the road. He's the one who developed it in collaboration with Qidong University." The white-haired Elder Bai, who was standing beside Cui Haibin, brightened his eyes and eagerly looked at Zhou Ning. "Impressive, young man. Don't sit in the back, come up front." Mr. Sun glanced at Cui Haibin with a wary face and then gestured towards Zhou Ning. "Dr. Zhou, come sit next to me." Zhou Ning had no choice but to bite the bullet and move over. As a result, Lu Yongxin was pushed to the back. Zhou Ning turned to look at Lu Yongxin, who gave him a calm look and then glanced at Cui Haibin. Zhou Ning understood they were obviously feeling aggrieved and would be looking for issues, so it was best just to endure it. The meeting began, and the people from the provincial department were straightforward. They looked through the dossier, watched the autopsy video and the interrogation footage, each showing intense excitement on their faces. "Su Dayuan, your team has done well this time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With the resolution of the 3.10 case, you've managed to solve the red dress serial murder case, which is a significant achievement. This case has been ongoing for over 5 years with 12 victims and is particularly heinous in nature. You must proceed promptly with transferring the case to the prosecutor's office." Su Dayuan nodded repeatedly, and Elder Bai, wearing his glasses, scrutinized the dossier. When he saw Cui Guanglin's DNA, he looked up, puzzled. "I have a question, of course. It's just a question. How did you manage to find the suspect Cui Guanglin through a DNA analysis during the investigation of the 3.10 case? Additionally, why would one think of the red jacket serial murder case? Is it just because of a red down jacket? Or is there something that's not written in the case file?" Su Dayuan smiled at Elder Bai and said, "Let me answer that question." Elder Bai naturally had no objections, but Cui Haibin laughed and wagged his finger. "It's not appropriate for you to answer. I just watched the autopsy video, and the whole process was led by Dr. Zhou. Let's give the young people a chance to speak." Elder Bai smiled. He didn't care who explained. He just wanted to know the reason. "That's fine, it doesn't matter who explains." Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When we got the DNA report, we were also shocked. After all, such a special XXY chromosome, but the direction of investigation wasn't clear. We could only search through major hospitals in Qidong for related clinical cases. After that, we analyzed some information obtained from the autopsy. There were scratch marks inside the victim's body. Based on the depth, we calculated the length of the murderer's fingers. Of course, there was also an unexpected factor. At this point, Zhou Ning paused, and Su Dayuan gave him an encouraging look, signaling him to continue. "Go on, what's the unexpected factor?" Elder Bai was full of interest. "On the evening of March 17th, my cousin and her boyfriend's family had dinner together. The boyfriend is Cui Guanglin. This man has a mole on his nose, is short, has androgynous looks, and especially has very small hands, which I remember distinctly. Of course, the banquet ended very unpleasantly. Then, on the 18th, during our search in the provincial city's hospitals, I found a screenshot of Cui Guanglin, compared his information. It matched completely with our previous analysis, so I went to number 1 middle school to look for this person. But he had disappeared. After we found him and took his blood for comparison, he was confirmed to be the suspect. We began to study his detailed information and, of course, during this period, we used facial recognition software and found the information of those 5 victims in the red jacket serial murder case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. We deduced that in these 11 cases, the bodies were severely decomposed. If traced back, the time of death was always in February or August. Subsequently, we found that February 14th and August 2nd were Cui Guanglin and his brother's birthdays. We brought his parents to the scene, then gave the suspect a physical examination and conducted psychological intervention on the suspect. His psychological defenses collapsed, and that's when he confessed. Zhou Ning's explanation was very straightforward, and Elder Bai nodded in realization. I didn't expect the time of the incidents would lead to a breakthrough. You all have been thorough. I heard that the 5 victims whose identities were unrecognizable have also been found? Su Dayuan nodded. At this time he couldn't back down. The facial reconstruction software has no issues in finding people in the new version of identity information. However, applying this searching method in the old version of identity information is a bit challenging. For 2 victims, we found 12 similar individuals in total, and after eliminating others, we found the information of these 5 people. As he spoke, the information of these 5 people was already displayed on the big screen. Cui Haibin didn't say a word more, and Elder Bai was already astonishingly surprised. The photo quality of the old ID cards isn't high. Being able to filter down to this number is already beyond my expectations. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Su Dayuan shook his head with an air of indifference and said, "That's nothing." When the victim Cheng Chunen was found, her facial features were destroyed, cut, and burned, completely unrecognizable. With a scan of the software, it directly found the victim's information. The accuracy mainly depends on the clarity of the comparison photo. I'm not exactly right, but that's the general idea. Su Dayuan smiled politely, and Elder Bai's interest was further piqued, momentarily forgetting the purpose of today's visit. Oh? I really want to have a chance to try it out. I wonder if there are plans to promote this software or if a patent has been applied for. Speaking of which, Zhou Ning didn't know anything about it, and Lu Yongxin, standing up, smiled at Elder Bai and said, "Elder Bai, rest assured, the first phase of the software is already designed, and it's currently in the debugging stage. It won't be long before we can start promoting it. This is not only the honor of Qidong, but also the honor of our Qidong province. However, if it weren't for Dr. Liu and their team's meticulous work, preserving the files of the Red Jacket serial murder case, we might still not know if we could link all these cases together. In the future, for such unresolved cases within the province, we can share information uniformly, giving the investigation of cases a glimmer of hope." Zhou Ning admired these words greatly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Promoting the software, praising Qidong University, giving a nod to the city bureau's interference, and discussing the case as if it was easy. This simply outclassed Cui Haibin, who coming in like he was causing trouble hadn't gotten any benefit himself. Cui Haibin's face showed he couldn't take it as he leaned back in his chair. "On the day of the incident, I came to the Qidong district branch office. Why didn't you explain the scene findings in detail at that time? If we had known then that this case also involved cut fingertips, wouldn't we have combined the cases much earlier?" His comment was quite amusing. Su Dayuan was the first to laugh, followed by Lu Yongxin and Zhou Ning. Lu Yongxin glanced around and said, "I remember, at that time you all rushed to the autopsy room and came out in less than 5 minutes, leaving behind a remark that it wasn't the Red Jacket serial murder case, and then you left. Therefore, we didn't investigate in that direction. Being able to solve this case is an honor for our Qidong Sub-Bureau. Of course, if you all suspect there was a forgery or believe that the evidence for combining the cases is insufficient, you're welcome to point it out here, and we accept your criticism and corrections." With that, Cui Haibin was left speechless, having not expected the perennially ineffective Lu Yongxin to put him in his place. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 106 to 105. Aren't your teeth aching? Third release. _1 Chapter 106. Chapter 105. Aren't your teeth aching? Third release. _1 Zhou Ning bowed his head slightly, struggling to control his facial expression. A master is indeed a master. Those two sentences are quite impressive, and they're all true. After all, Cui Haibin was very certain in his judgment at that time. Elder Bai chuckled and waved his hand. As for the evidence to merge the cases, we've seen it, and it's very solid. The bloodstain on that notebook matches the DNA of the previous 11 victims exactly. As for the 12th victim, your 3.10 case deceased, that goes without saying. The victims on the 6 new ID cards also have fingerprints that match the household registration info. There's no doubt about this. The case has also been reviewed once more. Soon, we'll deliver a copy of the case file to the Ministry of Public Security. Let's end the meeting here. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised by the results of the review. After all, even the confessions and videos were complete. It seemed the autopsy process in the future needed to be recorded carefully. You never know when such a review might occur again, and this material is irreplaceable. Elder Bai whispered to the people around him, and Mr. Sun began to make polite conversation. Naturally, as the venue was a sub-bureau, they couldn't embarrass themselves. Then everyone stood up. Elder Bai leading people downstairs, not asking for a tour, but leaving quickly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was clear they were also eager to report this case to the Ministry of Public Security. After all, the breakthrough of a serial killing case that had been hanging for 5 years was a face-saving matter for Qidong. The motorcade, with its lights flashing, drove out of the courtyard in front of the small 2-story building, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, 2 figures walked towards each other, supporting one another. Upon recognizing the comers, Zhou Ning stopped in his tracks. Su Dayuan, very sensitive to the situation, also followed Zhou Ning's gaze. He, too, paused. Why have Mr. and Mrs. Cui come? Mr. Zhao leaned in, sighing. What's the point of caring about their son now? Too late. Zhou Ning didn't move, and Lu Yongxin tapped him on the shoulder. They're probably looking for you, right? At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Cui had already approached Zhou Ning. In their alarmed and awkward gaze, there was a hint of surprise. Mrs. Cui directly grabbed Zhou Ning's hand. Zhou Ning, we didn't expect to find you here. We came to ask when Cui Guanglin could be released. If we could see him, could you please ask for us? Zhou Ning didn't smile, withdrawing his hand. Why would such parents appear in Qidong? Cui Guanglin had made it very clear. Although Cui Guanglin deserved his punishment and the sanction of the law, it was their neglect and permissiveness that were the chief causes of Cui Guanglin's crimes. Yet no law states that their actions are criminal. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Cui Guanglin is a serial murder suspect. Now that we have conclusive evidence, the case is about to enter legal procedures, and the file will be transferred to the procuratorate. As for Cui Guanglin, he will be sent to the detention center. You can only see the person in question after the court's trial. During this period, only a lawyer can see him. Mr. and Mrs. Cui were stunned, seemingly unable to grasp that Cui Guanglin had committed such serious offenses. Mrs. Cui nearly fell, but Mr. Cui caught her, patted her on the back, and asked again urgently, "What exactly did Guanglin do? Can you tell us?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "We have regulations that prohibit revealing case details. Please go back." Seeing Zhou Ning turn away, Mr. Cui caught hold of Zhou Ning's arm. Mr. Zhao stepped in immediately, but Zhou Ning shook his head at him to signify that there was no issue. He could handle it. "Anything else?" Mr. Cui produced an envelope from his chest. "Zhou Ning, I have a favor to ask you. Since they won't let us see Guanglin, we will follow the government's arrangement and not see him. We will abide by your regulations, but please have him sign this document. We can't wait for the demolition matter. This is a power of attorney for demolition affairs. Otherwise, we'll become nail households, impacting the progress of the demolition. We won't interfere with the handling of the case at all. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning looked at the document envelope raised before him, feeling a surge of anger building inside. He restrained himself, pushed the envelope away, and stepped back. Get a lawyer. You can have the signing handled legally through litigation. Even if I could see Cui Guanglin, I wouldn't help you violate rules by passing documents. However, as parents, don't you think you should reflect on yourself? Your neglect during his childhood, over 20 years of indifference, and ignoring his physical disability, all of these contributed to his extreme personality. You are responsible. Now that he is in trouble, you're still concerned about the demolition issue. Is this how you've been teachers for a lifetime? Supporting border construction, and yet displaying such character? Are these the values you teach by word and deed? Zhou Ning raised his voice, and Su Dayuan and Lu Yongxin came over. Mr. Zhao hurried to hold Zhou Ning back. He had never seen Zhou Ning so agitated. He thought Zhou Ning was about to get physical. Su Dayuan walked up close and waved his hand at the couple. Let's get out of here. If there were any regulations that could hold you accountable for abandoning a sick child, I'd have detained you both already. Stop babbling about this and leave the criminal police force quickly. Many people around them had gathered, and the voices discussing Mr. and Mrs. Cui were not quiet. After all, Cui Guanglin's interrogation video was semi-public. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Hearing these comments, the elderly couple lost their previous composure. Mr. Cui seemed to want to argue about something, but Mrs. Cui, who had just looked stricken, grabbed his sleeve, and the so-called expression of sadness on her face vanished in an instant. Let's go, we'll get a lawyer to handle this. After saying that, the two of them left quickly. Watching their retreating figures, Mr. Zhao shook his head. I've lived for almost 30 years, and today I've really seen it all. I never imagined there could be parents like this. But can a lawyer really see Cui Guanglin and sign a power of attorney? Zhou Ning fell silent. He didn't know what choice Cui Guanglin would make. Although the case was solved, a feeling of constriction still lodged in his chest, an emotion that continued to expand, impossible to alleviate. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Enough, don't think too much about it. A lawyer can see Cui Guanglin, but whether he will sign the relevant power of attorney, we don't know. Given his hatred for his parents, I think it's doubtful. Lu Yongxin stood behind them with his arms crossed. I'd say, just sigh about it and get back to work. There are so many eyes watching. Also, is the case going to be transferred to the Qidong District People's Procuratorate? Su Dayuan nodded. We'll do what we need to do. It will still be transferred to the Qidong District People's Procuratorate. Afterwards, they'll send it to the City Procuratorate, and then it will be out of our hands. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Okay, break it up, get back to work. Everyone went about their tasks, and Zhou Ning headed upstairs without a word. Dr. Liu had already returned to Qingdao University to study the unidentified liquids. The office next door was now empty, of course. The equipment remained, as it was still going to be used as a test site. Zhou Ning returned to his office. Their work was now completely finished. The preserved samples were all carefully labeled and sent for archiving. Just as he sat down and prepared to check his email, a beeping sound reached his ears. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the bound person. Automatic X-ray scanning function loading is complete. Zhou Ning was startled. To be honest, he had forgotten about this matter. He calculated, and it was exactly 20 hours since. But what exactly is this automatic X-ray scanning function? Could it be that he could scan anything he saw? Zhou Ning looked up. Lu Yongxin had left, and only Mr. Zhao sat across from him, eagerly shoving bread into his mouth, as if he hadn't eaten enough at lunch. Pushing up his glasses, an option appeared on the large screen in front of Zhou Ning. Would the bound person like to choose the automatic X-ray scanning function? Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose yes. With Mr. Zhao's build, he wasn't afraid of a little bit of radiation and, at worst, he'd bring him a couple of grilled hairy eggs tomorrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As his mind wandered, a light bar appeared on the large screen, moving from top to bottom, not too quickly. When the light bar disappeared, an X-ray appeared on the right side of the screen, all bone movement aligning perfectly with Mr. Zhao's actions. Zhou Ning found it interesting, his gaze fixed on the head area in Mr. Zhao's X-ray, thinking to himself, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. It seemed that the image didn't react quickly enough, and by the time it zoomed in, the screen was filled with images of teeth. The most conspicuous was the lower left wisdom tooth. The 4 root branches lay across the gum, the crown pushing forcefully against the molar in front, the deepest part burrowed into the jawbone, and there was also some swelling above the gum. Such a wisdom tooth would cost 3,000 or 4,000 at a private dentist. No one would touch it for less. This wasn't just about pulling a tooth, it also involved repairing a jawbone defect. Just looking at it made it seem expensive. Mr. Zhao noticed Zhou Ning staring and gulped down the last of his bread, puzzled. What are you looking at me for? I was in such a hurry I barely ate, and I dug up this bread. I don't know whose it was. Hey, do you want some too? Zhou Ning shook his head. Your tooth doesn't hurt? Mr. Zhao paused, looking confused. It hurts. My tooth has been sore for days now. It's these books' fault. I've been so busy every day, plus having to study. I really am overheated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Nonsense. It'll be fine once you have your wisdom tooth out. Mr. Zhao grimaced and came closer, patting his face, then rubbing the side of his midsection, the so-called waist area. How do you know I have a problem with my wisdom tooth? Is my face swollen? Does it make me look fat? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 107 to 106. The Empty Fort Strategy _1 Chapter 107. Chapter 106. The Empty Fort Strategy _1 April 1st, 2011. Nearing the end of the workday, Mr. Zhao pushed open the door and entered the forensics room. Did Zhou Xiao miss me? Zhou Ning looked up, saw Mr. Zhao with a swollen left cheek, and hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't help feeling annoyed because he had used the X-ray on Mr. Zhao the day before, thinking it was quite fun at the time. But then he saw a line on the transparent screen that read, remaining uses of this function. 2. Zhou Ning's mood plummeted in an instant. He thought he had an advantage, but who would have guessed it was a temporary tool? He wondered why they hadn't mentioned the limited uses beforehand. This wasn't Aladdin's lamp. What was the need for such penny pinching? However, the system wouldn't care about Zhou Ning's complaints. At that moment, Lu Yongxin, swinging his legs, glanced at Mr. Zhao and blew on the hot water in his cup. You're back at this hour. Does that mean you finished your exam? Mr. Zhao grinned, wiped the floor with a mop, then hummed a tune as he sprawled across the table opposite Zhou Ning, his face practically shouting, "Ask me, ask me." Zhou Ning sighed. He really wanted to kick this guy away. Just looking at him made him feel suffocated. But since the exam was part of his collaboration with Su Daiyuan, and although the task was already completed, he still needed to check the results. So he decided to throw him a bone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. How did the test go? Mr. Zhao smiled even brighter and tossed a small notebook to Zhou Ning. Let me tell you, the moment I saw the questions, I was totally flabbergasted, you know? I realized that about 60% of the questions were major points you had me focus on. For the rest, even a pig like me could have guessed half of them correctly. Plus, the questions were so simple. I remembered some, while crucial points about 64, 77, and 52 model pistols, I could answer them with my eyes closed. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao's messy notebook, but it was all content from short answer and multiple choice questions. Indeed, it was the review material he had provided. In reality, these were exercises he had found based on knowledge he had acquired, which felt like past exam questions. It was no surprise they appeared in the exam. Not bad. When will they announce the results? Mr. Zhao snatched the notebook back and made a face at Zhou Ning before going to show off to Lu Yongxin. They'll announce the results in a week. I won't tell you more. Not bad, is that a compliment? Dr. Lu, see how awesome I am? Lu Yongxin couldn't stop laughing. Impressive. When will you treat us? Mr. Zhao's face collapsed immediately. Such misfortune to be among such people. Why is everyone like this? At that moment, Su Dayuan entered the room and looked surprised to see Mr. Zhao. Didn't you go to take a test? Why did you escape? Zhou Ning chuckled and stopped struggling against the relentless teasing of Mr. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao, who just sat down in a chair, sulking on his own. I just did well and wanted to come share the news with you, but why is everyone like this, so discouraging? Su Dayuan instantly caught the key point in his words and raised an eyebrow. Did well? Yeah, I think there won't be any problems. Those questions were all part of the material Zhou Xiao made me practice. Actually, I didn't really read through the books thoroughly. But when I left the exam room, many people were sighing, saying this year's questions were too difficult and covered too broad a scope. After all, there was a lot in the exam about vehicles and firearms, but those are my specialties: rifling marks, bullet trajectories, tire tracks. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Enough with the self-praise, let's talk after the results come out. Let's go eat since everyone's here and packed up. What's going on? Why are we eating? Everyone looked at Su Dayuan, who rolled his eyes. Dr. Lu handled his retirement paperwork yesterday. I finally managed to get funding approval from my wife. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Zhou Ning stood up quickly, grabbed his coat to put it on, and followed everyone downstairs. Downstairs, He Chunyang and Lu Changhai were waiting, with no one else around. This surprised Zhou Ning, as he had expected everyone to go out for a grand meal to celebrate Lu Yongxin's retirement. Lu Yongxin patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder and waved to those two. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. 2 cars, straight to Qidong seafood barbecue buffet. Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up. Not bad, boss. You're looking pretty generous all of a sudden. Did you bring money though? The standard price of 268 per person is a bit steep. Quit your blabbering or get out of the car now if you're not eating. Mr. Zhao shut up obediently, while Lu Yongxin was also a bit surprised. He felt that Su Dayuan was a bit different today but didn't say anything. The two cars quickly arrived at Qidong seafood barbecue buffet. After parking, the group entered the restaurant and found a long table by the window for the 6 of them. Mr. Zhao set his coat aside and waved to the others. Don't play nice. This is a buffet, eat all you want as long as you don't waste. Lucky for me I skipped lunch to save money. Now it's time to make up for it. Lu Yongxin said with a smile, it would be a crime against nature if you weren't fat. Hurry up and get some food. With that, the pair headed towards the seafood area, looking like experts in their element. To get your money's worth at a buffet, you start with the limited seafood and then move on to the pricier items. Can't go wrong that way. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan and walked over to him. Su Da, is there something going on? Su Dayuan shook his head with a smile. Let's eat first and we'll talk later. Something's up, but it's not bad news. Zhou Ning nodded, and for some reason, the image of Cui Haibin flashed through his mind. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Could it be that someone from the city bureau was causing trouble? That shouldn't be the case. The case was solved here, and all the materials and evidence were procured by following proper procedures. It was just a slight awkwardness with Cui Haibin. But the case was solved, and their burden was lifted, which was a good thing for everyone, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhou Ning reached the seafood section. Mr. Zhao's voice was loud as he pointed at lobsters and crab legs, constantly asking questions. We have 6 people here, so we can have 6 lobsters, right? For the limited items, just serve us 6 portions. No need to pick those crab legs into a plate. You can give them straight to me. Yes, that's right, in that basin. Zhou Ning subconsciously stepped back, and Su Dayuan, seeing Zhou Ning's move, also stepped back. Embarrassing. This guy, for the sake of food, really doesn't care about face. Mr. Zhao naturally saw their motions and snorted indifferently, but a smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he carried 6 lobsters towards a window-side seat. Zhou Ning sighed and rushed towards the mussels, his favorite seafood. Half a plate of mussels, half a plate of king prawns. He then grabbed some sea urchin sashimi, steak, and fruit and returned to the dining table. Su Dayuan and Lu Yongxin had already sat down with nothing special in front of them since their blood pressure was both high. They didn't dare to eat recklessly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Chunyang and Lu Changhai had about the same as him, each with 2 full plates, but then noticed the multi-tiered serving cart at the edge. On it lay portions of cheese-baked lobster, below were rare black abalone sashimi, and each tier displayed limited edition items. Zhou Ning was puzzled. Wasn't it limited? Are we getting special treatment, perhaps extra servings? He Chunyang burst into laughter, gesturing towards Lu Yongxin with his chin. Just like the apprentice of Dr. Lu, the words of your sigh are exactly the same, not a single letter off, haha. Lu Yongxin waved his neck with a face full of pride. Don't be sour, you can't envy what you don't have. My apprentice has arranged a good path ahead for me. He Chunyang chuckled. Too much, Dr. Lu, I'm really envious. But seriously, to go to Qidong University and work on that software is fantastic. It's perfect for your specialty and won't leave you feeling idle. I have a good apprentice, and you can't envy what you don't have. Su Dayuan glared. Sheesh, old man, what's with this? Just because you're retiring today, you're letting yourself go? Lu Yongxin grinned without retorting. I have a good apprentice. Su Dayuan rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with Lu Yongxin, especially since he really could not win. How many people could have an apprentice like Zhou Ning, who helped with cases, arranged jobs, and whose future discussions would be legendary in the field? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that moment, Zhao Xinli came over from afar, holding 2 cups of fresh juice. Lu Changhai covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, Say, Mr. Zhao, didn't you say you shouldn't drink beverages at a buffet because it fills you up and leaves no space for other food? Why did you grab a drink then? My stomach, can you compare? I can still tuck in 2 bowls of beef noodles even after I'm full. This is just to ensure I don't choke from eating too much. Lu Changhai was somewhat speechless and moved his plate closer, glancing at Su Dayuan. Su Da, do you need me to pour some wine? Su Dayuan waved his hand. They're cracking down on drink driving these days. Let's not make trouble for ourselves. Besides, going crazy with drinks at a buffet is a misunderstanding of money. I want you to eat your money's worth, you get me? Lu Changhai nodded. Su Dayuan took up his teacup, and everyone followed suit, clinking their cups together tacitly. We congratulate Dr. Lu on his retirement. You've had many meritorious years with the Qidong Criminal Police team, participated in a multitude of cases, and especially ended the last case so perfectly. Congratulations, you're finally free. As they clinked their glasses, Lu Yongxin was genuinely happy. Though it was a small gathering today, the buffet had its benefits, making everything feel casual without the formality and stiffness. I thank the leadership for finding me such an outstanding apprentice. Now that I've said my piece, let's eat. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan exhaled. Are you done yet? Hurry up and get moving. Everyone eats their money's worth. Boss, aren't you going to congratulate me on finishing my exam? You, stop looking for attention. You've only passed when you have the certificate in hand. Everyone burst into laughter, but soon they all moved in on the food. Mr. Zhao put on a great show, slicing those 6 lobsters in half to bake with cheese. Lu Yongxin only managed to snatch half a lobster. The rest was cleaned up by Mr. Zhao. Once everyone had finished eating, Su Dayuan wiped his hands and propped himself on the table surface. All full? The crowd nodded. Zhou Ning also looked up, but upon seeing the look Su Dayuan gave him, he felt a hunch. Could it be that there was something going on? Su Dayuan wiped his mouth, tossed the napkin on the table, and said with a sigh, "If everyone's full, then I have another announcement to make. Zhou Ning will be transferred to the Forensic Department of the City Bureau." This statement stunned everyone, with Lu Yongxin widening his eyes in shock at Su Dayuan. If I'm retiring and Zhou Ning is transferring, is this meant to leave Qidong playing an empty fortress strategy? Su Dayuan shook his head. I'm not done yet. I'll be moving too, transferring to the City Bureau's Criminal Police Squad, He Chunyang to inherit the work of Qidong Sub-Bureau Criminal Police Brigade, and Lu Chonghai promoted as squad leader, /P break time equals 300 ms, / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, chapter 108 to 107. Spending a lot of money. Second update _1 chapter 108, chapter 107. Spending a lot of money. Second update _1. Everyone was so astonished that they were at a loss for words, and Zhou Ning felt even more embarrassed. He could practically dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with his toes. If he went to the Forensic Department of the City Bureau, wouldn't that be like shutting the door to beat the dog? Mr. Zhao stood up abruptly, his expression uglier than if he were crying. One retires, get promoted, and they just leave me here all alone. I'm like a left-behind child now, aren't I? For a moment, no one could eat. Lu Yongxin was the most surprised. After all, such an arrangement was truly baffling. Usually, personnel transfers to the City Bureau required internal assessments, which were quite challenging. Although the City Bureau's forensic department really needed more people, the positions were limited. It was literally one turnip for one hole. Could it be? Could it be that someone from the City Bureau's forensic department was transferred out? Su Dayuan nodded in agreement with Dr. Liu's analysis. Yes, Cui Haibin was transferred out. Where he was transferred to, the person who notified me didn't say. The replacement for the head of the forensic department hasn't been decided. They only asked Dr. Peng to temporarily act as the head of the forensic department. It was said that this was decided directly at a high-level meeting of the City Bureau, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As he said this, Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, well aware that Zhou Ning had no background, just a second uncle within the system who was involved in logistics. Otherwise, he would have definitely thought that Zhou Ning had someone backing him. However, their transfers left Qidong somewhat passive. Just as Lu Yongxin said, it was like playing the empty fort strategy now. Would they have to request support from the City Bureau's forensic department every time there was a case? Mr. Zhao blinked, and then he got the point. Wait a minute, boss. Did you have me get this certification with premeditation? Premeditation, my foot. If I had known there would be such a result, I would have found a couple of more capable people to take the test. Don't you know your own capabilities? Mr. Zhao thought for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement instead of getting annoyed. That's true, but what will Qidong do if there are cases in the future? Make do, I guess. I don't know either, but they should transfer people from neighboring cities and counties here. Qidong is different now. It was a county town before, and not many people chose to work here. Now it's a district, a part of Qingdao City. Lu Yongxin nodded. Let's not dwell on it. These matters are beyond our control. When will the transfer orders come down? Su Dayuan shook his head. In a month or so. Mr. Sun only received a notice from the City Bureau leaders, asking to start looking for replacement personnel, so they've given us some time. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning looked at He Chunyang and the others. Although they were getting promoted, not a single one had a smile on their face. Su Dayuan treated them like an old hen protects her chicks, always ready to bear the brunt for them. If he really left, their work would not be easy to carry out either. Lu Yongxin raised his teacup and gestured to everyone. All right, no need to look so gloomy, as if beaten by frost. When the road ends, build a path. When you hit water, bridge it. Surely you don't expect Suda to tell the leaders that he doesn't want to go and would rather stay at the Qidong Sub-Bureau? Everyone hastily shook their heads, and Lu Yongxin continued, "As for Zhou Ning, I'm not surprised he's going to the City Bureau's Forensic Department. After all, the cooperation with Qidong University has started to bear fruit, and the software has performed so well in the red dress serial murder case. Not just the City Bureau, but even the provincial office pays great attention to it. It was just a matter of time. His transfer to the City Bureau will further promote the cooperation with Qidong University. Not to mention anything else, our team has received help from Dr. Liu. Didn't the case go smoothly because they used us as a testing ground?" Su Dayuan nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. "All right, no more long faces. It's rare for me to splurge like this, so eat up quickly. Don't make me pay a fine, I didn't bring money for that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With that, everyone hurriedly cleaned their plates, and afterward, they paid the bill and left the restaurant. After parting ways with everyone, Zhou Ning dialed Dr. Liu's number. "Zhou Xiao, what made you think of calling me? Is there a case?" This question made Zhou Ning himself wonder. If Dr. Liu was the one requested by the City Bureau, he wouldn't have reacted like this, which clearly showed he was unaware of the recent changes here. "No case, just wanted to ask. If I just heard right, Suda and I might be transferred to the City Bureau. I was wondering if Qidong University was behind this request?" A cry of surprise came through the phone, followed by a string of laughter. "Really? You're transferring to the City Bureau? That would mean going to the forensic office, right? That's really fantastic. But we haven't discussed this with the City Bureau. Who told you we coordinated it?" No one said anything. "I was just wondering why such a sudden transfer. I am not surprised about Suda moving to the City Bureau. His abilities and experience qualify him, but I am still a newcomer." Dr. Liu interrupted Zhou Ning. "Don't give me that newcomer talk. I haven't seen any newcomer come up with software like this. Besides, it will be convenient for our cooperation if you transfer here, and I hope you can pursue your doctorate while working. We've been in touch with Professor Li Chunbin, who will become a visiting professor at Qidong University. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He'll give a few public lectures and choose some students. After hearing about your situation, he became very interested and hopes you can learn from him." Zhou Ning was gobsmacked. He knew all too well who Li Chunbin was, acclaimed in Mi country as a detective genius of Hua country, a true all-rounder in forensics, trace evidence, criminal investigation, and criminal psychology. However, this man only mentored doctoral students at Southwest University. Those lucky enough to attend his public lectures bragged about it as a form of capital. And such a person was actively seeking him out to be his doctoral student? But I am completely unprepared, and my qualifications are lacking. I don't have any academic publications. Have you lost your mind, Zhou Xiaozhou? Didn't you just publish a paper in the Journal of Forensic Science International? Do you think there's a more authoritative place than that? Plus, speaking of research achievements, you were the initiator of this software. You designed all the development directions, the database collection approach, and the step-by-step progress. What could be more worthy of recognition as a research achievement than that? Zhou Ning blinked, as if what was said made a lot of sense, but this leap to the heavens left him not boastful but rather overwhelmed. "I don't know what to say. But the opportunity to study with Professor Li Chunbin is beyond my wildest dreams. Please let me know when he comes to Qidong. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Liu finally laughed in satisfaction. "Good. Actually, Mr. Liu's intention was to directly grant you a doctoral degree, but Professor Li said he wants to meet you once he returns to the country. He admires you greatly and wants to see the completion of the second phase of our software himself. If it's user-friendly and highly accurate, and we can build a database that can automatically expand through data collection, then we can sell the software to other countries. Making money is one aspect, and on top of that, we might exchange some technologies. Of course, it's up to you." Zhou Ning's mind was reeling. He had just wanted to inquire about his transfer with Dr. Liu, but now he faced the prospect of being offered a doctoral degree, which seemed unnecessary. Merely holding a degree wasn't of much significance. But the chance to learn from Li Chenbin was an outstanding opportunity, especially the idea mentioned at the end, which coincided perfectly with his initial thoughts. I have no objections. As long as we leave an interface for the database, it's fine. There's AI technology involved, so as long as the base parameters for data collection are chosen, the database can update its content automatically. It's just a matter of time. All right then, I'll relay that. When are you coming to the city bureau to report in? I don't know. Shouldn't someone take over my work in Qidong first? Yeah, that's right. Just relax and wait. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll respond to Professor Li and let him know to contact me before he arrives. After ending the call, Dr. Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Mr. Liu also heaved a sigh of relief. You didn't give anything away, did you? Dr. Liu took a sip of water and waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Xiao is smart, but he doesn't understand these tactics. However, this arrangement is quite interesting. My friend Su Daiyuan is also being transferred to the City Bureau's Criminal Police Squad. I don't know his specific position yet, but Zhou Ning's transfer won't seem so abrupt with this development. Hurry up and get back to Professor Li. I think his agreement to be a visiting professor at Qingdao University is closely related to Dr. Zhou, considering the previous paper and software's production. Such rapid and high-quality scientific achievements are not something ordinary people have. Dr. Liu smiled. That's settled then, Mr. Liu. You must be relieved now. Once he's at the City Bureau, our collaboration becomes more solid, and the provincial office won't have any grounds to interfere. Mr. Liu nodded. You go ahead with your business. Once he arrives, he can't be commuting back and forth to Qidong. I'll sort out the living arrangements. If it's just dormitory accommodations, don't bother. It'd be too underwhelming. Mr. Liu gritted his teeth. Rest assured, I've gone all out this time. But Dr. Liu is supposed to report in tomorrow, right? We better get that sorted first. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 109 to 108. Reporting for duty. Third update. _1 Chapter 109. Chapter 108. Reporting for duty. Third update. _1 April 29th. 2011. Zhou Ning had just arrived at the office and had not yet closed the door when his phone rang, displaying Su Daiyuan's number. Zhou Ning hurriedly answered, knowing that an early morning call likely meant trouble. Su Da, are you at the office? Yeah, I've just gotten in. Is there a case? Spit it out, can't you speak properly? Who said that me calling you means there's a case? What kind of logic is that? Mr. Zhao's transfer order is with you, isn't it? I received it yesterday. Come over here. The new forensic doctor, Zhang Haohao, who's been transferred from our sub-bureau, is here. Take him over to hand over the work. Zhou Ning relaxed, having long known about the transfer, but anxious because the person taking over had not shown up yet. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning turned to leave, only to find Zhao Xinli slipping in first, holding a folded piece of paper similar in size to the one given by Mr. Zhao the day before. Just got here and you're about to leave. Guess what this is? Su Da called me. The new forensic doctor has arrived. I'm going to receive him and then hand over the work. Stop messing around. Zhao Xinli hissed and closed the door, blocking it with the paper, a clear indication that he wouldn't budge until Zhou Ning guessed what it was. Zhou Ning shook his head. No one could stop Zhao Xinli when he was in a playful mood. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The guy wasn't stupid either, as reflected by his passing the exam. Now he was in a hurry to reveal what he had before welcoming the new forensic doctor, even though Zhou Ning had already guessed, knowing the guy had connections at home. Transfer order. Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged in shock, frozen in place. He glanced between the transfer order in his hands and Zhou Ning. Are you too smart, or did you already know about this? I had no idea. Move aside, I have to go receive someone. Mr. Zhao opened the door, and Zhou Ning quickly stepped out and knocked on Su Daiyuan's office door. A voice from inside said to enter, and as the door opened, a short-haired man in his 30s was already standing and looking at Zhou Ning. "Hello, my name is Zhang Haohao, transferred from Rizhao. I'm pleased to meet you. I heard that the red dress serial murder case was handled by you guys." "That's impressive." This over-the-top conversation took Zhou Ning aback, and he shook hands politely, gesturing towards the door. "It was just luck. Let's go, I'll take you to the forensic office, and we can hand over the work." Zhang Haohao nodded at Su Deyuan and followed Zhou Ning to the forensic office, where he was given a handover list. These are all the various pieces of equipment that need to be transferred. The equipment in the adjacent room belongs to Qidong University's laboratory research post, and not our forensic office. As for the autopsy room, we've always borrowed from Hospital 8. For cases, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. He and Liu Yang will take you there. You can only perform autopsies and x-rays there. Ordinary blood tests can be done at Hospital 8 for analysis, but other tests will need to be sent to City Bureau for examination. There's nothing else particularly to explain. There aren't many backlog cases, just a couple from over 20 years ago, without much solid evidence remaining. Is there anything else I need to explain? Zhang Haohao seemed serious, checking the list and asking a few questions about work procedures, to which Zhou Ning promptly answered. After all, it's their duty to assist with their own work attitude. Okay, then I don't have any other questions. Can you follow me for a few days? Before Zhou Ning could reply, Mr. Zhao came over. The holiday starts tomorrow. Dr. Zhou will report for duty on May 4th. Zhang Haohao was taken aback. I thought that conditions would be better in a district under Qidong. I didn't expect the hardware would still be beyond my expectations. And from the next working day, I will be the only one running the whole show, doing all kinds of work? Zhou Ning smiled, remembering his own similar reaction when he first came, though he dared not voice it. When I first arrived, my mentor was injured in a car accident, and I had to run the whole show by myself. But the team is good, and if you need anything, just ask. Liu Yang is quite clever and can help. However, getting additional staff for fingerprint analysis might not happen soon. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. As for the hardware, don't worry. In another month, the sub-bureau will move into a new office building with a dedicated forensic autopsy room and laboratory. The equipment will definitely be first-rate. Zhang Haohao sighed in relief, having seen the worst. Knowing this seemed to ease his mind a bit. Mr. Zhao approached with a curious expression. Dr. Zhang, seeing your age, you're not a recent graduate. What made you think of coming to Qidong Sub-Bureau? Dr. Zhang smiled handsomely. My wife was transferred to work at Qidong District's Education Bureau. We couldn't possibly live apart, so naturally, I followed her here. Military spouse, eh? Dr. Zhang nodded. My wife is too pretty. I don't feel at ease leaving her here alone, so she's coming with me. I actually would like to work in the city, but my abilities are average at best. I'd rather not embarrass myself. Mr. Zhao curled his lip. Just as we're about to leave Qidong, we get fed a mouthful of dog food. Not only do you have a wife, but you also have a beautiful one. How are us singles supposed to feel? Zhang Haohao waved his hand dismissively. We're different. We've been childhood sweethearts and set our hearts on each other since high school. We stuck together despite the pressure. The only issue we haven't resolved is the housing. The prices here are not just a little higher than in Rizhao. Zhang Haohao is a chatterbox. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. He could strike up a conversation about anything and everything, effectively easing a lot of the awkwardness. Mr. Zhao drove him to the dissection room for a visit, and by the end of the day, he had become quite familiar with the team members, especially He Chunying. Seeing Zhang Haohao like this made Zhou Ning somewhat anxious. After all, he had to report to the city police department himself, and he knew he couldn't learn that kind of sociability. He wondered what his own experience would be like when the time came. However, his grandfather and second uncle were extremely happy about the transfer. For them, it was a totally different scenario, as if transforming from puppet troops into regular forces. May 4th, 2011. Early in the morning, Zhou Xinli drove Zhou Ning to the city bureau. The meeting was attended by Liu Yangxin. It was Zhou Ning's first visit there. Their department was called the Technical Division of the Criminal Police Brigade. This technical division occupied the northernmost building of the city bureau's annex, connected to the main building by a corridor bridge, and had a separate yard and side door. Clearly, this setup was for the convenience of transporting bodies. On the first floor to the west were a row of dissection rooms, to the east was a conversation room, and there was also a cold storage facility. The second floor housed the inspection center, with rooms for trace evidence, pathology, laboratory tests, and toxicology analysis, among others. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Half of the third floor was the technical center, and the other half housed various department offices. The fourth floor contained the teaching and research room, meeting room, and the office of the head of the technical division. The hardware conditions were impeccable, all brand new. Zhou Ning hung up the phone and patiently waited with Zhou Xinli. Soon, footsteps were heard from the staircase. "Dr. Zhou, welcome." Zhou Ning turned around and saw a balding little old man approaching, extending his hands toward him. Describing him as balding wasn't quite accurate. On the left side of his head, about a dozen remaining strands of hair were stubbornly crossing the smooth dome to the right side. Mr. Peng's face was full of deep smile lines, a sincere smile, not just a matter of courtesy. The warmth and strength from his handshake strongly conveyed his happiness. "Hello, Mr. Peng. You can call me Zhou Ning or Little Zhou. I'll be one of your soldiers from now on. If there are any mistakes or omissions in my work, I'll need your guidance and correction." "Hello, Mr. Peng. I am the trace examiner, Zhou Xinli." Mr. Peng's already cheerful expression brightened with a touch of relief as the reply was entirely appropriate. After all, with a high caseload and not many staff members, everyone in the forensic department was complaining. As an acting director, having new members on the team who were this easy to talk to was absolutely a boost for his work. Mr. Peng clearly realized that /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. What are you talking about? Once you're here, we're all family. Just give me your transfer orders, and I'll have someone process it for you. Will you be living in the city or commuting daily from Qidong? This question caught Zhou Ning by surprise. It seemed as if there might be arrangements for accommodation. If there was a place to stay, it would indeed be convenient, especially during busy times, but he swallowed that thought. "We live in Qidong district. Commuting back and forth won't be an issue." Mr. Peng waved his hand with an auntie smile and pulled out 2 ID cards with magnetic strips from his pocket, handing them to Zhou Ning and Zhou Xinli. "Don't mention it. These are your work IDs. You'll need to swipe them to enter the dissection room, laboratory, evidence room, and even the canteen. It's inconvenient without them. I'll have someone arrange a dormitory for you later, over on the west side of the city bureau. The conditions are basic." Zhou Ning replied with a smile while shaking his head. "As long as there's a place to rest, we're not picky." Mr. Peng was even more delighted by Zhou Ning's good nature. Indeed, there were many rumors, especially around the resolution of the red clothing serial murder case and the departure of Cui Haibin. It was impossible not to link their departure with the young man before him. Whether he had high-level connections was another matter, but his capabilities definitely deserved recognition. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After showing Zhou Ning around and introducing him to the team members from various sections, though they were all rather busy, Mr. Peng also went over the work arrangements, and the 3 of them exchanged phone numbers. "There are 5 forensic doctors in the forensic room. We handle cases in groups based on our expertise. My team handles traffic cases. Team 2 used to be led by Mr. Cui, handling criminal cases, but now that he's gone, the only member left is an intern, Mr. Sunday. I hope you'll join Mr. Zhao and take over Team 2. Chao Xianming from Team 3 and I both specialize in traffic cases. Teams 4 and 5, led by Zhu Zhuozhang and Feng Jijian respectively, handle criminal cases. Recently, traffic cases have had the heaviest workload, so they've also been helping me out. Your Team 2's office is in room 302. Zhou Ning understood. He was coming over to take over Team 2 with Zhao Xinli, which was responsible for criminal cases. He didn't mind that, especially since he had limited experience with traffic cases, something he didn't deal with much while in Qidong. I guess I'll head to Team 2 then. Mr. Peng, is there any work that needs to be handed over on your side? Zhou Ning politely inquired, as he had already done a handover with Zhang Haohao. However, since Cui Haibin had left abruptly, there wasn't a formal handover, and he wasn't sure whether there were any unfinished cases left behind. Mr. Peng laughed, with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, there is a case, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, but Mr. Cui left in a hurry, and he only gave me a brief rundown. As criminal cases aren't my strength, the situation has been stagnant. The detective team hasn't been pushing for it, so... Zhou Ning was somewhat speechless, but he quickly asked, what case? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 110 to 109. The Hot 2.21 Special Case Team Leader _1 Chapter 110, Chapter 109. The Hot 2.21 Special Case Team Leader _1 Zhou Ning's words were very direct, but Mr. Peng didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he introduced the situation with enthusiasm. No need to beat around the bush. It's outside the perimeter of the Qingdao Xiaolong Mountain Han Dynasty tomb archaeological site where a lot of human bones were discovered. The composition here is quite complex. There are scattered remains from the tombs, remains left by grave robbers from the past, and even victims. Altogether, more than 400 pieces have been found. With the 2.21 Special Case Team adding the 2nd, 4th, and 5th groups as well, they have been toiling for nearly 3 months with still no inkling of a lead. Not even the identity of the deceased could be confirmed. Mr. Zhao was utterly confused, seemingly uncertain of where the site was, and with a tilted head, he leaned over with his plump face and asked, "Where is Xiaolong Mountain? How do I not know about it?" "It's Xiaolong Mountain in Xinghua City, which is under Qindao's jurisdiction, not far from Wenquan Town." Zhou Ning was somewhat dumbfounded. Was this how stimulating it was right from the start? People from 3 groups, coupled with the Special Case Team, had been searching for nearly 3 months without finding any clues. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This case was in too much of a hurry to be handed over on day 1, which suggested there was more to it than what Mr. Peng was saying. It wasn't as straightforward. He lifted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward Mr. Peng. "It's not just about the difficulty of distinguishing the bones, is it? With such urgency, there must be some hidden complications in the case. And so many pieces of bones. Could it be they are all fragments?" Mr. Peng chuckled, seemingly pleased that Zhou Ning had shown up, taking him as a bona fide insider. With a bit more confidence, he heaved a sigh and then said, "With observation skills like yours, I really have to admire them. Not to hide it from you, these bones, there are few intact pieces, all of them have cutting marks. Moreover, while we were conducting the investigation, it just so happened that a reporter from Zhongtian News was there to cover the tomb excavation. When they went back to edit, they just made up a story of a vicious incident and reported it, generating significant media pressure." Zhongtian News? Zhou Ning took a moment to react, seeming to remember reading about it online. It was a website in Chinese on the island, and not a domestic media, so quite hard to control. They liked to take various domestic news out of context and slant it negatively, which was their usual tactic. As for who was behind it, it went without saying. But as for this news, he seemed to have never heard of it. By now, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Peng had already led Zhou Ning to office 302. As several of them walked in, they saw a young guy cleaning the office. Seeing Mr. Pang and Zhou Ning, he quickly nodded and greeted them. Hello to Mr. Pang, Dr. Zhou, and Mr. Zhao. This series of greetings clearly showed he knew Zhou Ning and others were due to report today. Zhou Ning slightly smiled and nodded in response, recalling Mr. Pang had mentioned him before. This was the intern, Mr. Sun Gaodai. Since Cui Haibin was transferred away, it was natural for people from Group 2 who could leave to seek other opportunities. They wouldn't just stick around here for a month, but would disperse to other groups. Hello, Mr. Sun, right? Sun Gaodai, a bit taken aback, but Mr. Pang seemed especially pleased. Introducing him once, Zhou Ning could actually remember his name. Quite a sharp mind. All right, get to know each other a bit. As for the case I mentioned, there's no rush from the 2.21 special case team. You can get familiar with it. All the bone fragments are upstairs in the forensic research room, as they are numerous and not categorized yet. If you want to get familiar, go take a look. Okay, Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang nodded. I will leave your mobile number with the command center. If there is a criminal case that requires your presence at the scene, assignments will be distributed in rotation. All right, I'm going to sort out your accommodation now. Call me if you need anything. After seeing off Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Pang, Zhao Xinli patted Sun Gaodai on the shoulder. The name Sun Gaodai is so forward-looking. You're an intern? My dad's surname is Sun, my mom's surname is Gao, and my dad is a railway police officer. Then came my name, purely coincidental. Mr. Sun hurriedly explained, the nervousness still evident on his face, while Mr. Zhao grinned at him. Why so nervous? The best names are the ones you can remember after one look. Come, tell me about the work processes in the forensic office and about the different groups. We should get familiar quickly. But why are there so few people in Group 2? I see other groups have 4 or 5 people, not counting the interns. Mr. Zhao's friendly approach was a relief for Sun Gaodai, who then gave a brief introduction. Indeed, as Zhou Ning had suspected, the 3 original forensic specialists from Group 2 had all moved to other groups. Sun had been left bewildered since Cui Haibin's transfer on his 5th day of internship, spending nearly a month just cleaning the office and reading, becoming a true left-behind child. Mr. Zhao patted his shoulder in consolation and said, Don't fret, now that we're here, the cases will come soon enough. But aren't interns supposed to come over in September? How come you arrived so early? Sun Gaodai blushed a little, pointing to his leg and said, I had a car accident last September and broke my leg. I took 6 months off from school, so I came over for an internship in April, but it requires at least 10 months, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, so you're doing a combined bachelor's and master's program? Sun Gaodai looked at Zhou Ning and nodded. Yes, I'm doing a combined program, but having been here a month, I still can't do anything, which makes me a bit anxious. Mr. Zhao felt a pang of deflation, rubbing his nose. Can't really talk with you anymore. But aren't you not much younger than Zhou Xiaozhou? I'm 24. I never attended 1st grade, but jumped to 2nd grade. Mr. Zhao lifted his hand in a stop gesture. The topic was just too upsetting. Stop, the case Director Peng mentioned earlier. Do we have materials on that here? Sun Gaodai shook his head. All the skeletal fragments collected from the scene are in the forensic teaching and research office upstairs. I followed them and took a glimpse. There was a table as big as a bed, completely covered with bones. As for other materials, I'm not sure. Zhou Ning looked at Zhao Xinli and shook his head slightly, signaling him to refrain from asking more questions for the time being. Mr. Zhao tidied up the table. There wasn't much to do that morning except for the 2 keys sent over by Director Pang's staff. They had been assigned a dorm room, which they checked out after lunch. Before arriving at the 3rd floor office, Zhou Ning's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw Su Da's name displayed. He paused for a moment, realizing that Su Dayuan was possibly also reporting for his 1st day. Why had he thought to call him? He and Mr. Zhao exchanged glances, both clearly perplexed as Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao kept shaking his head. Suda? Zhou Xiao, have you guys checked in? We checked in first thing in the morning. All right, I'll come find you in a bit. Zhou Ning was taken aback. What's up, Suda? Got a case on your first day of check-in? Suda Yuan laughed, then sighed. Let's talk when we meet. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao looked at each other, with Mr. Zhao shaking his chubby face. Buddy, I've got a bad feeling. We're about to get busy. Zhou Ning swatted away his plump face, expressing his disdain. Knock off the doom and gloom. This isn't Qidong Sub-Bureau. With so many forensic doctors around, and me being the newbie, it wouldn't be my turn even if there's a case. And as for that case Director Peng mentioned, there's no rush. Let's wait and see. The two returned to their office, and it wasn't long before Su Doyuan walked in, saw Zhao Xinli holding a cup, grabbed it, and drank. Zhou Ning was startled by this action. Was Su Doyuan so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water? Have a seat, Su De Mr. Sun. Pour a cup of water for Su De. Su Doyuan waved his hand, and Mr. Sun brought over a chair. Su Doyuan sat down, threw his hat onto the table, and rubbed his buzz-cut head, clearly facing a challenging problem. Boss, no, I can't call you boss anymore. I'll just follow Zhou Xiao and call you Suda. Aren't you reporting today? Why have you come here? Oh right, I still don't know which department you were assigned to in the Criminal Police Brigade. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Doyuan sighed deeply. Captain of the first team of the Criminal Police Brigade, but I also got the title of head of a special task force. Zhou Ning paused. It's not the 2.21 case by any chance, is it? Su Doyuan nodded, and Mr. Zhao leaned in with his small eyes wide in surprise. Well, I'll be damned, this was planned. Director Peng mentioned this morning that our second group would be responsible for the 2.21 case, and before we could go upstairs and check, here you are, already the head of the special task force. Su Doyuan gave Mr. Zhao a weary glance, his entire demeanor exuding irritation. I guessed as much. I just asked Director Peng, and as soon as I heard you two were taking over the 2.21 case from Cui Haibin, I knew my transfer must be related to this case. Enough chit-chat, let me tell you about the case. With that, he pulled out a stack of materials from his bag and tossed them in front of Zhou Ning. He then opened his laptop, found a bunch of photos, and as Zhou Ning scanned them, Su Doyuan continued. There's quite a bit of data. At the 2.21 case scene, 473 skeletal fragments were discovered, originating from 3 historical periods. Of these, 314 segments are from within the past year, while the remaining 159 fragments are from older times, specifically the end of the Han Dynasty and the end of the Yuan to early Ming period. Among these 314 recent skeletal fragments, based on residual tissue testing, it was concluded that the decedent was the same person, a male. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. In the DNA comparison of missing persons, no matching target has been found so far. The crime scene investigation for the 2.21 case was done in collaboration with the armed police, given the wide dispersion of the skeletal remains. Mr. Hu, the head of criminal investigations, pooled resources from the district and city for assistance in the survey. This photo is an aerial shot of the scene. The flags stuck into the ground indicate the locations where bone fragments were found, all of which have been numbered and preserved. The red dots on the map mark the distribution of the 2.21 case victims' bones. Look, there's a fan-shaped area halfway up the hill. I calculated a bit, based on this distribution, and conducted triangulation. The killer likely dumped the body from the southern side of this winding mountain road. The area is quite large though, and considering the time of death of the skeletal remains, we cannot rule out displacement caused by animals or rainwash. After all, a burly adult man couldn't have thrown the bones over a distance of more than 100 meters. Zhou Ning focused on the photo with numerous red dots densely marking it. The distribution indeed formed a fan-shaped trajectory. This analysis of the body dumping location didn't seem to have any issues. How was the death within a year determined? Is it because it's close to the archaeological site and there's been no entry for the past year? That doesn't seem right though. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As far as I know, even if an archaeological site is on hiatus, there's still staff on guard to prevent tomb raiding. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 111 to 110. The soap bubble on the bone. Second update _1 Chapter 111. Chapter 110. The soap bubble on the bone. Second update _1 Su Dayuan smiled. Zhou Ning's question cut to the heart of the matter. This comfortable feeling of collaboration couldn't be provided by anyone else. Especially after having a meeting all morning, where everyone hemmed and hawed for ages before making a statement and not being decisive at all, it was hard not to be pleased when he finally obtained this fragmented information and saw Zhou Ning's reaction. You guessed right. The Xiaolong Mountain Han Dynasty tomb cluster in Xinhua City began excavation work 3 years ago. However, due to continuous heavy rains starting at the end of last May, the excavation work, being situated in a low-lying pit, had to be paused. The experts withdrew, and warning tapes were set up all around. Because there was a risk of landslides, they only guarded the perimeter, and in late August, the archaeological team received a temporary task to assist in Quanshan District, where they found over a dozen looted pits. The only option was to carry out emergency excavations. After the Spring Festival, or precisely on February 11th, the experts returned to the archaeological site at Xiaolong Mountain in Xinhua City. It was only during aerial photography that they discovered scattered skeletal fragments all over the place. One piece even had 2 bloodstains on it, which led them to call the police. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They hadn't expected reporters to be present at the time. That's about all the information we have. The forensic department at the City Bureau is weak in bone identification. Experts from the provincial office came once and gave some opinions regarding bone identification, but Cui Haibin's side has made no progress either. And the investigation into the case has hit a stalemate, with no clue to the victim's identity. I'd like to hear your opinion. Zhou Ning knew Su Dayuan was clearly hoping he could use Dr. Lu's resources to reinvestigate this case. He looked through to the end, and every part of the skeleton was there in the picture, except the skull was missing. Zhou Ning also felt uncomfortable because the software was designed for reconstructing skulls. What was he to do without one? Suda, I understand what you mean, wanting to try that software, but without the skull, the software is helpless too. Why don't we focus on finding the skull? Su Dayuan nodded and sighed again. That's what I thought too. I asked about the search for the skull then. Several groups of people have gone to the scene, conducting almost a carpet-style search, but even when expanding the search in this fan-shaped area, the skull wasn't found. Mr. Zhao came over, still looking confused. Let me interject. What's the deal with that Zhongtian news? Is it just a reporter blabbering nonsense? Does that really have a big impact? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The news was released by foreign media on April 28th, not on the same day, so we didn't hear about it back then. But because of their haphazard reporting, mixing truth with falsehood, the provincial headquarters issued a direct order for the case to be solved within a month. With time pressing and the task daunting, only by solving the case can we withstand the rumors. Mr. Zhao had a realization, but these things were really out of control. Zhou Ning stared at the distribution map of the skeletal remains. He looked it over once and found nothing. He could only feel that it was halfway up the hillside, on the edge of a small path with a valley below. A place like this wouldn't allow for the remains to have been disposed of very far away. After some thought, he raised his eyes to Su Dayuan, who was expectantly looking at him. Zhou Ning found it hard to refuse at that moment. Why don't we take a look at those skeletons upstairs first? Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. Let's go. The group stood up, with Mr. Zhao patting Mr. Sun on the shoulder. Buddy, are you in charge of the keys to the forensic teaching and research office upstairs? Mr. Sun nodded and took a bunch of keys out of the drawer. Mr. Chui was in charge of them. Since he left, and nobody took over, they've been kept in the second group's office. Mr. Zhao took the keys and looked at Zhou Ning. Should we let Mr. Peng know? Su Dayuan waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Ning didn't need to make a call. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. When I was going upstairs, I ran into Mr. Peng. He was in a hurry to attend a meeting at the City Bureau headquarters. I told him I was going to check the skeletons from the 2.21 case, and he said it's fine to proceed directly with you, with no need to ask further. I think everyone in the forensic department is avoiding this 2.21 case like the plague. Zhou Ning sighed. This response didn't surprise him. If he were from Team 4 or 5 and someone came to take over a case left by Mr. Chui, he wouldn't be so proactive in helping either. After all, it was a hot potato. Handle it poorly, and you could end up in a mess. The four of them went straight to the Forensic Teaching and Research Office at the far west end of the third floor. As the door opened and all the lights came on, Mr. Sun immediately ran to a computer and turned it on. The projector displayed many X-ray images, all of which were of the skeletons. Zhou Ning's attention was immediately drawn to the large table. On a table the size of a double bed, there were two piles of bones, one scattered and the other seemingly trying to be assembled into the shape of a human body, but it looked awkward no matter how one viewed it. Two pieces of paper next to them labeled the bones with their era. Find a box and pack up the 159 bones that don't belong to the 2.21 case. Mr. Sun found an organizer box, and together with Mr. Zhao, they boxed up the smaller pile of bones, also considerately placing the paper inside. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a beep sound reached Zhou Ning's ears. Beep. The bonded person can choose the mission level. Zhou Ning didn't even think about it and directly chose the intermediate task. The system immediately issued the intermediate task. 1. Identify the deceased's identity within 48 hours. 2. Ascertain the cause of death within 48 hours. 3. If there is a murderer, find the perpetrator and all the evidence, proving the cause of death within 7 days. Upon seeing the content, Zhou Ning gritted his teeth. The system was indeed the system, consistently demanding. With just a pile of bones, he was supposed to determine the identity and the cause of death within 48 hours. Wasn't that asking for the impossible? But what did it mean by if there is a murderer? Could it be that it was an optional task? Besides, the time limit given by the head office was 1 month, but his system was even more ruthless, straight away 7 days. The countdown had already begun, and he had no right to bargain. After all, he had received plenty, and the rewards were generous. He had nothing to complain about. Zhou Ning didn't look up, and after observing for more than 10 minutes, comparing the X-ray images constantly, he got moving. Thanks to the system's torturous training every night, he had developed muscle memory for assembling bones and their respective shapes. Similar to solving a puzzle, Zhou Ning quickly rearranged the skeletal pieces. Watching his movements, Su Dayuan also came closer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's true that after rearranging them, they no longer looked so strange. Zhou Ning kept moving. During the rearrangement process, he had already noticed some traces. He picked up a piece of bone with blood on it. It was the distal end of a femur, just above the knee, with almost all the cartilage layer of the joint surface stripped away. Mr. Zhao was considerate and had already brought his LED magnifying glass in front of him. Su Dayuan looked at the device, seeming somewhat familiar. Isn't this the one Zhou Xiaoluo bought and claimed for reimbursement? Mr. Zhao waved his hand and quickly explained, "We came here naturally prepared, with our equipment. Zhou Xiaoluo feels comfortable using it." Zhou Ning didn't join in their conversation. Under the magnifying glass, he could clearly see repeated cutting marks on the fracture surface of the distal femur. The cuts were uneven, forming a 3-tiered step structure. These marks seemed to be caused by an electric saw. Next to the cut surface, there were 4 or 5 cuts of varying depths with traces of blood within them. Zhou Ning furrowed his brows slightly. These appeared to be tentative cuts, possibly due to the perpetrator's unfamiliarity with handling the saw or lacking the strength to control the electric saw and failing to finish cutting in one go. Putting down the bone in his hand, Zhou Ning picked up a lumbar vertebra. This vertebra hardly had any saw marks on it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although it appeared intact, the bone density was low. He glanced up slightly at Mr. Zhao. No chit-chat, jot this down. The deceased was male, aged between 70 and 80 years old, height ranging from 170 to 175 centimeters, weight between 65 and 75 kilograms, with limited mobility in the lower limbs. The perpetrator lacked strength, so he dismembered the victim into smaller pieces to dispose of the body. The tool used for dismemberment was a handheld electric saw. This analysis had already impressed Su Dayuan, whose eyes shone. Many people had been involved in investigating the case, with little effective information. The skeletal remains were severely damaged, and the existing information was just this pile of broken bones. He had not expected to discover so many issues from the bones. You can estimate the weight too? Zhou Ning nodded. He couldn't explain in detail since he had found the estimation method in the literature given by the system, which included a lot of research content from the island countries, and, of course, was not publicly accessible. Yes, though it's not very accurate. If we had the skull, the estimation would be extremely precise. From the bones we have, the perpetrator's lack of strength can be inferred. Many serrated marks were created while cutting the bones with a saw due to the perp's inexperience and insufficient strength. Look right here, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. These marks occurred because of the murderer's lack of proficiency and strength, and another reason is that the deceased was not fat, yet not just skin and bones either, otherwise the marks would be deeper. Mr. Zhao was about to speak, but Su Dayuan pushed him away. Don't interrupt. Dr. Zhou, please continue with your findings. I'm having trouble keeping up with the train of thought. You deduced all this already? What about the age and impaired lower limb mobility? Are there traces on the bones for those as well? Facing Su Daiwan's questions, Zhou Ning nodded and pointed around the pelvic area. The pelvis had mostly been reconstructed earlier. The inlet is heart-shaped with a smaller anterior-posterior distance, characteristic of a male pelvis. This would also match up with the DNA results, but I won't go into that in detail. As you can see on the X-ray, the vertebrae have significant osteoporosis, indicative of degenerative changes, further substantiating the deceased's age. On this distal end of the femur, you can see the remaining cortical layer with some erosion. Mr. Zhao, enlarge the X-ray at this spot, and Su Da, take a look. Do you see any soap bubble changes on the distal femur? What soap bubbles? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 112 to 111 Bird vs. Monkey. Third update, _1 Chapter 112, Chapter 111 Bird vs. Monkey. Third update, _1 Staring at the enlarged X-ray. Under the guidance of Zhou Ning's laser pointer, Su Dayuan saw the bright circles in the middle of the bone and the slightly damaged areas around them. He didn't know what this meant and pushed away Mr. Zhao, who was asking questions by his side. Comrade Zhou Xiao, I'm just a layman. Don't bother with the technical terms, just tell me straight. What does this actually mean? Zhou Ning didn't keep them guessing any longer. The radiograph was very clear and corroborated the judgment he had just made. These soap bubble-like changes, along with the surrounding infiltration, indicate that the deceased had bone cancer, he was gravely ill, and it might even be a case of bone metastasis from another cancer. After all, we've only found the skeleton without any soft tissue. I just mentioned that the deceased had difficulties moving his lower limbs. This could serve as a direction for the investigation. However, we now have a test to perform. I need to select a piece of bone to make a bone smear. By observing the bone smear, we can verify the count of blood cells inside the bone channels, which can determine whether the dismemberment occurred post-mortem or if the victim was alive when dismembered. Mr. Zhao looked directly at Mr./P. Break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Son, after all, he was the most familiar with the various departments here. Even if he was just an intern and running errands was no problem. Mr. Sun, you go and submit it for inspection. Remember what Zhou Xiao just said, right? Mr. Sun took over the bag, which contained the distal femur that Zhou Ning had found. Seeing him hesitate for a moment, Su Dayuan said directly, you take it to the inspection department. I'm contacting Mr. Peng right now and they'll take over directly there. Mr. Sun nodded and quickly ran off. He still knew his way around the building. Su Dayuan dialed the phone and made arrangements. Mr. Peng was rather straightforward, full-mouthed promises that all inspections related to case 2.21 would be given priority. Mr. Zhao came over, rubbing his chin. Based on your analysis, the deceased was a patient and one in dire condition. After being killed, the body was dismembered. The perpetrator dumped the body pieces on this mountainside without burying or disposing of them elsewhere. Do you think that the deceased's skull is still at the scene? Zhou Ning nodded. I reviewed the crime scene investigation report and also tried to piece together the skeleton earlier. Except for some of the smallest finger bones and the skull, the other bones are mostly intact, so I believe the skull is still at the scene. Suda mentioned earlier that the archaeological team withdrew at the end of last May, and since then, only the perimeter has been guarded. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. From February 21st to now, the crime scene has been searched many times, carpet style, but no skull has been found. I think the previous investigations overlooked a factor. In such dismemberment cases, in addition to human and natural factors, some small animals could be involved. Especially the skull. Many animals like to hide it in trees as a food reserve. We just don't know if there are trees at the scene. Mr. Zhao's fleshy face shuddered, and he put his hands together, shaking them towards Zhou Ning. Let's not talk about this so soon after eating, shall we? If you want to go back to the scene for a second inspection, let's go. It's Su Da's first day here too. I reckon there aren't many people we can use. Zhou Ning naturally had no objections. After all, the countdown was ticking, and he would be most reassured to check it out himself. Su Dayuan, having heard these analyses, was already eager to try. He took out his phone and started dialing, seemingly mobilizing personnel. Although they had taken over this case, none of the few people at the body dumping scene had been there before. They still needed to find someone who had. Mr. Zhao, feigning courage, looked at the X-ray on the enlarged screen. The cuts on this distal femur were quite obvious. Zhou Xiao, these cuts on the bone, varying in depth, are you sure they were caused by a saw? Zhou Ning nodded. Mr. Zhao asking such a question meant that he had observed carefully, so Zhou Ning was naturally willing to answer. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Yes, it looks more like a tentative injury, indicative of unskilled handling, so the saw juddered back and forth. Moreover, it also suggests that the killer lacked strength and was not familiar with using a saw. Mr. Sun burst in through the door, somewhat out of breath. Dr. Zhou, Mrs. Cui from the inspection department says that the bone smear will take time, at least 3 hours to get the results. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao patted Mr. Sun on the shoulder. Is Mrs. Cui the head of the inspection department? Mr. Sun looked a bit puzzled but nodded nonetheless. Yeah, Mrs. Cui has quite a temper, but she's very efficient. After all, there aren't many people in the lab and they're swamped with work. They even handle inspections for other districts and cities below us, so it's understandable. Mr. Zhao bumped Mr. Sun's shoulder and said with a smile, of course, it's understandable. We're all hard workers. With a heavy workload, it's natural not to have a good temper. Su Dayuan had already finished his phone call and approached Zhou Ning. Let's go, I've called for people and we'll head to the body dumping scene together. Mr. Zhao ran to get the investigation box. Of course, he had checked these items carefully in the morning. After all, it was a working tool. Zhou Ning had prepared his commonly used items thoroughly, and as for his camera, the second team had two, each carried by him and Mr. Sunday. An hour and a half later, the car arrived at Xiaolong Mountain in Xinhua City. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Only upon arriving at the scene did they realize that this was a hill, not very tall, but the roads were extremely difficult to navigate. On the way in, they saw surveillance cameras set up at the entrance. It seemed that the so-called perimeter management was just monitoring control of the roads leading into the mountain. Not far from where they stood, there were paths about 2 meters wide. The accompanying personnel, seeing Zhou Ning looking over, hurriedly explained, "There is a village on Xiaolong Mountain." Although there are not many households left in the village now, they still use these paths. The archaeological team visited too, saying that this village might be related to tomb guarding. Su Dayuan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Ning. Everyone was aware that anyone who wanted to enter the mountain, just by knowing these paths, could do so without being detected by the surveillance, with no obstacles at all. The perimeter control was merely for show. Following the winding mountain road to the top of the fan-shaped area on the aerial photo, where the body was dumped, Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao held up the photo for comparison and nodded to each other. Although they were halfway up the mountain, the view here was open, and from this position, they could go in 3 different directions. Zhou Ning looked up slightly. Large swaths of Qidong flowers occupied his view. The light and dark pink hues nestled among the greenery, looking quite beautiful. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, although the trees were green, the canopy was not dense. From this position at their feet, near the gully in the valley, there were many tall trees. Although the land was lower here, there was ample sunlight and the ridges blocked the wind, making the leaves of these trees seem a bit thicker. Zhou Ning raised his hand to block the sunlight and looked sideways. In his line of sight, he saw nothing unusual. Su Dayuan had already begun directing the people he brought with him to spread out towards the mountaintop and the valley, searching in the bushes and treetops. With more than 20 people dispersing instantly, they disappeared from view. Zhou Ning looked up, seeing few bird nests in the treetops and tree crowns. Could his judgment have been wrong? Thinking this, he shook his head. They had just begun searching, he couldn't be discouraged. Moreover, there shouldn't be any mistake in this analysis direction. In such a place, especially if there was a lot of rain and the forest was dense with grass, throwing body parts into this area would make them very difficult to find. It was only because there were no leaves in February that the archaeological team discovered them. After an unknown amount of time, as Zhou Ning was catching his breath with his hands on his hips, he suddenly heard a commotion from above. Looking up, he only saw the leaves shaking. However, there were no other criminal policemen around him. Just as he was about to call for Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao. A skull appeared through the gaps in the leaves above him. Zhou Ning was so excited he almost shouted out loud, but seeing the monkey standing next to the skull, he quickly jumped up and down, making shooing noises. Get away. Shoo. The 2 monkeys immediately scurried off, and Zhou Ning hurriedly called out towards the area at his feet, "Get a ladder, I've found a skull." As if to cooperate with Zhou Ning, the 2 macaques also cried out twice, their calls echoing through the entire valley. Zhou Ning picked up a stone, knowing that it was best to be cautious at this time. After a short wait, the sound of running and panting grew closer. "Zhou Xiao, where are you?" Zhou Ning climbed onto a rock, and that's when he saw Mr. Zhao and the others below the steep slope. "I'm here, come around from the side." Under Zhou Ning's direction, 3 people climbed up to where he was. "Where is it?" Zhou Ning pointed to the skull in the tree branch, and then sat down on the ground with a thump. He truly had no strength left. "Mr. Zhao, go up and be careful to take the skull along with the bird's nest below it and put them in the evidence bag," he instructed. Mr. Zhao's voice trembled with surprise as he asked, "Did the bird do it?" Zhou Ning shook his head. The human head weighs between 4.5 and 5.5 kilograms. There are no birds in the Qidong area capable of moving this weight. I guess it was monkeys that moved the skull to the tree. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although monkeys are mostly vegetarian, they do eat meat when they encounter it. Mr. Zhou looked at Zhou Ning with a beleaguered expression, complaining, "You said we should not talk about this, but you keep going on and on. How am I going to face monkeys in the future?" Zhou Ning laughed. Finding the skull was a step closer to uncovering the identity of the deceased, and he too breathed a sigh of relief. "You're the one who asked. Why are you blaming me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 113 to 112. How did she come here? First update, _1 Chapter 113, Chapter 112. How did she come here? First update, _1 May 4th, 2011, 17:02. The backyard of the city police station. With the sound of screeching brakes, 2 police cars stopped in front of the technical department. Zhou Ning and his team hopped out of the cars. Mr. Sun brought down a case with him while Mr. Zhao dashed out of the car and ran straight to a trash bin to vomit. Su Dayuan handed a bottle of mineral water to a detective, who went to check on Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao was already pale, and Zhou Ning held him steady. "How come you're carsick now?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "It's not carsickness. I've been overthinking things. The more I think, the more my stomach churns. You guys go ahead. Dr. Liu and the others are probably already there. They'll catch up after a moment." Zhou Ning nodded, smiled at the detective helping Mr. Zhao, and then quickly headed up to the 3rd floor. Just as he reached the Forensic Medicine Research Office, he heard Dr. Liu's laughter. "Dr. Liu, you've arrived?" Seeing Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan enter, Dr. Liu stood up happily, grabbing both their hands and shaking them vigorously. "Finally, I've been waiting for you guys to show up. But you've got a case already as soon as you arrived?" Su Dayuan felt slightly embarrassed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although Zhou Ning was the lead developer of the software, it was Qidong University that funded the project, and calling them over with just one phone call seemed a bit too much. "It's embarrassing to trouble you on the first day of our arrival, so I didn't dare ask you myself, and had to have Zhou Xiao make the request." Dr. Liu waved his hand dismissively, his smile growing even broader. "That's not the right way to put it. I've been looking forward to your arrival. As for the software, it's still in the testing phase. You've provided us with such great conditions for testing, we're too happy to be bothered. Why would we dislike it? Let's move on to the next step, and forget the formalities and excessive praise. You're not good at it, and I don't think it's necessary either. It makes everyone feel awkward. If you had come and not looked for me, that's when I would have been upset." Su Dayuan threw his head back with laughter and patted Dr. Liu on the shoulder. "All right, as you wish. The skull has been found. Now it's time to see your team's expertise." Zhou Ning simply smiled and did not join in their conversation, understanding it was a professional exchange he should not intrude on. Just then, the doors to the research office opened, and many people came in carrying equipment, but one familiar figure made Zhou Ning freeze. "Why is she here?" "Mr. Xia, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p." Upon turning her head and seeing Zhou Ning's signature smile, with both dimples as beautiful as ever, Xia Momo asked, "Aren't you surprised to see me?" Zhou Ning nodded, then puzzled, glanced at Dr. Liu as if searching for an answer from him. "Surprised, yes, but how come you're here with Dr. Liu?" Zhou Ning's mind was a bit overwhelmed, as everything seemed too coincidental, as if it had all been arranged in advance. Dr. Liu came over, looking back and forth between Zhou Ning and Xia Momo. "You know each other?" "Yes, I learned how to draw from Mr. Xia. The first time I did facial reconstruction for a deceased, I completed it with Mr. Xia. That's what led to the idea of developing the software." Dr. Liu looked surprised. "So, Momo is the Mr. Xia Zhou Xiao has been talking about?" Seeing Zhou Ning still confused, Xia Momo quickly explained, "Don't be so stunned. I'm originally a teacher at Qidong University. I was only seconded by the Education Bureau to substitute for a year, taking over for my cousin who was on maternity leave and guiding her last group of art students. Many people thought I was permanently assigned there, and I never corrected them." Zhou Ning had an aha moment, but still could not quite articulate his array of questions, as it all seemed too convenient, as though it had been prearranged. "But how did you end up joining the software development team?" Dr. Lu leaned in. "I chose her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although our software has previously reconstructed a human likeness with satisfactory results, I discussed it with Momo's father, who is also a teacher at Qidong University. Momo was there too and shared her thoughts. I found her input very worthwhile, so we created a softened version of the software. Today, I wanted to show it to you." Zhou Ning finally understood. He now remembered that Xia Momo's father was indeed a teacher at Qidong University, so her involvement was not surprising. He looked towards Xia Momo, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his initial reaction. "I apologize for being taken aback. Welcome to the team." Xia Momo smiled lightly. "I meant to give you a surprise, not a scare, it's a surprise." Mr. Zhao leaned in, reaching out a hand to Xia Momo from behind Zhou Ning. "I'm Zhao Xinli, everyone calls me Mr. Zhao. It's finally a pleasure to meet Mr. Xia in person today, welcome." Xia Momo didn't act coy and shook hands with Mr. Zhao, then she also greeted Su Dayuan and went straight to help assemble the various equipment. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning and nodded towards Xia Momo. "Did she follow you here?" Mr. Zhao almost laughed out loud. Zhou Ning quickly shook his head. "Don't, Suda." Su Dayuan nodded and gestured to his team. "Mr. Xing, stay, the rest of you withdraw." It was the first day on the job, and Su Dayuan was wearing everyone out, but since the military orders were firm, they had to work quickly to solve the case, and there was no time for a period of adjustment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The box containing the skull was placed on the table. Zhou Ning donned gloves and carefully took it out, with Mr. Zhao already bringing an LED magnifying lamp to Zhou Ning's side. The surface of the skull had many blackened areas as well as residual bite marks. Beside the incisors, there were deep canine teeth marks, the signs of a macaque's gnawing. As for the grease and other impurities left on the skull, these could be temporarily ignored. After all, removal took time, and considering the pressure cooker and that smell, Zhou Ning was always very averse to it. As for the method favored by foreigners using small insects to clean the bones, Zhou Ning found it even harder to accept, hoping his team could find an entomologist expert in the future to undertake such work. Dr. Lu can start scanning. The deceased's head has completely skeletonized. Dr. Lu's team gathered around, leading a group that included Mr. Chu, and they constantly circled the skull, scanning and taking pictures. Zhou Ning could tell that in just a month, the scanning equipment had improved as well. It was like a rotating arm with a camera on each end. As the arm rotated above the skull, the photography was complete. Moreover, the current photos were no longer limited to a fixed number. It appeared to be a 360-degree stereo scan. Zhou Ning spared a glance at Xia Momo, feeling somehow that this upgrade was related to her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Lu smiled, raising an eyebrow and introduced to Zhou Ning, "We've improved the photographic method. It's no longer fixed-angle shots, but a 360-degree surrounding scan, which allows for more accurate analysis of wounds and certain specific bone structures." This was Mr. Xiao's suggestion. "Not bad." Zhou Ning's reply was very simple, but Dr. Lu and his team didn't seem to mind. At that moment, Xia Momo and Mr. Chu approached the operating table, and with the data entered, Xia Momo looked towards Zhou Ning. "Dr. Zhou, can you provide some characteristics of the deceased on your end?" The deceased was a male, aged between 70 to 80 years old, 170 to 175 centimeters in height, weighing 65 to 75 kilograms, with osteoporosis, severe degenerative changes in the spine, limited mobility in the lower limbs, and bone cancer. The middle finger of the right hand was slightly bent outwards, and there was hypertrophy in the finger and wrist joints, but the left hand was in somewhat better condition. Other characteristics cannot be distinguished from the bones. Dr. Liu paused for a moment, glancing at the skull. So, the deceased is just a skeleton? Mr. Zhao grimaced as he came over and waved his hand to explain. Not exactly, only the skull is intact as one piece. The rest has been sliced into over 300 pieces. Most of the skeleton has been found, though there are still some missing parts. Xia Momo wasn't scared and, after discussing with Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody Pichu began inputting various data shortly for composite portraits appeared on the big screen. Seeing this improved version of composite status surprised Zhou Ning. How to put it? The previous software combined portraits were clearly fake, with unrealistic skin, lines, and hair, but now, the 4 pictures on the big screen were photorealistic at a cold glance, and each picture had some differences. Xia Momo smiled at Zhou Ning, explaining, considering the age range you gave of 70 to 80 years, I made a few more comparison pictures, one every 5 years from 60 to 75. After all, some people renew their identity cards quite early. Zhou Ning nodded and shifted his gaze from Xia Momo to Mr. Chu, log into the household registration system, and start the search. Mr. Chu quickly got to work, the search field flickering with images non-stop. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao and pointed to his watch. It's been 3 hours since we sent off for testing before heading to Xinhua City. Let's see if the lab results are out. Mr. Sun raised his hand, volunteering, I'll go. I was the one who sent it for testing, so it's better if I retrieve the results. Mr. Zhao went and wouldn't know who to ask. After all, it's easy to /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / prosody p chapter 114 to 113 pa crazy. Second update _1 chapter 114 chapter 113 pa crazy. Second update _1 Mr. Sun swallowed the rest of his words and darted out, followed closely by Mr. Zhao. Zhou Ning didn't pay attention to this, knowing that interpersonal relations were Mr. Zhao's strong suit. Besides, many people were not optimistic about their arrival. But with the case at hand, there was no time to manage these matters. The first round of searches by Mr. Chu didn't yield any results. Zhou Ning knew this meant the provincial database had found no matching records. Sure enough, the search switched to another database, and in less than a minute, a person's information appeared in the filtering frame on the big screen. Su Dayuan had already leaned in with his arms folded, noticing that the 2 photos of the individual were nearly the same, except that the reconstructed image on the forehead lacked a mole. Zhou Ning leaned over and glanced at the information. The man was named Zhang Minan, born on August 17, 1941, with ancestral roots in Qixia. He was from Qidong City in Ludong Province, and his information was entered by the Qidong City Tieshi police station. However, there was no contact number listed, and there was only this one person under the household registration, which noted that he was a widower. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / prosody p. There was an emigration record from 1984 for a Zhang Guiqing, born on April 14, 1966, which indicated that after turning 18 and either enrolling in school or joining the military, his household registration was transferred to the school and never moved back. Still, no further information was available, and though household registration systems were networked, the amount of information accessible was limited. Check for information on his son. Su Dayuan nodded and began making phone calls. It took only a few sentences to realize that he was dealing with an old acquaintance they had previously collaborated with on a case. The 2 men didn't exchange much in the way of pleasantries before Su Dayuan got straight to the point, then sent the details of his inquiry over QQ. It wasn't long before Su Daiyuan received several images detailing Zhang Goking's personal information. His workplace was Southwest University of Political Science and Law, and his wife and daughter were both living in the Southwest region. The Mr. Zheng that Su Daiyuan had brought with him was surprised and, blinking in confusion, said, "This family is interesting. Just the father and son, so how come the son married and had children in the Southwest and even became a professor, while the old man was here by himself, dead for nearly a year and no one knew? Could we have made a mistake?" This remark voiced what everyone was thinking. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With such a successful son, if there was only an elderly father left, it was typical to bring the old man over, or at the very least, the old man would live close to relatives and friends back in his hometown. That was the normal situation nowadays. Zhou Ning looked at Su Daiyuan, who didn't rush to voice his thoughts since a ding sound had just appeared in his ear. Zhou Ning didn't need to open the big screen to know what had just happened. They had identified the deceased. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Without this system, identifying the deceased would have been exceedingly difficult. Without hesitation, Su Daiyuan dialed Zhang Goking's contact number. Having reached this point, further confirmation was certainly necessary. "I am Su Daiyuan from Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade. Are you Zhang Guqing?" A puzzled hello came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Zhang Guqing. What do you want from me? Have you had any recent contact with your father? Here in Qidong City, we have a case where the victim may be your father, so we're calling to confirm with you." "Hello, are you listening? PSSHD, you're crazy? A scammer." After the insult, the call was abruptly hung up. Su Daiyuan stood stunned. Mr. Zhao, who had just returned with a report and had been listening the whole time, couldn't help but double over with laughter. Seeing Su Daiyuan's face darken, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Boss, don't be annoyed. It's a normal reaction. There are so many phone scams nowadays. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Every semester there are anti-fraud campaigns at the schools. Everyone thinks they can't be scammed, but a lot of the victims are well-educated people." Mr. Zhao passed the report to Zhou Ning. Upon review, Zhou Ning noted that no blood cells were found inside the bone marrow of the bone chips, evidently affirming that the dismemberment with the saw occurred post-mortem. The cause of death thus became another mystery. Su Daiyuan felt somewhat gloomy and, after thinking for a moment, flipped through his contacts and dialed a number. "Criminal bro, are you busy? Stop right there. I know that opening line. It smells familiar. At this hour, your call definitely isn't for anything good. Just spit it out, I'm busy here." Su Daiyuan laughed awkwardly, rubbing his crew cut with his hand. "Alright, I'm not one for small talk, and I get pretty tired of it too. I'll be straight with you. Hey, race the situation. Could you help me get in touch with someone? Ideally, I'd like to meet this person. I've finally got a bit of a lead, and it's pretty urgent." "You should have just said so in the first place. You're calling at just the right moment. I'm right in front of Southwest University of Political Science and Law. Wait for my news." It wasn't long before Su Daiyuan's phone rang. The call was quickly answered, and the criminal bro on the other end didn't bother with pleasantries. "I have to say, they really did take you for a scammer. I had to explain myself for quite a while after showing up at their door. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But this Professor Zhang Guqing, he's a bit special. He hardly knows anything about his dad. Even when I asked for a photo of his father, he didn't have one. He said his father was an English teacher and went back to live in his old family home in Qidong province. 10 years ago, he sold the 2 properties in Qidong, but too early. They weren't worth much then. I asked him, since the house was sold, where was the money from the sale? He said a portion went to support his house purchase in the Southwest, and his father took the rest back to Qidong, but he didn't know exactly where, just that it was in a county-level city around Qidong. As for keeping in touch, for 10 years, they'd only called during the holidays. After all, he was busy, having just been promoted to full professor. Work always came first, and his child was preparing for the college entrance exams, so he couldn't afford to make any missteps. I asked him if he had his father's contact information. He gave me a mobile number, which I've already texted to you, but he also mentioned that his father often changes his numbers, so he wasn't sure if this one would go through. Do you see if there's anything else you need to ask? Zhou Ning frowned more and more as he listened. This revealed a few pieces of information. First, the person had almost no connection with his father, especially after the money from the two houses was taken. They hadn't been in contact for years. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p second. There must have been a rift between him and his father. As for his father, he didn't seem to want to turn to his son either, only calling during the holidays, and it seemed it was his father who made the calls. Su Dayuan offered his thanks. Thank you, detective brother. If we need anything more later on, I'll trouble you again. After hanging up the phone and seeing the mobile number sent by the detective, Su Dayuan was about to call it directly, but Zhou Ning stopped his action. Get a woman to make the call. Your accent is too heavy. With one sentence, Su Dayuan was at a loss for words, pointing to himself and saying, I have a second-level certificate in Mandarin. How could I have an accent? Laughter echoed softly throughout the office. Su Dayuan had always been confident that he spoke standard Mandarin, but that was just Qidong standard. Xia Momo approached Zhou Ning. Since she was the only woman in the office, she naturally couldn't shy away at this time. From Zhou Ning's words, she could already sense that this call had to be made gently, because you never knew who would be on the other end. Let me do it. What do we need to ask? From the perspective of a household registration officer? Zhou Ning nodded, and Xia Momo's voice was indeed gentle enough. Just say it's for the population census and ask for the address. Without any more words, Xia Momo dialed the number. It rang 7 or 8 times before the voice of an elderly woman answered. Hello, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Hello, Auntie. I am a household registration officer from Xinhua City Public Security Bureau. We are conducting a population census survey and need to know about your family situation. This number is registered under Zhang Minan, right? Who is he to you? Zhang Minan is my husband. He's gone out and didn't take his mobile phone. Is it just the two of you at home, Auntie? What's your name? That's right, just us two. My name is Luo Suqin, Su as in simple and Qin as in Qingdao. The old lady's voice wasn't loud, and her accent wasn't the local dialect of Qingdao. She spoke very standard Mandarin and was very cautious in her speech. Xia Momo asked with a smile. Auntie, can you find your and your husband's ID cards? I need to verify your husband's identity information. Is his ID number 23032119410817 **********? A scramble of noise came through the handset. The elderly lady seemed to open a drawer. That's the correct number. We neglected our duties earlier and missed registering you and Uncle, so Auntie, could you tell me your ID number? I'll re-enter it here. Okay, young lady, write this down. My ID number is 23032119412116 ***********. All right, Auntie, could you also tell me your address? We might send a police officer for a home visit, or there may be a phone follow-up. I would appreciate it if you could give us good feedback to support our work. The old lady laughed, losing her previous caution. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. All right, write this down. I live at 422 Dahlia Village, Longshan Subdistrict, Xinhua City, diagonally across from Longshan Central Kindergarten. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan had already pulled up Baidu Maps and searched for the location, waving his hand at everyone. Dr. Liu raised his hand to stop him. Look at the time. It's rush hour now. It'll take at least 2 hours to get to Xinhua City. What are you going to check in the middle of the night? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 115 to 114. Is anyone home? Third update, _1 chapter 115, chapter 114, is anyone home? Third update, _1 Su Dayuan glanced at the time on his phone and sighed with regret. It's indeed late. If we go now, we might not find the address and could accidentally alert someone. Let's go there early tomorrow morning. Zhou Ning naturally had no objections. At this stage, being anxious was useless. Hurrying over could potentially spoil things. Mr. Zhao looked around at everyone, then patted Sun Gaotai on the shoulder. Gaotai, you can get off work first. We'll head back to Qidong together. Su Dayuan also waved at Mr. Xing to arrange for departure the next morning. After all, this notice had to be sent out tonight. After Mr. Xing left, Su Dayuan turned to Dr. Liu. I'll sleep in the office, otherwise I'll have to get up really early to get here tomorrow, and my wife would kill me. Glancing at his watch, it was already past 6 o'clock. Mr. Zhao looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, what should we do? Should we go to the dorm to sleep? Zhou Ning turned to Xia Momo. There were quite a few people from Qidong there, and if they didn't go back, what would Xia Momo do? If you're going back, why don't you come with us? Xia Momo waved her hand. My dad teaches at Qidong University. Do you think I don't have a place to stay? Mr. Zhao sighed and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Let's not bother. I see you're carrying a suitcase, and I don't have much to prepare. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, just some toiletries from the supermarket will do. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. Let's go, have a meal together, consider it a housewarming for your dorm. Dr. Liu quickly stepped forward. Stop arguing, come with me to the Qidong University cafeteria. Everything has been arranged there, and the forensic doctor is waiting. They had no objections, got into their cars separately, and Dr. Liu pulled Zhou Ning into his car. As soon as they were seated, he placed a set of keys in Zhou Ning's hand. This is a staff apartment at Qidong University, fully furnished. Mr. Liu applied for a set for you. You can move in and live there. How can I accept this? Dr. Liu waved his hand. Don't mention it. The property rights to this apartment won't come through until the end of the year. After that, it will be processed uniformly. Consider this a reward from Qidong University. Although we've only seen the initial version of the software, many universities and provincial bureaus have already heard the news and sent people to negotiate. Zhou Ning understood. The software was about to bring in returns. Despite the fact that the project had started last year and it had only been half a year, the progress was exceptional, especially the details Xia Momo had put into the software's integration, making him feel as if they had jumped from old shotguns to modern cannons. I can stay in the dorm too. Just now, Mr. Peng assigned us dorms, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, although it can't compare to this place, the conditions are still good. Just take it if it's given to you. Although the apartments are called staff apartments, the conditions are good. The smallest ones are 3-bedroom and 2-hall units and bigger than 100 square meters. At the very least, they're quiet and have hot water 24 hours a day, which you can't find elsewhere. The mention of 24-hour hot water made Zhou Ning pause. It was the same treatment you would expect in a hotel. No matter how late it was, he was someone who needed to take a shower. Even though he worked as a forensic doctor, he couldn't change his inherent need for cleanliness. All right, I will have a look at it later. Xia Momo smiled, and Dr. Liu sneaked a peek at her and also started smiling. It seemed that the decision to involve Xia Momo in the research team was a wise one. May 5, 2011, 7:10 a.m. Zhou Xiao, hurry up, Suda and the others have arrived. Zhou Ning was startled. Did he really need to follow along for such a thing? Am I going too? Just as he asked this question, Su Dayuan had already pushed the door open, took a look around the dorm's setup with envy, and then patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Zhou Xiao, come along and take a look. We've finally got a clue. Besides, the old lady said that Zheng Minin went out and didn't return. We'll only know what's going on after we've seen it. Mr. Zhao doesn't have much experience. The old lattice home still needs you to come and have a look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning didn't object. There was nothing wrong with going to have a look. Thinking about the place where the body was dumped, he asked, how far is their house from the Xiaolong Mountain Han Dynasty Tomb archaeological site in Xinhua? The archaeological site is at Xiaolong Mountain, not close, about 14 kilometers away. An hour later, upon reaching the Mozhui River behind Dalian Village in Longshan Subdistrict, Xinhua City, the trees by the river were lush and green. On the road, Su Dayuan had already inquired with the local police, who said that this house number was closer from the river. Zhou Ning followed Su Dayuan and the others out of the car as Su Dayuan gestured. Leave the police cars on this road. Mr. Zhang, take your team to block both ends of the road at number 422 in Dalian Village, especially near the Longshan Central Kindergarten. Dr. Zhou, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. Liu, follow me. Mr. Liu was a police officer, likely brought along for operational convenience. She straightened her uniform, her face tense. Su Dayuan, holding a bag, walked ahead with Mr. Liu, following a narrow path to the village road on the south side. Zhou Ning kept surveying the surroundings. The houses on both sides of the street were rather dilapidated, despite being uniformly painted with yellow paint, which couldn't hide the spottiness of the damaged bricks and stones. Qidong natives, their ancestral homes sold, probably leaving the bulk for their son. The remainder wouldn't be much. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's uncertain whether this urban village dwelling was rented or bought. As he thought, Mr. Zhang raised his hand to knock on the door, only to find it unlocked. A push was all it took to open it. Su Dayuan lifted his chin, entering with Mr. Liu. The yard was large, neatly stacked firewood on the south side, and houses to the east and west. The main house had 3 rooms. Although old, they were tidily kept. A 3-wheeled vehicle with a canopy, immaculately cleaned, stood in front of the east house in the yard, water traces still visible underneath it. Is anybody home? Following Mr. Zhang's call, an elderly woman emerged from the main house, not quite 155 centimeters tall, frail and plainly dressed, with neatly combed hair, wiping her hands on the sides of her jacket. Seeing the 4 unexpected visitors, she inquired with a puzzled face, "Who are you?" Su Dayuan approached and flashed his badge in front of the old lady. "Auntie, you're Luo Suqin, right?" were the police. The old lady, possibly recalling the phone call from before, smiled warmly at Su Dayuan and gestured inside the house. "Oh, you must be following up on the census. I didn't think you'd come so quickly. Please, come in and sit down." Su Dayuan and Mr. Liu followed her into the main house. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao and then at the tricycle. Mr. Zhao nodded and wandered over to it. A distance of 14 kilometers, naturally, a vehicle would be needed to dump a body. Zhou Ning followed Su Dayuan into the main house. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan took a seat with authority as the old lady brought out 2 ID cards. Mr. Zhang was registering and verifying the information provided previously. Zhou Ning looked around the room. Atop the TV cabinet was an old photograph, appearing to be a hand-colored reprint of a younger Zhang Minin and Luo Suqin. Sensing Zhou Ning's gaze, Su Dayuan glanced over. "Auntie, isn't your husband home?" Luo Suqin nodded. He went back to his hometown. The pension office required him to get a new social security card in person. "Did he move here with your children?" The old lady's expression froze for a moment, then she laughed awkwardly. "No, we're not living with our children. They're in Southwest City, busy with work, and they don't have much space at home. We thought about returning to our roots, so we came back to our native place. After all, the climate here is better than in Qidong City. It's easier on our old arms and legs." Listening to Su Daiwan's interrogation, Zhou Ning had already moved to the main house's west side, which seemed to be a study. The bookshelf was filled with English books. The desk was covered with many manuscripts and a few notebooks, marked in various colors of English, the vocabulary very professional and obscure. From the handwriting, it was clear that two people had worked on them. Glancing at the manuscripts and then at the laptop computer, it seemed that someone was simply typing up the written English drafts. Zhou Ning turned and approached the bedroom door. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p inside. The double bed was made with 2 sets of bedding, all items appearing aged but neatly kept. Before entering the kitchen, a wash basin stood with 2 toothbrush cups on top, each covered with a floral handkerchief. Next to them was a plastic box, which upon opening revealed an old-fashioned razor, its edge stained with a noticeable trace of blood. The time of the victim's death was uncertain, but the body could have been dumped for almost a year now. The chance of extracting DNA from the toothbrush was less than 60%. However, with bloodstains, that evidence was solid. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan and the others. With their attention elsewhere, he quickly put on gloves and placed the razor and both toothbrushes into evidence bags. Then, carrying the items and with his hands behind his back, he returned to stand behind Su Dayuan. "Auntie, do you have contact information for your husband? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 116 to 115. Found the murder weapon _1 Chapter 116. Chapter 115. Found the murder weapon _1. Su Dayuan finished his question and stared at Luo Suqin. The old lady wrung her hands together, just lightly shaking her head. "We only have this one cell phone. Why must the census require seeing the person in question?" At this moment, Mr. Zhao walked in from the outside, holding a cotton swab and looking towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning approached, and Mr. Zhao whispered, "I found blood traces in the gaps of the tricycle's rear bin with the luminol reagent. I think if we disassemble the rear bin, we could collect more blood traces." Seeing their actions, Su Dayuan understood everything and walked over to the old lattice side. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Su Dayuan, the captain of the Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade First Team, not some beat cop. We found dismembered skeletal remains around the Xinhua City Xiaolongshan Han Dynasty tombs, and after reconstructing the skull, the deceased was identified as Zhang Minan. Just now, my people found blood traces in your house. Are you still going to tell me your spouse went back to his hometown? If he did go back home, then tell me, which day and which train did he take? I can check that." Luo Suqin was stunned, clutching the corner of her clothes and shaking her head while collapsing into a chair. Su Dayuan rubbed his hair and snatched the tablet out of Mr. Liu's hand. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It displayed Luo Suqin's household registration information, with the marital status clearly stating unmarried. Seeing Luo Suqin's reaction, he felt exasperated. "You must have seen the news from a couple of days ago as well. This case has been exploited by foreign media, stirring up controversy, discussing the public security issues of Hua country and human rights problems. Not only is the Qidong City Public Security Bureau under great pressure, but so are the city officials and the Qidong Provincial Committee. Let's not wear down each other's patience. I will ask again, what exactly is your relationship with Zhang Minan? Don't tell me he's your spouse, as Zhang Minan's registration records indicate he's a widower." There was silence, and Luo Suqin did not speak for a long time. Su Dayuan tried to rise, but Zhou Ning held him down. Being impatient now was pointless. From Luo Suqin's reaction, it was clear that even if she wasn't the murderer, she knew something. Zhou Ning held up the evidence bag in his hand, and Luo Suqin glanced sidelong at it. The evidence bag was transparent, and its contents were clearly visible. "Luo Suqin, I am a forensic doctor. Just now, we found a razor and a toothbrush at your house. These items, along with the blood traces from the vehicle, will be compared with the victim's DNA, and the results could be available in 3 to 6 hours. What you say then, as opposed to now, will be entirely different. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. So I advise you to think carefully and then answer officer's question. Furthermore, I know that Zheng Minun had bone cancer. The duration of his illness couldn't have been short. He probably mistook it for rheumatism and sought treatment both in Qidong and in the provincial capital, but he didn't pursue further treatment. Because further treatment would mean amputation, of course. During the diagnostic process, it might have been found that he had another form of cancer. This problem on his leg might only be metastasis from the bones. Am I right? The word amputation seemed to strike Luo Suqin. Her face turned pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Though she remained seated, her gaze seemed unfocused. She covered her chest, breathing with difficulty, and squeezed out a few words. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I haven't killed anyone. I really haven't killed anyone. Then her body leaned sideways, falling backward. Zhou Ning was standing behind Luo Suqin. He caught the old lady and laid her down on the ground, placing his left hand at the position of the carotid artery, and shouted towards Mr. Zhao at the door. Mr. Zhao, look for medicine in the bedroom. Check the bedside table and the cabinet. See if there's any nitroglycerin. Mr. Liu, call an ambulance. Both men sprang into action, and Zhou Ning loosened Luo Suqin's belt and began performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, while Su Doyuan stood by, stamping his feet in anxiety. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Such an emergency had caught them off guard. At least she had to be saved first, or else the case would be at a standstill again. Mr. Zhao searched quickly, coming back with nitroglycerin. Zhou Ning inserted the medicine into Luo Suqin's mouth, and Mr. Zhao took over CPR from Zhou Ning, who seemingly lacked the physical strength. The sound of the ambulance approached from a distance. As the paramedics entered, Mr. Xing and the others also rushed into the yard. Su Doyuan waved his hand, indicating for everyone to make way for the medical staff first. The emergency doctor checked the patient, and Zhou Ning glanced at the time and explained the onset of the illness along with the rescue process. The emergency doctor immediately measured Luo Suqin's blood pressure, performed an electrocardiogram, and administered emergency medication. Watching the stable condition, he nodded to Zhou Ning. The condition has stabilized. We're heading to the hospital now. Is this person a crime suspect or a family member? Are you coming with us? Seeing Su Daiwan's gesture, Mr. Zheng quickly ordered 2 people to follow. After the emergency personnel left, Su Doyuan stood in front of the main house's door, surveying the whole courtyard. All right, Mr. Xing, you take people to assist with the trace search. The houses in the village, even if they're sold, cannot have their household registration transferred, can't be newly built or expanded, and are not eligible for demolition compensation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. They only have usage rights. Mr. Liu, come with me to canvass the neighboring residents and then visit the village committee to understand the situation. Having said that, Su Doyuan took his team and left, while Mr. Zhao sighed, wiping sweat off his forehead. Tough luck, if only I had known to bring some trace detection teams from the other groups. We only have 1 camera. How long is this going to take? Comrade Zhou Xiao, where shall we start first? Although he was grumbling, the look he gave Zhou Ning was filled with excitement. In fact, Zhou Ning had already inspected the main house earlier. It had a cement floor with patches and fine cracks. If there were bloodstains on such a surface, they would certainly remain. This wasn't the primary crime scene. Thinking of the saw marks on the victim's bones, Zhou Ning turned his gaze to the East Wing room. The West Wing room is filled with grains and items like freshly pressed peanut oil. Let's go check the East Wing. The presence of the tricycle here suggests this is either a tool shed or a storeroom. If we can find an electric saw, it will be easiest to extract the remaining substances on it, completing the evidence chain. Zhao Xinli smiled broadly, donning his equipment, and with a carrying case in hand, hurriedly rushed to the door of the East Wing. The 2 officers also came over and took luminol reagent distributed by Mr. Zhao to begin spraying in the East Wing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. As the reagent finished dispersing, a police officer closed the door, and Zhou Ning turned on the ultraviolet light in his hand. In the dim room, the floor and a table beside it were covered in blue-green fluorescence, with traces of drips, splatters, wipes, and dilution states all present. The shelf had a metal lockbox surrounded by fluorescent handprints, as well as light, faint traces of wiping and flowing. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao walked over, turned on a flashlight, and shone it on the metal box. As the light from the flashlight passed over, they could see that the box's surface had been cleaned. Mr. Zhao lifted the box and set it on the table. By this time, the room's door had been opened and the lights turned on. Mr. Zhao exhaled, feeling both nervous and excited. Time to open the mystery box. Let's see if we can find the murder weapon. He reached out to pull. The lid did not open, but the sound of the lock clattered, causing the padlock to jiggle. Mr. Zhao's expression faltered, and he pulled down his mask a bit, hands on his hips. Luo Suqin actually used a combination lock. I rushed out so quickly I didn't bring the big bolt cutters for picking locks. Do you have those big cutters in your car? If not, we'll have to buy one from a nearby hardware store. Zhou Ning raised his hand to stop Mr. Zhao's actions. The combination lock had 4 digits. After a brief thought, he began to spin the dials, attempting 1116, Luo Suqin's birthday, but it didn't open. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody P. Then he tried 0817, and this time, when he pulled, the lock's latch sprung open. Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up. Zhou Xiao, your brain really works wonders. Could it be both their birth dates? Zhou Ning nodded. The password is Zhang Minan's birth date. Mr. Zhao grabbed the edge of the box and gave it a tug. Inside, there was a handheld single-tooth electric saw. This time they didn't need the luminol reagent to see the bloodstains, the on-off switch, and the notches had traces of blood, and there were remnants of white bone fragments on the saw blade. We found the murder weapon. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 117 to 116 Childhood Sweethearts _1 Chapter 117. Chapter 116 Childhood Sweethearts _1 Mr. Zhao roared excitedly, and the 2 police officers came over to help hold open the large evidence bag as they placed the electric saw inside. First, collect the fingerprints. The saw is operated by gripping, so there's no particular orientation for use. Left or right hand are both possible, so be meticulous with both sides. Don't miss the plug at the back either. Zhou Ning's face showed no signs of excitement. Mr. Zhao glanced at him, puzzled, and asked, Zhou Xiao, you don't seem too pleased. Do you think there's something wrong with this case? Zhou Ning shook his head, a nameless emotion swirling in his heart. Zhang Minan and Luo Suqin, one a widower, the other unmarried, left their hometown at such an advanced age to live here, without even a marriage certificate, far from their children, dwelling in such a dilapidated courtyard. The joint photo in their room, dated in handwritten ink as October 1964, although colorized later, appears to be the original without any Photoshop traces. All this suggests that the 2 knew each other in their early 20s. Whatever prevented them from being together back then, and why, after Zhang Minan's wife passed away, they didn't end up together. Perhaps the children disagreed, or maybe there were other obstacles. But according to this line of reasoning, what happened afterward doesn't make sense. Mr. Zhao blinked and glanced at the evidence bag. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P. But judging from Luo Suqin's behavior, even without doing DNA testing, we can be certain that these bloodstains belong to the deceased, Zhang Minan. If the fingerprints extracted match Luo Suqin's, then we've completed the chain of evidence. Zhou Ning remained silent. No antemortem injuries had been found on the deceased's bones, and the timer counting down the cause of death was still ticking. A verdict had not yet been reached. Thinking this, Zhou Ning left the east wing and went straight to the main house, stepping in front of the bedroom wardrobe. He opened drawer after drawer, and in the 3rd layer, He found a neatly arranged stack of radiological imaging diagnosis bags, along with several medical records and registration cards, all fastened with leather straps, not tossed in haphazardly, but orderly. Taking out these bags, Zhou Ning looked through them one by one, from January 2008 to May 2010, spanning over 2 years and involving visits to 6 different hospitals. From the rheumatology department to rehabilitation, there was even a diagnosis of giant cell bone tumor. It was puzzling that such a diagnosis would be made so readily at this age. Hadn't they considered the age factor? The last report was a diagnosis from Lu University Hospital. Indeed, just as he had surmised, Zhang Minan had late-stage lung cancer with bone metastases. The conclusion of the CT report was very clear. 1/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P central type lung cancer in the right upper lung, with multiple lymph node metastases in the right hilum and mediastinum, right-sided pleural metastasis, obstructive pneumonia in the right upper and middle lung, moderate pleural effusion on the right side, and marginal atelectasis of the right lower lobe. 2. Suspected osteolytic destruction of the third and fourth right ribs. 3. Consideration of bone metastases at the distal end of the femur. Just from reviewing the reports, the state of Zhang Minan was apparent: leg pain hampering movement, high fever, coughing, sputum production, difficulty breathing. These symptoms had prompted him to seek medical attention again. It was only that what was thought to be a mere leg issue turned out to be bone metastases from lung cancer. Zhou Ning placed these items in a large bag, and when he turned around, he saw that Su Dayuan had returned and was looking at him with a smile. "How's everything on your end? Need any help over here?" "No need. Mr. Zhao has already finished extracting samples on site, and all the samples and evidence have been packed." What did the village committee and neighbors say? The house was rented by Zhang Minan for 10 years at 2,000 per year, paid every 5 years, so the cost was extremely low. However, the village clerk mentioned that in January of last year, Zhang Minan bought a property next to Dongxing Garden Phase 1 in Dahlia Village. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. The clerk had helped him get a discount of 500 per square meter, and the property was registered in Luo Sukin's name. Even with the discount, the total cost of the house was over 700,000. Zhang Minan sold his 2 houses in his hometown and gave the bulk of the money to his son, so whatever he could spare certainly wasn't much. After moving here only 10 years ago, and with his illness, it's a mystery how he managed to gather enough money. Zhou Ning lifted his phone and scrolled to a photo. This was the manuscript found on the west side of the main house. Zhang Minan's son mentioned that his father taught English, and it looks like the 2 of them were working on translation projects together. I remember seeing posts related to this. Regular document translation fetches 130 yuan per 1,000 characters, but for professional literature like this, the prices are much higher, starting at 1,000 yuan per 1,000 characters. Apparently, Zhang Minan and Luo Suqin were making money this way, and to save on expenses, that's why they chose to live in such a place, even skimping on medical care. Su Dayuan sighed. They saved money, but what's the use if you're gone? Alright, since we've found the evidence and collected the physical evidence, let's leave someone to guard the place and head back. Mr. Zhao at this moment came running in, out of breath, the boxes and the evidence seemingly all packed into the vehicle. "Boss, should we leave Luo Suqin at Xinhua? /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Wait until her condition stabilizes, then we'll take her back to the city bureau for interrogation after that. Have you completed the crime scene investigation? Let's head back." Mr. Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed. "The investigation is done, but regarding the murder weapon, we only found an electric saw, nothing else." Su Dayuan waved his hand and glanced at the sky. "Let's leave it at that for today." Zhou Ning didn't say anything more and followed everyone into the car. When they got back to the city bureau, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Su Dayuan called all members of the 2.21 special case team to the technical department. They had been investigating for nearly a month without any substantial progress, but now that the physical evidence was in place, they all went eagerly to conduct the tests. Mr. Peng arrived, bringing food for everyone. Seeing Zhou Ning's weary face, he punched Su Dayuan playfully. "So, you're bossing Zhou Ning around just because he used to be under you, huh? Even though Zhou Ning was your subordinate, now that he's here, you can't push my people around like that." Su Dayuan bared his teeth with a smile. Mr. Peng sure had a way with words. That comment was clearly backing Zhou Ning and also showing strong support for Zhu's investigation of the case. Su was no fool. He just wasn't interested in playing political games. He said with a smile, "Exactly, Mr. Peng knows how to care for people. Zhou Xiao, you go rest first. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The results of these tests won't be available until tomorrow anyway, considering all the chemical and DNA comparisons that need to be done. We'll discuss all the findings at the meeting tomorrow." Zhou Ning looked at the two men and put the evidence bag on the table, spreading it out one by one. Inside, he was extremely anxious, but he couldn't let it show on his face. Waiting until tomorrow would mean it's all over. Was he supposed to get struck by lightning? That was out of the question. Let's not rush. I'll mention some relevant findings. These were not within Mr. Zhao's scope of evidence collection. After all, so far the evidence we've found only pertains to the dismemberment. However, how the victim, Zhang Minin, died and the cause of death are still unknown. Su Dayuan was taken aback. Mr. Peng's smile also faded. He understood the implications of Zhou Ning's words, but everyone present knew the magnitude of this case's impact. Was there controversy over the cause of death? Are you suggesting that Luo Suqin is not the murderer? Zhou Ning shook his head. Without finding the cause of death, we cannot determine who the murderer is. Luo Suqin is only a suspect in the dismemberment. Look, this is the medical record of the victim that I found. With a few words, everyone in the room crowded closer, but they couldn't understand the professional jargon at first glance. Mr. Peng was the acting director of the forensic department for a reason. He understood as soon as he took a look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This only proves that the victim was ill. Is it related to the cause of death? The victim visited numerous hospitals over 2.5 years, initially for simple checkups. It was only during his last visit to Lu University Hospital last May that he was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, and the condition on his leg was merely a bone metastasis. According to the CT scans and various reports, his illness was severe, with metastasis to the lymph nodes, ribs, and femur. If he had undergone aggressive chemotherapy, he might have survived longer, but without treatment, his physical condition meant he wouldn't have lived more than 3 months. Su Dayuan and Mr. Peng were stunned, looking back and forth between the medical images and Zhou Ning. Mr. Peng's face showed disbelief. Wait, are you saying that Zhang Minin died of cancer? Su Dayuan stood up from his chair, pounding the table and shaking his head. It seemed this action made him more certain of his previous judgment. Impossible. Just because Luo Suqin had a heart attack doesn't mean she's innocent. She had a motive to commit the crime. After all, from the perspective of profit, she's the primary beneficiary of the house they purchased together. Her suspicion is the greatest based on what we know now. If we say that we're unable to determine the victim's cause of death for the moment, let's go back to the body dumping site for a comprehensive search, and the rental place in Dahlia Village as well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Since you guys found the electric saw, I think the primary crime scene is also there. How about we go through it again? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 118 to 117 beasts, _1 Chapter 118. Chapter 117 beasts, _1 Su Daiwan's words were highly influential, and almost everyone in the forensic teaching and research office nodded imperceptibly in agreement. Zhou Ning fixed his gaze on Su Daiwan's eyes. He knew from the first day they met that Su Dayuan was an impatient man, yet he had never been rash. But today, he was restless. Every case that gets media exposure like this becomes more difficult to solve, especially when there's a military order to solve it within a month looming over him. His pressure was immense. However, this case was indeed special. Now was not the time for persuasion. A second examination of the scene was necessary, and it seemed that the skeleton would need another careful review. Later, I will take another close look at the deceased skeleton, but from the current evidence, I haven't found conclusive proof that Luo Suqin killed Zhang Minan, Zhou Ning said. Su Dayuan seemed about to say more, as it was almost a certainty that the case was nailed down, yet Zhou Ning had made such a judgment, completely overturning his understanding. Mr. Peng reached out to stop him. Mr. Su, arguing now is pointless. The top priority for the technical department is to get the evidence we collected today tested as quickly as possible. As for the second crime scene examination, let Mr. Zhao and his team go now. For the cause of death, let's have a meeting overnight to discuss it. What do you think? Mr. Peng suggested, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan nodded, glancing at Zhou Ning. He had been too hasty in his speech and was indeed overbearing in shouting at Zhou Ning, especially since he was new. It wasn't conducive to Zhou Ning's work in the technical department. Thinking of this, Su quickly softened his tone and said, since the beginning, the case was at a standstill. It was not easy to find some clues that then deviated from our initial judgment, so I was a bit hasty. Zhou Xiao, don't take it to heart. It'll take Mr. Zhao and the others now. We also need to conduct some inquiries around the area, and as for the site where the body was dumped, I'll have someone search it thoroughly once more. Let me know the results here, and then we can summarize them. Also, I need to inform his son, Zhang Guiqing, for a DNA comparison. After speaking, Su Dayuan left with his team. Before leaving, Mr. Zhao saluted Zhou Ning with 2 fingers, eliciting a smile and a roll of her eyes from Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao had quite a knack for finding humor in hardship. Mr. Peng tidied his hair and looked at the remaining people in the teaching and research room. The staff from the physics and chemistry department and the trace examination department had left, leaving only Zhou Ning and the forensic doctors from the 4th and 5th groups. Mr. Su is under a lot of pressure, and it's a big task to take on right after taking office. We understand that. As for finding the cause of death, it's not something that can be done in a moment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Dr. Zhou, you go rest for a bit. The people from the 4th and 5th groups can start to compile and organize the information, Mr. Peng said. Zhu Zhuozhang and Feng Jijian didn't say much, and since Zhou Ning had finished the brunt of the work, it really wasn't helpful for him to follow to the scene, since there was nothing more to pick apart. However, Zhou Ning quickly added, "Thank you, Mr. Peng. However, I don't need to rest. I will follow up on the cause of death investigation shortly. Having the original scene photos from when the skeleton was found would be even better." Zhu Zhuozhang was swift to act, walking to the computer with a hard drive and pulling up photos of where the body was dumped. After all, it was more authentic to view them on the big screen. Zhou Ning observed each photo, each one marked with a number. He then walked up to the table where the deceased's bones had been reassembled, picked up the 3rd and 4th ribs from the right side, and examined them closely with a magnifying glass fitted with an LED light. Indeed, erosion marks were visible on the inside of both ribs, appearing as if they had been gnawed and were missing some parts. The cartilaginous substance had completely disappeared. During his previous examination, he had also considered this to be the result of animal gnawing, given that the bones had been exposed outdoors for a long while. Get the scene photos of the right 3rd and 4th ribs for trace examination. Let's compare them, Zhou Ning directed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. At Mr. Peng's call, a skinny trace examiner walked over and handed a notebook to Zhou Ning. It seemed they had been handled so often before that he quickly found 2 photos, which were then enlarged on the big screen. Zhou Ning walked over and pointed at a spot next to the rib with a laser pen. Enlarge this area. Seeing that Zhou Ning might have spotted something, the other forensic doctors also gathered around. They had seen these photos countless times without noticing any issues. As the image's clarity increased with magnification, several small black particles the size of grains of rice, along with some grass, leaves, and snow at the rib edge, became evident. Those irregular granules did not reflect light. Zhu Zhuozhang was the first to react. Previously, we analyzed the damage to these ribs. After all, the cartilaginous substance was also missing, and it looked more like the result of animal gnawing. Zhou Ning nodded at Zhu Zhuozhang. After all, the experienced forensic doctor didn't need much explanation to see the issue, but clearly they had not thought much about it before, nor had they made such a comparison. I also thought so before seeing the deceased's medical records, but now it looks like it's erosions caused by cancer. Those black granules are the missing parts. Alright, let's continue. With that, Zhou Ning moved sideways by 2 steps and started re-examining the deceased's skull. Time ticked away second by second, and in an instant, more than 3 hours had passed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. By the time Zhou Ning had finished reviewing all the bones and scene photos, his judgment became even clearer. Zhu Zhuozhang leaned in, peeling off his gloves and mask as he said, "Dr. Zhou, all the other remains have been checked. Besides these incision marks, no fatal wounds have been found. I think it can be determined that the victim died of natural causes, right?" Zhou Ning shook his head with a sigh, which was also the most perplexing issue for him. As it appears now, the victim's thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone are intact, so they weren't strangled, choked, or killed by blunt force trauma. The bones have been cut, but none of the cuts were post-mortem wounds, and toxicology tests have also revealed no sign of poisoning. However, we can't rule out other causes of homicide like slit wrists, drowning, suffocation, or air embolism. It's just that we can't prove any of them. It seems we have to wait for the results of the second crime scene investigation. It's like we're back where we started. The slightly overweight forensic doctor, Feng Zhijian, also came over and pushed up his glasses as he spoke. It's not going back to the beginning. The more we rule out, the closer we get to the truth. Zhou Ning nodded. He agreed with this statement. The work they'd done was not in vain. Su Dayuan and his team were under pressure and naturally eager to find the perpetrator, especially with a dismemberment case that had been reported by foreign media. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. From Zhou Ning's perspective, uncovering the factual truth was most important. Mr. Peng glanced at the time and waved to everyone. All right, go have some food and rest. Even if the second investigation does yield clues, we'll have to wait for them to come back before discussing them. Everyone didn't insist any further as they were all tired. Zhou Ning, carrying back some translation manuscripts and notebooks from Zhang Mainan's home, returned to his office. Mr. Sun went to the cafeteria to get food, not daring to disturb Zhou Ning. After brewing 2 packs of instant coffee and donning gloves, Zhou Ning began to examine these items. The manuscript was a work on analyzing and comparing ancient Chinese Tang Dynasty architecture with existing ancient Japanese buildings. From the handwritten records and notations, it seems to be a translation commissioned by a publishing house. Flipping to the last page of the last volume, it appeared that the translation was complete, probably just needing final editing. Zhou Ning put down the manuscripts and then looked at the notebooks. He set aside the ones concerning specialized vocabulary, and 2 diaries caught his attention. Upon opening the first page, he saw a date. May 13, 2009. This morning, Xiaoqing called. He needs to grease some palms for the doctoral selection, and he started by asking for money. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Suqin said to give it to him, but this is already the 3rd time this year. If it's not his wife changing jobs, it's the kid needing to join some classes, and it's always at least 20 or 30,000. He also knew I was picking up translation work and threatened that if I didn't pay, this book's translation fees would be lost as well. What a sin. Again? So that means such threats are not the first, and they have indeed followed through. Zhou Ning slightly frowned. Su Dayuan had people ask Zhang Guqing before, and he said he only called his father during holidays to give greetings. It seems the truth was not so simple. Zhou Ning continued reading and saw that almost every 1 or 2 months, there were records like this. It seemed that Zhang Guqing knew his father made good money from translating, and despite his age, he was still financially dependent on his parents, threatening and intimidating them. Truly despicable. March 7, 2010. This afternoon, I came back home from the publishing house and found Suqin lying motionless on the ground, with blood all over her head and the floor. I was terrified and immediately called an ambulance. After frantic treatment and resuscitation, she was thankfully out of danger. Under my questioning, Suqin finally told the truth. This morning, Xiaoqing came over and started saying as soon as he entered that he heard we bought a house and put it under Sukin's name, which was absolutely unacceptable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, he scolded Suqin, saying she would have to atone for her whole life because Xiaoqing's mom wouldn't have committed suicide had she not discovered our affair. Suqin didn't know what to do. She couldn't argue with Xiaoqing and tried to call me. That animal pushed Suqin over, making her hit her head on the bookshelf, and then ransacked the place, taking more than 20,000 cash from the house. I wanted to call and yell at Xiaoqing, but Suqin stopped me. She said the past events couldn't be cleared up from a child's perspective, and though we were not wrong, we shouldn't have cut off relations. I still kept Sukin's handwritten letters. Otherwise, Xiaoqing's mom wouldn't have taken such drastic measures. But after so many years, carrying guilt, slaving away, supporting his education, marriage, house purchase, and even all their expenses, how can he still say such things? The money for the new house came from Sukin's hometown's demolition compensation. We received over 800,000 in total, of which 100,000 was already given to Xiaoqing, that beast. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 119 to 118 a camera _1 chapter 119. Chapter 118 a camera _1. Seeing this, Zhou Ning was stunned. He had suspected that these two must have had some story, but he never imagined there would be so many unknowns involved, especially the dead man Zhang Mainan's son, who was nearly 50 years old, and yet he was still demanding money from his old father. How noble was that? However, since Zhang Mainan had the habit of keeping a diary and felt such guilt towards Luo Suqin, might he have arranged something for after his death? With that thought, Zhou Ning grabbed his cell phone and dialed Mr. Zhao's number. Hello, have you guys finished the second inspection? Zhou Xiao, you're even harsher than Suda. He keeps nagging and nagging, constantly buzzing in my ear, and I'm already annoyed enough, and now you. Zhou Ning knew that if he didn't interrupt this guy, he would have a dozen more things to say. Since you're at the scene, go look for things like cameras, voice recorders, tapes, external hard drives, and so on. I think Luo Suqin has already woken up too. You can let Suda go ask her. I believe Zhang Mainan must have left something like a will. Mr. Zhao was taken aback, and Su Deyuan snatched the phone from him. What's up, Zhou Xiao? Did you discover something? A diary. I found Zhang Mainan's diary. It was tucked among his translation manuscripts, a diary recording every time his son Zhang Guqing came to ask them for money, the dates, the amounts, and the whole process. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. It includes threats and intimidation, even physical harm. Su Dayuan took a deep breath and then paused slightly before speaking. Don't worry. Before we arrived, I had someone take a blood sample from Zhang Guqing for DNA analysis. The comparison will happen afterward. As for his father's matter, we've already informed him. He's flying to Qidong this afternoon. I've gotten Mr. Zhang to pick him up. We'll interrogate him as soon as he arrives. We have a case of intentional injury, and that won't be over lightly. As for the hospital, I'll go there myself. All right, I'll get Mr. Zhao to look for the evidence you mentioned. I have to go now. Zhou Ning hung up and let out a sigh of relief. Though the countdown to identifying the cause of death was still ticking away, he had done everything he could for now, waiting for the results of the comparison. According to what Su Dayuan said, blood was drawn and sent for analysis early on, so the DNA results should come through very quickly. Just then, Mr. Sun came in, holding a lunchbox. Forensic Doctor Zhou, I brought you a meal. I wasn't sure about your dietary restrictions. Thanks, I don't have any. After eating, Zhou Ning went straight to the testing department. As he approached the entrance, the door to the testing department opened. A short and slightly chubby woman in a white coat looked Zhou Ning up and down. Mrs. Cui, the head of the department, had been introduced to him the day before by Mr. Peng during a tour, so he recognized her. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Hello, Mrs. Cui, I'm Zhou Ning. I remember. Do you need something from me? Her straightforward questions spared the need for any small talk. The DNA information of the 2.21 case victim's son will be sent over shortly. I'll need your assistance, Mrs. Cui, to compare it with the victim. Cui Lily nodded and held up her phone. Add me on QQ. As soon as the file arrives, just send it to me. The comparison results will come quickly. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cui. After speaking, Zhou Ning didn't linger and quickly returned to his work. Cui Lily interestingly watched Zhou Ning's retreating figure and said to a female lab technician behind her, this new forensic Dr. Zhou isn't just handsome, his work ability is also commendable, and moreover, he doesn't flirt around. Don't any of you have thoughts? The female lab technician drank her water, shaking her head continuously. Chief Cui, you're just busy with testing and have no time to keep up with the gossip in the tech department, huh? Forensic Dr. Zhou is no ordinary person. He was specially assigned here by the city, involved in some project, and highly regarded. Yesterday, so many people from Qidong University came over with him, and there was this one female professor. Her looks are no worse than those celebrities. They were all smiles and laughter as they arrived, the relationship clearly more than ordinary. I know where I stand. Cui Lily blinked, seemingly recalling something. I remember now, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Peng seemed to have mentioned before that the red dress serial murder case was solved with his participation. No wonder he's competent. He's not just another pretty face. 2 hours later, Cui Lily, holding a stack of reports, walked into office 302. Upon entering, she saw Zhou Ning standing in front of the whiteboard, on which were drawn relationship charts and all known conditions. His focused demeanor was striking. Forensic Doctor Zhou, the DNA comparison results for the victim's son are out. They confirm the father-son relationship. All other comparisons, including the bloodstains found at the scene and DNA samples taken from the toothbrush and razor, belong to the victim himself. Zhou Ning hurriedly took the report and skimmed through it. Thank you so much, Mrs. Cui. This report came right in time. You've worked hard. Mrs. Cui waved her hand, a rare smile crossing her face. You've got a sweet tongue. All right, just let me know if anything needs testing. This 2.21 case is really tough. The pressure from City Bureau on Mr. Su must be huge. If it's necessary for us to work overtime, let me know in advance so I can make arrangements. Zhou Ning nodded at Cui Lily, touched by her kindness. After all, in the 2 days he'd been there weren't many in the technical department who were genuinely willing to help. Most were just watching from the sidelines. And as for Mr. Peng, he'd likely be distant if it weren't for the acting director title hanging over his head. Once Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao and the others are back from their second site inspection. I reckon there will be some samples. There's no rush, though. It's fine if we can work on them by tomorrow. Cui Lily nodded and headed towards the door. Just as the door opened, Mr. Zhao charged in carrying a case, almost bumping into Mrs. Cui. Though Mr. Zhao had been rapidly gaining weight, his reflexes were still sharp, and he quickly sidestepped, dropping the case on the floor. That scared me half to death. I can't afford to bump into our Mrs. Cui. Cui Lily glanced at Mr. Zhao's hand, which seemed to have twisted a bit. Looking all in a daze, is your hand okay? Mr. Zhao flashed his trademark toothy smile and lifted his wrist up, giving it a shake in front of Cui Lily. Thanks for your concern, Mrs. Cui. I'm fine. Look at me, tough as nails. Su Dayuan kicked him from behind. Stop clogging the way and start getting out what needs to be tested. Are you trying to make everyone work overtime with you, or what? Mr. Zhao pouted, but didn't dare retaliate. Give it to me. I'm about to head back and sort out the tests anyway. Su Dayuan paused, then hurriedly fell silent. Mr. Zhao, on the other hand, was eager to go, taking the case with him as he followed Mrs. Cui. It was only then that Su Dayuan approached Zhou Ning, who had been sizing him up. Seeing his empty hands, Zhou Ning felt a sense of unease. Didn't find it? Su Dayuan was just about to speak when he realized Mr. Zhao had gone out. Found it. It's with Mr. Zhao, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I haven't checked yet. Recording? Video? As they were talking, Mr. Zhao ran back, glanced at the two men, and from the investigation case, he retrieved a bag containing a box, holding it up high. You'd never guess. I found a box on the bookshelf. It was sealed with paper, written with the 3 characters Zhang Minan, along with a date, and this is the photo I took. The bag was placed on the table, and Mr. Zhao opened the camera to show a photo. The signature was in a handsome script with a date beside it, June 27, 2010. I opened it on the spot, and inside was a brand new video camera, complete with the purchase receipt, and there was also a video of the salesperson from the store, seemingly as a tutorial on how to use the device. Did you lift fingerprints from the video camera and the box surface? Mr. Zhao nodded. Found 7 or 8 fingerprints. Suda checked the police database and found Zhang Minan's prints, which matched perfectly. Zhou Ning said nothing as Mr. Zhao took out the camera. Sun Gout had already considerately located the data cable and connected it to the computer. He quickly found 2 videos inside and opened them one by one. The first video was dated May 21, 2010, 14:22. A female salesperson carefully taught Zhang Minan how to use the video camera, adjusting focus and framing. Zhang Minan asked how far and high he should be if he wanted to record himself. The two demonstrated for a while. The saleswoman casually asked a question, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p sir, are you buying this video camera for a trip, to record for your family? Zhang Minan shook his head and, looking up, said to the saleswoman with a smile, I'm going to record a will. The saleswoman clearly froze, then asked no more. She familiarized Zhang Minan with the distance once again, and the video ended shortly after. Without being told by Su Dayuan, Mr. Zhao already clicked on the other video. The background was an office, the camera slightly shaky. Zhang Minan entered the frame, sat down on a chair and kept pushing it to adjust the distance. An elderly man walked beside him and stood still. Then, facing the camera's direction, Zhang Minan said, how's this distance? It can fit me into the frame, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 120 to 119 will _1 chapter 120. Chapter 119 will _1 okay. Don't back up anymore. I've already started recording. Zhang Minan coughed several times in a row, as if his lungs were about to cough up, but the camera did not stop. After all, this was the true state of Zhang Minan at the time. After a brief pause, he lifted a piece of paper he was holding and began, My name is Zhang Minan, from Qidong City. ID number 23032119410817 *********. I am now in the conference room of the Hua Country Foreign Translation Publishing Company, located at number 320, Xingfu Road, Tongshan District, Qidong City. Today is June 27, 2010, and shortly I will be recording my will. The witnesses will also disclose their own information. In May this year, I went to Lu University Hospital for a checkup, and the doctors told me I had cancer. My lung cancer had metastasized to bone cancer. The doctors believed there was no need for treatment and that I had at most a couple of months to live. It has been over 40 days since my diagnosis, which I consider a bonus. Even if I wanted surgery, I couldn't afford it. I'm tired and don't want to bother anymore. I am voluntarily giving up on treatment. Regarding my personal property, the following statement is made. Starting in 2001, Luo Suqin and I began taking on translation work, and we made quite a bit of money. This can be verified by the clear accounts in my diary. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. However, all the money I made, plus the proceeds from selling my house, minus daily expenses, totaling 1,340,000, was taken by my son, Zhang Guqing, saying he took it as a polite way of putting it. In reality, he extorted, threatened, and outright robbed me. The last 20,000 was given to him on April 30, 2010, on the condition that he sever our father-son relationship and that he no longer trouble Luo Suqin or me. We no longer have the physical or mental capacity to continue with translation work, and we are, frankly, penniless. When I gave him the money, I had a notarized certificate signed by a lawyer. It is on file at the Xinhua City Notary Office. Luo Suqin is the person I designated to retrieve the document. The lawyer is one of the witnesses, and his information will be disclosed shortly. As for the property purchased in Xinhua City, it was funded by the compensation from the demolition of Luo Suqin's family home. You can check the relevant bank statements. These have nothing to do with Zhang Guqing. If Zhang Guqing causes any trouble for Luo Suqin again, please, police comrades, handle the situation according to this video of the will. Lastly, I want to make arrangements for after my death. Luo Suqin and I have discussed this. I don't want any money spent on cremation, nor do I need a burial plot or anyone notified. Just toss my body in the wilderness and that will be fine. That's all I have to say. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The two witnesses stepped in front of the camera, holding their IDs, and stated their own personal information. Then the video was turned off. A ding sounded in Zhou Ning's ear, the countdown for the second task of the intermediate mission, determining the cause of death, stopped at 1:22. That was really close. The task was completed just within 2 days. If he had been just a little more curious and gone upstairs to look at the case's skeleton, that would have been a different story entirely. By now, he would have probably been struck by lightning or become intellectually impaired. However, the countdown for the third task, providing evidence ruling out foul play, hadn't stopped, meaning that the evidence to prove it was not a homicide was still insufficient. Could it be that complete statements from all the witnesses and Zhang Mainen's son were needed? At this point, Su Deyuan looked puzzled. Even if they dumped the body in the mountains, I could understand, but why dismember it? Zhou Ning was also confused by this point, but he was surprised that Zhang Guqing hadn't looked for his father again. After all, to depend on his parents to such an extreme degree was quite something. Could he really restrain himself? What about the two witnesses? Had they no contact with Zhang Mainen afterward? Hua Country Foreign Translation Publishing Company's chief editor, Guan Aijuan, and the lawyer from Zurisheng law firm, Zhang Jungang. Should we question these two? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Have they not been in contact with Zhang Mainen anymore? Let's contact them now. I bet they never thought this news would be related to Zhang Mainen, replied Su Deyuan while taking out his phone to make a call. You guys go and check on the two individuals, and let me know immediately when you have an update. I've sent you their details and places of work. After he hung up the phone, Mr. Zhao looked at Su Deyuan. Luo Suqin was transferred to Qidong City 6th Hospital, wasn't she? Could we try asking her? Su Deyuan shook his head. She's been transferred here, but her condition isn't good, and she's still in danger. We can, however, talk to Zhang Guiqing first. Mr. Zing is already on it, and by now he should have already arrived. At this, Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, come with me to listen to the interrogation. Your work here is done, right? You don't have any other assignments? Zhou Ning had no objections. Mr. Zhao's scent samples would take a while to yield results, so he stood up immediately. Then let's go listen. Mr. Zhao also stood up and, noticing Sun Gaotai's curious expression, patted him on the shoulder. Little brother Gaotai, do you also want to come and take a look? Sun Gaotai nodded. Is that okay? Come on, I'll show you around. Only by visiting the interrogation room can we urge our technical staff to improve their work efficiency. Otherwise, your internship won't be complete. Quit the nonsense, just follow me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan glanced at his phone, as if he had received a message, and gave Mr. Zhao a pat on the shoulder. It was probably a message from Mr. Zeng about going to the airport. The group left the technical department, walked directly through the corridor bridge to the main building of the municipal bureau, made quite a circuit, and entered a building. They encountered several people in the hallway who cast inquisitive glances, nodding towards Su Dayuan nonstop. Mr. Zing rushed over, his police coat taken off, sweating profusely. Although the temperature outside had risen, it wasn't hot enough to warrant such a state, perhaps. Mr. Su, you're back. That professor made a fuss, insisting on seeing the deceased's body. When we told him that only the skeleton was left, he began to shout and even demanded Luo Sukin's life, cursing with a vocabulary that would put a swearing old lady to shame. Su Dayuan nodded. No rush, I'll meet with him in a bit. I asked them to print out the transaction statement for you to check, the transfer record from Zhang Minan to Zhang Guiqing. I want the most detailed one. Then compare it with Zhou Xiao's diary to see if there are any discrepancies in the dates and amounts. Mr. Zing nodded continuously. Su Dayuan opened a door and gestured for Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao to enter. The observation room was empty. Mr. Zing followed them in, while Su Dayuan went alone to the next room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. From there, he could see that the interrogatory room was well lit, with a man in a suit sitting in a chair, his face filled with impatience. The conditions in this observation room were extraordinarily good, with monitoring displays from various angles and a range of devices lined up. Clearly, the equipment here was far superior to what was available at the District Criminal Police team. Mr. Zeng completed his call and quickly left the room. He returned in no time with several sheets of paper, handing them to Zhou Ning and whispering, Dr. Zhou, this is the transfer record. Mr. Su asked me to give it to you just now. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, seizing Mr. Zeng by the arm. Buddy, his name is Zhou Ning. We misled you. Zhou Xiao is his nickname. Pretty easy to remember, isn't it? Mr. Zeng laughed along, seemingly feeling a sense of closeness. I heard Mr. Su call you that. Sorry about that, Dr. Zhou. Calling you by your name felt more personal to me. Zhou Ning appeared to be indifferent. As long as it's easy to remember, it doesn't matter what you call me. Seeing Zhou Ning say this, Mr. Zeng felt even closer. He and Mr. Zhao began to compare the transfer records. In a few minutes, they matched all the transaction amounts from the diary to their corresponding dates, except for the over 20,000 in cash from March 7, 2010, which wasn't shown on the statement. Zhou Ning quickly wrote a note. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zing took it inside, along with the clearly marked photocopied diary and bank statement. Inside the interrogation room, Su Dayuan glanced at the note and handed the bank statement to Zhang Guiqing. This is your bank statement. Each transaction is clearly recorded. Of course, compared with your father's diary, there's a missing cash transaction of over 20,000 that's not on the record, totaling 1.34 million. Do you acknowledge this amount? Zhang Guiqing glanced at it with an expression of impatience. The money my father transferred to me was neither stolen nor robbed. Is it necessary for you to verify it this way? Besides, what child doesn't ask their parents for money? Su Dayuan smiled and flipped the diary open to the page dated March 7, 2010. It's recorded here that on March 7, 2010, you visited your father and Luo Sukin's home, scoured the over 20,000 in cash, and injured Luo Suqin. The flight records and the emergency medical service records from Lu University Hospital both match up. Is this also just asking for money? Zhang Guiqing fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Su Dayuan. Is my father really dead? You called me here, is it because they're suing me? No, that can't be right. Even if they sued, if that woman surnamed Luo wanted to sue me, it would be a public security case, not for the criminal police, right? Su Dayuan laughed. Educated people were different, analyzing the situation so precisely. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p indeed. If it were an intentional injury case, it would be a public security case and wouldn't necessitate the criminal police's involvement. Your father is dead. We've called you here first to compare DNA and second, to verify whether you've been to Qidong after June 27, 2010. According to the diary entries, you had a motive for the crime. Of course, we also need to confirm with your school. Now tell me, why haven't you been in contact with your father from June 27 last year until today? Zhang Guiqing grew angry, slamming the table as he stood up. Are you freaking playing with me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 121 to 120. I saw him assaulting a police officer _1. Chapter 121. Chapter 120. I saw him assaulting a police officer _1. Su Dayuan crossed his arms and nodded at the person responsible for record-keeping beside him. Note that down, insulting a police officer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guiqing subconsciously sat down, but the frustration on his face did not subside. I am a professor at the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, a person who cares about reputation. Your investigation, even if it doesn't find anything, affects me. Isn't that intentional? I want to see the person surnamed Luo. Su Dayuan continued speaking methodically. I'll say it again. This is a standard investigation, and I hope you'll cooperate fully. If we can't eliminate our suspicions, it won't just be a matter of verifying with your school anymore. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Guiqing was still glaring, but at this moment, he had quieted down and was no longer yelling. He clearly understood that the man in front of him was unaffected by his protests, and that the more he resisted, the more he would be targeted. Good, you're controlling your emotions well. Now tell me, when did your mother pass away? When I was in the 1st grade, I came home from school to find my mom hanging from the house beam. Suicide? Zhang Guiqing was somewhat impatient, but still replied, yes, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She had no affection for my father, and would always hold me and lament that her life was ruined by my father and the person surnamed Luo. If she had known about his unclean past, she would never have chosen to be with him. She tried to drown me twice, but my father stopped her. Before your mother's death, did your father have any contact with Luo Suqin that might have upset her? Zhang Guiqing shook his head. No, it seems my mother's suspicion came from a letter my father hid away. It was a letter written by Luo Suqin before they were married, containing half of my father's photo. Su Dayuan did not dwell on this question further and changed the subject. Were you on Qidong on June 27 last year? Have you been in contact with your father since then? Zhang Guiqing took out his phone and showed it to Su Dayuan. Can I check my ticket booking history? Su Dayuan extended his hand, signaling Zhang Guiqing to go ahead. Zhang Guiqing found the ticket booking app, with all his orders displayed, then placed the phone in front of Su Dayuan. Officer, take a look. These are all my travel bookings to several provinces and cities, but I haven't been to Qidong since last March. Su Dayuan glanced at it, and then called Mr. Zhang's number. Come take a photo of this. Then go verify with Zhang Guiqing's school for the relevant dates to see if he was on leave. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Also, use his identity information to conduct a system search at the airport and train stations, and, of course, don't forget the vehicle records entering Qidong. By now, anxiety had started to show on Zhang Goking's face as he quickly spoke up. It's fine to check the train stations and airports and any vehicle information, but can you not check with the school? Su Dayuan put down the materials in his hand and looked at Zhang Guqing. Your father is dead. Checking your information shouldn't be an issue for your school, should it? At this point, Zhang Guqing could no longer contain his emotions and grabbed Su Daiwan's sleeve. It wasn't easy for me to attain the title of professor. If you keep this up, it will be strange if they don't target me. What does his death have to do with me? In my information records, there is no item for a father. When I left home at 18, I had no father. Su Dayuan laughed, then placed his hand on the documents in front of him. No father? So, can I consider these acts as extortion? Zhang Guqing stood up, his eyes darting about as he shouted anxiously, Are you sick? Someone is dead, and instead of catching the killer, you're here squabbling with me over this. Is that reasonable? Interesting, extorting 1.43 million, a huge amount. When asking for money, you felt he was your father, and that it was only right for him to give you the money. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Moreover, you incessantly held your mother's suicide over his head, always blaming these faults on your father, causing him to endure years of verbal abuse and self-blame. But at your workplace, and to those you know, everyone believes you don't have a father. You even publicize that you haven't had a father since the age of 18. How do you expect us to make a judgment? Mr. Zeng clutched his phone, glancing at Su Dayuan in the next room, then back at Zhou Ning, his face filled with urgency. Has Mr. Su lost control of his emotions? This person actually doesn't have the time to commit the crime. I've just verified his various records at the airport, train stations, and the vehicular entries and exits in Qidong. There's no record of him anywhere. Zhou Ning shook his head. Don't worry, Suda is very calm. Go and contact their school, find the principal and also the department he belongs to. Mr. Su just feels that a person who sucks blood like this can't just be let go without doing anything. Moreover, if released now, his first target will be Luo Suqin. No matter what the truth is, he will drive Luo Suqin to her death. Mr. Zeng was startled, then nodded vigorously, seeming to understand the relationships involved. He grabbed Mr. Zhao. Buddy, you're good with words. How about you do the talking when I make the call? Mr. Zhao nodded. It's best to make the call using a landline, and remember when your leaders found Brother Xing? It would be most secure for someone to go in person. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, if we officially request Zhang Goking's registration information and there really is no mention of a father, this person is truly despicable. Having said that, the two hurried out. Zhou Ning stared at the adjacent room. Zhang Guqing had lost control of himself, reaching out to grab Su Daiwan's collar, while the recording clerk tried to intervene. Su Dayuan raised his hand to stop him, pointing at the surveillance cameras in the four corners of the room. This room is under surveillance everywhere. Right now, you have concrete evidence of assaulting an officer. I will be transferring you to the Public Security Brigade for handling shortly. Having said this, Su Dayuan stood up and came out. Zhang Guqing, like a madman, continued to shout and his phone was thrown out, but in a room like this with padded walls, it wasn't damaged. The recording clerk picked up the phone and gestured towards the door as Zhang Guqing was led away. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply and received a text message on his phone. It was sent by Lu Yongxin. Zhou Ning had asked him earlier that morning to help contact the doctor who had diagnosed Zhang Minin in the provincial capital. The doctor actually remembered Zhang Minin, thinking that he had come to the hospital with a rather indifferent attitude. He replied to the message explaining that Zhang Minin's health was very poor. He seemed fine on the surface, but there was no clear way to proceed with further treatment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was uncertain whether he could even get off the operating table, let alone the fact that he could fail to wake up at any moment. And he had heard from Zhang Minun that their medical insurance was based in their place of origin. Even with treatment here, the reimbursement rate was only 70%, and the costs had to be prepaid by the patient. He didn't have the money for that. Su Dayuan pushed the door and came in. Zhou Ning handed him the phone. The doctor's words could be seen as further proof that Zhang Minun could die from his illness at any time, and with all his money swindled by his son, he can't afford the treatment expenses himself. I think he wouldn't want to be a burden to Luo Suqin anymore, would he? Su Dayuan nodded and lit a cigarette. The women's director from the Dahlia Village Committee called earlier. She said that around mid-May last year, she couldn't remember the exact date, Luo Suqin had come to her, hoping she could help ask around if anyone was interested in buying her apartment. She was in a hurry to sell it and didn't mind a lower price. However, at that time, although the apartment was handed over, it hadn't passed inspection, so the property title couldn't be issued. Modifying the contract was even more troublesome. Many people found it unreliable, so despite inquiring for a long time, she failed to sell it. But in July, Luo Suqin said she was no longer selling. Zhou Ning fixed his gaze on Su Dayuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p diagnosed in May. Luo Suqin must have known about it, wanting to pay for Zhang Minun's treatment, hence the rush to sell the apartment. At the end of June, the deceased recorded a will, and perhaps by July, Zhang Minun was no longer alive. Those two witnesses, have they been found yet? They've been found, and they're about to arrive. Mr. Liu has gone to the gate to meet them. Why don't you ask me why I can't get along with Zhang Guqing? Zhou Ning shook his head. Su Dayuan wasn't someone who got worked up easily, but this Zhang Guqing really was detestable. To call him a beast would be an insult to beasts. I saw him assault an officer. Su Dayuan blinked, then threw his head back and laughed, slapping Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Zhou Xiao, do you know what your greatest strength is? Zhou Ning looked puzzled. Seems like I have many strengths, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 122 to 121. Back to the beginning _1 chapter 122, chapter 121. Back to the beginning _1 Su Dayuan said reflectively. You've always been proper, completely flawless. Whenever I assigned you a task, you always managed to complete it 200% beyond my expectations, better than I could have imagined. Although these are all impressive qualities, they aren't your greatest strengths. What's truly commendable is your sincerity. Don't forget that, even years from now, this very sincerity of yours. Zhou Ning didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't the kind of person who was bursting with a sense of justice. However, he understood why Su Dayuan had chosen to act this way. He hoped that Zhang Guqing's reputation would be ruined. Although Zhang Guqing wasn't the murderer of Zhang Minun, he was indirectly one of the causes. After all, if Zhang Minun had money and didn't have to struggle for a livelihood, who wouldn't want to take good care of their health and enjoy their twilight years in peace? Exhaustion, anxiety, self-blame, guilt, these things wore him down until he became sick. They even forced these two elders to confess to crimes they hadn't committed, to live a lifetime consumed by guilt, blaming them for the death of Zhang Guqing's mother, and to torment Zhang Minun and Luo Suqin endlessly with it, even coveting Luo Suqin's house. This was truly despicable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, and it's the kind of person who, having acted like a prostitute, still wants the respect accorded to a virgin, taking all the benefits while criticizing those who provided them, always standing on the moral high ground, presenting themselves as the embodiment of justice. Such people are the scum of humanity, and they teach and educate others. How could we possibly let them poison the minds of young students? Zhou Ning nodded and looked at Su Dayuan. We can directly send a letter of inquiry to the school, providing a detailed account of Zhang Guqing's behavior to the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, including the amount, time, and reason for each sum of money that Zhang Guiqing extorted from his father. We hope the school can provide any form of proof, as well as Zhang Guoqing's personal information, including that of his family members, for comparison. Su Dayuan grinned and patted Zhou Ning. That's a good idea. There's not a single word of condemnation, but every sentence is a moral indictment. I'll handle it right away. Instead of sending it directly to the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, we'll go through the Southwest City government and then forward it to the university. It doesn't matter if it's slow. It must be passed up through the ranks and be widely known. After all, we can detain him for a few days. Mr. Su, is this your way of complimenting me? It doesn't sound like it to me, Zhou Ning said. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan gave Zhou Ning a pat, his smile unchanged. Stop your nonsense. You're cultured, and you speak to my heart. Before Zhou Ning could argue, the door opened and Officer Liu walked in. Mr. Su, the editor-in-chief and the lawyer have arrived. Should I bring them over? Su Dayuan waved his hand, pressing down on Zhou Ning's shoulder to signal him to sit and wait, and followed Officer Liu out. In a moment, 4 people entered the adjacent interview room, clearly the 2 individuals from the video will. Both men were somewhat nervous. Su Dayuan smiled at them, trying to keep his expression from being too stern. I've asked you both here today to verify a matter. Do you know Zhang Minan? The 2 men exchanged looks and nodded in unison. When was the last time you saw Zhang Minan? Do you remember? At the end of last June, said Editor-in-Chief Guan Aijuan, speaking first. June 27, 2010, that's what I have on record. Additionally, he made a notarization on April 30, 2010. I have a photocopy of the notary document here. Lawyer Zhang Jungang placed a piece of paper on the table, and Su Dayuan glanced at it. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Zhang Jungang nodded. When the police contacted me, they asked about Zhang Minan, so I brought the documents with me. I have a copy of his video with me, which he also entrusted to me for safekeeping. Don't tell me it's about his son fighting over the inheritance. Is he still around? At his words, Guan Aijuan also looked at Su Dayuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. From their expressions, it was clear that they were both quite concerned about Zhang Minan, but also unaware of his circumstances. He's no longer with us. Right now, it's not clear whether it was suicide or homicide. His remains were found in the wilderness. Both were taken aback, and Guan Aijuan moved forward. I was transferred to work at the National Publishing Administration in July last year and haven't been in touch with Zhang Minan since, but his condition is very bad. I've talked to him, and his attending physician said he now has widespread cancerous cells and not much time left. However, his translation work continues to come in every month. I don't know if it's his translations or those of his partner. Have you ever heard Zhang Minan talk about his partner? Zhang Jungang spoke up first. I've asked since I had to record his will. I needed to understand his situation to prevent disputes later on. I just didn't expect his family situation to be so complicated. His partner didn't go through marriage procedures with him, but their relationship was stable. We viewed it as a common-law marriage. He didn't go through official marriage procedures mainly to protect Ms. Luo from his son's harassment and to prevent his son from inheriting Ms. Luo's assets later. Su Dayuan nodded. The lawyer's words were very cautious. Mr. Guan, could you check whether, starting from May last year, the royalties for Zhang Minan's translations stopped appearing in his account, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Is he still translating manuscripts? Has he stopped working, or has he changed the payment account? No need to check. I was helping with that. His son went to his house in March and injured Ms. Luo. Zhang asked me to change the account for the royalty payments. They had a book to translate, which was a huge task. I had finished only 10% when I left. At this point, Guan Aijuan made a phone call, using the speakerphone to answer directly. Mr. Guan, hello. What made you think to call? Xiaokai, I want to ask you something. You remember Zhang Minan, right? Is his translation work still ongoing? What's the progress on that document? Zhang Minin, yes, I remember. The translation is still ongoing and nearly complete. I estimate the last batch of manuscripts will arrive in the next couple of days, and then we can settle the payment. Are you looking to introduce him to other translation work? Please don't. I already have people lined up here. How's the quality of the translations? Of course, the quality is consistently excellent. But how should I put it? The wording is slightly different than before, more poetic, especially the translations of poems. I think they're as good as the best. Don't worry, I have proposed increasing their payment due to the difficulty of these documents. That's good, just wanted to ask that. By the way, are they still using Ms. Luo's account for payments? Yes. Guan Aijuan glanced at Su Dayuan, saw him nod, and then hung up the phone to end the conversation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Thank you very much for your support. We have learned what we needed. Guan Aijuan grabbed Su Daiwan's sleeve with a worried expression on his face. Officer, I have called Zhang Minin before, but Ms. Luo said he went back to his hometown for treatment and there was no follow-up. If possible, I would like to know the cause of Zhang Minin's death. Yes, I want to know as well. Su Dayuan let out a sigh, seeming troubled, but he explained nonetheless. We are investigating the cause of Zhang Minin's death. His skeletal remains were scattered over Xiaolong Mountain, the case reported in the news a few days ago. Currently, Luo Suqin and Zhang Guiqing are suspects, but no injuries indicating murder were found on the body. The two shook their heads almost in unison. It can't be Luo Suqin. Their affection for each other is beyond our imagination. You know, if it weren't for Luo Suqin, Zhang Minin would have frozen to death in the mountains. It was Luo who carried him on her back for a day and a night to the hospital for treatment. Because of this, Luo lost 4 toes to frostbite and developed a chronic condition, leaving her unable to have children. She also suffers from chilblains every year. Hearing that Luo could no longer have children, Zhang Minin's father went so far as to threaten him with death, adamantly refusing their marriage. Luo learned of this and chose to leave without disturbing the elderly man. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Their reunion was also due to a chance encounter years later. By this time, Zhang Minin's wife had passed away for several years. The allegations of destroying the family made by his son are completely implausible. Su Dayuan nodded. Although their relationship with Zhang Minin was only average, they spoke so highly of Luo Suqin. Evidently, they were impressed by her character and moved by her commitment, as recounted by Zhang Minin himself. Zhou Ning frowned deeply. The more he investigated, the more perplexed he became. If it was a natural death, why dismantle the body? Could it have been Zhang Minin's request? But this was utterly illogical. Zhou Ning couldn't understand, and it made no sense, especially since people in Hua country traditionally emphasized a proper burial. Even in the case of sky burials practiced by some ethnic minorities, they didn't mutilate the body. Inside the interrogation room, Su Dayuan had stood up to see the two out. The door opened and Su Dayuan walked in, noticing Zhou Ning frowning, as if he knew what Zhou Ning was thinking about. Forget it, pondering over this is pointless. Come with me to the 6th hospital to see Luo Suqin. The message from the guard suggests she is out of danger now and perhaps she can give us an answer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 123 to 122. You can catch me now _1 Chapter 123. Chapter 122. You can catch me now _1 The Internal Medicine Inpatient Department of the 6th Hospital. Su Dayuan was speaking with the remaining staff, while Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao stood outside the door, looking into the ward. Luo Suqin had awakened, lying on the bed with an oxygen tube, her face pale. Her gaze fixed outside the window. In front of her was a laptop and a stack of manuscripts. Whoever had brought these items was unknown, as Su Dayuan hurried over. The doctor said that Luo Suqin's condition allows her to leave the ICU now, but her heart problem has always been there, and her physical state is very poor, with many issues. They performed a physical examination on Luo Suqin, and indeed, as Mr. Guan and the others said, Luo Suqin is missing 4 toes, amputated years ago. Mr. Zhao asked from the side, "The leader just woke up and you brought her the computer and such?" Su Dayuan nodded. "The people staying behind asked me early in the morning, saying that Luo Suqin wanted her computer and translation manuscripts. I thought since these were work-related, I didn't stop them. It seems she places great importance on her work." Zhou Ning pondered for a moment, shifting his gaze away from Luo Suqin. "I have looked at the manuscripts and the handwriting matches what's in the diary. I believe it is left by Zhang Minin. Didn't Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Guan mentioned that when Zhang Minin visited the publishing house before, he had only completed 10%, but now 90% is done. She must want to finish Zhang Minin's remaining work as quickly as possible. It's a commitment, but after this commitment is fulfilled, it's uncertain how Luo Suqin will choose." Su Dayuan and Mr. Zhao were both taken aback, with Mr. Zhao unable to restrain himself from asking, "Zhou Xiao, what do you mean? Are you saying Luo Suqin is now eager to complete this manuscript and then wants to end her own life?" Su Dayuan frowned deeply, thought for a moment, and nodded his head, clearly agreeing with Zhou Ning's statement. "Let's not guess anymore, let's go in and see." Mr. Zhao pushed the door open. Luo Suqin slowly turned her head, and seeing Su Dayuan, she smiled slightly. "You're here. I don't know which one of you is good with computers, but I need your help with something." "You don't need to ask. I'll explain everything clearly afterward." Zhou Ning stepped forward, approaching Luo Suqin closely. Mr. Zhao ran to the end of the bed, cranked up the bed a bit so Luo Suqin could sit up more comfortably. It was a more comfortable position for her. "What do you need us to do?" Luo Suqin took a few deep breaths, trying to speak coherently. "This document has to be sent to the publishing house. I've completed the final proofreading. It's the last part, but my computer can't connect to the internet right now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Zhou Ning leaned in to check and chose to connect to his own phone's hotspot. He then sent the email that Luo Suqin had prepared. The email was successfully sent, and an immediate reply was received. Luo Suqin's face broke into a smile, and she nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you. At last, the final step is done. Please sit. I know what you want to ask." Zhou Ning sat down beside Su Dayuan, while Mr. Zhao turned on the enforcement recorder and stood by the window, the angle just right to capture everyone in the frame. Su Dayuan said, "I just asked the doctor about your health issues, which require further treatment. If you feel up to it, tell us anything that comes to mind, anything at all. However, we need to record this." Luo Suqin nodded, letting out a breath, looking in Mr. Zhao's direction. Zhou Ning knew she wasn't looking at Mr. Zhao, but outside the window, as if only this motion could take her thoughts back to the past. "We met in August of 1964. Zhang Minin was 22, I was 21. We were on the same train heading to Qidong City after university graduation. We were assigned to 2 neighboring primary and secondary schools in Qidong City, and both of us were English teachers. We talked about our dreams and ambitions along the way, which sparked feelings between us. Upon reaching the school, we threw ourselves into work. We often went to townships together to persuade students to attend classes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. That winter, Zhang Minin had gone to the base of the mine to find a student and didn't return for the entire night. His colleagues told me, so I hurried out to look for him. When I found him, he was already unconscious with a high fever on the mid-slope. He had appendicitis and hadn't treated it. I knew it had to be this problem flaring up. So I carried him down the mountain, walking for a whole day and night. It wasn't until the evening that we reached the roadside, where we caught a ride on a fellow villager's donkey cart. That's how Zhang Minin was finally taken to the hospital in time for surgery. I had hurried out so quickly that I was wearing cloth shoes, so my toes got frostbitten too. During his hospitalization, his father came and just happened to hear about my condition. Knowing that I couldn't have children in the future, he grabbed his belt and tried to hang himself in front of Zhang Mainen's bed. Faced with such a vehement reaction, I could only leave temporarily. Of course, his father also brought a girl with him, said to be his childhood betrothed. I hadn't heard him mention her before. The girl was very down-to-earth and took very good care of Zhang Mainen. I felt it wasn't right for me to destroy their relationship. When Zhang Mainen was discharged from the hospital, we met, and I gave him a letter, telling him that I was transferring jobs and hoping for his happiness. After that, I left. Later on, I heard that he married that girl and they had a child, Zhang Guqing, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Afterward, I continued working in Jishi City as an English teacher. We met again in 1976 when I was transferred back to Qidong City and even got assigned a staff apartment. In front of the education committee's main gate, I saw Zhang Mainen. He hadn't changed, just seemed much thinner. We had a meal and talked about the changes in the past 12 years. He said his wife had passed away 4 years earlier, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. Of course, there was also the letter that troubled his wife. At that time, I deeply regretted having left that letter for Zhang Mainen. We stayed in touch, but Zhang Guqing, to oppose our potential union, made a scene and threatened to leave home. Reluctantly, we had to let it go. Zhang Mainen's father, on the other hand, did hope we'd get together and admitted that it was his insistence that caused our separation years ago. But nothing could change the past. In 1984, Zhang Guqing was admitted to university. He left us with a warning. If he found out we were together, he'd report us to the Bureau of Education for misconduct. In that era, we bowed to social pressure and didn't choose to be together. I retired in 1998 and started taking up some translation work, which boosted my confidence. Zhang Mainen found me. He had retired early since his father had also passed away. He decided to leave Qidong City with me, and that's when we moved to Qingdao. The pension was meager then, and housing prices here were very high. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhang Guqing stopped trying to obstruct us, but kept asking Zhang Mainen for money. In truth, we were happy about it. Giving him money in exchange for acknowledgement made us happy. After all, besides Zhang Mainen, I had no relatives in this world, and Zhang Mainen had only this one child. His sister had died in her teens. But things started to spiral out of control. In 2002, under Zhang Guqing's pressure, Zhang Mainen sold the 2 houses back in his hometown for a total of just over 200,000 yuan. We kept 10,000 for ourselves, giving the rest to him. But he said it wasn't enough, and we had to desperately take on more translation work. Our health declined with each passing year. In 2009, our 2 houses in Qidong City were demolished. I rushed back to deal with the issue and was compensated over 800,000 yuan. I bought a house next to Dahlia Village and gave the remaining 100,000 to Zhang Guqing. After contributing over 1,400,000 in total, he was still not satisfied. That's when we broke off the relationship. Zhang Mainen's leg had been bothering him for a while. Under my urging, he saw doctors a few times until last May I learned that he had cancer. He said he didn't want treatment. First, we didn't have the money, and second, the doctors said it was incurable. He preferred to live out his final days peacefully. I agreed, and I accompanied him to many places. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He didn't continue with the translation work he had last picked up. When we went to Xiaolong Mountain, he said he wanted to rest there because of the beautiful scenery. I said after his cremation, I'd scatter his ashes there, and when I died, scatter mine there too. He shook his head. At those words, Zhou Ning straightened his back. At that moment, his mind was torn. He longed to hear the truth, yet dreaded it. Luo Suqin clutched the oxygen tube and drew a few strong breaths. Her complexion seemed to worsen, but she didn't stop. He said he was afraid of fire and didn't want to be burned. He wanted his flesh and bones to fertilize the flowers, grass, and trees here. I agreed to all his wishes. On July 1st, 2010, he didn't wake up in the morning. You know, he died with a smile on his face. I think he must have felt very happy. After all, I was with him through his last days. Then I inquired whether Xiaolong Mountain had a burial site, but I was told that it had become an archaeological site, a Han Dynasty tomb, and that getting in required walking a small path with the periphery sealed off. I was at a loss. On my own, I couldn't carry him, let alone take him to Xiaolong Mountain, but I had promised Zhang Minan. I went home and pondered for 2 days and nights. I came up with an idea and then bought an electric saw at the hardware store. In the back room, I cut his body up, wrapped it in plastic cloth, and loaded it onto the cart. I started on July 3rd, 2010, at about 10 at night, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After 3 trips, I had transported all of his remains. As for the location, it was by the second mountain ridge on the north side of the path leading into the mountain. I watched the Qidong news and knew that I had caused a negative image for the country, but these days I've been busy completing the last part of his manuscript. As long as I finish it, I am ready for whatever comes next. At least after his death, there will be a book with both our names, making our lifelong acquaintance and love not be in vain. I'm sorry, officer. I should have clarified everything when you last visited, but sadly, this old frame of mine didn't hold up. As she spoke, Luo Suqin raised her hands, and the connected 4 tubes and monitoring wires began to sway with the movement. Now you can arrest me, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 124 to 123. Repeat that again _1 Chapter 124. Chapter 123. Repeat that again _1. Su Dayuan didn't move, but cast a glance at Mr. Zhao, who, without needing any instruction from Su Dayuan, knew what to do and discreetly turned off the law enforcement recorder. Su Dayuan walked over to Luo Suqin, placing his hands on hers. Andy, you should rest well first and take care of your health. Don't you still want to see this book printed? As for handling this matter, I will report back to the bureau later. No matter the outcome, I will come and tell you afterward. Rest for now. Zhou Ning stood up as well, helping Luo Suqin to lay her hands back and adjusting her oxygen tube a bit. Comforting words failed him. After hearing Luo Suqin's story, what remained was nothing but sighs. The trio left the hospital room with Luo Suqin on the bed, her puzzled gaze following their departing figures. Without any excessive expression, she turned to look out the window once again. After a glance back into the hospital room, Su Dayuan waved his hand, and the 3 of them left the inpatient building. Outside, in the courtyard, all 3 simultaneously lit up a cigarette, their repressed emotions making their chests feel tight. Mr. Zhao spat and was the first to lose his restraint. Piece of filth, I've seen parasites, but never one so shameless. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Standing on the moral high ground on one hand, blaming his mother's death on the old man, rife with curses, threats, and intimidation, he had every nasty trick up his sleeve. On the other hand, he constantly demanded from the old couple, leaving the old man without even the money to see a doctor. Is mooching off parents illegal? Su Dayuan looked up at Mr. Zhao, who retracted his neck a bit. Zhou Ning was the most conflicted because as soon as he left the room, his system kept clamoring, asking whether he wanted to submit the intermediate task. Zhou Ning chose to delay, and by this point, he understood why the 3rd point of this intermediate task said that if there were a murderer, find the murderer and all evidence to prove the cause of death. Obviously, by the system's recognition methods, all the evidence already could demonstrate that this was a case where Zhang Minan died of natural causes, and Luo Suqin had dismembered his body. It might not align with conventional understanding, but this was Zhang Minan's lifelong wish. And Luo Suqin, even knowing it was unreasonable, had followed his instructions. But how to submit such a case? Moreover, whether Luo Suqin would be prosecuted afterward was not something she could control. Su Dayuan made a phone call, and after several rings, the other end picked up. "What's up, old classmate? I wanted to ask you something." An old man died, and his common-law wife, following his last wish, wanted to bury him on a mountain. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, but this mountain has no cemetery and is part of an archaeological site. The old lady cut up his body and discarded it on this mountain. Does this constitute the crime of insulting a corpse? Whoa, old classmate, what is even going on? Did I miss something? Cut the crap and hurry up to ask for me. It's best to consult with the court. I need to have a clear understanding. Seeing Su Daiwan's urgency, the other party became more serious. Wait for me, I happen to be at the intermediate court. It's the first I've heard of such a case, we'll go discuss it. The call ended with a click, and Su Dayuan immediately dialed another number. Continue to stand guard outside Luo Suqin's hospital room, taking shifts, registering everyone entering and leaving, and also have the doctors closely monitor Luo Suqin. After speaking, Su Dayuan gestured, and they all got into the car. No one spoke in the car. After all, after listening to Luo Suqin's story, they were all weighed down with heavy hearts. Su Daiwan's phone never stopped ringing. Head also called Mr. Hu was serving as the chief of the Criminal Police Brigade, to report the progress and all the evidence. Of course, he didn't mention the matter he had asked someone to inquire about from the prosecutor's office and the court. For such an inconceivable case to be hiding such a truth behind it was a surprise for Mr. Hu. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, had sent Su Dayuan and his team specifically to solve this case, and now with the results in hand, he was pleased, regardless of the outcome. After praising Su Dayuan, Mr. Hu told him to hurry back to the bureau to compile all the evidence of the case into a written report for him, so he could discuss it with the bureau's leadership. This matter, after all, had to be reported up to the municipal committee. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan had not yet lowered his hand when the phone rang again. Zhou Ning looked back to see Su Dayuan straighten up. He knew it must be Su Daiwan's old classmate from the prosecutor's office. Your recent question is quite rare. Whether it constitutes the crime of insulting a corpse, we debated with Mr. Sun from the intermediate court for a while, but we couldn't be sure. I can only provide a personal opinion. Without any prerequisites, I personally think it does constitute the crime. The legal basis comes from Article 302 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, crimes of theft, insult, and intentional destruction of corpses, skeletal remains, or cremated ashes, theft, insults, intentional damage to corpses, skeletal remains, or cremated ashes are punishable by up to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, criminal detention, or control. The act of insulting a corpse can manifest in various ways, and the motives can be diverse as well. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. However, it should be deliberate subjectively. Objectively, there must be actions taken that insult the corpse. The doer needs to have criminal responsibility, and the object is that it offends the public order and good customs of society. Of course, in 1991, there was a case where Wang Xinia cut off her son's head and went to Jing City to file a complaint. At the time, her complaint was dealt with, but many people argued whether she committed the crime of insulting a corpse. However, in the end, she was not convicted. There aren't many cases we can refer to. You understand what I'm saying, right? Su Dayuan nodded continuously. I understand. If there's precedent, and it was the deceased's last wish, does it not constitute a crime? Yes, but how can you prove it? Su Dayuan pursed his lips, and Zhou Ning also held his breath, for it was this very question that was crucial. How can you prove it? How can you prove that it was Zhang Mainan's last wish? How can you prove that Zhang Mainan had not taken any drugs or died of suffocation? After all, these are not definitively indicated on the skeleton. Even though it is known that his life was coming to an end, there's still no evidence to support it. Su Dayuan ended the call, and the car had already arrived at the municipal bureau's compound. As Zhou Ning got out of the car, he quickly said, "I will organize all the materials here later, along with several videos. I'll copy them onto a USB drive and send them over to you." Su Dayuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just take them directly to Mr. Hu's office in room 507 on the 5th floor. I'll head there first. Zhou Ning, dragging Mr. Zhao with him, got out of the car and hurried towards the technical department at the back. As soon as they reached the first floor, they saw Zhu Zhuozhang coming out from the autopsy room, nodding slightly to Zhou Ning. "Dr. Zhou, did you go out to a scene?" "Yep, just got back." Zhu Zhuozhang seemed surprised, but was indeed intrigued. "Was it the 2.21 case?" Zhou Ning nodded again. They walked upstairs together. Actually, Zhou Ning really didn't want to talk about it now, but Zhu Zhuozhang had a good sense of boundary, merely showing concern for Zhou Ning. "This case is not easy, after all, it's all bones. I'm not good at bone identification, but if you need any help, just tell me. Our team will do our best to assist you, especially since we don't have many cases on our hands these days." Zhou Ning smiled at Zhu Zhuozhang, taking in his goodwill. The man was more experienced and capable of handling criminal cases, which showed his ability was not to be questioned, especially since the two older ones had gone to handle traffic cases. "We've done what we can here, and it's come to a close, thanks to Qidong University's help. If you need them in the future, I can help you get in touch with them. After all, it's the trial phase now. We need to experiment more to identify any issues with the software." Zhu Zhuozhang's hand patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Perhaps only among forensic doctors could they be so unconstrained with each other. "I'll remember what you said. I was so envious last time the people from Qidong University came. But I heard the software was your idea. It's amazing." "Okay, I won't disturb you. I'm going to get busy. Just holler if you need anything. I'll be there on the fly." Zhou Ning waved his hand and quickly returned to his office. Sun Gaodai, seeing the two of them, hurried over to meet them. Mr. Zhao immediately issued a bunch of commands, and the three of them got busy. Zhou Ning gathered the skeletal layout map, the position of the skull, the basis and results of the bone identification, and all the medical reports and images of Zhang Minan. Mr. Zhao also saved several videos on a USB drive, purchasing the camera, the video will, Luo Sukin's last statement video, as well as the video of Zhang Minan and the two witnesses. He was ready for everything to be prepared as one package. "Are we ready to go now?" Zhou Ning nodded, and the two of them crossed the corridor and went directly to room 507 on the 5th floor of the front building. Just as they reached the door to room 507, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Mr. Zheng calling, and after a glance, Zhou Ning answered. "Dr. Zhou, are you with Mr. Su?" "I've been trying to call him, but it's unreachable. He's with Mr. Hu, reporting on the case. I'm here too, about to deliver the materials. Should I call him for you?" Mr. Zheng said in a frantic tone, "Please let Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su know that Luo Suqin is in trouble. She's being resuscitated." Zhou Ning's hand paused, nearly dropping his phone. "Say that again? What happened? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 125 to 124 ask whatever you want to ask _1 Chapter 125. Chapter 124 ask whatever you want to ask _1. It seemed that the signal on Mr. Zheng's side was bad, and there was no sound. Mr. Zhao became anxious and hurriedly knocked on the door of office 507. Not a gentle knock, but 3 hard pounds. Su Dayuan opened the door and saw the urgent expressions on their faces and asked, "What happened?" "Mr. Zheng just called to say that Luo Suqin is being resuscitated." "I don't know what exactly happened, but then the phone lost signal." Hearing the commotion, Mr. Hu also came out quickly. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and an air of integrity. Quick, use the landline to call back and ask. Su Dayuan hurried back into the room and called Mr. Zhang's number. Zhou Ning and the others also came in, placing all materials in front of Mr. Hu. What exactly is going on? I don't know what happened. Just now, a nurse ran towards Luo Sukin's room, saying the monitor kept beeping. Then several doctors went in, saying it was cardiac arrest. Wait for me, I'll be there immediately. After hanging up, Mr. Hu waved his hand. You and Zhou Xiao go quickly and see, Xiaopeng, you stay. Tell me about the evidence related to this case. Su Dayuan wasted no words and dashed downstairs with Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao was sheepish, not because the leader called him Xiaopeng, but because he was being asked to report, which was somewhat difficult for him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p bragging and joking he could handle, but when it came to serious matters, he seemed not quite up to it. Zhou Ning glanced at him, leaving behind a look that wished him good luck, then followed Su Dayuan out of the City Bureau's building, speeding their way to the 6th Hospital's inpatient department. Just as they rushed into the hospital corridor, they saw several criminal police officers who had remained there, all anxious. Seeing Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning, they quickly ran over. Mr. Su, things aren't looking good. Several teams of doctors have already gone in for resuscitation. Zhou Ning approached the door of the ward and looked through the glass panel. Inside, everyone was busy. The monitor beside Luo Suqin kept flickering, emitting a piercing beep. Blood oxygen saturation, blood pressure, heart rate, breathing, none of it was good. A doctor was performing defibrillation. With each shock, Luo Sukin's body jerked up before falling back down, but her heart rate slowly turned into a flat line. Zhou Ning sighed, turned back to Su Dayuan, and shook his head slightly. Su Dayuan grabbed Zhou Ning, his jaw clenched tight, obviously trying to control his emotions. How is it? Not good. The defibrillation doesn't seem to be working. When we left earlier, she seemed fine. Before he could finish, Su Dayuan didn't continue. Perhaps she had always been waiting to send out the last manuscript, along with the explanation for the whole incident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, and having done all of that, she no longer held any hope for life. Had it not been for the need for Zhang Mainan to finish the draft, perhaps the two of them would have chosen death together. The door of the ward opened, and the doctor came out, giving Su Dayuan an apologetic shake of the head. We did all we could, but she's gone. Su Dayuan nodded dumbly, while Zhou Ning thanked the doctor. The medical professionals had done their best. They would not refuse to save someone because the person was a suspect or a vile criminal. Their responsibility was to save lives, not moral judgment. The doctors and nurses all left the ward, and Zhou Ning walked in swiftly with Su Dayuan. Luo Sukin's face was covered with a white sheet. Zhou Ning walked over and lifted it, noticing her hospital gown was still unbuttoned, and her eyes were not closed. Su Dayuan tried to help Luo Suqin close her eyes, but didn't succeed. Zhou Ning smoothed out Luo Sukin's hospital gown and buttoned it up. Crouching beside her, he slowly said, "Luo Suqin, rest assured, I will help you fulfill your wish. I will urge the publisher to confirm both your and Zhang Mainan's authorship and then scatter your and Zhang Mainan's ashes on Xiaolong Mountain so that you can still be together." As he spoke the last word, Zhou Ning gently closed Luo Sukin's eyelids. With that, her eyes were closed. Su Dayuan let out a breath and walked straight out of the ward. The two criminal officers followed him out too. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning stood up, knowing Su Dayuan couldn't control his emotions. A tough man, he had witnessed such a wistful affair, and now all that was left was anger toward Zhang Guqing. But they were police officers and couldn't make any other choice. That was what hurt the most. Getting up and straightening his clothes, Zhou Ning also stepped out of the ward, holding Luo Sukin's laptop. Let's store Luo Sukin's body for now. We'll take care of the arrangements after dealing with related matters and cremate her, since Zhang Mainan's remains also need to be cremated. Su Dayuan put on his cap, his eyes slightly bloodshot. You two handle this. Store the body in the morgue for now, but get a nurse to help change Luo Suqin out of her hospital gown. Having said that, Su Dayuan walked outside, with Zhou Ning quickly catching up. Suda, give me Mr. Guan's phone number. I'll contact him, see if the manuscript was received, and then ask him to bear witness, before handling the cremation for Luo Suqin and Zhang Minan. Su Dayuan nodded, handed his phone to Zhou Ning, who noted down the number. They were sitting in the car when Zhou Ning was about to make the call, but he unconsciously opened the laptop. There was an image file on the desktop named Last Will. Zhou Ning hurriedly hung up the call and nudged Su Dayuan to open the will. I am Luo Suqin, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Knowing that my days are numbered, I hereby arrange for my estate as follows. My property in Phase 1 of Dongxing Garden has already been entrusted to a lawyer for sale. There's 18,000 yuan in the bank account, and this time round the manuscript settlement will likely net over 90,000. After paying the lawyer's fees and my own funeral expenses, the remainder will all be donated to the Red Cross Society. I only wish for my ashes to be scattered on Xiaolong Mountain. Along with Zhang Minan, let us return to dust together. At the bottom was the signature and the contact information of the lawyer. The date was written as April 1, 2011. Clearly, Luo Suqin had made her preparations long ago. However, Zhou Ning's unintended remark had unexpectedly coincided with Luo Suqin's last wishes. Upon reading this, Zhou Ning looked up at Su Dayuan. Mr. Su, how will this case be announced? Su Dayuan was silent for a moment and glanced at Zhou Ning. There's no need to involve my army. In a moment, I'll go to explain to Mr. Hu. I absolutely cannot let anyone bully a deceased person. When they arrived at the city bureau, Zhou Ning headed to the technical department in the back. On the corridor bridge, he saw Mr. Zhao, who looked worried. Zhou Xiao, you're back. How's Luo Suqin? Zhou Ning shook his head, and Mr. Zhao fell silent. After glancing at the time, Zhou Ning waved his hand. Let's go, we're off work. I don't want to be staying in the dormitory every day. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao grabbed Zhou Ning's arm and gestured toward the direction of the city bureau building with his chin. Aren't you concerned about how the bureau will decide on this matter? Zhou Ning shook his head. That's for the leaders to worry about. Our part in the work is already done, but after the city bureau releases the investigation results, it'll help them with the follow-up matters. Mr. Zhao followed Zhou Ning, incessantly asking what exactly the follow-up matters were. Zhou Ning briefly talked about Luo Suqin's will, and at the end of the narration, Mr. Zhao also sighed incessantly. These two really had it tough. True love must be painful, right? It's that feeling of both love and hate, unable to let go, unable to forget, lifelong concern. Forget it, I want to live a few more years. I don't want to touch these things. It's really nice to feed oneself well without worrying about the rest of the family, and besides, it's enough to enjoy the sight of pretty ladies once in a while. Zhou Ning didn't respond, sitting in Mr. Zhao's car, looking out the window. On the transparent screen, the sentence "Would you like to submit the task?" appeared. Zhou Ning clicked to submit, and then the remaining times for completing the task flashed by, so tightly packed they were alarming. Zhou Ning still did not choose to exchange for rewards. In the short term, he really did not have the energy to learn anything else, and besides, with an unsettled heart, he was tormented by the case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The love between Luo Suqin and Zhang Minan moved him and felt shocking, but he did not envy it. He felt even more that this had nothing to do with the marriage that his grandfather was urging. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning's brows furrowed slightly. That troubling image recently kept appearing in his mind, and its content was constantly increasing, like a series of 10-second short videos without any connection to each other. Even lying down made Zhou Ning resist sleep. He no longer wanted to endure such torment, and it seemed he had to have a proper talk with his grandfather. The drive was silent, and by the time they reached their neighborhood, it had already become dark. Zhou Ning called his grandfather on the way home to say he would return home that night, but would not go to his uncle's place. His grandfather offered to bring him dinner and then wait to eat together. Zhou Ning did not refuse. He rushed home in one go, and as his key entered the door lock, the lock was already opened from the inside. His grandfather stood at the door, smiling at Zhou Ning. "It's hot today, isn't it? I didn't expect the sudden rise in temperature. Come in, wash your hands, and let's eat. My stomach is growling." "All right, I'll go wash up and change clothes right away. It was very hot today, and I ran around a lot outside." "You sit down first, Grandpa." With that, Zhou Ning changed his shoes and quickly went to freshen up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He then returned to his room, changed into a set of short-sleeved home clothes, and finally approached the dining table. Grandpa had laid out the bowls and chopsticks, with 2 plates of dishes on the table: smoked Spanish mackerel, blanched prawns, spicy braised pork intestines, and stir-fried lettuce. "This is lavish." "Grandpa, did you bring over all the dishes Auntie made for me?" The old man poured himself a glass of wine and glanced at Zhou Ning. "These were set aside for you by your aunt. Xiaoyu just helped me bring them over. Hearing you hadn't come back in the last 2 days, everyone was pretty worried about you. Are you very busy with your new job? If it's busy, don't bother going back and forth. Stay at the dormitory. If it's too much, consider selling this house and putting down a payment for your own place in the city center." Zhou Ning shook his head. "Busy, yes, we were urgently transferred to the city bureau because of a case. But there's no rush about the house. The unit provides dormitories, and besides, Qidong University is arranging a staff apartment for me. They said after the software sales, they'll deduct the cost from my share, and I just need to go through the normal property procedures." Grandfather paused, not as delighted as Zhou Ning had imagined, but a bit worried instead. "Is that arrangement proper? If it's not in accordance with the rules, we can't accept it." Zhou Ning smiled, clearly understanding what the old man was worried about. "Don't worry, Grandpa. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. My income is completely legal. If the software starts to sell usage rights, then there's no need to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But what makes me happiest is that Qidong University has been in touch with Professor Li Chenbin. He's very interested in me and even hopes I can be his PhD student." The old man was taken aback and then widened his eyes. "Is it that Professor Li Chenbin who went to me country to teach and even helped them solve cases?" Zhou Ning nodded. No one in Hua country didn't know about Li Chenbin. He was like Hua country's modern Sherlock Holmes, constantly making headlines. "Yes, that's him. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news." The old man laughed even harder and drank the wine in his glass. "My grandson is making progress. This is a form of recognition. Since you have such a plan, then live in the apartment at Qidong University. Don't run back and forth just to see us. Your grandpa is still in good health. I want to see the day when my grandson becomes a doctor." Zhou Ning smiled, and the grandfather and grandson enjoyed a cheerful meal. The old man drank quite a bit, and Zhou Ning also had a few glasses of liquor. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Ning pondered for a while, and after a long time, the old man watched him and finally asked leisurely, "Zhou Ning, do you have something to say? Don't hold back. Just ask whatever you want to ask. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 126 to 125 bang_1 Chapter 126. Chapter 125 bang_1 Zhou Ning looked into the old man's eyes, gritted his teeth, and finally spoke. "I've been having dreams lately where someone is holding my hand. I know it's a woman, and I vaguely sense that it should be my mother, but when I lift my head, I can't see her face clearly. We stand by a window. Everything outside is a vast expanse of white. I don't know if it's fog or snow. She asks me if I can see my father, and of course, there are many more scenes afterward, but they are all intermittent, like moving photographs. There seem to be stone monuments and group photos, but I can't make out their faces. Grandpa, I've never asked about my parents before. You've always told me that our family of 3 was in a car accident, so my parents died and I lost my memory. As a child, I was afraid to ask and deliberately avoided the topic. However, I lived in deep self-blame, always feeling that it was because of me that they died. Grandpa, can you tell me the truth? The old man sighed and leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent for a long time. Just as Zhou Ning thought the old man still wouldn't speak, he finally did. Actually, I should have told you long ago. When you were applying for colleges, your second uncle strongly opposed you choosing any major related to police work. Do you remember that? Zhou Ning sat back down in his chair and thought back briefly. Indeed, his second uncle had reacted strongly at that time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He thought his second uncle, being in the system, considered the industry dangerous, so he didn't want him involved. Seeing him choose the forensic doctor major, his uncle didn't say much more, and even mumbled something about fate at the time. At that time, he thought his second uncle was happy because the school and major he chose were pretty good within the first-tier college choices. It seemed that wasn't entirely the case. The old man took a deep breath and continued, "Your mother was an orphan. She was a doctor, of course, that was her official job. Your father, however, had a special nature of work. Back then, I only knew he went off to college, then soon after someone came to talk to him, and, of course, told us not to mention it to anyone. Just say the eldest son worked as a sailor, so I never inquired further. It wasn't until your parents died that this leader came again, bringing 2 urns. Holding them, I couldn't believe your parents were gone. It was then that I found out what his job really was. He worked in a special department, and to this day, his files are classified. We can only pretend he was a sailor. As for what actually happened that year, who killed them, we don't know any of that. Only you, in a coma, were being saved in the hospital. The scar on your head is from that time. I thought back then that losing your memory was a good thing for you, so I set the family rule that no one could mention your parents' affairs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It seems Grandpa was wrong. I should have told you earlier. Zhou Ning subconsciously raised his hand and touched the scar on the left side of his temple. With age, the scar had become less noticeable, just a line where no hair grew. But touching it, you could feel a slight depression in the skull at that spot. So that's the kind of people my parents were. I always thought they weren't decent, which is why I was afraid to ask. I was scared that knowing more would make it harder for me. Grandpa, do you have their photos? The old man shook his head, his eyes starting to moisten. We weren't allowed to keep photos. I'm old now, I can't dwell on these things. I shouldn't have kept this from you. I couldn't say they were heroes, nor could I say they died a worthy death. But that was their duty to fulfill. Since they chose it, Grandpa has to bear it. As a parent, that's all I can do. It's just that I feel sorry for you, growing up without the care of your parents. But having you around also makes me want to take better care of myself. After all, I want to see you grow up, get married, and establish your own family." Zhou Ning shook his head and placed his hand on the old man's leg. It was too cruel to make an old man recall the process of outliving his children. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, for making you sad." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "Silly child, Grandpa isn't sad. When you're not busy someday, have your second uncle take you to pay respects. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. To be honest, we're both more at ease now talking about it. Even though so many years have passed, you still can't touch upon the matter of your father's murder. Promise me." Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. "I promise you. Besides, I'm just a forensic doctor. What kind of secret files could I possibly access?" "You're giving me too much credit, Grandpa." The old man chuckled and stroked Zhou Ning's hair. "You're more and more like your father. Sometimes I get so confused, I can't tell if it's you or your father standing in front of me. After all, your father hardly came home after graduation, and when he did, it was always at night and he left before dawn." Zhou Ning looked up and tried to muster a smile for the old man. Grandpa, let's move to Qidong once I get the keys to the Qidong University apartment. I don't want to commute back and forth, but I still want to see you every day. The old man patted Zhou Ning, laughing along. Just the two of us, an old man and a young one, will only be able to cook noodles. I'm still looking forward to eating the dishes your second aunt cooks. No, I won't go. Zhou Ning pouted. I've heard the apartment has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms over 150 square meters. How am I supposed to live there all by myself? How about bringing the second aunt along, although the second uncle might come chasing after with a knife? The old man laughed out loud, but as he was laughing, his smile suddenly stopped. Hold on, did you say how big the apartment is? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p over 150 square meters, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. And they're giving it to you for free? No, it's not exactly free. It'll be deducted from my share of the software sales. Consider it an advance on my earnings. The old man became restless and stood up, pacing in circles inside the house and continuously counting on his fingers, calculating something. Grandpa, what are you doing? Take me back, no, take me back to my hometown. I need to find the deposit certificates. How much is the decoration for an apartment of over 100 square meters gonna cost? We have to prepare properly. Zhou Ning quickly grabbed the agitated old man, who was still in good health, especially his blood pressure and heart, better than many young people, as his yearly medical checkups were thorough. Zhou Ning had barely managed to hold on to him just now. Grandpa, don't worry. The apartment is fully decorated. We just need to clean it up. When we visit, we can check if anything is missing and maybe add 1 or 2 pieces. According to Dr. Liu, you can move in with just a suitcase. On my first day of work, after dinner, he gave me the keys and even told me to move in directly. Do you think the environment could be bad? The old man sighed and started to laugh. My grandson is such a credit to me. Just 1 year in the job and everywhere is fighting over you, even offering such generous conditions. Don't let them down now. All right, I'm going back to sleep. I feel a bit tipsy from tonight's drink. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning laughed as he escorted his grandfather back to bed, then returned to clean up and go to bed himself. Tossed and turned for a while, in a state of half-dreaming, Zhou Ning saw that hand on his head again. This time, the mist seemed to have cleared a bit. Still, he couldn't see his mother's face clearly. Zhou Ning, does your head still hurt? Zhou Ning tried to speak, but couldn't open his mouth. His body was completely beyond his control. Even though it was first-person perspective, it felt as if it wasn't him. It was a feeling hard to describe, and he could only shake his head vigorously. He wanted to say that he didn't blame his parents. Their jobs were such that many things were unpredictable. Even though he died at the age of 10 due to his parents' actions, he wouldn't blame them. Now, he just wanted to see their faces. After all, it seemed like they had never existed in the house. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. Zhou Ning was extremely anxious. Just then, everything in front of him changed. He was shaken awake by a pair of strong arms that lifted him and patted his back continuously. Zhou Ning, wake up. Listen to Dad. You must do as Mom says. Whatever you see or hear in a moment, don't make a sound. Understand? The small body nodded, but his mother shouted in a low voice from the side. Xiangrong, don't go out. The father shook his head without offering much explanation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. At this moment, another loud bang came from the door, and the ground shook alongside it. Zhou Ning's mouth and ears were covered by his mother's hands, as his dad dragged the wardrobe to the bedroom door, the phone from above having already fallen to the floor. Xiao Ping, lock the door and block it with the wardrobe. I've called Mr. Ping already. We only need to hold out for 10 minutes. They will come to our rescue. Protect the child, and if it really comes to it, escape through the window. The father didn't continue but turned decisively to leave. Zhou Ning could feel the trembling of his mother's hands. Even though tears streamed down her face, she made no sound. Just as Zhou Ning wanted to hug his mother, the scene before him changed again. He was trapped in a tiny space, unable to stand or move. Chilling coldness seeped through from beneath his feet, and darkness surrounded him, save for a single hole leaking light. Zhou Ning hurried to peer through the hole. His father lay on the floor outside the bedroom, blood pooled beneath him, and his mother's body was not far away, her neck twisted at an odd angle, her eyes fixated in Zhou Ning's direction. Both were motionless, and Zhou Ning knew they were dead. Zhou Ning felt a coldness throughout his body, not from fear, but from the frustration of wanting to do something yet being unable to act or even close his eyes. He was forced to witness everything unfolding before his eyes, a helplessness that was suffocating. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p off in the distance. The sound of police sirens began to ring, but they were very far away. At this moment, several people entered the field of view made visible by the hole. Zhou Ning couldn't make out their faces, only a pair of camel-colored fur-lined boots and a voice. "Big brother, that bitch threw the kid out of the window. There's a bedsheet tied here as a makeshift rope. If we rush down now, we'll run right into the cops. We can deal with that kid anytime we want later, but right now we need to save our own skins. Lucky little bastard. Let's go." Exit through the backyard wall. The two figures fled the room, but the man with the camel-colored boots paused before leaving, turning back toward the spot where Zhou Ning was hiding. Even though Zhou Ning couldn't see his face, the probing look seemed tangible, pinpointing Zhou Ning's location. One step, two steps, the gap closed, and those blood-stained fur-lined boots inched closer to the cardboard box. Zhou Ning could feel his body stiffen, but he dared not move, not even breathe. Apart from the sound of his heartbeat, he couldn't hear anything else. The fur-lined boots stopped. The blurry figure seemed to tilt its head and chuckle softly, then slowly raised the hunting shotgun in its hand. "Stupid bitch, thought she could play dead and trick me. I might not have seen through you if you hadn't made it so obvious. Alright, kid, I'm sending you on your last journey. Bang, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 127 to 126 psychologist _1 chapter 127, chapter 126 psychologist _1 another sleepless night. The morning sunlight poured into the room, and Zhou Ning exhaled a breath. After multiple attempts, he couldn't fall back asleep, let alone continue the dream he had. He thought for a moment, and then grabbed the phone. "Hello, Hishansuan, are you working, or is it your day off? I want to strangle you. Don't you know what time it is? I finally get a Saturday off, and you call me at 7 in the morning. What do you want? How did I end up with a friend like you? I think I need to see a psychologist." There was a pause from Hishansuan on the other end of the phone, followed by the creak of a bed. "Tell me what's going on. How did things get to this point? Have you been hit by something? Or is there a case that you can't get out of your head?" Zhou Ning opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. "I can't sleep, I can't even close my eyes. My mind keeps mulling over memories missing from before I was 10. These past few days, these memories keep surfacing, incomplete and in fragments. I don't know how to express it, and I don't know who to turn to. Quit the nonsense, I'm on my way. Are you at home? Yeah, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Come downstairs." Zhou Ning hung up the phone, stretched lazily, and got up from the couch with a smile on his face. It looked like someone was treating him to breakfast. After washing up and changing into a white t-shirt and jeans, he went downstairs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Hishankun's car was already parked at the gate of the community. He opened the door and got in. Hishankun's gaze was fixed on Zhou Ning for a long while before he started the car. "What do you want to eat?" "Breakfast is on me." Zhou Ning shook his head. "I don't know, anything is fine." As the car moved forward, Hishansuan cleared his throat. "I really owe you one. Let's go for tofu pudding. I know a new pie shop that just opened up, their tofu pudding is especially good." All the way, Shan didn't stop talking, mentioning the patients he had been busy with lately. To Zhou Ning's surprise, he mentioned that he was going to transfer to Qidong Central Hospital at the end of the month, still to work in the emergency department, because every hospital is short on emergency doctors. As the car came to a stop, Zhou Ning unbuckled his seatbelt and finally turned to look at Shan. Going to Central Hospital to be the director of the emergency room? Shan rolled his eyes at him. Get out of the car. I wish I could go to a different department. Do you think the ER is a nice place? Zhou Ning didn't make any fuss and quickly followed him out of the car. The shop wasn't big but was very clean, which suited a doctor's penchant for cleanliness. They approached the bar and ordered a few pies, and seeing the tofu pudding, Zhou Ning hesitated a bit. Which flavor do you eat? Do you even need to ask? Savory tofu pudding, of course. I'm a true northerner. I can't do sweet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Their place has all the flavors though. Why, you want to try something unusual? Zhou Ning looked at the owner, who was waiting to take orders, and ordered a spicy tofu pudding, an action that surprised Shan a bit. That's quite unusual. Cut it out, I just want to try something new. The two sat down, and the pies and tofu pudding were quickly served. Zhou Ning, having tossed and turned all night, was genuinely hungry. In moments, he ate 4 pies and finished the tofu pudding. Shan sneaked a glance at Zhou Ning, his face full of perplexity. Tell me the truth, kid, are you faking illness to trick me into treating you to a meal? With that appetite, you don't seem to have any problems. Save me a pie. As he spoke, the two of them charged for the last pie. Chopsticks clattered against the plate, and they ended up splitting the last pie in half and polished it off before patting their bellies contentedly. I didn't expect you to transfer to the city area as well. That caught me by surprise. Shan wiped his mouth, and the key point of that sentence caught his attention. Hold on, what do you mean you're also going to the city area? Who else is going to the city area? After all, having been a county for quite some time, it was natural to feel like it wasn't part of the inner city. So when mentioning city area, the concept still referred to the areas within Dongtai District, Gula District, Quanshan District, Tongshan District, Liuhe District, and Jinko District. Me, you, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p this time. It was Shan who froze, blinking as he looked Zhou Ning up and down. I know you're very capable, but being transferred to the city district is different from us, fundamentally different. Not bad, pal. When are you going? Zhou Ning laughed. I'm reporting there on the 4th. Last time you met Mr. Zhao, the forensic technician, and Su De, they were both transferred with me. We took over a new case right away, which we just closed last night. It was a case with quite an impact, and it even got exploited by foreign media. Shan blinked again as if something dawned on him. The case at the archaeological site? Zhou Ning nodded. Solved it? Yes, although the truth is hard to accept, the case is considered closed. Damn. Why did I run my mouth off? You've pulled one over on me again. No need to explain, I get your implication. The city bureau wanted that case cracked, so they transferred you guys over, and in just a few days, you closed the case that had been hanging for months, right? Zhou Ning sighed, recounting everything about Zhang Mainan and Luo Suqin. As he retold the story, the oppressive emotions in his heart seemed to fade a bit. At the end, Shan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and sighed as well. Damn, don't ever tell me about your cases again. My heart is too fragile. Just hearing it once is enough to make someone depressed. But will Zhang Guiqing face legal punishment? Zhou Ning shook his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p no law can deal with freeloading off one's parents. He could have been sued for injuring Luo Suqin and blackmailing Zhang Mainan, but both felt guilty and endured it, which led to Zhang Guoqing's brazen behavior. However, Su De will communicate with Southwest University, and after several investigations and notifications, I think Zhang Guoqing's reputation will be ruined. As a teacher, lacking in moral conduct, Can he still hold a teaching position? Only then did He Shansuan breathe a sigh of relief and became reflective. If this is love, then I'm better off single. Work keeps me occupied enough, and in my free time I enjoy playing games. My life is wonderful this way. Why bother inviting trouble? When I'm old and immobile, I'll just go to a retirement home. Isn't it better to find company then? Zhou Ning shook his head, smiling. I was actually thinking of introducing Xiaoyu to you, but you're not sounding right, buddy. Have you been hurt by love before? He Shansuan scoffed. You're practically half a med student yourself, don't you see the situation? I started my studies late, graduated from grad school at 27, only had one relationship on campus. After 2 years as a resident, I had just settled into general surgery when I got thrown into emergency. Last year, I just became the head of the ER, busy on my feet all day. Do you think I have time for romance? It's tough for everyone. Stop complaining. Isn't it great to be going to the Central Hospital? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P it's great, but I have no place to live. I need to sell my current house, then make a down payment, and just like that I'm back to square one. My family is just average. We don't have an old house to be compensated for demolition, so it's too hard. Why should I make someone else suffer with me? Don't bring disaster upon Xiaoyu. Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile. Actually, he thought the two of them would be quite compatible, as He Shansuan was just too busy, good-looking, and had a decent job. He could bring it up again when there was a chance. All right, let's go. I've scheduled an appointment for you with a psychologist. We shouldn't be late. Zhou Ning paused, not expecting that He Shansuan had already arranged everything. He was touched by the gesture and, without saying another word, got up with He Shansuan, and they made their way to Liuhe District, an area Zhou Ning was unfamiliar with. An hour later, they arrived in front of a small building. Pushing the door open, they entered. Even the smell of the new decor hadn't dissipated yet. This guy has a PhD and opened his psychological consultation clinic. We're also friends, so you don't have to worry about the cost. Come on, I'll introduce you. At the reception desk, a pretty young nurse stood up and nodded politely at them with a smile. Dr. He, right? Dr. Shi is already waiting for you in the third-floor clinic. Please follow me. Following the pretty nurse, they reached the third floor. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The entire small hall was filled with lush plants. They knocked on the door and entered the only room, a large space with just a desk, some chairs, and a chaise lounge, but it didn't really look like a clinic. He Shansuan moved closer to greet the man, then pulled Zhou Ning forward to introduce him. Let me introduce a friend to you. This is Zhou Ning, the forensic doctor, and this is Shi Tianchao, the psychologist we're going to be seeing today for free. Shi Tianchao raised his hand and thumped He Shansuan, glaring at him, his previous scholarly demeanor gone in an instant. Ill-matched friendships. How did I end up with a friend like you? Enough with the chit-chat, let's sit down. But forensic science is actually the profession I find most interesting. Is it very thrilling? Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. Thrilling is secondary, but it's certainly very pungent. All three of them laughed loudly, clearly understanding that Zhou Ning's last remark was the real deal when it comes to being a forensic doctor. After He Shansuan talked for a while about his upcoming transfer, he turned to Zhou Ning. Okay, no more dawdling. The man charges by time, and I shamelessly squeezed you in. Get straight to your issue. Rambling isn't an issue, but being unclear is. Start talking. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 128 to 127. I want to kick you out of the car _1. Chapter 128. Chapter 127. I want to kick you out of the car _1. Zhou Ning didn't have Mr. He's social skills, and he sorted out his thoughts somewhat awkwardly before he told his dream. Of course, he also talked about his origins and what his grandfather had told him, while keeping his father's identity a secret. Surprised, Dr. Shi took notes incessantly. When Zhou Ning finished his story, he put down his pen and looked at Zhou Ning. So, you mean to say that this dream might not be a dream at all, but an event you actually experienced, except you can't seem to see everyone's faces clearly, right? Zhou Ning nodded. He had thought about this in detail the night before, but after all, he had no previous impression of such events, and he had never asked his grandfather about them, so he was also uncertain of what happened. I'm not sure, but when I was crouching in that cardboard box, the cold feeling coming from my feet felt very real. I know that was me, but I couldn't speak or even move a bit. I wasn't in control of anything. Dr. Zhou nodded. I understand the feeling. Are you here today so you can sleep better later, to no longer be tormented by this dream, or do you want to investigate something? Can you tell me what you need? Mr. He slapped the table and leaned in closer. Why choose, man? Of course, he wants both. If he is tormented by such dreams every day, how can he work as a forensic doctor? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, if it continues for over a week, he'll be finished. As for the dream, if it's real, Zhou Ning has been dwelling on it for almost 20 years. You can't let it become a chronic worry forever. I think it must have been some stimulus that triggered the recall of these memories. Dr. Zhou glanced sideways at Mr. He with a displeased look. Mr. He shrank his neck and said somewhat guiltily, "Why are you looking at me like that? Get out. You're impeding my diagnosis here. Are you the psychologist, or am I?" Mr. He rubbed his nose and stood up to leave, but he still turned back and raised his fist to Zhou Ning, using the gesture as a way to cheer him on. Zhou Ning couldn't help but smile, feeling grateful to have such a friend. Dr. Zhou, I want to see the faces of those people in my dream clearly. I'm just not sure if this is a dream or reality. As Mr. He said, I don't want this issue to affect my sleep. I do have quite a lot of work. Understood. I'm not certain about the extent of your injuries back then. Have you ever been examined? Zhou Ning recalled, but had no memories about his injuries. He shook his head slightly. I have no memory, but according to what my grandfather said, I was severely injured at that time and was in a coma. I can still feel a hairless scar on my head, but I don't feel it myself, not even a twinge when it rains. My several medical checkups haven't revealed anything abnormal. After a moment of reflection, Dr. Zhou finally looked at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, what did your parents do for a living? Zhou Ning paused, not expecting to have to answer such a question. I can't say. How did they pass away? That? I can't say either. Actually, my grandfather does not know either. It was my father's superior who came to notify my grandfather of my parents' deaths and my injury, of course, without any memory of the kind. Dr. Zhou's face became even more grave, and Zhou Ning grew somewhat nervous as well. I understand. Come with me, take off your shoes and lean on the examination bed. Choose whatever position is comfortable for you. Confused, Zhou Ning didn't know what he had said that made Dr. Zhou understand. But since Mr. He trusted this person, he didn't have any reason to fuss. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, just follow the orders. After taking off his shoes and half reclining on the examination bed, Zhou Ning crossed his hands over his abdomen and then looked at Dr. Zhou. Ready? Dr. Zhou nodded, adjusted the curtains slightly to darken the room, and stood by Zhou Ning's bedside, his voice soothing. All right, now close your eyes and relax, starting with your eyes. Don't think about any problems right now, let your body and mind both quiet down. Can you hear the tick-tock of dripping water? Follow the sound of the water drops and go forward. There's a light ahead, don't worry, I'm right here. Breathe in, breathe out, just like that, keep moving forward, the light is getting bigger. What do you see? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, you can tell me. It's okay if it's unclear or very blurry. A light appeared before Zhou Ning's eyes. It wasn't a very bright light, flickering as though it might float away at any moment. Zhou Ning walked toward it, but no matter how he sped up or slowed down, the light remained the same distance away. He was anxious, but Dr. Zhou's voice eased him somewhat. What could he see? It seemed that there was only that flickering light in front of him. Just as he was about to respond, a strong hand picked him up. Zhou Ning saw his own hands and feet become very small, and the man was laughing, his chin covered with stubble. However, his face remained unclear, shrouded in a fog as it was. Instinctively, Zhou Ning knew it was his father. Dad. Zhou Ning, look what Dad brought for you. This is a wolf tooth. A friend brought it back from the north border. They'd taken down a wolf, and this is a wolf tooth they've made into a necklace. Isn't it neat? Zhou Ning stared at the wolf tooth pendant. It didn't seem to have anything to do with beauty. The tooth was polished smooth, with a hole drilled at the top to thread a leather cord through, and the back had the word Zhou Ning on it. Before he could react, his dad had already hung the wolf tooth pendant around Zhou Ning's neck. The cord was too long and the tooth fell right by his crotch. His dad burst into laughter. This is no way to do things, it's too long. Tomorrow, let your mom cut it shorter for you. All right, stinky boy, hurry up and sleep. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p tomorrow. We'll go hiking at North Jiushui, just the three of us. Zhou Ning nodded involuntarily, then lay on the man's shoulder. Sleepiness overpowered him, making him unable to resist even though his mind was clear. It was a strange feeling having his eyelids droop as though about to close at any moment. Just as his eyes closed, a calling voice came through, as if his body was also being shaken relentlessly, but Zhou Ning tried to open his eyes and just couldn't do it. Son, wake up, don't sleep. Zhou Ning, wake up. Zhou Xiao. With the last shout, Zhou Ning opened his eyes to find Dr. Shi and Mr. He standing by his side. The anxious expressions on their faces left him somewhat astonished. It was just a nap, so why all the fuss? What happened? Mr. He let out a long sigh and plunked down into a chair, while Dr. Shi also looked relieved. I was scared to death. With my limited knowledge, I've never seen a patient like you. Mr. He, take him to get checked out somewhere else, will you? I was terrified just now. The moment you closed your eyes and I gave a few prompts, it started off normal, but then it spiraled out of control with you shouting, and you couldn't be woken up. Zhou Ning uttered an "oh," reaching out to feel for his phone, which wasn't on him. He had given it to He Shansuan upon entering. Did I fall asleep? Mr. He shook his head. Hard to say. From the start of the hypnosis till now, 3 hours have passed. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning shook his head as well. No, I saw some scenes I hadn't seen before. My dad gave me a wolf tooth pendant that was very long, however, I still couldn't see his face. Dr. Shi, is my problem very serious? Shi Tianxiao smiled, shooing the idea away, and handed Zhou Ning a cup of water, taking a sip himself. It's not about severity. I recommend you get a physical exam to pinpoint the exact location of your head injury. I think your amnesia isn't just due to a single event, but rather a combination of factors, like a serious injury that affected the memory function area. But with a few sessions of guidance, it's still possible to awaken part of the memories. Mr. He leaned in at this point. I mean, Zhou Xiao, do you really need to know those memories? Zhou Ning nodded and then shook his head, looking out the window. I'm not sure myself. It's not like I'm obsessed with these memories. I grew up without recalling them, but now that I know some, I'm just curious, especially after seeing that scene. I figure if I can recover the memories, at least I would be able to clearly see the faces of the 3 people who killed my parents, right? I can't just be content with the image of those blood-stained calfskin boots. Mr. He's hand rested on Zhou Ning's shoulder. Although Zhou Ning's expression was calm, his words made Mr. He's eyes well up momentarily. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p in his mind, tales of sacrificing for the country were things of books and news. But now his friend was living through it, and he felt helpless, which was unbearable. Shi Tianxiao nudged He Shansuan, giving him a look. Get over it, no need for drama. We're discussing serious matters. Mr. He moved his mouth but didn't argue. After all, he was the professional. I think your recurring dreams might be related to the people or things you've been encountering lately. Don't resist or get anxious. Just adjust your mindset. Don't focus too much on it. Come talk to me once a month. We don't expect to uncover anything profound, but it could alleviate some of your work stress. Shan-Suan leaned in, his head bobbing like a rattle drum. Don't come, you charge by the hour here. Once a month? Do you think he's on a salary? He's only making a few thousand, not enough to sustain your big temple. Sure, Tianchao raised his fists, letting out a resigned sigh. I've already said it's free, all right? No matter how often you come, it's free. Shan-Suan grinned, lifted up his phone, activated the recording function, and held it close to Shi Tangxiu's mouth. Hurry up, say it again. I'm recording this, and I'll use it to blackmail you in the future. Laughing, Zhou Ning and Shan-Suan left the psychological clinic. Shan-Suan patted his stomach. Buddy, how about treating me to a meal? I was scared for a moment there. Now I'm starting to feel hungry. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but I want a lavish meal. Don't you dare fob me off with some noodles. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, remembering the last time they ate at Qidong University, where it was mentioned that there was a restaurant near the West Gate that was small, but top-notch in flavor. Let's go to Qidong University. There's a good restaurant opposite the West Gate of their campus. Shan-Suan smiled. All right, I'll drive and you guide me. Then tell me, where are you planning to live when you come to work in the city? In the dormitories? Zhou Ning got into the car and, hearing Shan-Kun's question, shook his head slightly. Qidong University provided a house, I'll be moving there. Shan-Suan paused mid-action and gave Zhou Ning a look. Damn, I feel like kicking you out of the car. No, I need to see your place. Tell me more. What's the deal with that? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 129 to 128. Can't find a reason to refuse _1 chapter 129. Chapter 128. Can't find a reason to refuse _1 in front of Qidong University. The two got out of the car and by now it was almost midnight. Zhou Ning tried to figure out the location of the apartment Dr. Liu had referred to, feeling uncertain as it was on a small road winding around the north side of Qidong University. He looked over and saw Mr. He, and together they walked towards Jia Gourmet Restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw Xia Momo standing in front of a table, seemingly just about to sit down. She looked at Zhou Ning in surprise and waved with a smile. Zhou Ning, what brings you here? Oh, that's right, you've started working at the city bureau. Are you working overtime on the weekend? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. He and quickly tugged at his sleeve before they approached. No overtime, that case is over. We're just waiting to report our findings to the leaders. Our busy part is done. Shan-Suan nudged Zhou Ning's shoulder and coughed slightly, and Zhou Ning hurriedly introduced them. This is my friend Shan-Suan, the former head of the emergency department at the 8th Hospital. Just transferred to the emergency department at Qidong Central Hospital. And this is Xia Momo, Mr. Xia, who currently works at Qidong University. She's part of the software development team. Whenever we have a case, it's their team that comes to collect data and helps with facial reconstruction work. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Shan-Suan and Xia Momo shook hands, and Mr. He was grinning from ear to ear. I've heard about Mr. Xia from Zhou Xiao before, and I finally get to meet you today. We're all from Qidong, so we're practically fellow townsfolk. My work with Zhou Xiao means greetings, don't come with call us if there's anything, but we can still hang out when there's nothing on. Xia Momo couldn't stop laughing. Zhou Ning gestured to the waiter and looked at the table Xia Momo had chosen. It was a single seat, indicating she had come to eat alone. Did you come to eat by yourself? Then shall we sit together? Xia Momo nodded. Yeah, my dad went back to Qidong, and there wasn't much to eat at home, so I just came out to grab something. I haven't ordered yet, though. All three sat down, and the waiter came over. Zhou Ning handed a menu to each of them. Shan-Suan was intent on splurging at Zhou Ning's expense, so he didn't hold back and ordered several dishes, while Xia Momo pushed the menu away. There are just 3 of us, 4 dishes are enough. Zhou Ning took a look and added 2 more before sitting down. He Shansuan kept shaking his head. Favoritism, I see. When you invite me to eat, it's just skewers, but with Mr. Xia here, suddenly it's luxury. Zhou Ning rolled his eyes at him. Eat or leave, you can choose. By the way, when are you starting work? Monday. I came over here to be worked like a horse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The emergency department at the central hospital barely has any doctors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an outsider like me the director, right? Zhou Ning nodded, completely understanding Mr. He's situation. Transferring to the central hospital sounded good, but the work was the same. However, at the 8th hospital, he certainly wouldn't have been as busy as at the central hospital. Just like Zhou Ning, his role at the city bureau was to work hard. If it hadn't been for the Xiaolong Mountain case, they probably wouldn't have rushed to bring him and Su Dayuan over in such a hurry. By then, the waiter began bringing the dishes: braised yams with lamb chops, steamed large head hairtail, prawns in white cabbage, crispy pork intestine, battered sea kank, and broccoli in garlic sauce. Zhou Ning placed the crispy pork intestine in front of He Shansuan and the fish in front of Xia Momo. Then he served a bowl of braised yams with lamb chops for each person before looking at He Shansuan, who seemed a bit discontented and surprised. You want a drink? You drove here. What are you implying, wanting to call a driver? What drink? I was just pointing out your preferential treatment. Zhou Ning kicked him under the table and said, enough talk, eat or leave. I rarely treat someone, so Mr. Xia, please don't hold back, let's start eating. Xia Momo was unreserved as she used the serving spoon to dish out some fish for Zhou Ning and He Shansuan. After tasting the food, He Shankun's eyes lit up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He made affirming sounds as he pointed to the crispy pork intestine with his chopsticks. I didn't expect such an authentic tasting restaurant in front of the university. This crispy pork intestine looks simple, but is actually very hard to make. I've tried many restaurants and they always miss the mark by a bit, but this one is really good. Xia Momo hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece of the crispy pork intestine with her chopsticks. This action surprised Zhou Ning, as not many girls would usually enjoy it. Watching Xia Momo chew for a while, she then nodded in agreement. This is my first time trying it, and it's really delicious. It doesn't have that off-putting taste of innards. It's slightly sweet and mildly spicy. He Shansuan propped his elbow on the table and tossed another piece into his mouth. After swallowing, he said leisurely, this is a famous dish from Ludong province. It is said that during the Qing dynasty, there was a renowned restaurant in Ludong City called Jiuhua Building that invented this 9-twist intestines dish. The ingredients are plentiful, and the flavor is uniquely well known far and wide. The name implies that even 9 twists of the elixir of immortality can't compare to a bite of this. Zhou Ning held back his laughter. Mr. He's boasting was incurable. However, when it comes to food, he could compete with Mr. Zhao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yet, their styles were completely different. One would eat anything that came his way, and the other ate with cultural refinement and historical anecdotes. After finishing their meal, He Shansuan burped indelicately and looked at Xia Momo. Mr. Xia, to be honest with you, we came to Qidong University actually to help Zhou Xiao scout out the place. He couldn't find what the apartment looked like, so that's why we came here to eat. Xia Momo had a realization and stood up, putting down her teacup. Now that we're done eating, let me take you there. I'm living there now too. I remember the house that Dr. Liu mentioned is in building number 7 in front of ours. He Shansuan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Hurry, take me to see it. I'm even thinking of mooching a stay there once I sell my house in Qidong. There will be a gap of time before I buy a new one here. Zhou Ning gave him a glance. Don't you have a dormitory? He Shansuan widened his eyes and tilted his chin toward the window. I'm telling you, you've got a handle in my hands. I'll just come over to stay for a day occasionally. You wouldn't chase me out, would you? Be careful, or I'll tell everything to Mr. Xia. Zhou Ning raised his hands. He truly did not wish for Xia Momo to know about his past, especially the visit to the psychological clinic that morning. It wasn't just about the hassle of having to explain, but also the risk of more people finding out. Quit threatening me. Let's hurry and take Mr. Xia to check it out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I wonder if we need to buy anything extra. The three of them got into the car. With He Shanxuan around, there was no awkwardness. They chatted and laughed on their way to the north gate of the university. They didn't have to travel far along the uphill path before they arrived at Wanghai Garden. Next to it was the staff dormitory building, with the campus in front and a mountain view behind. Both the location and the environment were quite nice. After parking the car, the three of them got out, and Zhou Ning quickly handed the keys to Xia Momo. Under Xia Momo's lead, they went to Unit 301 in Building 7. The door had a fingerprint lock, though it could be opened with a key as well. As the main door swung open, Zhou Ning was stunned. Is this an apartment? It was more upscale than his family's home by not just a little bit. All furniture was in place, with the natural wood color giving off an IKEA vibe. There was a sofa, bed, wardrobe, desk, liquor cabinet, various appliances, and even the bathroom was fully equipped. After a tour, He Shanxuan clicked his tongue continuously. This is too much. It makes me want to go to university and do research. The decoration is new. The furniture is new. Even the home appliances are new. Look, the protective film on the appliances hasn't even been removed. Zhou Xiao, you're really getting special treatment. Zhou Ning was also somewhat surprised. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He expected the conditions to be good, but seeing them firsthand made him realize they exceeded his expectations. Clearly, there was careful consideration put into the arrangement, and Qidong University had put in effort as well, even with all the furniture being the type he liked. With this in mind, Zhou Ning called Dr. Liu, who is now Vice Dean Liu. Dr. Liu, I have just seen the assigned housing, and the conditions are a bit too good. Haha, Comrade Zhou Xiao, as long as you are satisfied, it's just a residence. It's only to help make your research and work go more smoothly in the future. The house was originally renovated for a foreign expert, but it wasn't furnished. Don't overthink it, and regarding that video image processing you mentioned, we have already made improvements here. Whenever you're free, let's sit down and have a chat. Besides, we want to establish a lab. After all, your position in Qidong was a bit inconvenient, and here at the City Bureau, you can cooperate more closely with them. We've already discussed it, and the lab will be located at your technical office, with Dr. Liu, Mr. Chu, and Mr. Xia responsible for the lab's operations. As for your work, it will definitely not be affected. Our initial data for the trial will be based on your work content. If you need skull reconstruction, video portrait restoration, or computer animation simulations, our lab will be responsible for supporting. What do you think? Zhou Ning paused. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p for him. This offer was just too good to be true. There was no need for him to worry, and had be working with a lab team. It was like having a leveling partner to fight monsters with, leaving him no reason to refuse. I have no objections. Does the City Bureau agree to this arrangement? Rest assured, Mr. Who approached us about it, so of course, he's very willing. However, your forensic teaching and research office will be used by us afterward. All right, you should hurry up and move in. We're completing the equipment setup next Monday. With that, Dr. Liu hung up the phone. Zhou Ning looked at his phone, seemingly without any excuse to refuse, while He Shanxuan beside him looked envious. As for Xia Momo, she spread her hands. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 130 to 129 homecoming _1 chapter 130. Chapter 129 Homecoming _1 The move, orchestrated by He Shanxuan, was completed, and of course, He matter-of-factly took over one of the bedrooms, while the other was occupied by Mr. Zhao, who had arrived later. The two worked in such perfect harmony that Zhou Ning hardly had to lift a finger. Instead, it was his belongings that were the sparsest, consisting of just 2 suitcases, one with bedding, the other with all his changes of clothes. May 9, 2011. Early on Monday morning, Mr. Zhao drove his 80% new Tucson, bringing Zhou Ning to the rear courtyard of the technical division. Before they even reached the upper floor, they could hear the bustling noise above. The two exchanged glances, and there was no mistaking it. It was obviously Dr. Liu and his team working on the lab. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they indeed saw many familiar faces. Xia Momo, Mr. Chu, and Lu Yongxin were all present. All the empty boxes had been swiftly cleared away, and the doors to the Forensic Research Office had been changed to ones that could be accessed with a card swipe. Witnessing such major activity, Zhou Ning was astoundingly surprised. They had just spoken on the phone on Saturday, and by Monday the work was already completed. This had clearly been planned well in advance. Before Zhou Ning could greet his master, a call came from behind. Zhou Xiao. Turning around, Zhou Ning saw Dr. Liu and Mr. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, who approaching from the direction of the stairs, with 2 others following behind them. One was Mr. Peng, and the other he had seen once before. It was Mr. Peng, the head of the technical division. Zhou Ning quickly stood still and nodded to the group. Greetings to all the leaders, Dr. Liu. How did this get to be like this? Dr. Liu looked up with a smile, but before he could speak, Mr. Hu had already started talking. Don't be so surprised. It didn't cost the Bureau a dime to use world-class equipment for technical capabilities. Mr. Peng, and I couldn't be happier. You're complaining about the large scope of the project. Just stop blowing cold here. Zhou Ning was taken aback by the rebuff, but catching the wink from Dr. Liu beside him, it seemed he grasped the crux of the issue. Mr. Hu was saying this to avoid displeasing Mr. Peng. However, for him, it didn't matter as long as he could do his work properly. Oh, I'm just a bit surprised, he replied. Mr. Peng was already chuckling as he came over, taking Zhou Ning's hand in his. The last time I saw Forensic Doctor Zhou was at the press conference. I was thinking even then that this young man brought pride to Qidong. You've arrived just in time, as I was just at the province for training these past few days. I didn't expect to return to the news that the Xiaolong Mountain case was cracked. What a delightful surprise that truly got me excited. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. This laboratory was initially set up to complement the facial reconstruction software technology. Please cooperate well, because our city bureau is co-building with Qidong University, and having the chance to use it free in the early stages means we need to provide the corresponding data, right? Whatever technical support is needed from our side, just let Mr. Peng know, and we will fully cooperate. Mr. Peng was grinning beside them, nodding along, while Mr. Hu waved his hand. All right, don't make it hard for Zhou here. This young man, just like Suda, is one to just buckle down and work hard. Making them speak diplomatically would really trouble them to death. Go ahead with your work, we old folks will be on our way. But Mr. Peng is right. If there's a problem, speak up and we'll cooperate to our utmost ability. As they laughed and left, Dr. Liu pulled Zhou Ning into the research office, knowing well his disposition. All right, stop staring. Mr. Hu came today to arrange the collaboration. Don't worry, it won't affect your normal work. This area is now secure. You need to swipe a card to get in. How do you think we should distribute access? Should everyone be allowed in, or should it be limited to just a few? Zhou Ning thought for a moment, looking at the several cards in Dr. Liu's hand. I'll need 3 cards for my area. The rest, please give to Mr. Peng. After all, he's the acting head of the forensic office. He'll distribute them more appropriately. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Additionally, we should also improve the software's application for traffic accidents, like simulation animations, which we've discussed before. Dr. Liu laughed. After the third round of software improvements, I was thinking of trying out some traffic cases. The previous animation simulations were too crude, but Mr. Xia has improved the original data for all the animations, and they look a lot better now and more aesthetically pleasing too. Zhou Ning glanced at Xia Momo. Her presence in the lab was indeed a surprise to him. Seeing Zhou Ning's reflexive glance, Dr. Lu leaned in closer and spoke in a lowered voice. Zhou Xiaozhou, don't look like that. I know what you're thinking. Mr. Xia's arrival here isn't just because you know her well. You only know she graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts, but you don't know that her major is precisely in the application of animation technology. This is exactly her area of expertise. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. He had only heard that Xia Momo graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts, but had never inquired about her major. It seemed he had been a bit presumptuous, but if this was her area of specialization, then she was indeed more suitable for the lab. Reflecting on how he had always considered his grandfather's urging, it appeared he might have taken it for granted. Putting his thoughts aside, Zhou Ning nodded apologetically. I overthought it. If Mr. Xia specializes in that field, that's even better. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody Pichu is the professional when it comes to computer operations, and as for my master, his involvement with the lab work is indeed more fitting. As long as we can provide sufficient field data and photos, we can start the corresponding analysis and testing. Dr. Lu slapped his thigh, his face creasing into a big smile. Right, that's the key. If the second phase can be finished quickly, it won't delay our application for the software, he said. Zhou Ning nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mr. Chu and Xia Momo walked over, standing beside Lu Yongxin. Lu Yongxin wore an expression of pride. After all, having his apprentice bring honor to him was a matter of great pride. They were all wearing the standard white lab coats of the lab, with 2 working cards hanging around their necks. The 3 of them smiled at Zhou Ning. All the adjustments have been made, and the custom spiral X-ray machine has been adjusted too. It works very well, connecting to a computer, seeing the real-time imaging. This is much more convenient than taking photographs and is even more accurate. Zhou Ning realized then, it seemed that their desire to establish this lab wasn't a recent whim. The customized machine, is it domestically produced? Of course, it's domestically produced. We provided the design, and we found a very established company to manufacture it. That way we control the technology, we know where to save costs, and the company even agreed to manufacture a series of equipment for us subsequently. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. Zhou Ning nodded. Dr. Lu made these things seem effortlessly done, he said as Dr. Lu waved his hand dismissively. All right, once things here are done, I should withdraw too. Oh, by the way, the laptop I prepared for you has already been delivered to your assistant, Mr. Sunday. Be sure to respond to the questions in the group promptly. Zhou Ning smiled. This last line was what Dr. Lu really cared about. Because of the dream that had been affecting him these past few days, he hadn't been paying attention to the messages in the QQ work group. But by seeing the constant 99+ notifications, he knew everyone was still busy. He had also not responded yet to the detail that Dr. Lu mentioned on Saturday. Okay, I'll start replying one by one tonight. I need to arrange things with my family these next 2 days. After all, my grandfather doesn't want to come live with me for the time being. Dr. Lu's face showed understanding. Old age, they all hope to be in their own homes where they can eat comfortably and have people to talk to. Coming here with you, even though the environment is nice, without acquaintances, it's no different from being in prison. Don't make it difficult for him. But you should still buy a car, it'll be more convenient for traveling back and forth. Zhou Ning had thought about this. He couldn't always have Mr. Zhao drive him around. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. That guy was mysterious. Although he was coming to live with him for a couple of days, Zhou Ning could guess a thing or two about his family situation. Besides, he had money at hand. All right. Dr. Lu left, and the personnel gradually dispersed. Xia Momo and Mr. Chu were still busy, for even after the equipment was set up, it still needed some adjustment. In contrast, Lu Yongxin was leisurely watching the hustle and bustle with a cup of tea in hand. Without much chit-chat, Zhou Ning turned and went downstairs. Just as he entered the office, he saw Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sun looking at his laptop. With just one glance, he knew that this gadget wasn't cheap. Zhou Ning didn't go over but instead called Su Dayuan. Even though he had just seen Mr. Hu, he didn't dare to inquire about the report of Luo Sukin's case, because it involved foreign media and the image of Qingdao City. Suda busy? You want to ask about the report result for the Luo Suqin case? Zhou Ning felt a little embarrassed. As soon as he opened his mouth, Su Dayuan had already bluntly mentioned the issue. I just saw Mr. Hu come over. We've established a lab in collaboration with Qingdao University. Mr. Chu and Mr. Xia will be retained in the lab for auxiliary work on cases, aiming to complete the data collection for Phase 2 of the experiments. Oh, don't worry, the report was already out on Sunday night. It was truthful, and the wills of Zhang Minin and Luo Suqin were also announced. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p of course, it was only mentioned briefly and no video was released. As for Zhongtian News, the Foreign Ministry has already made a condemnation and demanded a public apology. Such wild speculation and defamation are unacceptable, and while the other party has offered an apology, their attitude has been quite ambiguous. Zhou Ning let out a breath. These diplomatic maneuvers he found uninteresting. Suda, I want to know how Zhang Guqing was dealt with. And about Luo Suqin and Zhang Minin's ashes. After all, the wills had arrangements. Zhang Guqing can't possibly fulfill their last wishes, and I want to help them do that. Su Dayuan sighed. Southwest University has already been in contact. Whether Zhang Guqing will be suspended afterwards, I don't know, but his chances of promotion are gone. As for the money he embezzled, since the party concerned is no longer alive, it's impossible to recover it. However, the last wishes can be fulfilled. I've arranged with the lawyer. The cremation is set for Saturday, and we will go to Xiaolong Mountain on Sunday. On May 15, 2011, the day was overcast, with a warm and sultry wind brushing against the skin, seemingly bearing the tenderness of early summer. The car reached the top of the mountain, and Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao each held an urn with ashes as they stepped out. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Guan, the editor-in-chief, and two lawyers stood off to one side, both of them recording, as, after all, the clients who had requested their last wishes be fulfilled were no longer present, but procedures had to be followed. Su Dayuan and He Shansuan stood on the other side, with He Shansuan having listened to the story of Zhang Minin and Luo Suqin along the way, continuously shaking his head in lament. Zhou Ning opened the urn, took a look at the lush Xiaolong Mountain. He gently scattered the ashes into the valley. As the breeze blew, the ashes dispersed into the air, falling into every corner of the valley. Just then, from the cloudy sky, fine drops of rain began to fall. Mr. Guan looked up and sighed, his eyes already reddening. It's good this way. They loved so bitterly in this life, but finally, they can be together, nourishing this piece of mountain cape. What could be a better fate than this? Unregretted /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 131 to 130 car accident scene _1 Chapter 131. Chapter 130 car accident scene _1 July 4th, 2011. The high temperature swept across Qingdao, exceptionally hot early in the morning. Mr. Zhao wandered into the office, continuously fanning himself with his hand and positioned himself right under the air conditioner. Seeing Zhou Ning tirelessly tapping on the keyboard in front of the computer, he grinned and asked, "Tell me, Zhou Xiao, you'd better speak up. Are skinny people more resistant to the heat? How come you never seem to sweat a day in your life?" "I'm about to stick my tongue out to catch a breeze." Zhou Ning glanced at him. This guy and Mr. He had moved away from his house, finally providing some peace and quiet for his ears. There hadn't been any major cases these days, and the guy kept hanging around the inspection department, getting very chummy with Mr. Cui, always calling her sister. It seemed his social butterfly syndrome had worsened. Just sit tight in the office and enjoy the air conditioning. What's there to complain about? Would you be happier at a crime scene? Mr. Zhou raised his hands and made a stopping gesture, moving quickly to Zhou Ning's side, attempting to cover Zhou Ning's mouth. Cut the chatter. Go deliver this appraisal report. Mr. Zhou glanced at it and pushed the report in front of Sun Gaodai. You go, kid. I'm really feeling the heat. The more I try to control my weight, the more it soars. I break into a sweat like a flood the moment I move. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Sun Gaodai stood up. He didn't say much, grabbed the report, and left. Where have you moved to, Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou approached, smiling. Why? Are you having trouble sleeping without me, Zhou Xiaozhou? Haha, rest assured, I'll take care of driving you around before you pick up your car. I won't let you take the bus. Seeing Mr. Zhou avoid the subject, Zhou Ning didn't ask further. After all, Mr. Zhou must have had an unusual family background to be taken care of so well by Suda. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Zhou Ning didn't press the issue. Just as Sun Gaodai re-entered the room, the phone on the desk rang. Mr. Zhou quickly grabbed it. Forensic Department, Team 2. Is Dr. Zhou or Mr. Zhou there? Mr. Peng, please hold on a second. Mr. Zhou hurriedly handed the phone to Zhou Ning, mouthing that it was Mr. Peng on the line. Zhou Ning quickly picked up the receiver. Hello, Mr. Peng. Dr. Zhou, this is Peng Xiaoi. The command center has informed us that at 7:55 in Jinko District at the intersection of Lijiang West Road and Jiaoshan South Road, there was a major car accident involving 7 vehicles piling up. The scene is very grim, with 2 dead and 6 seriously injured. I'm on my way from Liuhe District. Could you bring someone and join me? Everyone else is either out at a scene or tied up with cases. I can't find anyone else. Mr. Peng spoke hurriedly. Zhou Ning had been there long enough to know a bit about Mr. Peng. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He nearly never asked for Zhou Ning on cases involving traffic. Zhou Ning knew that really meant no one else was available. No problem, I'm on my way now. Hearing this, Mr. Zhou had already grabbed the investigation box, patting the dazed Sun Gaodai on the shoulder. We've got work, buddy. Snap out of it, let's get moving. Sun Gaodai finally came to his senses, took the investigation box from him, and hurried out the door. The moment they got into the car, Mr. Zhou slammed on the gas and shot off. Jinko District to the downtown area is like the distance between the thumb and forefinger when you make a fist with an empty palm, very close in a straight line. However, the bridge crossing the sea wasn't completed yet. They could either take a detour on the Huanwan Expressway or go through the tunnel. However, the traffic station kept announcing that a large truck had overturned at the tunnel entrance, requesting all vehicles reroute. So, they had no choice but to take the Huanwan Expressway, passing through Qidong District on the way. At 9:24, Mr. Zhou had already turned onto Jiangshan South Road. The traffic ahead was severely congested. Mr. Zhou put on the police light cap, and an officer up ahead, upon seeing this, ran over. Zhou Ning rolled down the window and held up his badge. I'm a forensic doctor. We just received notice to come and handle the accident site of the traffic collision. Is it up ahead? The officer took a quick look at the badge and saluted promptly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. It's right up front. I'll clear the jam for you. Just wait and follow me. Thanks, buddy. Mr. Zhao's mouth was always on cue. The young officer kept clearing the vehicles on both sides, allowing them to drive on the wrong side of the road straight to the site. Getting out of the car, Zhou Ning looked up. Not far from the side of the road, a lamppost was missing, and many cars were twisted and tangled together, some even emitting smoke. However, only their silhouettes were visible. The details were completely obscured by the dense fog. This thick fog hovered around 1 meter above the ground, densely covering the south side of Lijiang West Road, while the other side was entirely clear, not even dispersing at this time of the day. Odd indeed, there's no fog on the expressway. The visibility was very high all along the way. How can there be such heavy fog here? This is advection fog. A low sea surface temperature with a higher temperature above, trapping the fog, forms along the coastline. It usually appears and dissipates suddenly, without warning, and indeed, it's prone to cause traffic accidents. It's also a characteristic weather phenomenon of Qidong. As if to validate Zhou Ning's words, the fog dissipated in an instant, and the entire accident scene was revealed. Seeing the complete accident scene, Zhou Ning couldn't help but inhale sharply. Mr. Zhou shuddered, and the flesh on his face trembled along with it. Damn, isn't this too horrifying? Zhou Ning quickly walked over. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Peng had already arrived with his team and hurriedly got up and waved when he saw Zhou Ning. You guys are fast, we've just arrived too. The injured have been sent to the hospital. Someone from the cars in the back is in bad shape, and the drivers in the 2 front cars are dead. Both the cars and the people are completely deformed from being crushed. I was just worrying about how to pry them apart. Let's have a look first. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Peng, how are the deaths handled in traffic accidents? Typically, the bodies are sent for an autopsy, and after the vehicles are inspected, they are taken to a designated parking lot by the traffic police. But this case is special. I think we need to separate the front 2 cars from the ones behind, and then transport them as a whole to the technical department's backyard for separation, because they can't be disentangled here. Zhou Ning followed Mr. Peng, talking as they walked towards the front of the scene. The firefighters were also present, struggling to separate the vehicles, but there were cars piled on top of each other and others still smoking. The cars at the very front had all crashed into one unit, creating a chaotic scene. At the forefront, a lamppost was missing. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that a black sedan, like putty, had been squashed and wrapped around the entire lamppost. The upper half of the lamppost was broken and had pierced the driver's seat. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The white SUV behind it had both its front and rear ends missing, enveloping the rear of the black sedan. The black sedan was reduced to less than 1/5 of its original body length, and the white SUV was left with only half of its original length. All the car windows were shattered. The white SUV's driver had become one with the steering wheel, embedded in the dashboard, and blood was everywhere inside the cabin. Mr. Peng's forensic investigators had started taking photos. Mr. Zhou leaned over to help place placards and join in the investigation. Zhou Ning peeked inside and noticed that the driver of the white SUV hadn't worn a seatbelt and the airbags had not deployed. Looking around, Zhou Ning couldn't make out the makes of the front 2 cars. He waved at Mr. Zhou, who ran back over. What's up? Can't see the badges. Do you know what cars the front 2 are? Mr. Zhou quickly ran over, with Mr. Peng also coming closer. They both shook their heads after looking for a long time. Traffic police have come to look as well, but they could only guess roughly. Both the front and back ends are smashed, and the steering wheels are unrecognizable. Is it not difficult to make them see this? Mr. Zhou glanced at it and said with certainty, the white one in the back is a 2010 Jeep Robin Hood. Look at the roof and the parts of the dashboard that are still visible. It must be a top-of-the-line model. As for the black car in front, it's a 2005 Sonata. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Peng was stunned, while Zhou Ning nodded, looking at Mr. Peng. He's best at this, identifying the make from a car's rear end or just a part of it. Mr. Peng's face lit up with interest, and he patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder. Nice one, Mr. Zhao. Well, we've looked at the scene enough now. We just wait for the firefighters to separate the vehicles. These 2 need to be taken back for further examination to figure out how to remove the bodies. It's the first time this year we've encountered such a severe traffic accident. But looking at this, The bodies are seriously damaged. I wonder if that software could simulate the accident process? Zhou Ning nodded. The accident was indeed very serious. Judging by the impact force, both cars were definitely not driving slowly, especially with the sudden fog appearing. Under such conditions, the accident may have occurred too fast for any reaction. Let the lab staff try. However, we have to transport them as a whole back for scanning. That's the only way we can analyze. Does traffic police have any surveillance footage? Asking this question, Zhou Ning had little hope. With such heavy fog that the ground was invisible, it was likely difficult to see anything on the footage. We pulled up the surveillance. It can only show that the accident didn't happen at the same time. There's an interval of about 10 minutes between them. However, we can't see the details. It's all just a white blur. Zhou Ning nodded, understanding that Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Pang, being specialized in handling traffic accidents, held authoritative opinions. Today, he was mainly there to assist and would heed directions, ready to help if needed. As they spoke, the firefighters had managed to pull apart the stacked cars, and the grating noise of metal made everyone's hair stand on end. Now, only the car behind the white Jeep was left. Zhou Ning and the others moved aside, and he walked directly to the broken lamppost to look into the black Sonata. The deceased's head was severely deformed, completely folded and crushed together with the steering wheel, headrest, and upper limbs. However, a streak of blood behind the ear caught his attention. Mr. Zhao, come take a picture/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 132 to 131, so miserable _1 chapter 132, chapter 131, so miserable _1. Upon hearing this shout, Zhao Xinli hurried over. After all, Zhou Ning was an exceedingly stable person, and when he issued an order, it naturally meant he had discovered something. Do you smell a whiff of gasoline? Mr. Zhao nodded. With such a severe car accident, there's a smell of gasoline everywhere. Zhou Ning shook his head and raised his hand to point at the deceased's car seat. There's a smell of gasoline on both the driver's and passenger's seats. Mr. Zhao was taken aback, and just as he was about to say something, the firefighters kept waving their hands, shouting towards Zhou Ning and his team. Hey, unrelated personnel, step back, I'm talking to you guys. Zhou Ning raised his hand and waved to the person. The firefighter ran over quickly, lifting his hat. The sweat on his head had already mixed with the black dust, leaving several streaks on his face. In such hot weather, firefighting work was indeed tough. Mr. Pang also came over, looking at Zhou Ning with bewilderment. What's up with Dr. Zhou? Please wait a moment. I'm having someone take a photo. I found a laceration behind the deceased's ear. I need to take a look at this spot before we move him. After all, this injury could only have been caused by glass, not by the impact. Mr. Pang was also startled, but then quickly coordinated with the firefighters. They all halted their work, and the scene became very quiet. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao quickly stepped forward to the location Zhou Ning had indicated, placed a scale next to it, and took a photo. Zhou Ning had already put on his gloves, pushed aside the deceased's hair, and searched gently with tweezers. He found pieces of glass on the shoulder but none around the wound. The location of this injury was behind the mastoid process of the temporal bone, in an inverted C shape, with the edges of the wound flaring out, deep enough to expose the bone, and approximately 30 millimeters in diameter. Mr. Pang naturally had no objections. Although he held the position of acting director, he was very clear about where his own expertise lay and was self-aware. After dropping the tweezers, Zhou Ning's fingers touched the area gently. He could feel a distinct grating of the bone. With such a sizable wound directly causing a fracture and in such a unique shape, Zhou Ning's mind was racing through possible objects that could have caused this injury. After observing the surroundings, including the crevices inside the car that were visible, he found no scattered rod-shaped metal objects or stones. He frowned slightly and Mr. Pang leaned in, pushing up his glasses. It doesn't look like it was caused by a car accident. Dr. Zhou, do you suspect it's a criminal case? Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, it's difficult for such an injury to be caused by a car accident, and I haven't found any scattered objects around that could inflict this wound. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It seems we must be even more careful in transporting the body and conduct a thorough examination back at the lab. He quickly jogged to find the firefighters and establish coordination. The firefighters directly cut off the bumper section of the white car that was hitched to the car behind, separating the two vehicles from the others. Mr. Peng instructed Mr. Liu to accompany the tow truck escorting the body and then ran back, wiping his sweat, and quickly said, "Let's go straight back to the city bureau. The autopsy room in Jinko may have decent hardware, but it's not equipped to segment a vehicle. I've arranged with the firefighters to go together. We can't just cut here, it would make the traffic even worse." Zhou Ning understood that this move was to involve the lab personnel. If it was a criminal case disguised as a traffic accident, then meticulous investigation and careful analysis were essential. All right, let's go separately. I'll contact the lab personnel right now to get the equipment ready. I remember Dr. Liu told Mr. Chu and his team to clear out a large garage, which has scanning equipment. Mr. Peng nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Let's hurry, on the way I'll give Mr. Hu a heads up. After all, the traffic police need to be informed, especially if it's not a traffic accident, as well need to check the vehicle information along the way, which requires coordination from multiple parties. Zhou Ning had no objections. Everyone got into their cars. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Sun Gaodai was already pale, apparently having vomited more than once by the side of the car. Mr. Zhou wrapped an arm around his neck and whispered in a low voice, "Buddy, I wouldn't mind if you threw up in the car, but now, keep a straight back for me. There are so many people watching. Step into the car gracefully, don't let your legs shake." Mr. Zhou, with some pushing and pulling, managed to get Sun Gaodai into the passenger seat. Zhou Ning was already packing the investigation kit. As the car door closed, Mr. Zhou revved up the engine and sped off, thoughtfully adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and handing a bottle of water to Sun Gaodai. "Here, drink some water to settle your stomach. Traffic accidents are like this. They're actually easier to handle in autopsies. Imagine if you came across a highly decomposed body, wouldn't you be vomiting up your gallbladder?" "Mr. Li, stop it. I'm starting to feel queasy again." Zhou Ning remained silent, flipping through the photos on the camera. Seeing Mr. Zhou making a gesture, Sun Gaodai turned to Zhou Ning with an apologetic face. "Dr. Zhou, I've embarrassed you today." Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't concerned about this. The boy had been tossed around in the second team for so long, clearly being the type to whom nobody paid much attention. It wasn't just autopsies. He hadn't even been on a real crime scene before. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The last case at Xiaolong Mountain was just skeletons and did not provide such a visceral experience. This time, it surely was a direct introduction. Just take a look a couple more times. It'll be fine. Then, you can buy some of that ginger candy to carry with you, and when doing an autopsy or taking notes, just suck on a few pieces, and you won't have such a strong reaction. Mr. Zhou looked dissatisfied, glancing at Zhou Ning through the rearview mirror, his mouth full of protest. "Dr. Zhou, you've always favored others over me. How come you never told me about this trick?" Zhou Ning rolled her eyes. "You started work before me, how would I know? You're not supposed to know these little tricks. Besides, for a highly decomposed body, you can rub some mint oil under your nose. It can increase your tolerance to the smell, but it can distract you." Mr. Zhao's head shook like a bobblehead, but the speed of the car didn't slow down. "Forget it, that stuff's too harsh. I think I'll just endure the stench." "But Dr. Zhou, do you suspect that the person was made to look like they were in a car accident?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "Not certain, but it's difficult for a car accident to cause a wound in that location. I'll get in touch with Mr. Chu and the others to get ready." As he spoke, Zhou Ning dialed Liu Yongxin's number, briefly explained the situation and seemed to feel a little more assured once had spoken to his mentor. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Lu Yongxin told him not to worry. The garage below was already prepared, and they would wait there for him. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning closed his eyes, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Because when he touched the body, there was no system prompt, nor was there a task assigned. He remembered the last time this happened. It was because the system was upgrading, but according to his current accumulation of upgrade points, he was far from qualifying. Could it be because this case belonged to Mr. Peng? This thought was immediately dismissed by Zhou Ning. After all, the red-dressed serial killer case was a city bureau case. They were only involved with a part of it, but touching the body still resulted in a task being issued. Could it be that had made a wrong judgment, and this wasn't a criminal case? Shaking his head, Zhou Ning decided not to think about it anymore. Whether or not the system issued a task, the case had to be handled. Soon after, Zhou Ning indeed fell asleep, and it was the kind of sleep without dreams, and without being dragged into a black room for torture. Dr. Zhou, wake up, we've arrived. Zhou Ning opened his eyes and, sure enough, the car had stopped in the technical department's backyard. As he jumped out of the car, he saw Lu Yongxin standing on the roadside, shading his eyes, looking over. Lu Yongxin started jogging toward him when he saw Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Seeing the old man's swift actions, Zhou Ning almost laughed out loud because those few movements seemed somehow filled with excitement. Master, you don't have to wait down there, isn't it too hot? Lu Yongxin waved his hand. The old man doesn't mind the heat. I told Mr. Xia and Mr. Chu to wait in the garage. We haven't used this spiral X-ray machine yet. I'm not sure how good it is. You're back now. Where's the car? The tow truck won't be fast. We came back first. The two vehicles collided very tightly. Forcing them apart would damage the existing state of the body. I'm not sure what to do yet. Stop chatting, show me the photos. Mr. Zhao hurried over, and Sun Gout I also ran over. Knowing that he was Zhou Ning's mentor, his warm and friendly manner was very endearing. He used a fan to cool Lu Yongxin as he looked at the scene photos. You didn't find any sort of heavy, solid object like an iron rod on the scene, right? Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao both shook their heads. There are a lot of scattered fragments on the ground, but no iron rod. The vehicles have been so compacted into a mass that we need to cut open the cars to check them. Lu Yongxin nodded. If there's no heavy iron rod, it looks to me like one of those hammers mentioned in old sayings, a round-headed hammer on one end and a flat, pry-bar-like head on the other, also called a goat horn hammer. This would be the round head that caused the wound. The fire department came along, right? Well, need their professional equipment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Once we've finished scanning, they can cut it open, and as long as we protect the body properly, there shouldn't be any major damage. While they were discussing, Mr. Peng and his team drove in, followed by the tow truck, crane, and fire engine. Everyone got out, and Lu Yongxin went over to take a look. Mr. Peng was courteous, constantly introducing him to others. Right now, Lu Yongxin represented the lab, a completely different identity than before. The crane lifted the wreckage off, and then the conveyor belt moved the pile of scrap metal to the garage, with everyone following behind. Xia Momo and Mr. Chu, both wearing goggles, adjusted the position and began to scan the pile. Soon, 3D X-ray images appeared on the computer. Zhou Ning leaned in closer, zoomed in on the image, and saw that the Wrangler's occupant had fractures in the chest vertebrae, ribs, and leg bones, making the cause of death easy to ascertain. But when he enlarged the X-ray images of the Sonata's skeletal remains, Zhou Ning's movements froze for a moment, and Mr. Peng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is it that bad? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Chapter 133 to 132 hitching post _1 Chapter 133. Chapter 132 Hitching Post _1 How tragic was Sonata's driver? At this moment, Zhou Ning could no longer express it in words. The deceased was strapped in with the seatbelt, and due to the compression of space within the car, the legs had twisted backwards, the knees flipped upward, and the femurs, tibias, and fibulas were all broken, forming a W shape along the side. The upper half of the torso, pressed against the steering wheel, had developed a steering wheel-shaped fracture surface with multiple breaks in the ribs and sternum. Below the thoracic vertebrae, a steel plate less than 2 centimeters thick had cleanly severed the body. The head was completely deformed, with multiple depressions and fractures on the skull. Studying every injury, Zhou Ning became even more perplexed. Who does the steel plate belong to? It was only a sedan, not a freight vehicle. How could such a thing be there? Without dwelling too much on it, Zhou Ning stepped back slightly and looked towards Mr. Chu. Is it possible to maintain the state of the deceased while cutting? Mr. Chu nodded, and Xia Momo was already manipulating her keyboard, beginning to compile something. Soon, a cutting plan was displayed in animation form on the adjacent computer. We'll make a vertical cut along the edge of the car door's pillar, then separate the driver's seat. This way, we can extract the body from this space. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p of course. The steering wheel will probably have to be removed with the body, as they are too closely joined. Zhou Ning had no objections to this. Seeing Mr. Chu signal the firefighters, he realized that he also agreed with the plan. Before long, as the cutting saw sparked, the car was divided. The garage floor was also covered in blood. The seat was cut out, and several forensic officers gathered to help lift the fragmented 2 parts of the body, carefully placing them into 2 long boxes before sending them to the autopsy room. As for the Jeep's cockpit, it was already expanded and looked a bit better than inside the Sonata, and it was sent to the autopsy room as well. After the firefighters left, Mr. Peng came over to look at the 3D X-ray images of the 2 bodies. Some items from the 2 cars have also been sorted out. The traffic police have already contacted the family of the Jeep, and they are on their way for identification. As for the Sonata, no phone or any valid documents were found inside. The vehicle's owner, identified by the license plate, is named Zhang Guanglei. We've tried calling him but couldn't get through. I'll go and perform an autopsy on the Jeep's driver now. As for the Sonata's driver, the criminal police are contacting the family, and they'll also soon send someone over. As for the autopsy, Mr. Peng felt somewhat embarrassed to continue, while Zhou Ning simply nodded, not out of flattery, but because he felt no pressure with the system not manifesting. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll wait for the criminal police's news, then take responsibility for the Sonata driver's autopsy. Mr. Peng smiled gratefully, patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Thank you so much. I still have 6 unresolved traffic accident cases on my hands. It's really overwhelming. I understand, Mr. Peng. Go ahead with your work. Without any further pleasantries, Mr. Peng left with his team. Zhou Ning took out his phone, about to call Su De-Yuan when his phone rang. The name Su De flashed insistently. This man was still as impatient as ever. Zhou Xiao, that traffic accident case you just took over? Yes, I went to the scene with them. The deceased was compressed in the car and completely disfigured. However, I found a reverse C-shaped injury behind the deceased's ear on the temporal bone, an injury with signs of life. Has the traffic police handed it over to your team yet? Yes, I'm on my way. After ending the call, Mr. Zhao came over. Should I get Sun Gaodai ready for the autopsy? Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao quickly waved to Sun Gaodai. Xia Momo and Mr. Chu also headed upstairs. If there were to be an autopsy, they would naturally need the just-prepared 3D X-ray images, as those were more standard. Furthermore, they needed to attempt to reconstruct the process of injury from the accident, which wasn't something that could be completed in just a few minutes. Lu Yongxin came over, frowning deeply. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, Prosody P. The victim's facial fractures are severe, making it difficult to determine the cause of the fractures. We can't pin all our hopes on software analysis after all. This analysis also needs to be confirmed by the autopsy process, and whether these analyses can become evidence is still uncertain at this point. Zhou Ning understood the problem Lu Yongxin was worried about. The software had not been officially launched yet and was still in the testing phase. Relying solely on this analysis wouldn't be easily convincing, and the court might not accept it. Everything has to go through a process. Let Master and I do the autopsy later. Then you'll have a clear understanding, Zhou Ning said, reassuringly. As they were talking, Su Dayuan walked over quickly, slowing down only when he saw their hurried steps. The car owner, Zhang Guanglei, male, 35 years old, cannot be reached by phone. However, using his household registration information, we found his mother who lives in Xijing City and has limited mobility. She provided a work phone number for Zhang. He works at the Water Resources Bureau. I just contacted them and Zhang Guanglei didn't go to work today, nor did he ask for leave. They couldn't reach him either. They sent over a photo on QQ. He got married at the beginning of 07, divorced at the end of the year, and bought a car that same year. His ex-wife is from a wealthy second-generation demolition family, and they had no children. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. As he spoke, he found some photos and handed them to Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin to examine. Zhou Ning identified Zhang Guanglei by a lump on his left ear, what the old saying calls a horse-tying post. Earlier, when observing the victim's head, he had carefully identified a lump on the ear that was an exact match. Do we need to have his ex-wife come and identify the body? Zhou Ning's intention was that a direct autopsy still required due process since there was scant evidence at the moment, just a blow to the head. Su Dayuan shook his head. We already discussed this with Zhang Guanglei's mother when we called her. If it's proven that the deceased is Zhang Guanglei, an autopsy would be needed. She has already agreed, and we've recorded her consent. Let's get to work. With Su Dayuan saying as much, Zhou Ning naturally had no objections, and Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement. Only Mr. Zhao moved his chubby face closer, full of confusion. I mean, isn't anyone curious why he bought an 05 model car in 07? Zhou Ning looked up at Mr. Zhao. When it came to cars, he was the type to get caught up in the details. But this was a very good habit, and after thinking for a moment, Zhou Ning said, I've been looking at cars recently, and someone explained to me that such cars are usually stock vehicles. There's generally no issue with quality, but the price is significantly lower than when they first hit the market. Mr. Zhao shook his head. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Good quality cars don't have stock vehicles, like a few brands in front that require markups, especially in special colors. This is a joint venture car, and many who favor Korean styles would like it, especially since dramas from that region have been popular in recent years. Zhou Ning paused, and Su Dayuan slapped Mr. Zhao on the back. Not bad, kid. You've been using your brain lately. Don't tell me you're thinking in the same direction. The deceased got divorced in 07, and several years have passed since then. We can investigate further, including his place of residence and social connections. Zhou Ning didn't chime in since Su Dayuan had started making calls to arrange for these things. They walked towards the autopsy room, with Mr. Pang and his team using autopsy room 1. Sun Gout I led them into autopsy room 2, which was actually the high decomposition autopsy room. The equipment was quite complete, and Zhou Ning had never used it before. Looking at the 2 severed parts on the autopsy table, he quickly went to change into his gear. After a moment, after he and Lu Yongxin were ready, they approached the autopsy table. Mr. Zhao had finished taking photos, and Su Dayuan, wearing a mask, watched from a distance. Sun Gaodai's voice trembled slightly. Shall I assist you, Dr. Zhou? Zhou Ning nodded. You just keep the records. Master and I will do the autopsy. Mr. Zhao will take photos, and let's start the recording first. Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao turned on the recording device and gave a brief explanation about the victim and the time and place of the traffic accident. Of course, the description included the segmentation of the vehicle and the scanning that was conducted. Once finished, he looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning nodded, interlocked his hands, and adjusted his double-layered gloves for a tighter fit against his skin. A plastic pad blocked the lower part of the victim's upper body. It was necessary since the iron plate had severed the waist earlier during the separation. Without the blockage, all the internal parts would spill out. Still starting from the victim's pupils, a surface examination of the body was performed down to the toes. The blocking board wasn't touched. Instead, samples from under the nails, inside the mouth, and from the wound were collected. As Zhou Ning examined, Mr. Zhao followed his fingers with his camera, continuously taking photos for documentation. Gao Tai, take the notes, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 134 to 133, such a dog's blood _1 Chapter 134. Chapter 133 Such a dog's blood _1 The deceased had abrasions on the outer side of the right elbow and palm, and a separate contusion injury on the head, which was located behind the right ear in the temporal area, forming a C-shaped pattern, causing a skull fracture and corresponding cranial brain damage. The facial bone fractures were severe, and based on morphological analysis, they were likely caused by the impact of a broken lamppost. The ribs and sternum were fractured, and below the thoracic vertebrae, the body was cut in half by a steel plate less than 2 centimeters thick, forming a steering wheel-shaped fracture surface on the front. The kneecap flipped upwards, breaking the femur, tibia, and fibula. After saying this, Lu Yongxin helped Zhou Ning position the upper half of the corpse, handing him the scalpel with one hand and holding the shield with the other. Zhou Ning knew that as soon as Lu Yongxin let go, it would be a scene of leakage. Concentrating, Zhou Ning began the autopsy. No external injuries or subcutaneous bleeding were found on the neck of the deceased, and the broken sternum and ribs were removed one by one, which saved the step of cutting out the ribs and sternum. After cleaning up, the heart was removed and placed on a plate to the side. Then Zhou Ning removed the upper part of the esophagus and stomach. The 2 plates were pushed in front of Sun Gaotai, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Sample the blood from inside the heart and the stomach contents. Remember to take several portions. Sun Gaotai was originally very nervous, but upon hearing the last few words, he became somewhat stunned, and the plural form made him lose his ability to judge instantly. Huh? Take several portions? How many is that? Mr. Zhao lifted his eyes from behind the camera and glared at Sun Gaotai, though he kept his voice very low. Do what you're told. Why so much talk? Take all the blood from inside the heart, and as for the stomach contents, 5 portions should be enough. More you might not need, less, and it's not enough, understand? Sun Gaotai quickly shut up, and only then remembered the task of recording. He moved the tray slightly to take careful samples. Mr. Zhao watched him closely, fearing mistakes. Zhou Ning didn't watch. The more the intern watched, the more nervous they became. Compared to his own performance during his internship, Sun Gaotai was doing much better. He was just lacking in practical opportunities. The autopsy of the upper half of the body was completed. Lu Yongxin was stitching up, so Zhou Ning quickly cleaned up the lower half of the body, and, during it, he glanced at the victim's stomach contents. He could see some chunky matter as well as chyme and some fresh blood. Gastric bleeding. This surprised Zhou Ning, who quickly examined closely and found some ulcers and extensive atrophy in the stomach, though no tumors were found. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The chunky matter in the chyme was easy to identify. Shredded spicy vegetables, fried dough sticks with tofu pudding, also known as salty tofu flour in the South. And maintaining this state of digestion meant the time of death was within half an hour to an hour after the meal. Zhou Ning's hands kept moving. With the victim's age determined, there was no need to take the pubic symphysis. After checking the reproductive organs and the remaining organs in the abdominal cavity, Zhou Ning paused when he saw the condition of the intestines. The victim's intestines were full of mucus, with dark coffee-colored patches and ulcerated bleeding spots throughout. Zhou Ning took a section of the sample and then examined the victim's esophagus and stomach, finding 2 areas of perforation. After taking samples from the lungs and liver, Lu Yongxin helped with the stitching, and Zhou Ning moved on to the head of the deceased, the most critical examination saved for last. Zhou Ning inhaled deeply and made a circumferential incision, then peeled it back, just having completed this action. Sun Gaodai darted out, and Zhou Ning knew the guy just couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yongxin's shoulders shook with a chuckle. After all, old forensic doctors like to tease the newcomers, but Zhou Ning didn't overthink it. He kicked the closed-eyed Mr. Zhao, who then opened his eyes to look at the skull on the dissection table, shuddered for a moment, but quickly moved closer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Lu Yongxin grabbed the LED magnifying lamp from Zhou Ning and intently observed the fracture area of the victim's face, seeing that the bones inside were really shattered into slag, all indented inwards. The more he looked, the tighter he furrowed his brow. The range of the fracture is larger than the diameter of the lamppost, and here, above the eyebrow bone, it doesn't seem to be caused by a single impact. Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, but the traces of the fracture at this location are too shattered to analyze the direction of the impact force. We need that lamppost to compare the traces, and we have to wait for the laboratory results. There are several issues with the deceased's digestive tract, and I'm not sure if he suffered from a major illness. If there is a major illness, does that increase the likelihood of suicide or induced suicide? Zhou Ning very much agreed with Lu Yongxin's judgment. In Yiling City, there had been people who asked friends for help to carry out their own suicidal acts, and although they left wills, according to Hua country's laws, such acts are illegal and not recognized. This judgment, we'll have to see Mr. Xia and their animation simulation. After all, there were multiple impacts, and if the number of fractures and injuries increases, that is also possible. Lu Yongxin nodded towards Zhou Ning, who then stripped off his gloves and turned off the recording equipment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That's it for the autopsy. Not much valuable information. Have to wait for that animation simulation. After all, Mr. Chu and Mr. Xia study mechanics and structural studies every day. I don't understand. Thank you, Master, for helping me. Lu Yongxin waved his hand, already starting to tear off his disposable isolation suit. Su Dayuan was unhappy about it and came closer. I say, you and your apprentice are like talking in riddles. What information is there exactly? I've only noted down a few sentences, all about the shape of the wound and the location of fractures. You can deduce the time of death, right? After cutting open the vehicle, we measured the deceased's rectal temperature. Through calculation, the time of death is estimated to be between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning. You can use this time period to try and find nearby surveillance, looking for pedestrians and vehicles that passed by at that time, to see if anyone had stopped. As for the accident vehicle, we need to wait until the animation simulation is out. We will further carefully inspect. The impact was so fierce, and the car door was severely damaged. There's no sign of it being opened, so the deceased's leg must have been fixed at the accelerator position, and it's not easy to do that without leaving any traces. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not rushing you. Just let me know if you have any news. I'll go to the traffic police team first, then check if the tasks I arranged earlier are done. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But Zhou Xiao's animation simulation, can it truly analyze the accident process? Lu Yongxin crossed his arms, his face expressionless. This software and its suggestions for simulation are all concepts from my apprentice's mind. He hasn't participated in the software design, so if you ask him, he won't know either. Wait until tomorrow when it's ready, and then you can have a look. Su Dayuan gritted his teeth. Lu Yongxin, ever since going to Qidong University, speaks with a different kind of confidence. Here he is, such an outstanding apprentice, and looking at his smug face, it's indeed quite frustrating. In leaving, or he'll just get more upset. Su Dayuan left, and Mr. Zhao eagerly went to send the samples, while Sun Gaotai pushed the body to the cold storage room. Now only Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin were left in the autopsy room. Do you regret it, saying that extra sentence and getting yourself involved? Zhou Ning shook his head and smiled at Lu Yongxin. If this question had been asked last year, he definitely would have said yes. No regrets. I think if you send any forensic doctor to examine carefully, they would also find the traces of the fracture on the temporal bone. I'm just worried about the case. The surveillance footage is a white fog. We can't fix that with software. The victim's breakfast wasn't lavish, but obviously either eaten out or bought and eaten at home. And the accident happened right after. We have to wait for Su Das investigation results. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. If a suicide note or some medical examination information is found at home, maybe the nature of the case will change. Lu Yongxin pushed up his reading glasses and nodded with understanding. Severe bleeding in the digestive tract, along with extensive ulcers. Such a serious condition resembles the symptoms of intestinal or esophageal cancer, but no obvious lesions were found during the autopsy. This is contradictory. Could it be a metastasis? Yes, that's the question I had. Let's go upstairs. I'll organize the findings from the autopsy and send them to Suda. The group went upstairs. Mr. Peng was still not finished, not because of the speed, but because the deceased's family started fighting right outside the technical department. Mr. Zhao stood by the window, live streaming the whole process. Wow, it's like a full-blown martial arts drama. That young daughter-in-law has real fighting spirit. Those three over there didn't stand a chance against her. Zhou Xiao, you guys should come and see. Zhou Ning glanced over but didn't pay much attention, opening a document to start summarizing the issues found during the autopsy. Lu Yongxin, however, joined in, leaning over the window to take a glance. A mistress causing trouble? Mr. Zhao shook his head and took a sip of water, speaking with relish. The young daughter-in-law is the current wife, and the older woman is the ex-wife. The young man is the deceased son, and the older man is the ex-father-in-law. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Like you, I thought it was a mistress replacing the original wife, but after listening for a while, it's not like that at all. The young daughter-in-law's family comes from money, with more than 30 seafront properties in the city center. They took a liking to this driver who drives a jeep. She helped breathe new life into his bankrupt company, and it started to pick up a bit. However, the ex-wife who abandoned him came looking for him with her whole family from Yen City, staying in one of the daughter-in-law's apartments. As soon as the news of the deceased's death came, they followed, with the son claiming his father's enterprise is now his. Lu Yongxin was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Is it really this melodramatic? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 135 to 134. Is this such a coincidence? _1 Chapter 135. Chapter 134. Is this such a coincidence? _1 Zhou Ning hung up the phone and glanced at Mr. Zhao and the others who had also gathered around, Lu Yongxin rubbing his chin. It's too unsightly, bringing young and old over with such an obvious agenda. But why did they divorce in the first place? Mr. Zhao was full of curiosity. Before we started the autopsy, didn't I step out for a bit? I overheard something. 2 years ago, the man was tricked by his business partner and ended up in debt of over 10 million. His ex-wife threatened him with suicide and divorced him the next day, then took the child and ran back to her hometown in Yen City. Of course, she also took the couple $100,000 cash that the man had set aside to pay his workers, money from selling his car. They say that when disaster strikes, birds of a feather will scatter. I truly saw it for myself today. The man was also too hasty. Just as his business started improving, he eagerly transferred tens of thousands to his son. Having analyzed this, The ex-wife thought he was recovering financially. But when she came back, the guy had already remarried and even found himself a second-generation demolition beneficiary. So, she played the sympathy card, saying she needed to live on Qidong to take care of the old and the young, claiming they needed treatment on Qidong. You can't just kick them out, can you? She really didn't clear things up at the end. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao's words were crude, but in places like theirs, they were all too familiar with the fickleness of human relationships, and Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Enough now, stop gawking at the drama. That young wife's not so bad, and she's not the type to be bullied. Besides, she hasn't been married for even a year. If this ends up in court, the judge won't favor the ex-husband's kids anyway. It's just that the autopsy is a hassle. Mr. Zhao kept nodding. Exactly. The young wife agreed to the autopsy and had already signed off on it, but the ex-wife laid her son in front of the autopsy room and was dead set against it. Mr. Peng was also driven to his wits' end. It was the traffic police who came over and gave that ex-wife a lecture, saying if she keeps making a scene, they'd send her straight to the Public Security Bureau for handling. Oh right, the deceased from that jeep is called Sun Manqing. I was caught off guard when I heard it. I thought I'd gone back to the Qing dynasty. Lu Yongxin patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder and gave Zhou Ning a suggestive eyebrow raise. Enough watching the spectacle. As long as this Qing dynasty jeep guy doesn't know Zhang Guanglei and there's no conflict of interest, let this traffic accident headache be Mr. Peng's problem. Zhou Ning walked back to his desk, grabbed the printed documents, and headed towards the door with Mr. Zhao hurriedly following him with quick steps. Shall I go with you to the detective squad? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at Lu Yongxin. Master, I'm embarrassed to rush Mr. Xia and the others. Please keep an eye on them for me. Lu Yongxin waved his hand and spat disdainfully. Got it. Go find Su Dayuan. If you're late, he'll get anxious. I'll go supervise them for you. Zhou Ning didn't waste words and briskly walked through the corridor with Mr. Zhao, heading to the detective squad office. As they turned into the hallway, they saw Mr. Zeng poking his head out. Recognizing Zhou Ning, he smiled and called out, Dr. Zhou, come quickly. Mr. Su is just asking for you. We're about to start a case analysis meeting. Zhou Ning nodded. Knowing Su Daiwan's temperament, he followed Mr. Zeng quickly towards the meeting room. Upon entering, he saw Su Dayuan talking, with several photographs pinned to the whiteboard behind him. In the short span of 5 to 6 hours since the discovery of the head injury on the body, it was clear from the photos that the family of the deceased had already visited. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao nodded towards Su Dayuan, and then sat down. Su Dayuan looked around the room and began, let's not wait any longer. Mr. Liu and the others should be back soon. Let's start with a briefing. Mr. Zeng, tell us about your visit to the deceased's workplace first. Mr. Zeng quickly opened his notebook, stood up, and walked to the front of the whiteboard, saying, the deceased was Zhang Guanglei, 35 years old, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. He worked at the Water Resources Bureau in the Planning and Flood Control Department dealing with the management of 5 water systems. He's just an ordinary clerk, and his relationships with colleagues were all right, although he rarely joined them for meals. After all, their work is special. Sometimes they don't go to the office for many days. Lu Wenli from the same office provided some information about Zhang Guanglei. He got married in 2007, introduced by a leader at the Water Bureau. His spouse came from a well-known demolition-rich family in Tangshan district. He became a live-in son-in-law, but the marriage broke up within half a year, and everyone pitted Zhang Guanglei. After all, Zhang was decent and capable of living a good life. If he couldn't bear it, it's natural to assume that the woman was especially difficult. The ex-wife's name is Yumeli, quite a bit younger than Zhang. I pulled up some information on her, but I haven't printed it out yet. With that, Mr. Zeng raised his police PDA, which displayed someone's details, showing it directly to everyone. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes slightly. Yumeli, female, 27 years old, married, unemployed, contact number 130, residence address. Remarried? Mr. Zing nodded, looking towards Su Dayuan, who had posed the question. I called, but the contact number listed here is that of Yumeli's mother. It's been said that she remarried a year ago and is very happy with her new husband, whom she dated herself. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for matters concerning Zhang Guanglei, she does not wish to be disturbed. Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow. This was actually not a problem, after all. An ex-wife who fades into obscurity and doesn't make a scene is the best kind of ex. What's the name of the new husband? Mr. Zeng flipped through his notebook. Seeing this action, it was clear he had already asked. After a moment, he looked up and said, the current husband is named Sun Manqing. Sun Manqing? Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao exclaimed in unison, looking at each other in surprise. This name had just been mocked by Mr. Zhao. It was impossible to forget. Seeing the reaction of the two, Su Dayuan understood without a doubt that they both knew him. He was clueless, however, and looked anxious, tapping on the table. Don't be shocked. Hurry up and say it. Do you know the Sun Manqing? At the scene of the car accident, the owner of the Jeep behind Zhang Guanglei's car also died in the accident. His name was Sun Manqing. Just now, Sun Manqing's family members were quarreling downstairs at the technical department. We didn't know their names, but one party was Sun Manqing's current wife, and the other party was his ex-wife, former father-in-law, and son. Su Dayuan was taken aback, also a bit confused by this outcome. Such a coincidence? Mr. Zhao nodded. It's so unbelievable it wouldn't be trusted if told, but it seems Sun Manqing's car accident also needs to be reinvestigated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan quickly arranged for someone to go to the courtyard of the technical department. Yumeli and the ex-wife of Sun Manqing would naturally have to come over to give their statements, including verifying all timelines. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning, gesturing to him. Zhou Xiao, share your findings. Zhou Ning opened the report in his hands while Mr. Zhao helped distribute a stack of photos. These are photos from the crime scene investigation and before the vehicle was dismantled. The deceased had a blunt force injury on the left temporal bone behind his ear and several other injuries caused by impacts. However, his face suffered extensive comminuted fractures due to multiple hits from a streetlight pole, requiring an animated reconstruction from the lab. Additionally, there were varying degrees of mucosal damage, skinning, bleeding, and mucosal injury within the deceased's esophagus, stomach, and intestines, resembling gastrointestinal system cancer, yet no actual lesions were found. This was unexpected, so samples from the stomach contents and organs were taken for analysis to determine if there was poisoning or some other factor at play. Once the tests come back, we'll be able to judge. Our assessment is that the deceased suffered injuries inflicted by another person, who then deliberately staged his state to resemble suicide. The person who disguised the car accident was very familiar with the sea fog and knew the road conditions in Jinko district very well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. They knew that construction was taking place around Lijiang West Road and Jiashan South Road without any shops around. Also, there would be no traffic congestion here before 8:30 a.m., allowing the perpetrator to use the dense fog as cover to leave the scene quickly. However what? Zhou Ning shook his head. He had thought about it a lot on the way back, but still couldn't figure it out. It's just that I don't understand how they managed to keep Zhang Guanglei unconscious while the car continued to speed and precisely crashed into a light pole, causing catastrophic damage and death. Of course, if the vehicle behind was deliberately pushing the front car into the light pole, then that's a different situation. Mr. Zing, on the side, was nodding vigorously, closing his notebook and saying earnestly, "The round of interviews at the Water Resources Bureau, they all said they weren't very close to Zhang Guanglei. He seldom participated in any colleagues' gatherings. Still, their assessment of him was quite good, and according to what they said, he and Yumeli broke up amicably. Both felt they couldn't go on together and decided to get divorced after discussing it. Yumeli wanted to give him the house, but he didn't take it. Instead, he immediately moved into the dormitory with his suitcase. As for his current house, it's a welfare house specially allocated to him by his company, which, although cost him some money, was much cheaper than the market price. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P Zhing's explanation was a bit scattered, but it was clear that the people at the Water Resources Bureau had a good opinion of Zhang Guanglei. As for their initial responses to Mr. Zhing, they probably didn't want to get dragged into the case. Su Dayuan looked up at the increasingly fast-talking Mr. Zhing. Obviously, the young man was getting emotional. Oh, divorced since 07 and still single to date, no girlfriend? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P chapter 136 to 135 coughing blood _1 chapter 136. Chapter 135 coughing blood _1 Mr. Zhing shifted awkwardly. I asked. Zhang Guanglei's colleagues say that this is his private life. They rarely inquire. Su Daiwan's voice was grave, and Mr. Zhao kicked Mr. Zheng lightly on the side, whispering a hint. That's an excuse, Mr. Zheng. Do you have a girlfriend? Mr. Zheng shook his head. No girlfriend. I'm exhausted every day. When do I have the time to date or go matchmaking? Mr. Zhao nodded, raising his eyebrows. See, that's just the matter of a single question. We've known each other for just a couple of months, yet if I ask you'll tell me. They've worked together for many years. They would know even if their relationship isn't good. After all, they are colleagues and there's personal interaction. Isn't it unlikely that Zhang Guanglei never contributed to any pooled funds? An older police officer in the team nodded at Mr. Zhao. They knew him as Tao Jinshan, considered one of the veterans of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, but he had taken bereavement leave during the last case on Xiaolong Mountain and wasn't there. Mr. Zhao is right. This is something that can be known without having a close relationship. Either the deceased had no steady female partner, or it was a relationship that couldn't be disclosed or was too shameful to even mention. Su Dayuan nodded, looking towards Tao Jinshan. Jinshan, you're back too. Go make another trip, this time to the Water Conservancy Bureau to find out more. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P Zhang Guanglei's hometown isn't here. He can't have no friends at all. Conduct a thorough investigation, especially into his social relations and private life. Tao Jinshan replied affirmatively. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Mr. Liu walked in with others. Mr. Su, we're back. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand, happily signaling for them to sit down. Good timing. Tell me, did you find anything at the victim's home? Mr. Liu's expression was tense. He gestured to a junior police officer to display some photos on the big screen, evidently showing the situation in the victim's home. Through household registration and boarding information, we found the victim's home. Since we didn't find any identity documents or keys in the victim's car, we checked around and confirmed he lived there. At that time, several neighbors downstairs were trying to contact the victim about continuous water leakage from above. We urgently called a locksmith to open the door. As soon as we entered, there was water everywhere. On inspection, we found that the inlet pipe behind the toilet in the bathroom had been disassembled, and there were wrench marks on the metal hose. We turned off the water valve. The water in the room had reached over the ankles, and it flowed out towards the hallway as soon as we opened the door. We took samples. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. After a thorough examination of the scene, we found no suicide note, documents, valuables, or even many clothes belonging to the victim. It seemed he didn't live there often. So you're saying there was no yield? Did you talk to the neighbors? Su Dayuan was blunt, not being the least bit more gentle because Mr. Liu was a woman. Mr. Liu's face showed strain, but she quickly explained, we did. The first floor aunt, who is the building manager, knows about each household. She said that Zhang Guanglei wasn't home much since he always had to go to reservoirs, dams, and flood prevention sites. He only stayed at home for about 10 to 8 days a month. I asked the aunt if Zhang Guanglei lived there alone or if he occasionally brought someone over. The aunt said it seemed like he lived alone. I pressed further, asking if there was ever a woman with him. The aunt said there was once, but she didn't see clearly as it was at night. She just saw Zhang Guanglei dash inside, followed by a woman with big wavy hair. She didn't see her face, but knew that the woman was not very tall, much shorter than Zhang Guanglei. However, she had only seen her a few times, not sure if it counted for much. Oh yes, the aunt mentioned that Zhang Guanglei had been coughing for over a year, needing to rest while climbing the stairs. He couldn't make it up to the 4th floor in one go and was breathing hard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. His throat sounded like a wind chest, occasionally coughing and spitting out something, which he would wrap in paper. She saw it once. It seemed like coughing up blood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning leaned forward, propping his hands on the desk. When did this happen? I mean, the coughing up blood, when was that observed? Mr. Liu quickly flipped through the records, checked them, and pushed his notebook in front of Zhou Ning. My aunt said that last Dragon Boat Festival, she saw him coughing, and during the Ghost Festival when guests visited their home, while standing at the entrance of the building to see them off, she saw Zhang Guanglei coughing up blood. His son also warned her to be careful in case it was some contagious disease. Zhou Ning frowned deeply. The digestive tract was soaked like that, with ulcers and bleeding points everywhere. With over a year of symptoms of coughing up blood, no organic changes were found in the lungs. Could it be that his autopsy wasn't thorough enough? Thinking this, Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. The autopsy had been very thorough, and the lungs had been cut open with samples taken from each lobe. He stood up directly, took out his phone, and went to the hallway to dial Mr. Cui's number. Mrs. Cui, this is Zhou Ning. Yes, go ahead. Mrs. Cui Lily, on the other end of the phone, was very direct, but this kind of opening actually made Zhou Ning quite comfortable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. It's like this. The organ samples from the deceased that Sun Gout I just sent for examination. I need you to do a CA-125, cancer embryonic antigen CEA, and squamous cell carcinoma antigen SCC for me. Mrs. Cui Lily on the other end of the line was apparently startled and then a bit puzzled as she said, "You suspect the deceased had cancer, and it's the kind that has metastasized to multiple organs?" Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, the deceased's digestive tract, from upper to lower, wherever you can see, has ulcers and bleeding infiltrates, but I haven't found any substantial lesions, which is very puzzling. Generally, to reach this state, it would at least be late-stage cancer, but the internal organs show no trace of disease, especially the deceased's lungs, which show no discoloration from smoking or tar deposits. Of course, once those 3 tests are done, if nothing is found, Mrs. Cui, you'll still need to help me with a toxin screening. Got it. First rule out cancer, then check for toxins. Wouldn't it also work if I checked for toxins first, as that's quicker? Zhou Ning was startled, but then smiled relievedly. Actually, the order didn't matter. After all, the samples were already sent, so it was up to Mrs. Cui Lily to decide. You do whatever you see fit, Mrs. Cui, any order is fine. The call was cut off without any pleasantries such as goodbye, and Zhou Ning quickly returned to the conference room, where Su Dayuan had already begun to assign tasks. Okay, let's assign tasks. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. As we just mentioned, Jinshan will be responsible for investigating Zhang Guanglei's private life. Don't worry about surveillance, just focus on people close to his workplace. Investigate thoroughly, especially girlfriends. That is of utmost importance. Also, cross-reference the time he went home with the results of Mr. Xing's investigation at the Bureau of Water Resources. I don't think the job is so demanding that it could cause this. Didn't Mr. Liu find that building supervisor aunt? Ask around the neighborhood meticulously, especially the security guards. I want to know who usually went in and out with him, and information about that big wave woman by tomorrow. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow go to the mobile company and pull Zhang Guanglai's phone records, text messages, calls, and even multimedia messages. Check them one by one and establish a timeline. Also, his ex-wife Yumeli and her current husband's car accident. Was it an accident? Zhou Xiao, you go contact Mr. Peng about this and see what they've got from the autopsy. If necessary, you can help me re-examine the body. The moment you have the lab results, let me know immediately. Also, go over the car again to see if there are any unidentified fingerprints left inside. Of course, don't forget about Sun Manking's son. How old is that kid now? Mr. Zhao stepped forward a bit, as he was the one most up-to-date with the gossip. Zhou Ning hadn't paid attention to these details. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. That kid is 16 years old, named Sun Yanian, with a name like an old scholar. They say he's not good at studies. Apart from sports, he's never scored above 40 in any subject. He came from Yen City to join his father, and is now a freshman at Qidong No. 102 Middle School. It was said to be arranged by Yumeli. Captain, you're not suspecting this kid, are you? Su Dayuan glared, and Mr. Zhao quickly shrank back, hiding behind Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang pinched Mr. Zhao, causing both of them to fidget, which elicited a grunt from Su Dayuan. Stop the chatter. I suspect everyone, but everything has to be based on evidence. A fully grown man can't just run into a lamppost, leaving nothing behind. If he wanted to commit suicide, there are plenty of ways to do that. Disguising it as a traffic accident and expecting to fool an insurance claim? After saying this, Su Dayuan also paused momentarily. I forgot about that one. Jinshan, take some trouble and have someone check Zhang Guanglai's car insurance policy to see who the beneficiary is and whether his property and such are in his own name. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 137 to 136. Can't see the driver's face _1 Chapter 137. Chapter 136. Can't see the driver's face _1 on the following day. Zhou Ning briskly made his way to the forensics department. Before he could push the door open, Cui Lily opened it for him. Good morning, Mrs. Cui. You're here early, the results are in. No CA125, carcinoembryonic antigen CEA, or squamous cell carcinoma antigen SCC were found, but the toxicology report is quite unusual. Take a look for yourself. As she spoke, Cui Lily tossed the report into Zhou Ning's arms. He scanned it quickly, and by the time he was finished, his eyes had widened in surprise. The assay revealed substances, coumarins and indonediones. It then listed a whole array of products that might contain such toxins, including rat poison, rat bait, diphacinone, bromadiolone, rodenticide, possibly sodium salt for poison, chlorophacinone. Zhou Ning thought for a moment. Mrs. Cui, the level of toxins in the victim's body isn't high. Are you suggesting he was poisoned over a long period of time? If so, we would expect delayed onset of symptoms, usually about a week after taking the drug. That would also explain the symptoms of gastrointestinal and bronchial bleeding. Last year, I worked on a case that involved bromadiolone. It's a rat poison that's relatively easy to obtain. That murderer stole the drug from a pig farm. Zhou Ning gave Cui Lily a grateful smile. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Though she always seemed cold and rarely joked, she never dropped the ball when it came to lab work. Thanks, Mrs. Cui. Oh, and here is a USB drive for you. One of my teachers, who specialized in toxicology laboratory analysis and detection, went abroad. He's developed a lot of expertise in that area, and he sent this to me recently. It contains some of the most advanced lab methods and comparison techniques internationally. Cui Lily paused, then stretched out her hand to accept the USB drive. Thanks, I'll have a look when I get back. Zhou Ning didn't linger and left directly. In fact, The contents of the USB drive were all organized by him from memory, based on what he had learned from the system. It was published in 2022, and the testing and comparison methods were naturally more advanced than what's available now. Zhou Ning walked quickly to the detective unit. The conference room doors were wide open, with several people sitting inside, the air thick with cigarette smoke that seemed to obstruct breathing if one got too close. However, Zhou Ning's attention was captured by several specimen bags on the table. Su Dayuan waved at him. "Come in and have a seat. What did you find?" Zhou Ning didn't stand on ceremony and went to open the windows in the conference room before returning to the table and presenting a stack of reports to Su Dayuan. A second examination of the victim's vehicle was performed. Aside from the victim's fingerprints, no second person's prints were found. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P to be precise, aside from the car door, steering wheel, gear stick, and the head of the seat belt, no other fingerprints were detected. The interior of the vehicle had been carefully cleaned. Su Dayuan was taken aback. Although the news didn't provide any substantial findings, it indicated that the murderer or the person behind it all had a strong anti-surveillance awareness, knowing that leaving fingerprints would raise suspicion. Impressive, huh? Any other findings? Zhou Ning didn't answer. Instead, he opened all the specimen bags on the table. They were from various hospitals. When X-rays are taken, they're given out in plastic or craft paper bags like these, each bearing the name Zhang Guanglei. Clearly, Zhang Guanglei had long suspected he was ill, and gravely so. Were these found at the victim's home? Where were they hidden? Mr. Liu smiled, speaking up quickly. At that time, we were too concerned with shutting off the water valve and didn't search thoroughly. These were hanging behind the door of the secondary bedroom, covered by some clothes and a calendar, so we missed them. By this point, Zhou Ning had already taken out the various medical reports and reviewed them. The patient complained of symptoms starting in February 2010, such as nosebleeds, headaches, abdominal pain, coughing blood, occasional bloody stools, and hair loss. After numerous tests, no organic disease was detected. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P of course. The subsequent hospital diagnoses were much the same, with some doctors prescribing medications affecting nerve protection and gastrointestinal mucosa, others for cough suppression and smooth muscle relaxation, and even one suggested he see a psychiatrist. Zhou Ning put down the medical reports and placed the assay report in front of Su Dayuan. It seems the victim discovered anomalies in his body. The recent lab results indicate the presence of coumarins and indonediones in both the heart's blood and the organs, although the cumulative amount isn't that large. Oh, I forgot to explain. These substances are anticoagulant rodenticides, like rat poison or difecinone, which show signs of chronic poisoning and take about 6 to 7 days to become effective. Clearly, the poisoning process was extensive, and the murderer didn't want to arouse suspicion. Judging from when the victim sought diagnosis, he must have noticed changes in his body for over a year. An intimate and prolonged contact would be required to maintain such consistent drug efficacy. Su Dayuan nodded. Your analysis makes sense. It looks like we have to search for clues in the victim's private life. Any news from Zhengshan? Mr. Liu shook his head. No. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. He knew Su Dayuan was anxious, but this was not a matter to be rushed. How about this? I'll have Mr. Zhao and Sun Gaodai go to the deceased's home to check, starting with the fingerprints left at the scene and other aspects. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan nodded. That works. Mr. Liu, you follow Dr. Zhou to the tech department, then join Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sun to take a look at the deceased's home. The car's fingerprints were wiped clean, so it's not certain that anything will be left at home, but it's still reassuring to have a look. Right. Retrieve the surveillance footage, check the community's cameras, and did the victim's car have a dashboard camera or anything? Zhou Ning shook his head. No, we checked that at the time. Okay, then off you go. Let me know the instant Mr. Xia and his team's animation is ready. Zhou Ning hadn't expected Su Dayuan to still remember this matter. He nodded and left with Mr. Liu. When they arrived at the tech department, Mr. Zhao and his team had already come down. Actually calling her Mr. Liu, she was 2 years older than Zhou Ning. Her real name was Liu Yufei. It was definitely not easy for a girl to be a competent detective. It was said that few men in the team could outperform Liu Yufei in hand-to-hand combat. Dr. Zhou, I'm taking Mr. Zhao and the others now. After saying goodbye to Liu Yufei, Zhou Ning headed straight upstairs to the lab. Lu Yongxin was standing by the computer, talking to Xia Momo, who was swiftly tapping at the keyboard. Xia Momo's typing speed was not at all inferior to Mr. Chu's, and the more Zhou Ning noticed this, the more ashamed he felt about his previous prejudices. He opened the door gently and walked straight over. Mr. Chu was the first to notice Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Zhou, you're here. Zhou Ning smiled and nodded. It was only then that Xia Momo noticed Zhou Ning and gave him a smile. Perfect timing. The animation is ready. Based on the extent of damage to the vehicle, as well as the distribution of force from various angles, we've put together this animation. Take a look. Zhou Ning walked over to take a closer look. Xia Momo started the playback. On the screen, a black Sonata crashed directly into a lamppost. The first collision caused the upper part of the lamppost to break off and fall into the distance. Inside the car, the driver was slumped over the steering wheel, and the sequence of fractures was displayed. Of course, the left temporal bone fracture was marked as the original fracture and wasn't included in these parameters. With the deceased's chest pinned by the steering wheel, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Judging by the degree of impact, even an unconscious person could possibly wake up, but being tightly trapped, there was no way to call for help or escape, especially since the mobile phone wasn't on hand. Just then, the Sonata was hit from behind by a white Jeep. The Jeep's height was much taller than the Sonata's, making the crush on the front car even more severe. The Sonata's driver's compartment was halved in space, and the engine in the front was completely wrapped around the lamppost. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With such a violent shake, the broken lamppost fell from its breakage point, piercing through the Sonata's windshield and stabbing directly towards the victim's face. However, the Jeep driver's injuries were not as severe as Zhang Guanglai's. Why didn't he call the police or an ambulance right away? As Zhou Ning was pondering, the Jeep was hit sideways and its rear swung out onto the roadway. Then, from behind, 7 or 8 cars appeared, crashing towards the Jeep in a manner akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Such a chain reaction was incredibly rapid, and Zhou Ning realized that had the Jeep driver escaped immediately, he might have had a chance to survive. This indicated that the possibility of the Jeep intentionally hitting Zhang Guanglai was not high, and the sideways hit was indeed perplexing. Once the animation ended, with the Sonata so compressed, the most significant impact was from that final chain reaction, which ultimately led to the death of the Jeep's driver, Sun Manching 2. Did you take this time interval from a segment of the road not covered by heavy fog? Xia Momo smiled and rolled her eyes playfully. Nothing gets past you. We pulled the road surveillance footage from a section 100 meters east of where the accident happened. The vehicle speed and time intervals all were obtained from that video. But what surprised me was that we couldn't see the driver in the last car clearly. Zhou Ning paused. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. What do you mean you couldn't see the driver clearly? Didn't you use our software for the enhancement? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 138 to 137, because of love _1 Chapter 138. Chapter 137, because of love _1 Momo Xia shook her head. It's not a matter of restoration. The driver is wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, with both sides of their face covered by hair, so it's completely indistinguishable. The vehicle's plate is also fake. I just did a search, and the number plate doesn't match the car model at all. Zhou Ning became interested and hurriedly followed Momo Xia to another computer. A screenshot appeared on the screen. The emblem of the black SUV was indiscernible, but the driver's face in the screenshot was very clear. True to what Momo Xia said, the person was wearing sunglasses and they had shoulder-length curly hair. With such thorough concealment, it was a deliberate disguise. Looking closer, Zhou Ning checked his phone for the traffic police's accident report and couldn't find any information about this car. No wonder it wasn't discovered. This car isn't mentioned in the accident report. Mr. Chu quickly searched the area around the accident site. The plate number might not match, but if we can find a car that fits the model and color, it'll work. Mr. Zhao leaned in and took a glance. This is a 2010 Honda CR-V. You've done a quality enhancement, right? It looks black, but I think it's not black. Momo Xia moved closer, nodding continuously. I did enhance the quality. This has always been a problem in our Phase 2 analysis. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Once the image is restored, colors tend to shift, which, albeit slight, can affect identification. Wait a moment, and I'll pull up the original surveillance footage for you. As Momo Xia typed, the entire computer screen changed, revealing surveillance footage. She adjusted to a specific time point and began playing it. Indeed, the color of the car appeared slightly lighter than before, but to Zhou Ning, it still seemed to be a nondescript blackish-gray color. Mr. Zhao raised his hand, and Momo Xia paused the footage. From this angle, they could see the Honda CR-Versus license plate. Following Mr. Zhao's gestures, Momo Xia zoomed in on the image. Mr. Zhao pointed to the first letter of the plate and the positions of numbers 2, 3, and 5, saying, "The reflection on the first letter is off, and so are positions 2, 3, and 5. These numbers have been altered using magnetic stickers." Many long-distance drivers, or those who expect to receive many fines, use this trick to maliciously alter their plates. Though traffic police severely punish these offenses, people still manufacture these counterfeit plates. I think it's not hard to guess. In the Qidong area, after the prefix Lu, one of the starting letters is either B or U. Now it shows you, so by elimination, it must be B. As for the three numbers, we can conduct a fuzzy search. For example, now in positions 1 and 4, there are J and 9, respectively. So, we can search using Lu BJ ***9** and look among these vehicles for a dark gray 2010 Honda CR-V /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than. I think that'll make the search much easier, won't it? Momo Xia was taken aback for a moment, then Mr. Chu leaned in with his hand raised. This car came from Jiaoshan South Road and headed southwest for about 500 meters. Near Jimmy Cliff, it turned north, and after that, we lost track of the vehicle. I checked, and north of Jimmy Cliff, there's a construction site, with several residential developments under construction. Heading further north, there are no cameras. Mr. Zhao took a look at the map and shook his head repeatedly, drawing Zhou Ning's attention. What have you noticed? It's pretty clear the driver knows the area very well. They knew to turn into the construction site. Then they could pass through the village on the north side. After removing their disguise, they could leave and we would no longer be able to monitor them. They must either come here often or have lived in the area. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Chu on the shoulder. No rush, let's search according to what Mr. Zhao said. I think that will narrow down the field. As they were talking, Su Dayuan pushed the door open and came in. Seeing everyone gathered around the computer, he too leaned over. Lu Yongxin summarized the situation concisely. Su Daiwan's face lit up with joy. After all, this was beyond the forensic doctor's scope of work, and for Zhou Ning and the others to assist with the search was to help him. Zhou Xiao, thank you for your efforts. How many similar plate numbers have you found? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. I'll have someone check each one. Mr. Chu used another computer for the search, and soon information for 5 vehicles appeared, all 2010 Honda CR Versys, with plate numbers falling within the range of Lu BJ *** 9 star. Su Daiyuan gestured, and Mr. Chu had already sent this information to Su Daiwan's phone. Just as the message was forwarded, Mr. Zhao exclaimed. Although the boy was prone to melodrama, he was reliable at work. Zhou Ning looked over as well, and it turned out that there were not 5, but 6 cars listed in the search. The one that was missed appeared on the next page. The owner's name, Yumeli, was particularly eye-catching. Yumeli again? Is this a coincidence? Zhou Ning shook his head. He, too, was unable to explain. She came to the technical department just yesterday, but it seems she hasn't appeared today. I had Mr. Zhang bring in all these people back to the station. Everyone can dispute the facts, but I want to be thorough. They need to prove where they were from 5 in the morning until the time of the accident. Which camera can confirm it? Su Daiyuan said with a frown as he shook his head, then grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Zhang, ask Yumeli if she owns a black 2010 Honda CR-V. Mr. Zhao hurried over, gesturing frantically and speaking urgently. No, it's not black. It's dark gray. Su Daiyuan had already turned on the speakerphone, and Mr. Zhang on the other end of the line repeated what Su Daiyuan said. Yumeli seemed to think for a moment, and then asked Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhang. Can I look at my phone? We have many cars and properties. With you asking like this, I really can't remember. Look. After a brief pause, Yumeli hurriedly said, I found it, there is one. Huh? I remember it was black. Could I have remembered wrong? It's dark gray? But after I bought that car, I never touched it again. It was previously lent to my cousin on my aunt's side, and later left in the garage at Hongxiang Garden, never moved since. Mr. Su, there is indeed a dark gray 2010 Honda CR-V under Yumeli's name, with the license plate BJ0090. Just as Su Daiyuan was about to speak, Zhou Ning pulled his hand, lowered his voice, and said, Suda could ask where Yumeli let Sun Manking's ex-wife and the others live? Before Su Daiyuan could speak, Mr. Zhang had already asked the question. Such coordination made Zhou Ning somewhat embarrassed. Yumeli on the other end of the line wasn't surprised at all and straightaway answered. Hongxiang Garden. The houses there are small, but it's close to Qin University-affiliated middle school and the People's Hospital. I have 2 houses there. Su Daiyuan narrowed his eyes, reminded by Zhou Ning's words, and immediately followed up. Were the car keys also left at Hongxiang Garden? Yumeli made an affirming sound and then looked puzzled. Yeah, what do you mean? Sun Manking's ex-wife can't drive, the old man's body isn't convenient, and Sun Yanian isn't of age yet. Could it be that my car was stolen? Su Daiyuan spoke rapidly. Put me on speakerphone, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. I'm going to ask Yumeli, do you have keys to Hongxiang Garden? Let's go over and check, see if the car is there. During the accident, another car was also involved in a collision, which looks almost exactly like yours. I have the keys, and I also kept a set for the rooms. As for the garage, it's a password lock, the code is. Su Daiyuan hung up the call and turned directly towards Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. Are you guys okay? Come with me to take a look. At that point, it would have been awkward to claim they were busy. Zhou Ning didn't waste words and patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder. Mr. Zhao hurriedly went to retrieve the investigation kit, and they all headed downstairs. Zhou Ning got into Su Daiwan's car and asked, Su Da, has the girlfriend of Zhang Guanglei been found yet? The car started moving and Su Daiyuan nodded. Found her. Neighbors reported he had brought his girlfriend home before, saw her a few times, but she hasn't been around recently. After investigating, the girlfriend's situation is a bit special, but I took a glance at her family address just now and I, too, was a bit surprised. Such a remark made Zhou Ning pause. Any surprise indicated that it must somehow be connected to what they were currently investigating. Special situation? Could it be that her home is also in Hongxiang Garden? Su Daiyuan nodded again. Yes, her home is in Hongxiang Garden. I was puzzled. Qidong is so big, yet why did the investigation of two people both relate to Hongxiang Garden? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. But this girlfriend of Zhang Guanglai's, she's older than him. As he spoke, Su Dayuan opened his phone, found some information, and showed it to Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. The screen displayed a name, Wang Wenjing, female, 40 years old, divorced, with a 16-year-old daughter in high school. Next to it was a photo of Wang Wenjing. Mr. Zhao appeared astonished and looked up at Su Dayuan. Is Zhang Guanglai blind? Leaving the young and pretty Yu Mei alone and picking a woman 5 years his senior, and she even has a teenage daughter. What's he aiming for? Does Wang Wenjing have money? Whack. Su Dayuan slapped the back of Mr. Zhao's head, glaring at him fiercely as he said, aiming for what? When a man and a woman take a fancy to each other, do you still need to ask what for? Do you think it's like making a business investment? Can't it be just for love? Mr. Zhao pouted and muttered at a volume only he and Zhou Ning could hear. How much does love cost per pound? How many girls these days dream of crying in a BMW? How many guys are shouting about wanting to be kept by sugar mummies? Although it's just a joke, today's values don't see anything wrong with that. It's for love? Every day there's a new trick to fear marriage. We don't even need any special preparation. Free news delivered every day. Why need any aspirations? I'm happier being honest and single. Su Dayuan glared at him and asked Mr. Zhao, what are you mumbling about? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 139 to 138. Joining the cast with sponsorship _1 Chapter 139. Chapter 138. Joining the cast with sponsorship _1 20 minutes later. The car stopped at Hongxiang Garden. Despite its rather grand name, the place wasn't any gated community and the land it occupied wasn't a neatly arranged square block. It sat in an area resembling a diamond, bisected by a road running through its center. Suda, which building is the apartment that you merely lent to Sun Manking's ex-wife in? Su Dayuan glanced at the message on his phone and pointed towards the building furthest to the east as they walked over. The second building on the west side. To get to the garage, we have to go through the underground parking. Let's go up and check the place first. Without any further ado, the group went upstairs. The old elevator reeked with a mixture of garbage, the smell of breakfast, and pet odors, groaning and juddering upwards as if on the verge of breaking down at any moment, until it finally shook and stopped on the 8th floor. After getting out of the elevator, they saw a 3-household layout on each floor. Su Dayuan walked to apartment 801 and gestured to Sun Manking's ex-wife, Chai Ruhua, who clearly did not want to be there, but she still used her keys to open the door. Mr. Zhao was the first to rush over, taking fingerprints from the door before peering inside and then looking towards Su Da. Shall I go in now? Su Dayuan gave him a bland look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Seeing the actions of the police, Chai Ruhua immediately started shouting from behind. You police are really funny, fussing around here instead of investigating my husband's cause of death. Did that vixen send you? I suppose money talks, eh? Mr. Zeng grabbed Chai Ruhua's arm, glaring at her with a warning expression. First, Sun Manching is your ex-husband, not your current husband. Second, this apartment belongs to you, Meili, not to your ex-husband. Third, if you're not satisfied with our law enforcement, you can file a complaint. But your comments just now have been recorded on our law enforcement recorder. You can't just say anything you like in front of the police, got it? After this barrage, Chai Ruhua had no response, clearly scared. Mr. Zhao didn't take long inside before he came out, holding an evidence bag and looking at Zhou Ning. As Yumili mentioned, I found the car keys in the drawer of the coffee table. I lifted several fingerprints from them, which we can analyze back at the lab. Zhou Ning nodded, turned his gaze to Chai Ruhua, who was no longer as composed, her eyes shifting around, clearly hiding something. Su Dayuan waved his hand at Zhou Ning. Come on, you come in with me for a look. The two entered the room. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, not very spacious in the living room due to it being on a multi-story building. The place was incredibly messy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning did a quick survey and determined that the first room on the south side was likely lived in by an elderly person, as the strong smell of old age lingered, and on the table was an ashtray, along with a mineral water bottle which, when opened, Zhou Ning sniffed and found was filled with alcohol. Several medical record envelopes lay on a small table. Zhou Ning took them out and looked through them. Regular checkup items including X-ray, ultrasound, and CT scans were listed. After reviewing the medical records booklet, he saw no particular notes, just a mild case of bronchitis. To think someone came to Qidong for treatment for this seemed far-fetched. Zhou Ning snapped photos of the medical records and then moved to the master bedroom, presumably Chiruhua's. The closet was full of clothes, including a couple of high-end garments that looked a size or two too small for her. Going to the north side room, Zhou Ning paused, surprised. The walls were adorned with huge promotional posters, with several featuring dark, revealing images of women, which Zhou Ning didn't recognize the actresses of. They wore dark eye makeup and rings shaped like skulls. Their bodies were almost shining oiled. Several Pirates of the Caribbean movie stills were also present. The room's desk had a picture of Sun Yannian, along with several car models. Zhou Ning picked them up for a closer look and then snapped photos to search. They were all limited edition. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. These weren't ordinary models. They were expensive collectibles. The father had gone bankrupt, the mother had chosen to divorce, and even ran off with some money. Now that she discovered the father had money again, she brought him over to reunite, disregarding the child's schooling. Zhou Ning truly couldn't understand such an approach. But for a child in this kind of family, you only had to look at what he pursued to know it had nothing to do with studying at all. Zhou Ning searched, but found no diaries or the like. However, he found several prophylactics of different brands in a backpack, an unexpected find, quite precocious for a 15-year-old. Walking back to the living room, Zhou Ning showed the prophylactics to Su Dayuan, who then gave a thumbs up towards the doorway. Zhou Ning shook his head. Found in Sun Yannian's backpack, various brands and flavors. Su Dayuan paused, then let out a breath. Any other findings? Zhou Ning shook his head. Nothing else for now. Mr. Chai has minor bronchitis. He had many unnecessary tests without any major issues. Chiruhua has gained quite a bit of weight from what I see. Sun Yannian is a fan of celebrities, likes Pirates of the Caribbean and a variety of dark Western styles. He has lots of expensive car model collectibles, and his precocious personal life seems to be quite active. Su Dayuan nodded his head and waved at Zhou Ning. Let's head to the garage. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As they spoke, the two of them left the room, and at that moment, Chiruhua came over. If my family loses something, I look for you guys. Zhou Ning raised a bag and shook it in front of Chiruhua's face. The things we found in your son's backpack, we need to take them away for fingerprinting. Other items we'll just photograph, including your father's medical records and the arrangements in your home. Go check them now. Mr. Xing gave Chiruhua a push. Go take a look inside. Once you confirm, we can leave. Chiruhua shook his head. I know you were sent by those with the surname Ding. With Sun Manching dead, she would be happy for something to happen to my whole family. That vixen is no good. Su Dayuan waved his hand and stared into Chiruhua's eyes. Before we came here, we had already said we are from the criminal police team. Don't bother with these useless talks and don't keep calling her a vixen. As far as I'm aware, when your ex-husband lost his family's fortune and racked up external debts, you managed a divorce and then ran off with the money. That was the salary he left for all his employees. While the Umeli family indeed doesn't lack money, they're not there to support you guys just like that. The premise of everything is, you have some connection with Sun Manching. I'm not a judge, I don't care about these trivial matters, so during our investigation, if you have nothing to say, keep your mouth shut. Mr. Zing, take her back to continue gathering information. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chai Ruhua wasn't happy, but neither did she dare to shout, as Su Dayuan looked menacing. We've cooperated with everything that was needed, why can't we go home? Mr. Zing grasped Chai Ruhua's arm, and though it didn't look forceful, the strength was more than Chai Ruhua could resist. Let's go, sister. Clarify your timeline. I've said this before, I need to know about the surveillance footage that can prove your whereabouts or if you've passed by, like in supermarkets or at certain intersections. You tell us, we go find it, and if it proves that you weren't at the crime scene during the time of the incident, you can leave. No need for me to explain further, right? Following Mr. Zing's explanation, the two of them had already left via the staircase. Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and blinked at Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning. This wife is not easy to deal with. Leaving her would definitely add a couple more years to one's life. Are we going to the garage now? Su Dayuan nodded his head. Let's go to the underground garage. Oh, did you get the fingerprints of their family of 3? Yeah, got them. I had Mr. Chu enter them into the system. Later I'll send the ones we've collected here to Mr. Chu for comparison. You're ruthless, treating the forensics lab like your Unit 2's Special Techniques Division? Mr. Zhao grinned, tilting his chin up at Zhou Ning. It's because our comrade Zhou Xiaozhou brought capital into the group. It's a different case. You just go ahead and use it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning shot him a look, and the 3 boarded the elevator to go down. This time they went directly to the -1st floor. The entire underground garage was pitch dark. Mr. Zhao coughed twice, and several distant, ghostly sensor-controlled lights came on. Zhou Ning lifted his phone to turn on the flashlight, finding the underground garage packed with cars. The community is not closed off, it tends to be like this. Even though there are various facilities, it gets exploited too much by outsiders. Less talking, hurry up and find out where the garage is. Looking at the garage information on Su Daiwan's phone, which displayed only the number 8134, Mr. Zhao looked around and pointed towards one edge. Follow me. This way is even numbered. With that, he walked ahead alone. Soon, with his exclamation, his phone also lit up a rolling shutter door, and indeed, below it was a combination lock, the kind probably only a woman would choose to use. Mr. Zhao squatted down, rubbing his gloves together before manipulating the combination. The lock snapped open, and Su Dayuan was slightly stunned. Hold on, kid. I didn't tell you the combination, so how did you open the lock? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 140 to 139. Girlfriend's fiancé. Happy National Day. First update. _1 Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Girlfriend's Fiancé, Happy National Day. First update, _1 Hehe. Mr. Zhao grinned foolishly twice and lifted the car key to reveal a sticker on the back with a 4-digit code written on it. What's to look at? This Eumelia rich. She wouldn't care about these small things. It's said that where you stand determines what you see. She might value Sun Manking's abilities. Otherwise, who would want to get involved in such a complicated relationship? As for this, she probably doesn't even remember it herself. The password is on the back of the car key, right? Zhou Ning handed him an evidence bag, and Mr. Zhao quickly tossed the lock into it. As the roller shutter was lifted, Mr. Zhao hastily collected fingerprints from both inside and outside of it. It was easy to spot the traces of where it had been grasped due to a layer of dust, with only a few clean fingerprint marks. The cleanliness indicated that someone had opened the door recently. The door was opened recently. As the roller shutter was completely opened, Zhou Ning held up his phone to examine the garage. A deep gray Honda CR-V was parked quietly inside, and Mr. Zhao turned on a switch on the wall with a snap, illuminating the entire garage. With that, the 3 of them immediately noticed impact marks on the front part of the car. There were also traces of a collision on the garage wall. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed by such behavior from someone who loved cars. Are they an idiot? How could they crash into the wall while parking? Look, the front headlights are smashed. Zhou Ning walked over for a closer look and found a red paint scratch on the upper part of the left headlight. Zhou Ning tried to rub it off, but couldn't, narrowing his eyes slightly. Crashing inside the garage probably means the accident marks were staged. Let's get to work, Mr. Zhao. Collect fingerprints, drive the car out, and then look for those magnetic patches on the car, shall we? Mr. Zhao paused, nodded promptly, and began to collect fingerprints on the driver's and passenger's side doors while moving the car back a bit. The three started searching and soon found a paper bag in the glove box on passenger's side, containing several magnetic numbers. It matches with Su Da. It seems that at the accident scene, this car was the last one to crash. Su Dayuan nodded and gestured to Mr. Zhao. Sample the impact marks too. Leave the car here for now. I'll arrange for somebody to tow it away. Hurry up with the fingerprint comparison. I'm going back for the interrogation now. Mr. Zhao came over with a reminder. Isn't Zhang Guanglai's current girlfriend living in this complex too? Su Dayuan patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder, causing him to shiver. What's up? Not bad, you're quite useful. Let's head up. It's building number 2, this time it's Unit 6, room 1203. Grumbling, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao hurriedly packed up, as Su Doyuan had already called someone to tow the car. The three went upstairs. Mr. Zhao, with a strong sense of direction, directly found the elevator for Unit 6 and went up to the 12th floor. He rang the doorbell and waited a long time before someone leaned against the door and asked, "Who is it?" Su Dayuan held up his police badge to the peephole, shaking it and speaking to the inside. "It's the criminal police. Please, open the door." The door was opened, but only a crack. An elderly woman peered out, looking guarded. "Are you the police?" "Yes, is Wang Wenjing at home?" The elderly woman nodded. "Wang Wenjing is here, but she's sick." "You all?" The woman seemed uneasy. Su Dayuan was polite. "Are you a caregiver hired by Wang Wenjing or her mother?" "I know Wang Wenjing is receiving medical care, but we need to inquire about a case." "Don't worry, we will not trouble you or Wang Wenjing." Only then did the elderly woman nod and let go of the door. "I'm her mother." "Come on in then." The three entered the room, which was not as large as Yumei's 3-bedroom place, just a standard 2-bedroom apartment with small windows, but it was tidy. Mr. Zhao politely asked, "Auntie, do we need to change shoes?" The old lady shook her head. "Come in, it's not that formal." Just then, a shout came from inside the room. "Mom, who is it?" Ask clearly before opening the door. The old lady hastily pushed the door open and entered the master bedroom. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The three of them didn't rush to follow, considering that the woman was recovering at home. In such hot weather, she might not be fully dressed, so they should give her time to put on clothes. Soon there was the rustling of movement inside the room. After the old lady quietly introduced the guests to the woman, Wang Wenjing then called out towards the door, "Please come in." The three walked into the master bedroom, which was only about 14 square meters, containing a bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and 2 chairs, occupying most of the space. Wang Wenjing was lying on the bed, with her right leg wrapped in a plaster and propped up on the blanket, evidently just put on her nightgown, except that the pants were cut down to half of a leg. When they went in, Wang Wenjing adjusted her neckline and then raised her hand to tidy her hair. The woman was very petite, not reaching 155 centimeters in height, which is considered very short in the Qidong region. She was extremely thin as well, but she didn't look like a 40-year-old. She had fair skin, a small nose, and phoenix eyes that were quite distinctive. "Please sit down." "Are you looking for me?" Su Dayuan nodded and, without being polite, directly took a seat. The old lady brought another stool, which Mr. Zhao quickly took and offered to Zhou Ning, who sat on another chair. Mr. Zhao turned on the body cam, and the old lady stood in front of Wang Wenjing, displaying a protective demeanor. We're here to understand the situation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do you know Zhang Guanglei? Wang Wenjing nodded slightly, also glancing at the old lady. I know him. We dated on and off for over 2 years, but my mother didn't approve. She thought the age gap was too large, and my child didn't accept it either. Before Qiming, I called him and officially broke up with him. After pestering me a few times, he didn't come over again. Then I found another boyfriend, and we were planning to get married. We originally planned to marry in August, but now the wedding will probably have to be postponed due to my injury. Toward the end, Wang Wenjing slightly bowed her head, making her seem even more fragile. In just a few sentences, she made it very clear about her relationship with Zhang Guanglei. She was aiming for a second marriage, and although Zhang Guanglei was good, he was younger. Both her mother and child disapproved, their relationship grew distant, and now it's over. After all, she referred to him as someone she had dated, not as a boyfriend. She felt regretful. Su Dayuan nodded slightly and continued, When did you get injured? Yesterday morning, after dropping off my child, I took a shortcut to the store and got clipped by an electric bike, which resulted in me falling and injuring my leg. By the time I came to, the person had already run off. I called my boyfriend, and he drove me to the hospital. It wasn't severe, just a fractured bone, so I got a cast and came back to recuperate. Do you remember what time you got injured yesterday? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Wang Wenjing reached for her mobile phone on the nightstand, looked through the call log, and held it up for Su Dayuan to see. I'm not exactly sure of the time I fell, probably before 7 a.m. I took my child to school at 6:10, then went to her lunch place, because we hadn't paid this month's fee yet. I waited for the teacher for a while, so I guess it was just under 7 o'clock. When I recovered, some passers-by came by and asked if I needed to call the police. I remember 2 elderly men saying that there are no surveillance cameras at this intersection, so calling the police wouldn't do much good. After thanking those who offered to help, I called my boyfriend. Su Dayuan glanced at the time, and Zhou Ning also peeked at it. It was marked 7:18, with only a phone number, no name. Someone who could be thought of in an emergency must have more than a casual relationship, and the lack of a name marked was odd. Zhou Ning frowned slightly, and Su Dayuan gave a nod of his chin, clearly signaling that he should speak up if he had any thoughts. Zhou Ning didn't hold back, staring at Wang Wenjing to ask, Your current boyfriend? Wang Wenjing was clearly stunned, not expecting Zhou Ning to question her so directly. She shifted her gaze and slowly nodded. Yes. To be precise, my fiancé. As I mentioned earlier, we were supposed to get married in August. I just changed to this number, and I haven't had time to save it. Tell us the information. We need to verify it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. And which hospital did you go to? Who accompanied you during the consultation? Wang Wenjing paused, her brows furrowed, clearly very resistant to such a string of questions. I don't think I've done anything illegal. Why are you asking me these personal questions? What is the meaning of this? At one point it's about Zhang Guanglei, then it's the time I got injured, and now it's about my fiancé. What exactly do you want to ask? Su Dayuan once again lifted his police badge and shook it towards Wang Wenjing. We're not community police from a local station, we're from the Criminal Investigation Division. Zhang Guanglei is dead. We need to understand the whereabouts and motives of everyone who knew him. So, answer each question honestly. Only if we can clear you of suspicion can your life remain undisturbed. Do you understand? Wang Wenjing shivered, and her phone fell to the ground. The old lady quickly picked it up, steadying the shaky Wang Wenjing. Judging by her shocked expression, she was quite frightened. He's dead? How did he die? The old lady also shivered, clearly as surprised by the news as her daughter. Mr. Zhao, Off to the side with a soft voice, muttered, "Aren't you already engaged to someone else? Why so agitated? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 141 to 140. The Furious Mr. He, second update, _1 Chapter 141, Chapter 140. The Furious Mr. He, second update, _1 Wang Wenjing was agitated, seemingly not hearing what Mr. Zhao had said. The old lady gave her a glass of water and kept patting her back, which seemed to calm her down. "Now, can you answer my colleague's questions?" Wang Wenjing nodded and then whispered, "My boyfriend's name is Chen Chuanxi. He's the same age as me and works at China Railway 3rd Bureau 4th Company. I called him yesterday morning and he came to pick me up. He brought my mom home, then took me to the hospital, but on the way, he got a call from the construction site about an urgent matter, so he dropped me off at the hospital and he went to handle the issue. He only came back to pick me up after he finished at noon." Zhou Ning fell silent. He had called Chen Chuanxi at 7:18, who then picked up Wang Wenjing and her mother to take them to the hospital, and they arrived after 8, during the heavy morning rush hour. However, the traffic accident in Jinko District happened at 7:55. Donghai District is roughly 60 minutes away from Jinko District by car during the rush hour around 8, which meant that Wang Wenjing and Chen Cheng's suspicion lessened instantly. It all depended on whether the hospital surveillance matched their story now. Which hospital? The emergency department at Central Hospital, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At this point, Wang Wenjing struggled to sit up and retrieved a radiograph envelope from the bedside, which bore the logo of Central Hospital. She promptly took out the X-rays and related materials from inside. Zhou Ning stood up and looked through them. It was indeed a series of diagnostics from yesterday morning. All the times were documented and couldn't be faked. He glanced at the X-ray, which showed a bone fracture that wasn't very prominent, but the swelling pattern was somewhat strange. He compared the frontal and side views, but didn't say anything. When he looked at Su Dayuan, he saw that Su had already sent a text message to Mr. Zheng. The content was almost identical to his own suspicions, asking Mr. Zheng to check yesterday's emergency department surveillance at Central Hospital, and also to see if Wang Wenjing had been treated there and what the doctor's diagnosis was. Zhou Ning didn't move. He was at Central Hospital, but he had just started working there. When he was staying at Zhou Ning's, he had complained that it took 30 minutes to drive from his home to Central Hospital because the traffic was too heavy. Wang Wenjing's residential complex was almost parallel to Zhou Ning's home and about the same distance to Central Hospital. Wang Wenjing had an accident while taking her child to school and then returned to pick up her mother before going to the hospital. Why didn't she choose the nearest hospital? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning directly asked. Your home is close to both the staff hospital of Qidong University and the municipal hospital. Why did you go to the distant Central Hospital instead? Wang Wenjing's face showed difficulty, and she handed her medical insurance card to Zhou Ning. My medical insurance and social security are both in Rizhao, as it's considered out-of-town insurance. I can only go to the contracted hospital for treatment, and at that time, I had signed up with Central Hospital. This answer was almost faultless. What's your child's name? Where does she go to school? My daughter's name is Wang Mengmeng. Her dad's surname is also Wang. After I divorced in 2000, I moved to Qingdao with my child and my mother. Mengmeng is a junior at Qingdao No. 102 Middle School. Su Dayuan glanced at the file, and indeed the location was within Qingdao No. 102 Middle School's boundaries. He closed the folder and motioned to Mr. Zhao, who discreetly turned off the law enforcement recorder. We've understood the situation that we need to know, but we need to take a sample of your blood and nail clippings, and then we'll need your contact information. Of course, that of your boyfriend Chen Chuanxi as well. Later, we will confirm all the time periods you've mentioned. Wang Wenjing nodded and hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask, did something happen to Zhang Guanglei? He died in a traffic accident. It happened yesterday morning. Wang Wenjing covered her mouth as if trying to control her emotions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning approached to draw Wang Wenjing's blood, and using the edge of the tweezers, he scraped along the crevices of her fingernails. Observing her long nails, he offered to clip them. Do you want me to do it, or will you? Wang Wenjing didn't beat about the bush, and raised her hand for Zhou Ning to carefully clip off the nails on the thumbs and index fingers of both hands. Afterwards, he placed them in an evidence bag and labeled them. After Zhou Ning finished, Su Deyuan and the others stood up. As Zhou Ning turned to leave, he suddenly asked, "Do you know if Zhang Guanglei had any health issues, or if he suffered from any illnesses?" Wang Wenjing paused, confusion clear on her face as she looked up, shaking her head slightly. "I've never heard him mention anything wrong with his health. Did he have a sudden illness causing the accident, or was he injured by someone?" Su Deyuan waved his hand. "The case is still under investigation, and we can't disclose the details here. If you think of anything regarding Zhang Guanglei, like any significant friends, enemies, or even debt disputes, feel free to call us." With that, he was the first to leave the room, and the old lady escorted them out, rubbing her hands together, obviously hesitant to say more. Mr. Zhao was attentive, closing the master bedroom door after helping them. He glanced at the old lady and comforted her. "Auntie, don't worry, your daughter's leg will heal with time." The old lady gave Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhao a grateful but distant smile. Evidently her worries lay elsewhere. As the group made their exit, she hurriedly closed the door, her urgency showing she didn't want to delay a moment longer. Su Deyuan paused, and seeing that Mr. Zhao was about to speak, he shook his head slightly, pulling the agents along to the elevator. They didn't exhale until they were inside. "I'll have someone keep watch over this place." Zhou Ning glanced at Su Deyuan. This arrangement wasn't unexpected. Now with no other leads, an ex-wife, an ex-girlfriend, mom not in the province, and no close friends to speak of, keeping an eye on them was the safest bet. Mr. Zhao kept shaking his head. After such a big fuss, Mr. Zhao's head was now throbbing. "The more I look, the more confused I become. I can't make heads or tails of what complicated relationships lie here. It seems like there's a strong connection, yet when pieced together, there's no connection at all. The timing of Wang Wenjing's injury is too coincidental as well. Zhou Xiao, won't you ask Mr. He?" While Mr. Xing and others review the surveillance footage as a matter of procedure, it's reassuring to ask our own people in the emergency department. Zhou Ning nodded. By now, the elevator had reached the first floor, and some detectives were waiting for them downstairs. The Honda had been loaded onto a truck, ready to be transported away. A young officer came over with a smile. His name was Bai Ruixin. "Suda, the car's been loaded up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Should we meet up with Mrs. Liu?" Su Deyuan nodded. "I saw it. No need to find Liu Yufei. You guys go and check on someone. Chen Chuanxi from China Railway 3rd Bureau 4th Company. I want his information, and also his whereabouts for the last 24 hours. Where has he been? Who has seen him? It's best if there's surveillance footage, got it?" Bai Ruixin nodded with a grin and called over some people before leaving. Mr. Zhao grimaced off to the side and edged closer to take the keys from Su Daiwan's hand. Since reaching the city bureau, Suda has mellowed out a lot. If I dared to talk to him like that at the vehicle loading site like now, he would have told me straight, "I'm not blind, just do what needs to be done." Su Deyuan lifted his leg and delivered a sharp kick to Mr. Zhao's, but leaving Mr. Zhao with a face full of grievance. "Why hit people?" Zhou Ning struggled to hold back his laughter. "That's what you get for having a smart mouth. You know better, yet still say it. Enough chatter, let's drive back." Mr. Zhao was taken aback. "Go back? We're not going to the central hospital? You want to see Mr. He?" "Don't want to." Su Deyuan gave him a look and raised his foot as if to kick again, but Mr. Zhao had learned his lesson and promptly dodged it. The three of them got into the car, and this time Mr. Zhao didn't waste any words, driving off straight away. Zhou Ning dialed He Shankun's number, and it rang 5 times before being answered. What is it? Why so curt? Who upset you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p cut it out, I'm busy right now. If it's important, speak up. If not, I have things to do. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and switched the call to speakerphone. With Suda, we've got a case involving a female suspect named Wang Wenjing, 40 years old. She was taken to the hospital because of a car accident yesterday morning. I've seen her x-rays, minor ligament tear and slight fibular fracture. Suda has sent people to check the surveillance. I wanted to know who attended to her in the emergency room and if they remember her condition when she arrived. Additionally, who was with her during the visit and if they saw what car she traveled in. He Shansuan hesitated for a moment before yelling on the other end of the phone, Zhou Xiaozhou, am I your surveillance system? Or one that's on standby 24/7? We're swamped here, constantly on our feet. You want surveillance, I'll have someone fetch it for you. I can also ask the attending doctor for you, but to check what car she came in as well? Zhou Ning rubbed his nose, realizing he was truly putting He Shansuan on the spot, and quickly tried to soothe him. Don't rush it, just asking. It's better if you know, but no worries if you don't. I know you're busy, isn't it because I'm familiar with Central Hospital and have friends there? Would I be an idiot not to ask? He Shansuan hummed twice without answering, but footsteps could be heard on the other end, along with a constant broadcast paging Mr. He Shansuan to emergency room 1 upon hearing the call. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p moments later. He Shankun's voice came through as he called for a Dr. Chen Yuga, briefly repeating Zhou Ning's words, then handed the phone to Chen Shuega and shouted into the receiver, Zhou Xiaozhou, you talked to Dr. Chen. He attended to that patient yesterday morning. Recall as much as you can and don't hassle my staff. Don't worry. Hello, Dr. Chen, I'm Forensic Doctor Zhou Ning. Hello, Forensic Doctor Zhou. I was told by Mr. He about the patient named Wang Wenjing. I remember her. When she entered the emergency room, I happened to be standing at the counter setting up my phone, and I glanced at her. She got out of a black sedan, looked like an old Santana, but I don't remember the license plate. She came in around 8 o'clock. Just give me a moment to check the emergency records. We use electronic records now. Found it. She registered for emergency care at 7:50 a.m., accompanied by an elderly woman. That elderly woman seemed to be Wang Wenjing's mother, incessantly muttering something by her side. It wasn't concern about her injuries, but repeating some phrase over and over. It was so irritating that I couldn't help but remember the patient. I even tried to console the old lady at the time. Su Dayuan paused and looked at Zhou Ning, who leaned closer to the phone and hastily asked, Take your time, Dr. Chen. What was the old lady advising her about? Remember as much as you can, even if it seems irrelevant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 142 to 141. Are you talking about him? Third update, _1 chapter 142, chapter 141. Are you talking about him? Third update, _1. The voice of Chen Yuga came thoughtfully from the other end of the phone, as if recalling yesterday's events. I remember now, the old lady kept mentioning a name. It sounded like a reduplication, Meng or Ming. She had a Rija accent, so I didn't hear it clearly. The old lady repeated it 7 or 8 times behind the woman, Ming, you need to look after her. That child bought such flashy trousers and even wears red lipstick. Don't you take it lightly, huh? Every night there is a young man who escorts her home. You pretend not to see it, right? That's all I can recall. As for the woman's injuries, she didn't ask, but Wang Wenjing's injuries are a bit strange. They don't seem to be caused by an electric scooter. I feel more like they were caused by something like a stick. Hit by something? Like a hollowed-out imprints from a beating? Chen Yuga across the line replied with a laugh. Yes, that's the term. I always like reading detective novels, but couldn't quite remember the term at the time. We usually call them hollowed contusions, with two parallel strips of bleeding, a pale area of bleeding in between, and a corresponding fracture on the bone. It's hard for a car accident to cause such an injury. Thank you so much, Dr. Chin, and please say thanks to Mr. He for me too. Sorry to trouble you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Ning hung up the phone. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning with confusion. Why didn't you ask for details about the injuries? Zhou Ning smiled. They're doctors, not computers. Asking like that would be a bit much. Mr. Xing and the others have gone. They'll be able to get Wang Wenjing's x-rays. It's enough for them to produce a new report. Besides, I've seen Wang Wenjing's x-rays. Those kinds of injuries can't be caused by a wheel collision. Are you saying Wang Wenjing lied? Zhou Ning nodded. She lied about the cause of the injury, but she was severely beaten. We just don't know the reason why. However, what the old lady said might be a clue. Wang Wenjing's daughter is not an easy child to deal with. Su Dayuan hummed, patting Mr. Zhao on the shoulder. Change course, we're not going back to the station. Let's head straight to school number 102. Without any complaint, Mr. Zhao complied, but Zhou Ning couldn't accept this, having run around with Su Dayuan all morning. They were just forensic doctors. This was like pressing them into labor. Su Da, don't do this. You go investigate. Why drag us into it? I still want to go back and see the autopsy results from Mr. Peng. After all, these two cases are somewhat related. There's no rush. The body isn't going anywhere. Without further ado, he dialed Mr. Zhang's number, instructing him to produce another set of x-rays for Wang Wenjing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Of course, the security footage from the door would also be needed, especially the part with the black Santana. He wanted the footage to be sent directly to Mr. Chu at the lab. Silently, they arrived at school number 102 by 11:02. Upon exiting the car and explaining their purpose, a vice principal was called out. Su Dayuan shook hands with him and said, "We're just here to do some investigation. We don't want to disrupt the students' normal learning. Could you help us find Wang Mingming's homeroom teacher from senior year 2? We just want to understand the situation. Don't worry, you may stay and listen." The vice principal was quite cooperative, and soon after a phone call, the homeroom teacher arrived and ushered Su Dayuan and his colleagues into a room behind the guardhouse. Su Dayuan got straight to the point. "Teacher, is Wang Mingming involved in a romantic relationship?" The teacher was startled. Such a direct question was unexpected, but having confirmed Su Daiwan's credentials as a criminal police officer, the teacher quickly replied, glancing at the vice principal, "Well, since the second semester of senior year 2 started, this child has been a little different. Her grades, which used to be in the top 100 of her year, have fallen below 600. I've spoken to her parents, but there's been no improvement, only resistance. Although she wears the school uniform, she secretly wears makeup, but as to whom she's dating, I don't know that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan nodded, appreciating the teacher's diligence. In the last 2 days, has she shown any anomalies, such as asking for leave, being late, leaving early, sleeping in class, or carrying a mobile phone, etc.? Nothing unusual in the last 2 days. No tardiness in the morning, but yesterday at the start of morning reading, she began to vomit and suffered stomach pain. She went to the school infirmary, but there's been no other issues. Zhou Ning paused. He remembered that Wang Wenjing had said her child was sent to school at 6:10 a.m. During this time, the child had left the classroom, which immediately alerted him. He nudged Su Dayuan from behind and passed him the pre-typed text on his phone. After a glance, Su Dayuan smiled at the teacher. "Can we ask the teacher in the infirmary? Or does anyone know when Wang Mingming returned to the classroom? Would rather not ask the child directly to avoid affecting her. Of course, the teacher can also call 1 or 2 class leaders to talk about it." The teacher looked at the vice principal, who immediately made a phone call. The teacher went to the classroom, and soon after, the vice principal hung up first. The infirmary teacher said Wang Mengmeng had stomach pains due to her menstrual cycle. She gave her a painkiller and let Wang Mengmeng rest for a bit before she left, explained the vice principal. When did the infirmary teacher leave? After giving the medicine, the teacher left, and Wang Mengmeng left shortly after. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning came over and interjected. Principal, there's a student in the first year named Sun Yanian who comes from another place to study. I am not sure if he is an auditing student or a regular one. Could you help us check his class attendance and arrival time at the school yesterday? This time the vice principal was very obliging, smiling as he directly called the first-year grade teacher. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, surprised because he too had been polite, but the vice principal hadn't been so enthusiastic before. Could it be because Zhou Ning was good-looking? Soon, a teacher returned the call, and the vice principal thoughtfully switched to speakerphone. Teacher Wang, I heard Sun Yanian is in your class. Is he an auditing student? Yes, he joined mid-semester and has been barely keeping up with the courses. Oh, what time did he arrive yesterday morning? Do you remember if he asked for leave? At this point, the vice principal looked at Zhou Ning, who gave him a thumbs up to affirm the accuracy of his questioning. He came in very early yesterday morning. I was just outside the classroom when I saw him messing around in the corridor with a mop. The glass between the classroom and the corridor was smashed. I told him to reflect on his actions in the corridor and to have his family come to fix it in the evening. However, during the last class in the morning, which was mine, I went to the classroom before the bell rang. He wasn't there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Another student who was punished to stand outside told me Sun Yanian's mom took him away because his father had died in a car accident. I didn't inquire further. He hasn't shown up today and his family hasn't called in for leave. I guess they forgot about it too. It's understandable. Seemingly recalling Su Daiwan's earlier question, the vice principal's intelligence was instantly online. Yesterday morning you had Sun Yanian stand outside the classroom. Who saw him standing there the whole time? When did he leave? Ask that other student who was punished to stand with him now. We need to check the surveillance. If it doesn't match up, he will be disciplined. Just say that. The teacher didn't hesitate and, without hanging up the phone, immediately called a student. After intimidating him with a few words, the child told the truth. As soon as the teacher left, he ran away. He asked me to cover for him and even gave me 100 yuan. After scolding the child, the teacher spoke to the vice principal. Yesterday morning, I arrived at the teaching research office at 6:10. At 6:40, our first-year level needed to collect money for test papers, so... The vice principal cut off his explanation and hung up the phone. Su Dayuan smiled at the vice principal and nodded slightly. Thank you, principal. We now have a pretty good understanding of the situation. Wait. Just then, the high school second-year teacher Wang, who had been there earlier, arrived with a female student. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. This is the class president of class 27, second year. She has some knowledge of the students' personal matters. Don't be afraid. Just tell these 3 police officers what you told me, said teacher Wang. Su Dayuan glanced over, feeling like they had no other option by this point. The girl was quite tall and seemed mature. Her gaze was very clear. She nodded without any embarrassment and opened a small notebook, obviously used for discipline records. Wang Mengmeng has received quite a few love letters. This notebook records 5 boys she has dated, including people from our own class and grade, as well as from the 3rd and 1st years. However, she has been getting close to a transfer student from the 1st year recently. I don't know his name, she said. All 3 officers paused and looked at each other. Zhou Ning immediately took out his phone and looked up the photos they had taken at Yumei's place, flipping to the one of the desk and handing it to the female student. Take a look, is this the 1st-year transfer student you mentioned? The girl glanced at the photo and quickly nodded. That's him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 143 to 142 Mr. Xia, is it this person? _1 Chapter 143, Chapter 142 Mr. Xia, is it this person? _1 Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao were sent back to the city bureau, and Su Dayuan left immediately afterward to investigate Sun Yannian's departure time from school, along with all the details. Just as Zhou Ning and the others reached the floor, they saw Sun Gaodai about to go down, and he hurried over with a smile upon seeing them. Dr. Zhou, do you need me to get food for you both? Have Mr. Xia and the others gone to the cafeteria? They have already gone. Turning around, both of them followed Sun Gaodai to the cafeteria and indeed saw Xia Momo and Lu Yongxin there. Joining them for a meal, Zhou Ning asked, Mr. Chu isn't here? He went to Qin University. Is there something wrong? Lu Yongxin was the first to speak. Zhou Ning briefly explained everything from the morning, and Lu Yongxin nodded repeatedly. Is Suda suspecting Sun Yannian, or does he think there is a connection between Wang Mengmeng and Sun Yannian? Zhou Ning nodded. It's all just suspicion, so we're hoping to see what state the video can be restored to. Even if there's a disguise, height can't be disguised, nor can hands, right? You can still calculate some data? Lu Yongxin looked towards Xia Momo since, after so much time working together, they had come to understand her capabilities with videos and animations. Apart from computer operations, she was no less skilled than Mr. Chu. Let's go up later and have a look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Since we've already determined there's a disguise, we can also attempt to remove it systematically, as Zhou Ning mentioned. Things like height, build, and finger length are still analyzable. With that said, everyone quickly finished their meals, and Mr. Peng also joined them. As soon as he sat down, he looked at Zhou Ning. Dr. Zhou, I just got off the phone with Mr. Su, and he said to give you the detailed autopsy file for Sun Manqing to have another look over it. I've already notified the morgue, and the body will be sent over soon. Zhou Ning was startled, about to refuse, when Mr. Peng quickly explained, the case comes first. Don't worry about saving face. I'm aware of my own abilities. I'm familiar with traffic accidents, but when it comes to the details of criminal cases, that's not my strength. After all, aside from during my internship, I've never been involved in the handling of criminal cases. With such a remark, Zhou Ning didn't even know how to respond. Lu Yongxin at his side took hold of Mr. Peng. Mr. Peng, don't put such a heavy burden on my apprentice. Although this young person has been dealing with criminal cases, he lacks experience and hasn't been through as much. However, since Suda has arranged it, our lab will certainly keep up. There's no need for an autopsy right now, is there? Mr. Peng laughed, embracing Lu Yongxin's shoulder. All right, I'll take your advice. But with the laboratory here, I truly feel confident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. No more talk. I'll have someone send over the autopsy report and various scans later. How about following along in this special case meeting if I am not present? Lu Yongxin smiled and nodded. The two chatted away warmly, while Zhou Ning, the subject of the conversation, just accompanied them with a smile. After Mr. Peng left, Mr. Zhao leaned close to his plate, barely holding back his laughter. Dr. Lu is protective over Zhou Xiaozhou, just like an old hen watching over her chick, afraid someone might set him up. I too wish to acknowledge Dr. Lu as my master. Lu Yongxin gave him a blank stare. It was my apprentice that helped you pass your trace examiner's certificate. Study diligently and prepare for your intermediate certification exam. Mr. Zhao was left with a bitter expression at that remark, and the group swiftly went upstairs. As they approached the door of Office 302, a trace examiner was already waiting outside. Zhou Ning had seen him the day before. He seemed to be surnamed Feng. Dr. Zhou, Mr. Peng asked me to bring all the materials here, and as for the scans and such, I'll send them to your email in a while. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Ning to remember his surname. His face lit up with a surprised joy, and he waved more politely before leaving quickly. With the materials in hand, the group headed straight to the laboratory on the 4th floor, which was formerly the Forensic Teaching and Research Office. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning reviewed the autopsy report, and the details within were impeccable. Sun Manching sustained an open wound from the crushing pressure between his chest and abdomen and the steering wheel, multiple fractures in the thoracic vertebrae, ribs and sternum, ruptures in the spleen, liver and kidneys, puncture wounds to the lungs, with the cause of death being hemorrhagic shock. Seeing the end, Zhou Ning paused for a moment before standing up to search for his phone, while Lu Yongxin had already come over. What did you find? The contents of the stomach reveal that the victim Sun Manking's last meal was also spicy shredded vegetables, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. The word also from Zhou Ning made Lu Yongxin stop in his tracks. Same as whom? Surely not Zhang Guanglei? Mr. Zhao drew near, gesturing to Zhou Ning. No need to look, I remember clearly. Zhang Guanglei had the same meal. The lab results matched too. Oh right, there were also traces of chili oil in the results. What does it mean? Both the ex-husband and the current husband shared breakfast, then both died tragically together. Zhou Ning shot him a glance. He disliked this kind of talk, but Mr. Zhao was always blunt, and this habit needed to change. Lu Yongxin glared at him directly. Are you asking for a beating, kid? This isn't something to joke about. From now on, if you keep this up around my apprentice, I won't feel at ease. Later on, I'll go see Mr. Peng and have you replaced. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Seeing Lu Yongxin get angry, Mr. Zhao quickly raised his hands in apology. I was wrong, I won't treat work matters as jokes anymore. Lu Yongxin kicked him in the leg and gave him a disdainful look. The deceased should be respected. And what is our job? We speak for the deceased, helping to reconstruct their final moments and find the real murderer. Although it might sound overly serious, we cannot make jokes about this. All right, go to the office and bring me Zhang Guanglei's autopsy report. Mr. Zhao bolted out like had been granted amnesty, at which point Xia Momo coughed softly to the side. Would you like to come over and have a look? Zhou Ning hurried over, and Lu Yongxin also approached with a smile on his face. He genuinely liked Mr. Xia, and looking at the two before him, he felt they were especially well matched. Last year, when Mr. Xia helped Zhou Ning with the skull reconstruction, I knew without having met him that Mr. Xia must be a beautiful and meticulous person. Now after working together for a while, I've realized my judgment was not accurate. Both Zhou Ning and Mr. Xia turned to look at Lu Yongxin, who walked closer and continued, there's another thing. That is the intelligence. Just operating these devices, Mr. Chu explained it once, and Mr. Xia got it right away, working so well with you. Such a high level of compatibility is truly rare. Xia Momo felt a bit embarrassed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. She glanced at Zhou Ning's profile, glimpsing his perfect jawline, but quickly averted her eyes after only a moment and cleared her throat, turning her attention to the screen. I finally understand why Zhou Ning speaks so appropriately. It turns out he learned from Dr. Lu, not wasting the essence at all, inheriting it completely. Let's look at this screenshot. Lu Yongxin rubbed his nose, glanced at Zhou Ning, his heart racing a bit. His apprentice was good at everything, but when it came to seeking a partner, he was rather slow, not in any hurry at all. The way Xia Momo looked at him, even a fool could see it, but Zhou Ning himself felt nothing. Rubbing his hands and suppressing the urge to hit someone, he focused on the screen as well. On the large screen, a face in the cockpit was magnified. In the original screenshot, one hand was on the steering wheel and the other was flipping down the sun visor. However, the fingers were quite distinct. Zhou Ning stared at the screen, and Xia Momo said, I've referenced the same model to calculate the scale, and this person's right middle finger is about 9.2 centimeters long. The length of the hand is estimated to be between 18.5 and 20 centimeters, and the seat height is 92 centimeters. According to the height ratio of Hua country citizens, the person's height is between 180 and 184 centimeters. The margin of error won't be big. Alright, now I'm going to process this in layers. I'll enhance the video quality first, and then gradually remove these disguises. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If you think there's an issue, you can stop me anytime. Zhou Ning nodded, quickly making notes in his notebook. In the Qidong area, such a height and hand length for men under 30 were above average. Xia Momo had begun operating, and as the video quality improved, the face became clearer while transparent points and lines appeared across the facial features, surrounded by various data. Zhou Ning knew this. It was an idea he had proposed for the software's Phase 2 project, one that he hadn't expected to be already in use. This process involved collecting all data on the facial features, such as the height from the cheekbone to the eyebrow, the distance between cheekbones, the width of nostrils, the distance from the corners of the mouth to the jawline, and the angle of the lip peaks, among others, all very specific data points. It was as if translating the physical features into numerical values, with precision and reference values that could be captured by computers, converting double eyelids and a hooked nose into computer language. Zhou Ning just hadn't expected Xia Momo to operate the software so swiftly. He cleared his throat and refocused his attention, his mind straying for a moment as he continued watching the screen. As Xia Momo worked, the image on the screenshot changed more and more drastically. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Soon, the glasses on the person's face were faded, revealing the eyes more clearly. The curly hair was edited out and replaced with a buzz cut, then a middle part and a side part. While Xia Momo was continuously changing hairstyles, Zhou Ning took out his phone, found a photo he had taken earlier, and then tapped Xia Momo's arm. Mr. Xia, hold on a second. Do you see this person in the image? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 144 to 143 Jinko District _1 Chapter 144. Chapter 143 Jinko District _1 Momo took the phone and glanced at it. You have a photo of a suspect. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Zhou Ning was taken aback and rubbed his nose. This is Sun Manking's son. We took this picture at his home. Su Da's side hasn't found any results yet. I just thought it looked somewhat similar. Without wasting words, Momo transferred the photo to the computer, and then the two pictures began to be compared. As the comparison frames merged, all the matching points almost completely aligned, and Momo finally exhaled. The match is 98%. It's basically certain it's the same person. Zhou Ning hurriedly took back his phone and dialed Su Da's number. The car had been towed away by Bai Ruixin but hadn't yet been delivered to the technical department, where they were waiting to get to work. Mr. Su, that dark gray Honda hasn't been delivered to the technical department yet. Wait a moment, I'll ask. Have you found any clues over there? Su Dayuan was so sharp, Zhou Ning was not surprised and quickly answered. The last driver in yesterday's car accident scene, Mr. Xia, has already done the comparison. There's a 98% chance that it's Sun Yanian. All right, wait a moment. The phone call ended with a click and soon rang again. The car has been sent to the backyard of your technical department. Kick Bai Ruixin for me. That kid's got a screw loose. I told him to bring it back to the station, and he left it in the front yard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The tow truck hasn't even left. It was just right to have it delivered to you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning didn't delay and quickly went outside. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Momo. According to your previous animation analysis of the car accident, Zhang Guanglei was already dead after the first collision, right? And as for Sun Manking's second collision, along with the subsequent pileup, they were almost simultaneous. The collision occurred in 3 parts. The first was Zhang Guanglei hitting a lamppost. The second was Sun Manking's collision with the car in front. But after this collision, the car seemed to move sideways a bit. That still needs to be analyzed again, as there's always some issue with the computer data. Then, within less than 3 minutes, a pileup occurred. As for the last dark gray Honda, it was the last to collide, though it didn't significantly affect the previous pileup. Zhou Ning nodded, went downstairs, and bumped into Mr. Zhao, who was coming up with some files. After explaining the situation, Mr. Zhao hastily took the files to the laboratory and, carrying the investigation box, hurried down after him. The 3 of them arrived in the yard where the car had already been delivered by the tow truck. Bai Ruixin was full of apologies, but seemed to anticipate the reaction and kept his distance from Zhou Ning. "I'm sorry, Dr. Zhou, I sent it to the wrong place." Lu Yongxin stepped up and kicked him on the buttocks. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, Mr. Su said to kick you, so get on with whatever you need to do, and don't get in the way here, he said. Bai Ruixin laughed and ran off, and the tow truck had already left. Mr. Zhao took the car keys out of the bag, pressed the unlock button, and the car lights blinked once. The car had already had fingerprints collected inside the garage and had been searched. Zhou Ning did not hurry to get into the car. Instead, he opened the driver's side door and stood there inspecting it. In fact, when they found the car, they suspected that Sun Yanyan had sneaked a drive in it. At that time, however, they didn't know about his connection with Wang Mengmeng. Now everyone involved in this case seemed even more intertwined. A high school student without a driver's license, how did he get on the road? Especially from Donghai District to Jinko District, crossing a bay, and even getting on the highway. Thinking of the magnetic license plates, Zhou Ning thought of fake IDs. Let's search again. Our previous search might not have been thorough enough. Sun Yanyan dared to get on the highway with a set of magnetic license plates. He probably has a fake driver's license. That realization made the 2 others also come to attention, and they quickly began searching everywhere. Just as Zhou Ning was about to get into the driver's seat, he found a box stuffed into the door's storage compartment. Zhou Ning put on gloves and took out the box. Below it, a brand new blue ID card was revealed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Upon opening it, inside was Sun Yanyan's name, with an ID card tucked behind it that directly altered his age to 19. Tall and well-built, if he said he was 19, it looked plausible. Mr. Zhao found Sun Yanyan's household registration information, compared it, and exclaimed, "Well, that's quite the handiwork." Only the year was changed, from 1996 to 1993. This is a fake ID made using a real ID. Zhou Ning took a photo and sent it to Su Dayuan via QQ and immediately called Su Dayuan. Sun Yanyan has forged documents. They've been sent to your QQ, received. Wang Wenjing's current boyfriend has already been brought in. You guys come over and take a fingerprint and blood sample. Do you need to keep at least a sample? We're questioning him here. By the way, you'll want to take a look at the car as well. At the front building? Yes. Mr. Zhao pointed to his nose after hanging up the phone. Should I go? Zhou Ning glanced at the investigation box, handed over the fingerprints and some samples to Mr. Zhao, and casually took his camera. You go to submit the blood sample for testing, then input these fingerprints separately. We've already collected some from the vehicle, related to the 2 victims, and now with the current boyfriend, we can start the comparison, Zhou Ning said. Got it. I'll go up with Dr. Lu then. Leave the car here for now, with those 2 involved in the accidents. Zhou Ning headed straight for the front building. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Bai Ruixin, whom he had just seen, was wandering around in the hallway. Seeing Zhou Ning coming, Bai quickly ran over to help carry the box, grinning as he approached. Dr. Zhou, Mr. Su asked me to wait here for you. Come with me, the person is across the way, Bai said. Across the way didn't mean a room across the hallway, it meant the suspect was in the interrogation room. Zhou Ning followed Bai Ruixin without a word, heading downstairs to the basement level. After swiping his card to enter, he walked straight into an interrogation room. It was quite well equipped, not just a padded room with a metal chair and handcuffs, but there was a wooden chair in the center. Upon entering, he saw Su Dayuan interrogating someone. The person sitting on the chair was likely Chen Chuanxi, who stood about 176 centimeters tall, quite thin, with a buzz cut and abnormally large knuckles on his thumbs, which Zhou Ning noted with a quick glance. In such hot weather, the collar of his shirt was buttoned up to the top. His looks were average, not as pleasant as Zhang Guanglai's. When Su Dayuan saw Zhou Ning, he quickly waved his hand. Just in time, as the forensic doctor has arrived. Let's draw blood from the suspect, Chen Chuanxi, and collect his fingerprints, Su Dayuan said. Zhou Ning stepped forward. Chen Chuanxi was quite composed, merely giving Zhou Ning a look. He didn't deliberately avoid making eye contact to feign composure and continued to look at Su Dayuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, he was very cooperative when Zhou Ning took his hand. The officer has been questioning me all this time. May I know why I've been brought here? Chen asked. Zhou Ning didn't stop working with his hands, already having drawn blood and collected fingerprints from all 10 fingers. Su Dayuan nodded. Do you know Zhang Guanglai from the Water Resources Bureau? Su asked. Chen Chuanxi seemed to think for a moment, a look of realization dawning on his face. He repeatedly shook his left index finger, which appeared to be a habitual gesture. I know of him, but I have never met him in person. He's Xiao Jing's ex-boyfriend, but they broke up amicably. As for the reason they broke up, I'm not sure. Besides, it has nothing to do with me, right, officer? Chen responded. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, then sideways at the large mirror. This was a one-way glass. One side was like a mirror, while the other was transparent. Many criminals were familiar with this object. Zhou Ning understood that Su Dayuan wanted him to go to the next room to listen in, but Zhou Ning didn't want to go. After all, without the system's involvement, Zhou Ning was somewhat lax, always wanting to slack off. The moment he dithered, Su Dayuan glared at him. Sighing, Zhou Ning picked up the box and went to the next room. There was no microphone there, but he could hear everything more clearly. The interrogation next door continued. Su Dayuan smiled slightly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Today, we've asked you to come in to assist with the investigation of the case, since you have some connections with the victim. As long as you can provide an alibi, you will be free to go, Su explained. Chen Chuanxi nodded, crossing his hands on the table. Okay, ask away. I still need to go to the site later. It's been too hot these days, and the concrete dries fast. Problems are too easily overlooked, so I need to keep a close eye on it. You understand, for the sake of earning more, right? Chen said. I understand every industry has its challenges. So, tell me, what did you do all day yesterday? Starting from what time? Chen inquired seriously, pushing up his glasses. From the moment you woke up in the morning. It's best if you can verify it with some evidence, like surveillance footage, phone calls, or text messages. It's even better if someone can corroborate your account, Su said. Chen Chuanxi nodded. My alarm was set for 5 a.m. I had to go to my mother's place in the same housing complex to deliver food. I live in Building 7, and she and her caregiver are in Building 6. Our windows face each other, so I can always see what's happening there. I usually leave before 6 a.m. After making sure my mother has eaten, I bring the stuff back home, and then prepare to head to the site. As you know, our company is involved in several projects. We currently have 6 ongoing and more than 10 finalizing, so it's pretty much one person per project. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I generally leave at 6:40 a.m., but yesterday I was late because I washed some clothes, and it was already past 7 a.m. when I left. How much passed, I can't exactly recall. Just after I drove about 500 or 600 meters, Xiao Jing called to say she had been hit and needed to go to the hospital urgently. So I had to hurry over there, but I kept getting calls along the way, so I could only drop her mother off first, then I went straight to the site. As for proof of the time, the gatekeeper saw me when I left. My car doesn't have a dash cam though. Perhaps you could ask the workers at the site if they saw me? Su Dayuan raised his hand to stop Chen Chunks' explanation, smiled, and said, "You just need to provide the time. We have people to verify that. But tell me, which projects are you in charge of and where are they located?" "In Jinko District, along the coastline, around the cross-sea tunnel and some adjacent roadworks. After all, we're a subsidiary, and the main company takes on the major projects," Chen said. Su Dayuan raised his eyes to look at Chen Chuanxi opposite him. "Jinko District?" he asked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 145 to 144. Sorry _1 chapter 145, chapter 144. Sorry _1 Chen Chuanxi nodded, seemingly oblivious to Su Daiwan's movements, continuing to explain at the same speed and tone. "Yes, the project I'm in charge of is in Jinko District. The construction line is quite long, stretching along Zhulongshan Road, Xinggangshan Road, Lijiang East Road, and Changjiang Third Road. It's a sewage pipeline laying project. There are 3 of us from our unit working on the entire line. I'm the chief person in charge. One is responsible for technical issues, and the other is in charge of scheduling." Zhou Ning frowned slightly. When they had gone to Jinko District, they had not chosen to take the tunnel because of a car accident. Additionally, an announcement a few days earlier mentioned that the tunnel was subject to traffic control because at the entrance in Donghai District, an overpass was being built, and the traffic jam there was horrendous. If Chen Chuanxi, who frequently traveled to Jinko District, knew more about the progress of the construction, he would know when it was possible to pass and when traffic was not restricted. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning picked up his inspection box to leave, and Bai Ruixin hurriedly asked, "Dr. Zhou, aren't you going to wait for Mr. Su to finish his questioning? Have someone take me to see Chen Chunks' car. You know which one it is, right? I want to have a look. Also, ask Suda to stall for some time. It'll be over after I've checked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruixin quickly went out the door and called over a young police officer, instructed him briefly, and led Zhou Ning out of the monitoring room. At this moment, Su Dayuan next door asked the very question Zhou Ning had been thinking about. "It's not easy to travel that far back and forth. Do you usually take the underwater tunnel?" Chen Chuanxi shook his head. "Unless there's an urgent matter, I don't take the tunnel. Our unit only provides a fuel subsidy, and it costs 30 yuan to cross the underwater tunnel once, which is not reimbursed. Besides, it's been too congested there lately. Waiting takes too long, so it's better to take the Huanwan Expressway." "What time did you get to the construction site yesterday? Is there anyone who can prove it?" "After taking Xiao Zheng to the hospital, I went straight to Jinko District. I got to the site around 9 or a little after 9. Mr. Wang saw me getting off the car and even asked me why I was late. We chatted for a bit. As for the other workers on site, they pretty much all saw me. I can give you their phone numbers for you to verify." As he spoke, Chen Chuanxi opened his phone, found his contacts, and held it up. Su Daiwan's secretary stepped forward to take notes, but Su Dayuan kept staring at Chen Chuanxi and continued questioning, "Are you single or divorced?" Chen Chuanxi pursed his lips tightly and paused before replying. "I had a girlfriend I dated for 10 years. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We were preparing for our wedding when she suddenly died in a car accident. I was devastated, and at the time, I thought about not finding another, and so delayed for a few years. Xiao Jing looks a lot like her, so." Su Dayuan had a realization. The explanation seemed flawless. A 10-year relationship gone in an instant, nobody could let go of that. But if one meets someone who resembles the lost love, even if that person is older or has a child, what of it? The word similar could perfectly accommodate all the incompatibility. "All right, we've basically got the information we need. Thank you for your cooperation. If we need further assistance with the investigation, we'll call you right away. Bai Ruixin saw that the questioning was over and felt anxious. If Chen Chuanxi left, Dr. Zhou, who had just gone up, wouldn't have completed his check. Chen Chuanxi hadn't been listed as a suspect. They didn't have a search warrant, which was all against protocol. If this blew up, Dr. Zhou could at least get a reprimand. He looked around and noticed a thermos in the observation room. He opened it to check. There was water inside, but it was not very hot anymore. He picked up the thermos and hurriedly dashed outside, just as Su Daiyuan came out of the room, followed by Chen Chuanxi. Bai Ruixin closed his eyes and deliberately smashed the thermos on the ground. With a loud crash, the inner flask of the thermos shattered, scattering water and glass shards everywhere. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. However, Bai Ruixin's aim was good. Most of the water splashed onto Chen Chunx's pants. The light blue jeans instantly looked as if they were soaked in urine, with the crotch and the inner sides of both legs completely drenched, and water still dripping. Everyone froze for a moment. Bai Ruixin quickly pulled Chen Chuanxi aside, ceaselessly striking his body and pants with the towel in his hand while incessantly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I didn't see anyone coming out. My hand slipped, and now the thermos is broken. It's a good thing the water wasn't from today, otherwise it could have burned you. Don't move around, it'll help wipe off your body to make sure there's no glass in it. The inner wall is especially thin, so if a shard pricks you, you might not even feel it. As he spoke, Bai Ruixin pulled up Chen Chunx's arm, asking him to turn to the side. It was then Bai Ruixin started winking frantically towards Su Daiyuan, also making hand gestures. Although Su Daiyuan did not know what the young man was plotting, he understood the action. He was doing it on purpose, seemingly stalling for time. Su Daiyuan also approached and gave Bai Ruixin an earful. Do you have eyes on the back of your heels? Always so absent-minded. This water isn't hot, but what if it were? Could have caused burns, right? Chen Chuanxi kept waving his hands and even tried to calm the fuming Su Daiyuan. Officer, I'm fine. Bai Ruixin moved closer, a smile on his face, and glanced at Chen Chunx's pants. Never mind, fine. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. You can't go out looking like this. Come with me to the dorm. You and I seem about the same size. I have some pants you can wear. Don't mind changing into them. Please don't refuse. I already feel bad enough as it is. Seeing Bai Ruixin insisting, Chen Chuanxi nodded with a smile, appearing very amiable. All right, then I'll trouble you. As they spoke, the two headed upstairs. Su Daiyuan watched them leave and then raised an eyebrow to the person beside him. What's Bai Ruixin up to? I don't know, but doesn't it seem like Mr. Bai is doing it on purpose? Su Daiyuan of course knew he was doing it on purpose, but stopping Chen Chuanxi certainly had a purpose, yet what could that be? Suddenly, he thought of something and walked to the neighboring observation room. Not seeing Zhou Ning's figure, he picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Ning's number. Where are you? I'm in the parking lot. Has Chen Chuanxi come out yet? Bai Ruixin spilled water on him. He's gone to change his pants. What are you up to? I wanted to check out Chen Chunx's car, so I had Bai Ruixin hold him back. I've finished checking. You can let him out now. Su Daiyuan was somewhat surprised, but having worked with Zhou Ning for so long, he knew him to be not someone who acted on whim. There must have been some discovery or suspicion. Of course, there was one more reason Su Daiyuan kept Zhou Ning close. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As long as this man was by his side, luck seemed to be on their side even more than a mascot. Complicated cases would be solved smoothly. Just like the previous red dress serial murder case, which had kept the city bureau busy for over 5 years with provincial department collaboration and oversight by the Ministry of Public Security. They sifted through all the details time and again, yet they casually solved a case that brought the serial murders to light, with evidence so solid it was nearly used as teaching material. Since then, not to mention taking on big cases, Even interrogations went smoother when Zhou Ning was standing in the observatory. But that was something Su Dayuan would never share with others. Talk too much, and you'd end up getting your cornerstone poached, wouldn't you? Don't need to keep the car? Without the keys, you can't see inside, right? Zhou Ning laughed. No need, I'm already back. Should I come straight to your office? Yes. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan went straight back to his office. From the window, he could see Bai Ruixin sending the person off, and the car left, the driver still waving goodbye. Hearing footsteps behind, he turned around. Zhou Ning put down his case and handed a camera to Su Dayuan. I heard your conversation earlier and thought we should check Chen Cheng's car. However, this observation room doesn't have a calling device, so I had Bai Ruixin stop him. Did I cause you any trouble? Su Dayuan waved a hand dismissively. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p tell me, what did you find? Zhou Ning found some photos and pointed them out to Su Dayuan. I think we need to look into his relationship with Wang Wenjing more carefully. The car is covered in a lot of mud and has many scrapes, both new and old. You can tell it's been used on construction sites for years. I've taken samples of these mud stains to compare with their construction sites. But here is something peculiar. Look, Suda, this looks like the paint has blistered and burst open, but underneath it seems to be a scratch, like it was made by a hard object. I've collected a sample and sprayed it with luminol reagent, which revealed traces of blood that aren't visible to the naked eye. Su Dayuan looked carefully and, indeed, beneath where the paint was damaged, there was a faint white scratch that seemed like it might have been rubbed against something. Since the underlying layer was brick red, it was hard to tell if there was any blood. Then let's send it for testing. I'll have someone look into this man thoroughly, but it's not unusual for someone who works on a construction site to get injured. Seems we'll have to check the inside of the vehicle later. Zhou Ning shook his head. I've already looked inside. He didn't lock the car at all. The keys were left on the driver's seat. Inside were blueprints and some files, various recorded booklets, and lots of tools in the trunk. I sprayed everything with luminol, but there were no special findings. Su Dayuan sighed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Though the lab results hadn't come back yet, this man's suspicion had been further reduced. It seemed they were back to square one, having to look for clues from Sun Yannian and Wang Mingming again. Not finding anything is also a discovery. At least it rules out this person. Go ahead with the testing and comparison, and let me know the results as soon as you have them. Zhou Ning stood up, picked up his case, and returned to the lab, where Mr. Zhao greeted him. Why were you gone so long? Zhou Ning briefly explained what had just happened, then handed over a bunch of samples to Sun Gaodai. I've marked everything clearly, just send it straight to Mrs. Cui. As for the fingerprints, give them to Mr. Xia. Did you find anything here? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 146 to 145 found _1 chapter 146. Chapter 145 found _1 Sun Gaodai went to submit the test samples, and Xia Momo entered the fingerprints collected by Zhou Ning one by one into the system. Then she began to further compare them. The process was very fast, and as an interface opened, all sorts of fingerprints appeared on the large screen, as well as the comparison results from inside the four vehicles. Inside Zhang Guanglai's Sonata, fingerprints of Wang Wenjing and Wang Mingming were found, but they are incomplete and covered by his own, obviously having been there for some time, since his car was the most severely damaged and the parts that could be extracted were limited. As for the fingerprint abundance inside Sun Manking's Jeep, there are fingerprints belonging to Yumeli, Chai Ruhua, Mr. Chai, and Sun Yannian. In the Honda, there are fingerprints of Sun Yannian and Wang Mingming. Finally, on Chen Cheng's Santana, fingerprints of Wang Wenjing and Wang Mingming were found, along with many, many unknown fingerprints. Lu Yongxin rubbed his chin and sighed. This relationship is complicated enough. However, according to the current investigation results, Wang Mingming and that Sun Yannian are highly suspicious. Even if they are not the murderers, They are accomplices. Has Suda mentioned anything about how the investigation into Sun Yannian is going? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning shook his head, as he had just listened to the interrogation of Chen Chuanxi and had been to see the cars. He hadn't inquired about that matter. Not asked. Probably they've sent someone to investigate. With the conditions we have now, we still need to dig deeper into the clues. Diphacinone was found in the victim's body, but this substance was not found in the homes of these suspects. The poisoning had been ongoing for a while. Since last year, there had been symptoms of coughing and spitting blood, indicating that he had been in contact with this substance for a long time, slowly being poisoned, so he suspected he was simply sick. In a moment, Mr. Zhao will contact Suda. Let him send someone to take you to the home of the deceased, Zhang Guanglei, for a look, and, of course, Sun Menking's house needs to be checked as well. Mr. Zhao nodded, dialed Su Daiwan's phone, and the other party readily agreed. As everyone was keen to actively participate, no one was shirking the responsibilities, telling Mr. Zhao to wait downstairs and soon, Bai Ruixin would join him. Zhou Ning looked towards Sun Gaodai and waved his hand at him. You take the investigation kit and go with Mr. Zhao. Also, Mr. Zhao will ask Mr. Peng to assign 2 more crime scene technicians to join you. We are short-handed, and since this case involves both our units, we naturally need to send people. Mr. Zhao dragged Sun Gaodai away, and Lu Yongxin turned to Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. You want to check that accident vehicle again? Zhou Ning nodded. Without clues, it's our fault for not being able to find them. Master used to say that contact always leaves a trace. There must be something we have overlooked. The murderers staged the car accident, naturally hoping for the car to be smashed or even explode. When we arrived at the scene, we could smell a strong scent of gasoline, which can destroy everything, but there was no explosion on site and the fingerprints that could be extracted from the vehicle are very limited. I want to take another look. Lu Yongxin paused for a moment, then gestured to Xia Momo. Not so fast, Mr. Xia. Play that animation again, the one that simulates the order of the crash damage. Xia Momo found the animation and clicked play, with Lu Yongxin continually signaling with his hand. Play it slowly at the slowest speed. Xia Momo adjusted the animation back to the starting state, then clicked to play it at 8 times slower speed. The vehicle moved straight from the rightmost lane of Lijiang West Road towards a lamppost. At this sight, Zhou Ning began to have doubts, while Lu Yongxin immediately called for a stop. Stop. He then turned to Zhou Ning, who was lost in thought. Lu Yongxin didn't speak, but smiled at Zhou Ning, clearly hoping Zhou Ning would express his doubts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The deceased, Zhang Guanglei, had been poisoned for some time. His organs were damaged, his stomach had hemorrhaging and atrophy, his digestive tract had bleeding ulcers that led to mucus buildup. According to the lab results, it's not the manifestation of acute poisoning, and his head had also sustained a hit. In this condition, how could he control the vehicle to crash so rapidly into the lamppost? To cause such an impact and vehicle damage, I think Mr. Xia has already estimated his speed, right? Xia Momo nodded. The speed had to be at least 40, but no more than 50 miles per hour. If it were this speed, along with the consecutive impact from the rear, the driver's cabin would have collapsed even more severely and rollovers would be more likely. Instead, the second and third impacts further back caused more deaths. Lu Yongxin snapped his fingers on the side. Clearly he had already thought of this point before. All right, now comes the question. The deceased's temporal area, behind the ear, received a heavy blow. According to the autopsy, the trauma had caused unconsciousness by damaging the brain. During the autopsy, you mentioned it was possible the deceased's leg was fixed here, constantly pressing on the gas pedal. I don't rule out this suspicion, but I think if the deceased's leg was frozen, at least there would be marks or other evidence left behind, but we have found none. Zhou Ning nodded. Then let's go take another look at the accident vehicle. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The three of them went downstairs and directly to the garage commandeered by the lab, where the dissected accident vehicle was suspended inside. They began to closely observe it. Lu Yongxin gently tapped the door of the driver's seat with the brush in his hand, and a clattering sound echoed from inside. At the time of the car accident, the windows were rolled up, so the victim on the left side of the accident didn't have too many glass stab wounds. This discovery made Zhou Ning pause. If the windows weren't closed, it would be possible to operate at this position, and perhaps the hitting injuries were also caused at this time. Therefore, if the leg wasn't fixed in place with an object to brace against, it was possible that the victim was thrown out of the car due to the impact. Of course, the most likely possibility was that the victim was crushed in the driver's seat. Zhou Ning squatted down. The brake and accelerator pedals had been crushed and inverted into the narrow space in front. Zhou Ning rubbed his gloved hands together and reached for the accelerator pedal. With a little force, the deformed pedal snapped off and fell. Zhou Ning picked it up and looked closely, noticing a scratch on it. "Master, there's a scratch." Lu Yongxin quickly picked up a magnifying glass to take a look, then instructed Zhou Ning, "Go get the luminol reagent. It looks like a bloodstain to me." Zhou Ning didn't delay and immediately grabbed the luminol reagent, spraying it over the pedal. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Then he took it to the scratched area, where fluorescence appeared. Joy rose in his heart, and he quickly grabbed an evidence bag. Lu Yongxin dropped the pedal inside and then looked at the place where the pedal had been. "Keep searching. Mr. Chu borrowed tools from Qin University yesterday, and he has partially restored the car to its pre-crush state. See if you can find anything else. This pedal's height, if it were pinned down, it wouldn't be easy to fling it away." This thought coincided with Zhou Ning's. Zhou Ning simply knelt on the ground, peering into the stretched gap with a powerful flashlight in hand, carefully scrutinizing the area. Just as he looked toward the bottom of the dashboard, a hammerhead appeared in the gap. "There's a discovery. It seems to be a hammerhead, but it's completely crushed into the gap." Momo leaned over to look at the nearby machinery. "I didn't expect the center of the crush to be wrapping around a hammer. The X-ray only showed the twisted engine and didn't detect the hammer. We have hydraulic pliers here. We could try to break open the dashboard and remove the hammer from above." Zhou Ning nodded, fetched the hydraulic pliers, and Momo thoughtfully found the pliers instructions. They each donned safety goggles, and after some research, Zhou Ning held the hydraulic pliers, inserting the head into the already shattered upper part. With a series of sounds, the dashboard cracked with a crunch, cracks appearing everywhere. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yongxin quickly gestured with his hands. "Stop, stop, stop, don't mess with it anymore. This thing is too big, and everything here is broken and shattered. A crowbar would be safer for this." After searching, among the tools left by Mr. Chu, they indeed found a crowbar. They inserted it and pried the entire dashboard apart, shattering it. Lu Yongxin was already standing on a chair, with his body leaning in. "Quick, pull me." Zhou Ning hugged Lu Yongxin's waist and gave a hard tug backward, and they both fell over. "Ouch, my old back." Zhou Ning was startled. After all, his master had previously suffered a broken leg, been injured by an explosion, and even had a heart stent. He quickly checked on Lu Yongxin's condition. "How are you, master?" "I won't die, but you're skinny and dried up. How come you have so much strength?" "All right, it's out now." Only then did Zhou Ning notice that although Lu Yongxin had fallen, he was holding a broken claw hammer in his hand. On seeing this, Zhou Ning's heartbeat accelerated with excitement, and he carefully packed the hammer into an evidence bag. "Master, you rest for a bit. I'll go up and extract fingerprints. Then, we'll send it to the lab and see if we can find bloodstains and compare them with the victim's skull fracture." Lu Yongxin also smiled, steadying himself by his waist and pointing to the bag containing the pedal on the ground. Take that with you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It looks like the claw hammer was wedged into the gap on the side below the accelerator and the dashboard. But I'm not familiar with automatic cars. Can it be started like this? Zhou Ning nodded. It's an automatic car. The car won't lurch forward just by pressing the accelerator. You must step on the brake. With the driver's window open, if someone used a long pole to hold down the brake, adjusted the direction, and then released the brake, the car would shoot forward. If fingerprints can be found, the killer will surface. Liu Yongxin shook his head. Zhou Ning looked at Liu Yongxin with confusion. Was he disagreeing with his point of view? Let's search first. I think if the killer managed to design such a car accident to fool everyone, he surely wouldn't leave his fingerprints behind, waiting for you to catch him, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 147 to 146. What's the point? _1 Chapter 147. Chapter 146. What's the point? _1 Waiting is a torture. Zhou Ning glanced at his watch. It was already 5:10 p.m., and the end of the workday was approaching, yet there was still no news from the lab. On the crowbar, just as Liu Yongxin had guessed, there were indeed no fingerprints left behind. However, this wasn't a new tool. There were some grayish-black substances lodged in its crevices, invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, the office door opened. Su Dayuan walked in and, seeing Zhou Ning looking impatient, asked, "Did you find the murder weapon?" "Yes, a crowbar, which has been sent to the forensic department. Mrs. Cui said she'd give me the results before the end of the day. I asked her to not only test for bloodstains, but to extract every possible material from the crowbar." Su Dayuan nodded, took a bottle of mineral water from the desk, opened it and drank, then stood under the air conditioner. After all, the weather in Qidong these past days was extremely sultry, sticky like right before a heavy rain, making one extremely uncomfortable. Liu Yongxin sipped his tea, swinging his leg and looking at Su Dayuan with a look of being in haste. "Why are you so restless? Don't be so anxious. Sit down and tell me if you found anything wrong with that young couple." Did Sun Yannian admit he had been at the scene? Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a kick, asking him to make room, then plopped down onto a chair. He admitted it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You handled the video and did a photo comparison. It's no use for him to deny it. But he said he just wanted to go out for a drive. The fog was too thick to see there had been an accident up ahead, and after a slight collision, he quickly headed back. He also hit a wall in the garage and thought he'd get the insurance people to fix the car in a couple of days, once his father's affairs were sorted out. He said although the car was registered in Yumeli's name, both the house and the car were theirs to use and were his father's property. Smashing it up didn't affect anyone else. Quite a foul mouth. Indeed, such a rebellious young man. I really wanted to smack him. As for his relationship with Wang Mengmeng, he says she seduced him, the kind that offers herself willingly. Wang Mengmeng is very good at toying with boys at school. She seems demure, but in reality, she's very adept at these things. While they were out driving, things escalated in the car, and, in Sun Yannian's words, she was very experienced. The adults' relationships, according to him, have nothing to do with them. Zhou Ning didn't say a word, but his brow was tightly furrowed. His own father is dead, and he remains so indifferent, thinking only about repairing his car and inheriting property afterward. It sounds very strange, and it's also too big a coincidence that he went for a drive from Donghai District's number 102 middle school to Jinko. I think he is hiding something. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan snapped his fingers and looked at Zhou Ning with satisfaction. Zhou Xiao thinks just like me. But there's no rush. This kid has forged documents and drives without a license. It's no problem to lock him up for a few days. Let him cool down a bit, and then it's not too late to interrogate him again. Just then, Cui Lily entered the room. her face still bearing that keep-out expression. She walked up to everyone, handing several sheets of paper to Zhou Ning. The blood of the victim was found on the crowbar you sent over. As for the crevice where the head and handle are joined, and on the handle, a lot of substances were found through analysis to be likely bearing grease, gravel, cement, and bitumen. The wooden handle of the crowbar has a crack in which a clump of fibers was stuck, which we think might be from cottonwork gloves. We've extracted it already and are performing DNA extraction, but like the odds of winning the lottery, don't get your hopes too high. Well, extracted a few times. Zhou Ning nodded. He understood the difficulty, as Cui Lily mentioned, of finding DNA in a clump of fibers was like finding a needle in a haystack. They couldn't rely on that alone, but they still needed to make the necessary effort. Thanks, Mrs. Cui. I know extraction isn't easy, but please repeat the process a few times. After all, we don't have many clues in this case right now. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Also, the nail samples from Wang Wenjing and Qin Chuanxi that have been sent for testing. Have you extracted them? Cui Lily shook her head, her brow furrowed. We've been too busy extracting the crowbar to get to those yet, but all of us will work overtime to try to finish them tonight. Let me know what other tests you need. Toxicology and DNA analysis as well. Okay. Seeing Cui Lily about to leave, Mr. Zhao quickly opened the door, ushering her out courteously. Mrs. Cui, thanks for the hard work. It's quite urgent for Zhou Xiao, and he's not good at comforting people, just talking about testing this and that. Please bear with us. Cui Lily didn't say anything, but she walked away with a smile on her lips. Su Dayuan slapped his leg and stood up. All right, there's no use lingering, let's call it a day. As soon as other test results come out, let me know promptly. I'll grab a bite and then go have a word with this Sun Yanian. Lu Yongxin and Zhou Ning stood up, and Mr. Zhao eagerly held the door open, but Xia Momo didn't move. Seeing the three of them all poised to see off guests, Su Dayuan was somewhat unable to hold back. I mean, don't you guys have any sympathy at all? Zhou Ning paused, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind Su Dayuan's words. Had he done something excessive? Mr. Wu approached Su Dayuan with a grin, hands on his hips, and said, I'm telling you, Suda, what do you want us to do? Are we supposed to take the initiative to apply to accompany you to the trial? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Mr. Liu has retired, and now he's with the lab at Qidong University, and Mr. Xia even more so. As for me and Zhou Xiao, we've been following you around all morning, going to Wang Wenjing's place and then to Chai Ruhua's, from sampling to checking out the vehicles, and Zhou Xiao even went to check Chen Cheng's car in the afternoon. Aren't you going to give us a little sympathy? Su Dayuan lifted his leg to kick, but Mr. Zhao was well prepared and dodged quickly. This was where Mr. Zhao showed his high EQ, clearly speaking up for Zhou Ning while also subtly making it clear to Su Dayuan that he was absolutely important and needed his help, and that this wasn't a case of a typical leader giving out orders. It's always you who talks too much. Zhou Xiao has a very unique perspective when it comes to observing problems, and he always brings me surprises. You expect me to say some cheesy lines to a big guy like you? Come on, let's go for a boxed meal. Everyone laughed, and Lu Yongxin crossed his arms. You guys go ahead, my wife is picking me up to look at a house. Zhou Ning paused. His master and his wife were both retired, currently living in the dormitories of Qidong University, which wasn't bad. Their income was much higher than before, so were they checking out houses for their son? Is your son getting married? Lu Yongxin shook his head. A friend is moving down south with the whole family and needs to handle their house. After all, the price is very attractive. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. If I find it suitable, I might take it. Anyway, I don't want to prepare a house for him in Qidong. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Then you should go, it's a big event. Do you need me to find someone to give you a ride? Lu Yongxin shook his head again. Don't accommodate me. You've already got my apprentice working for you, so don't pretend to be polite with me, I'm off. After finishing speaking, Lu Yongxin left first, and Su Deyuan rubbed his nose with a sigh. I'm finding that everyone's a touchy subject now. Mr. Liu and I used to work well together back in Qidong, but now that he's a lab member on the side at Qingdao University, he suddenly turned into a big shot. As for the technical division, I only have you two that I can boss around. Sigh, life is tough. Zhao Xinli draped an arm around Su Daiwan's shoulder and patted it, saying, Leader, just keep working hard. We're waiting for you to become the bureau chief. Then you can boss around whoever you want. Su Deyuan dodged Zhao Xinli's claws and went downstairs side by side with Zhou Ning. Tell me about your sixth sense. Who put this ram's head hammer there? Zhou Ning looked troubled. Suda, I'm not a fortune teller. Where am I supposed to guess from? But I think there's a connection between the victim being poisoned over a long period and this car accident. Have you checked Zhang Guanglai's accounts? Any recent fund transfers? We checked that a while ago, not just Zhang Guanglai's, but also Sun Manking's. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Zhang Guanglai's account has over 170,000, and there hasn't been any activity. There's also no sign of selling any property. As for his colleagues, they don't know much about his girlfriend. It seems like he wasn't the type to talk about personal matters. Mr. Zhao came over, stretching his neck and saying, I don't understand it either. What was he after with Wang Wenjing? Was he after an older woman with a daughter, or was it because he was impotent? Plus, even after finding her, he didn't talk about it with his colleagues, and she treated him like an ex-boyfriend, having moved on to someone new. As for him, his savings remain untouched, nobody's eyeing up his house, just a regular guy from the Water Conservancy Bureau. Not even a big leader, no apparent beneficiaries around him, so why kill him? Oh, right, and with long-term poisoning no less. What's the motive? Su Deyuan stopped in his tracks and Mr. Zhao instinctively jumped to the side of Zhou Ning, his face full of caution. Leader, let's talk this out nicely. You're a bit frightening with all these sudden moves. Su Deyuan didn't move to strike, but he gave Mr. Zhao a glance. You're making sense. This is also something that has always puzzled me. Average looks, average job, average relationships, and with only an aged mother who isn't even local. The ex-wife, even more attractive and wealthy. He doesn't seem like a typical victim. It looks like we need to dig deeper into Wang Wenjing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Zhou Ning nodded slightly. The timing of Wang Wenjing's injury was crucial, and this injury had effectively cleared her of suspicion. It was possible that in their relationship with such an ordinary man, something was overlooked during the more than 2 years, which coincided with the period when Zhang Guanglai was being poisoned. Zhou Xiaozhou, what are you thinking? Su Deyuan looked hopefully at Zhou Ning, who glanced back. They've been together for over 2 years. Zhang Guanglai would have crossed paths with Wang Wenjing's daughter, too, right? Didn't you say that Sun Yannian mentioned it was Wang Mengmeng who seduced him? Su Deyuan paused and took out his phone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 148 to 147. One of the participants _1 chapter 148. Chapter 147. One of the participants _1 interrogation room. With a smack, Su Deyuan slapped the table, startling the nonchalant Sun Yannian sitting opposite him, whose constantly trembling legs also stopped shaking. I'll reiterate this for you one more time. This is the criminal police force, not a local police station, so don't bring that insouciant attitude here. I won't even mention your unlicensed driving, but just for your forgery alone, you could be looking at 3 to 10 years. Do you think I'm joking with you? If you understand what I'm saying, then answer my questions seriously. Don't put on that act with me. You are already over 16 years of age and can bear partial legal responsibility. Got it? Sun Yannian nodded, then realizing his nod might not seem sincere enough, he finally said, Understood. Then I'll ask you, why did you skip class yesterday morning and go to Lijiang West Road in Jinko District? Sun Yannian was silent, and this time, Su Deyuan did not urge him. Mr. Zhao poked Zhou Ning's arm. Do you think this kid was being used? Doesn't seem too bright, spoiled by his mother, and everything came too easily, never thought things through. I feel like his trip to Jinko District was definitely instigated by Wang Mingming. Mr. Zhao was slightly taken aback and leaned in closer. You're saying Wang Mingming is the murderer? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p perhaps one of the participants, but how much she took part, or if she was completely unaware, that I don't know. Just then, in the interrogation room, Sun Yannian lifted his head and hesitated, as if reluctant to speak. Su Dayuan directly interjected. Think carefully and speak only if you're telling the truth. If you're still intending to hide something at this point, then all that awaits you is the path to trial. Sun Yannian shivered and finally seemed to make up his mind as he said, after school yesterday, Wang Mingming said she wanted to eat the truffle xiaolong bao, crab roe xiaolong bao, golden shrimp balls, and the German's braised pork from the Din Tai Fung in Jinko District today. She asked me to go over early in the morning. I said I would ask for leave. She snorted and said just come as usual in the morning and sneak out during morning self-study using any excuse. That way, you can be back by the third period and nobody would know. As long as I could let her have those 4 dishes for lunch, she said I could play wherever I wanted. By the end of his recount, Sun Yannian's voice had nearly faded to inaudible. Zhou Ning shook his head nonstop. A 16-year-old lad can be in the throes of spring fever, but to have his head filled with nothing else, that would be a waste. Mr. Zhao coughed twice. Not bad, the kid is gullible enough to do whatever he's told. If he was asked to murder someone, would he just go and do it? Zhou Ning shook his head, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, the reason is too far-fetched. Lying? Don't know, but the reason seems off. It's not time-controllable, how should I put it, it seems flippant. If, according to my previous judgment, Wang Mingming is one of the participants, then how could she guide him to be at the accident scene at a specific time without seeming contrived? Mr. Zhao blinked his small eyes, looking at his phone. Constantly calling? Or continually talking through voice messages? But then how could he drive? Besides, Suda already said they checked their mobile phone records and didn't find many interactions. Zhou Ning paused. The phone, check what phone he's using and what phone Wang Mingming is using. Look through their chat history. The moment Zhao Xinli heard this, he hurried out. At the same time, the door to the interrogation room across was knocked on. Su Dayuan stood up to open the door, saw Mr. Zhao coming in quickly and immediately closed the door. After a short while, he returned and headed straight to Sun Yannian, taking his phone in hand. Unlock it. Sun Yannian quickly entered the screen lock password. Su Dayuan opened the phone, found QQ, and saw that the chat history hadn't been deleted. He tossed the phone to the clerk beside him. Noticing the explicit pictures, Mr. Zhao pressed his face onto the one-way glass. Damn, should have gone in myself, didn't see clearly. You sure have guts, flirting with girls while driving. But what's with these intermittent video calls? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Sun Yannian had wilted, his secret revealed. Naturally, he lost his previous confidence. So, driving through the tunnel, and at the traffic lights and stuff, Wang Mingming insisted that I video call her while I went to buy things. She said that way she could always watch me driving, and she even said I looked handsome doing it. I had no idea I'd run into such thick fog, let alone crash into the car from the accident. But my father's death has nothing to do with me. Su Dayuan stood up and gestured to the stenographer, who printed out all the records that had just been taken, and then had Sun Yannian sign and fingerprint them. Although Sun Yannian was still making a fuss, everyone's attention was no longer on him. Su Dayuan went straight to the observation room, turned on the light, and Zhou Ning also took off his headphones. This Sun Yannian isn't so smart. He's been played by Wang Mingming. She timed it just right to appear at the scene of the accident. With such heavy fog and him not being a local, he couldn't avoid it, and naturally an accident happened. Once we discovered it, we would investigate thoroughly, especially with that kind of disguise. It raised even more suspicion. Mr. Zhao kept nodding on the side, but Zhou Ning was still deep in thought, prompting Su Dayuan to poke him. Speak up, don't hold back with me. Say whatever comes to mind. How we conclude is my business. It's not like you'll be held responsible. What are you afraid of? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning shook his head. He wasn't afraid of taking responsibility. He just felt like everything seemed to be connected, but something was still missing. Just then his phone rang, with the words vitamin flashing on the screen. Su Dayuan glanced over, not understanding the strange nicknames young people come up with, then looked at Mr. Zhao. Who's vitamin? It's Mr. He. Isn't his name He Shansuan? And then? Mr. Zhao. For a moment, Mr. Zhao was at a loss. While he explained to Su Dayuan the origin of the nickname, Zhou Ning had already stepped out of the observation room and stood in the corridor to answer the call. I'm done with what I was doing. Did you check that patient's information this morning like I asked? Yeah, your colleague Dr. Chen already talked to me. He remembers that patient. So, is this about asking me out to dinner? Mr. He spat. Quit dreaming. There's a patient in the ICU who needs a consult before I can go off duty. That's why I called. Remember how Dr. Chen happened to see that patient, Wang Wenjing, getting out of the car? He said you had asked him if he remembered what car it was or if it had any distinguishing features. He said it was a black old model Santana. Just now, he was scrolling through his phone and found out that he had accidentally taken photos, and it was a burst shot. There's a logo on the side of the car, but it's not very clear. I'll send you the photo. All right, send it to me on QQ, and thanks, Mr. He. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He was taken aback and eventually yelled from the other end of the phone. Hey, getting polite now, I'm calling you in a hurry, afraid of delaying your investigation, and you're thanking me. Why are we even doing this dance? That's it, hanging up. Zhou Ning snap, ended the call. Mr. Zhao was already laughing miserably, coming over to pat Zhou Ning's shoulder. This guy just can't have a normal conversation. You thank him, and he gets all uptight. I really don't know how to describe him. Zhou Ning opened his QQ on the phone and found the photo sent by Mr. He. It was indeed a bit distant and blurry, but the logo on the car door was clearly not the standard number of occupants, but a circular pattern. He took a glance and immediately forwarded the photo to Mr. Chu, then called Mr. Chu, putting the phone on speaker as it rang through. Are you busy? Restore a photo for me. I just sent it to you. Don't worry about the rest. I just need to see clearly what's on the door of that car. Okay, just a moment. Don't hang up. I'm in the lab at the school. It will be done shortly. Su Dayuan and Mr. Zhao both gathered around, staring at Zhou Ning's phone. After less than a minute, a notification on the phone showed that an image file was received. Zhou Ning clicked it open, revealing an enlarged picture of the car door, with a circular yellow background, and in the middle, a few words, Ivy English Training, with a 400 number below it. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning thanked the caller and hung up the phone. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Before he could speak, Bai Ruixin hurried over. Leader, Wang Mengmeng has been brought in. Should we question her here, or go to the office? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 149 to 148 Trial in Progress _1 Chapter 149. Chapter 148 Trial in Progress _1 Seeing everyone in such a serious state. Bai Ruixin's voice also softened, scratching his head, wondering if he had done something wrong again. What's wrong, boss? Did I arrange something incorrectly? Su Dayuan shook his head and glanced at the time on his phone. Did Wang Mengmeng come with her parents' knowledge? Bai Ruixin nodded. We picked her up from school, but the school said we had to inform her parents. I thought she didn't want Sun Yanyan to have an issue with forged documents. Since she was just complying with the investigation, she agreed. I called Wang Wenjing, and she blew her top immediately, saying she did not agree. I said, according to the law, we could take her with a teacher, but if you strongly insist on accompanying her for the record, you can follow. She just kept yelling at me to shut up, saying she did not agree. Seeing my insistence, she later said to let her fiancé accompany her here. Su Daiwan's eyes lit up. Where are they? Bai Ruixin, looking somewhat puzzled, pointed towards the other end of the corridor. They're in our office right now. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Call them over. Bring both of them here and say we are making a record here. Bai Ruixin jogged off and Su Dayuan yelled after him. Don't run and don't hurry. Take it easy and steady, delay the time a bit. Taken aback by such a sudden shout, Bai Ruixin almost stumbled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He looked back, then slowed his pace and cautiously walked towards the office area. Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao. Call Mr. Cui and ask them to speed up the toxicology test. We urgently need the results here. Mr. Zhao hurried to make the call at a side, sweet-talking with one sister after another, claiming how hard they work, insisting that he did not want to rush them, all the urgency coming from Su Da. By that time, Su Dayuan had already dialed Mr. Zhang's number. Zhang Liang, note down this phone number and verify it right now. Find out how many black, old model Santanas this training institute has in Qidong, and find the drivers and cars for me. Ask them who went to Qidong Central Hospital on the morning of July 4th, delivering a patient with a fracture. Especially verify if they know Chen Chuanxi or Wang Wenjing, then pull the surveillance footage from the intersections near the Central Hospital. Find out which black Santana was at the hospital's emergency entrance at 7:50 a.m. on July 4th. Double-check that for me. And the last thing, look for surveillance footage from the tunnel entrance on July 4th. You know Chen Chunks' license plate number, so check carefully to see if his car passed through, and let me know the results as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan exhaled a sigh of relief. If it wasn't Chen Chuanxi who took Wang Wenjing to the hospital, then he has no alibi for the time of the incident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for any colleagues or workers, as long as they saw him that morning, they wouldn't pay attention to the exact time. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Wait, the stomach contents of Zhang Guanglei and Sun Manqing both included fried dough sticks, spicy shredded vegetable, and tofu brains, and they ate about half an hour before death. This means they might not have eaten in Dongai District before heading to Jinko District. Or perhaps they went there early in the morning. Let's check if there's a place near Lijiang West Road where they serve breakfast. I recall that area being surrounded by the Petroleum College or theme parks and such. Since the Petroleum College isn't finished yet, to eat such breakfast, they would have to go to a residential area. As he spoke, Zhou Ning opened Baidu Maps on his laptop and searched the area around Lijiang West Road. Scrolling up with the mouse, a line of small eateries appeared on Changjiang Road, north of Lijiang West Road. Among them, a Nanjing soup dumpling shop stood out conspicuously. Zhou Ning clicked on Street View, and a storefront appeared on the screen, displaying a sign with Nanjing soup dumplings and a mobile number. Su Dayuan dialed it directly. Hello, I am from the Qingdao City Criminal Police Brigade. I wanted to ask, have you installed surveillance cameras? The other party was rather startled by this opening statement. Hello, officer. Yes, we do have surveillance, but I don't know how to use it. That's fine, don't be nervous. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We're investigating a case, and just want to check if the suspect ate breakfast at your place. Do you serve tofu brains, fried dough sticks, and spicy shredded vegetable? Yes, we mainly sell soup dumplings, but we've also started making fried dough sticks and tofu brains in the past half year, as it better suits the local taste. Great, I'll send someone over right away. They should arrive in about 20 minutes. Please wait for us in your shop. No trouble at all. Su Dayuan explained the situation to Lu Yufei on the phone, since she was still in Jinko District and had not returned. He also texted the phone number and address to Lu Yufei. After sorting all this, Mr. Zhao had come over as well. We should have the results in 20 minutes. Su Dayuan breathed out, gesturing to the two of them. Go to the observation room. I will wear earphones later, and if you think of anything or the test results come out, let me know immediately. After finishing speaking, he handed his phone to Zhou Ning. The two hurried into the observation room and from a distance, heard footsteps. Mr. Zhao peeked out the door, then carefully closed it. Here they come. Wang Mingming is quite mature, he commented. Zhou Ning moved closer to the one-way mirror, grabbing the headphones. The two were led into the interrogation room, followed by Bai Ruixin, who brought in 2 chairs and gestured for them to sit down. He wore a smile, appearing quite polite. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Take a seat on this chair. Their office is holding a meeting, so we'll conduct the inquiry here. Don't be afraid to sit down, de Monaire. There's no need to fear. It's just a routine inquiry. Just answer truthfully. Both of them, accorded such preferential treatment, were no longer as angry as when they first walked in. Su Dayuan looked at the two, raising his police ID to show them. I am Su Dayuan, the captain of the 1st detective team. This is the clerk, Feng Agua. Are you Wang Mingming? Please state your identity card number. Wang Mingming, looking obedient, glanced at Chen Chuanxi beside her and, seeing him nod, began to reply slowly. Yes, my name is Wang Mingming. My ID number is 370-202-1995 ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in for questioning, and he said that on the evening of July 3rd, you told him to skip the early self-study session on July 4th to get you truffle xiaolongbao, crab roe xiaolongbao, golden shrimp balls, and red braised pork from the Jinko district's Din Tai Fung. Is that true? Wang Mingming shook her head, tears already swirling in her eyes, her look of grievance so profound that not just Sun Yannian, but any man would find it hard to bear that expression. I didn't say that. He took the initiative to say he wanted to treat me to lunch. As for what exactly, I wasn't paying attention. On the night of the 3rd after the late self-study, it was my mom who picked me up. How could I have made such a request to him? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, what evidence does he have? Seeing Wang Mingming getting somewhat agitated, Su Deyuan gestured with his hand to calm down. Stay calm, just clarify the problem, I told you. This is just a routine inquiry, understand? Chen Chuanxi patted Wang Mingming's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. Then let me continue. Sun Yannian confessed that early on July 4th, on his way to Jinko district, he kept messaging you and even had a video chat. Did that happen? And there's a lot of chat content in your QQ conversation, including some indecent photos you sent. Is that true? Wang Mingming burst into tears and suddenly tore open her collar, revealing skin marked with many bruises and contusions. From this distance, it was impossible to tell with the naked eye if these were bite marks or bruises from some other cause. He raped me. He has videos of me on his phone. I was forced. If I dared not to answer his video calls, he threatened to expose them in school. I was scared and dared not resist. I could only go along with what he wanted. This response took Mr. Zhao by surprise. Damn, I hadn't seen that coming at all. Seems like it was all premeditated. Zhou Ning remained silent, staring intently at Chen Chuanxi. Sure enough, hearing Wang Mingming's account, Chen Chuanxi immediately stood up, grabbed her collar to look, and then exploded on the spot. I'm calling the police. Mingming is not even 16 yet. This is rape. Su Deyuan nodded calmly and waved at Chen Chuanxi. Sit down, don't be agitated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Sun Yannian has already been arrested, and if you want to press charges for rape, I will arrange for someone to take you for a medical examination shortly to preserve the evidence. Don't worry, the police will not indulge a criminal. It's our job to do so. After crying for a while and calming down slightly, Su Deyuan stared into her eyes before continuing. Do you know Zhang Guanglei? Wang Mingming slowly nodded, still maintaining her tearful face, as if the question was trivial, with no sign of shock or panic. I know him. I don't like him. He's as expressive as a piece of wood. He acts ordinary toward my mom and doesn't know how to get along with me. The response could have earned top marks. It was neither overly evasive nor abrupt. Most people in a second marriage would consider their children's opinions. If the daughter dislikes him, that usually spells the end of the relationship. Do you hate him? Wang Mingming looked up, her face showing confusion, as if to say that the question was absurd. I'm not familiar with him. Why jump to talking about hate? Chin Chung's expression turned serious as well. I'm saying, Mr. Su, that question is not appropriate to ask a child. She's not familiar with Zhang Guanglei. Zhou Ning was becoming anxious. She glanced at the phone laid out on the table. From the time the call was made until now, it had been almost half an hour, and there was still no news from the lab or from Lu Yufei and Mr. Xing. Just as she was thinking, Su Daiwan's phone rang. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The screen flashed with the name Mr. Xing, and Zhou Ning answered on speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Xing. This is Zhou Ning. Suda is handling the interrogation. Do you have any results? Yes, it's been confirmed. A driver with vehicle registration Luby 89500 took Wang Wenjing to the hospital. According to him, he received a call from his brother early in the morning to pick someone up, not expecting to find an injured person. As for the brother, he's a subcontractor who landed some construction work and has a few people under him. He doesn't know who told him about this. When we inquired, it turned out the person who commissioned him was Chen Chuanxi from the China Railway 3rd Bureau 4th Company. Mr. Zhao looked thrilled. Zhou Ning hung up the call, just about to turn on the microphone. Su Daiwan's phone rang again, displaying Lu Yufei, still on speakerphone. Hello, Yufei, it's Zhou Ning here. Suda is interrogating Wang Mengming. Do you have any news? I saw the deceased, Zhang Guanglei, and a man in the footage from yesterday's breakfast shop. You would never guess who that man is. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, playing along. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.